Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Parallel Deku, back with another fanfiction. This is the series of, What if Deku had a sister with godlike powers? Now before starting, please give this video a like. And subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. 𝐸𝐴 was a young girl with a pretty great life. Born into a loving family, her parents, 𝐸 and 𝐷 were the kindest people you could imagine. 𝐸's father was a doctor with a unique quirk that allowed him to heal people by creating invisible threads from his fingers, which he used to stitch wounds without anyone feeling a thing. Her mother, a teacher at an elementary school, had the ability to enlarge different parts of her body, like her hands or feet. 𝐸's parents always thought she would inherit one of their quirks, so they were surprised when one day they found her floating around her bedroom. At first, the doctors believed she had an air quirk, but soon they realized they were mistaken. The next day, 𝐸 was breathing fire, and the day after that, she was creating mountains in her backyard and making water float through the air. When her quirks continued to evolve, everyone thought she had control over the elements, but they were wrong again. A couple of weeks later, 𝐸 discovered she could conduct lightning and control ice and metal. No one could understand how a 3-year-old could possess such powers. Eventually, her quirk was named Extreme Elementist, and being a smart toddler, she quickly learned to control her immense abilities. Life was good. That was until one fateful day when 𝐸 was 4 years old, walking home from the library after returning a book. She had recently learned to read and was proud to be the only one in her class who could. As she floated home, she turned the corner to her street and felt an unsettling presence. Cautiously, she approached her house, the feeling of danger growing stronger with each step. Standing on her front doorstep, she twisted the doorknob slowly and stepped inside, only to be met with a sight she would never forget. Her parents were on the floor, and a man stood over them, holding a knife. 𝐸 felt frozen, unsure of what to do. In an instant, the man fell to the ground, pieces of metal protruding from his body. Confused, 𝐸 realized she had somehow done this. She had defended her parents without even knowing how. Rushing to her parents, she kicked the man away. Her father was already gone, his eyes dull and his skin cold. But her mother was still hanging on, her life slipping away. Tears streamed down his face as she whispered, "Mom." "My dear 𝐸." Her mother managed a weak smile, her voice barely a whisper. "Listen to me. There's a box under your father's in my bed. I want you to take it." Her mother's grip was weak as she held 𝐸's hand. "We love you so much." 𝐸's tears turned to sobs as she felt her mother's life fading. "We will always be with you. In your heart." Those were her last words. As her mother's hand went limp, 𝐸 stood up, looking at the 3 bodies in her living room when she heard a knock on the door. Opening the door revealed none other than the number 1 hero, All Might. 𝐸 had always admired him, but in that moment, she could only stare in shock. "Hello. You are young LN, right?" he asked. 𝐸 nodded, unable to speak. All Might glanced past her into the living room, and she thought she saw his smile falter. "What happened here?" She recounted everything she knew, and by the time she finished, the police had arrived. Suddenly she remembered the box. "The box!" she exclaimed, rushing upstairs. She could hear the confusion from All Might and the police as she entered her parents' room. She quickly found the small wooden box under the bed. It wasn't anything special, but it held significance for her. Not wanting to open it just yet, she headed to her room across the hall, grabbing her backpack and duffel bag. She filled them with clothes and valuable items, stopping when she reached her photo album, which contained cherished memories of her family and friends. It was the most important thing she owned. After packing it, she made her way back downstairs. When she returned, she noticed the bodies and blood had been removed from the floor. All Might greeted her with the same smile, though it seemed a bit strained. "Young LN. Good you're back. What are you doing? I assume I won't be staying here much longer. Please call me 𝐸 All Might." "Alright then, young 𝐸. And you are right, you won't be staying here anymore." His smile faltered again, unmistakably reflecting the gravity of the situation. "But, I have made the decision, if you'll allow it, to take you into my care," All Might concluded. I was shocked. I couldn't believe that All Might, the number 1 hero, the man I've looked up to since I could walk, was saying this to me. "What?" was all I could manage to say. "If you'll let me, 𝐸, I'd like to be your current guardian," he added. "Why?" I honestly didn't understand. Why would All Might want to take me in? He had just met me. "𝐸, I can tell that you are very powerful," he began. "And with such immense power, you'll need someone to help you train to control it. Also, I've always wanted a kid." All Might's excitement was infectious, and I couldn't help but laugh. We waited a little while longer, answering the many questions the police had for me. They were very surprised when I told them I was the one who had dealt with the man, but because I was so young and due to everything that had happened, they let me off the hook regarding the whole, using my quirk, situation. After that was over, All Might took me to his house. "Make yourself at home. Your new room is up the stairs, second door on your right. We'll get to work on it tomorrow to really make it your room. I nodded, giving him a quick thank you before heading up to the room. I opened the door and saw exactly what I expected. It was a normal guest room. It had beige walls and a simple twin bed in the center of the room. To my left was a door that I assumed led to a closet, and to my right was another door. I opened it and found a bathroom. Cool, I said, closing the door. I set my things on the bed and headed back downstairs, where I was met with confusion. Hello? I said to the man who closely resembled a skeleton. He was tall, scrawny, had messy blonde hair, and piercing blue eyes. Who are you? Oh, 𝐸𝐿, you're back, he said. I looked at him, bewildered. I know this may come as a surprise, but I am All Might, or 𝐇𝐢𝐠𝐴. Take a seat, I'll explain everything to you. And he did. All Might 𝐇𝐢𝐠𝐴 told me about his power, how that was his hero form, and how he looked like this at other times. I quickly grasped the new information. Took it a lot better than he expected, but everything was good. Now I'm 15. I was officially adopted by All Might, and life is good again. Though sometimes I still have memories about that day. But I'm not going to bother you with that. Now to the real story. I groaned as I smacked my alarm off my nightstand. I sat up in my bed, blinking my eyes to help them adjust to the light shining through my window. That's when I realized. It's Saturday. I hopped out of bed and ran down the stairs. I love Saturdays. They are the best days. It's really the only day of the week when I can do anything I want. Sure, there are Sundays, but I like to make those training days. I knew my dad wasn't up yet, so I decided to make some breakfast. About 20 minutes later, I heard footsteps that could only belong to. Good morning, Dad. I called out, still in the kitchen, putting pancakes on a plate. Good morning, 𝐸𝐿. Oh, is that pancakes I smell? He asked as he entered the kitchen. Yep, I said, placing a plate of pancakes in front of him. As I mentioned before, I'm 15 now, and I've been living with All Might for 10 years. Wow, those 10 years flew by really fast, didn't they? I've done so much fun stuff with Dad. You see, after living with All Might for a whole decade, I barely see him as All Might anymore. He's my dad, and I love him. How are the pancakes? I asked, sitting down with a plate of my own. Delicious as ever. You really do have a talent for baking, 𝐸𝐿, Dad said with a mouthful of food. Thanks, Dad. I replied, smiling. So, what's on the agenda for today? Dad asked. I don't know. I really want to get into drawing again. So maybe I'll go to the park and just draw. My dad nodded, continuing to eat his pancakes. When I finished, I said goodbye to my dad and headed back to my room. I hopped onto my bed and grabbed my phone. I opened it up and saw I had a text. Izuku! I exclaimed. Izuku Midoriya, my best friend since that day at the park. Flashback. I was playing on the swing set one afternoon when suddenly I heard a cry coming from not too far away. You're making him cry, 𝐸𝐿? I heard a small voice yell. I looked over to see 5 boys. One with messy green hair seemed to be trying to protect a crying boy standing behind him. The one I assumed to be 𝐸𝐿 had spiky blonde hair and 2 followers behind him. If you keep hurting him, I'll stop you myself, the green-haired boy exclaimed. The other 3 boys started to laugh. That's when 𝐸𝐿 hit his fist against his palm, a small explosion erupting from them. I couldn't hear what he was saying, but the next thing I knew, I was running over there to protect the boy. Right before 𝐸𝐿's fist was going to make contact with the green-haired boy's face, I intervened. Using my quirk, I built a wall of earth between the 2 boys. 𝐸𝐿 looked at it with confusion before turning my way. I hope you weren't planning on punching him, I said with a smile, though my voice carried an edge. We can't have that now, can we? Who are you? 𝐸𝐿 yelled in my direction. I'm 𝐸𝐿, and I'd like to know what you're doing to these 2, I said, referring to the 2 scared boys on the other side of the dirt wall. That's none of your business. 𝐸𝐿 yelled, running towards me with his fist extended. I simply sighed and encased his whole body except his head in a water bubble. What? 𝐸𝐿 struggled against the water. I laughed and shook my head. He wouldn't be getting out of there. What is your name? I asked him, suspecting his real name wasn't 𝐸𝐿 but rather a nickname. He stared at me for a moment before responding. Katsuki Bakugo. Okay, Katsuki. I'm going to let you out of there, but you have to promise to leave these 2 alone. I said. Katsuki nodded. With a flick of my wrist, the bubble vanished, setting Katsuki free. Oh, sorry about your clothes, I said, pointing at his soaking wet outfit. Here, don't move. With another flick of my wrist, a strong gust of wind blew toward him. I could see he was a bit surprised. Within seconds, his clothes were dry. Thanks, Angel, Katsuki said, looking at his clothes. I felt a blush rise at the unexpected nickname. Why, you're welcome, I replied, looking away. Katsuki smirked at me. Well, I'll see you around then? Katsuki said. I nodded, and he began to walk away with his friends following. But I noticed the glare he shot at the other boy. After they left, I approached the green-haired boy, wondering where the other one had gone. I assumed he had taken off when he had the chance. "Hey, you okay?" I asked, extending my hand to him. He nodded and took my hand. "Thank you so much for saving me," he exclaimed. "My name's Izuku Midoriya. You have such a cool quirk." I smiled brightly. "Thanks. I'm FNLN." From that moment on, we became best friends. I always made sure to protect Izuku whenever someone bullied him. It was amusing to see him fanboy over All Might, who just so happened to be my dad. And believe it or not, I'm really close to Katsuki as well. He may not seem like it, but he's a really good guy. I'm so lucky to have those two in my life. Flashback and I read the text. Broccoli boy, hey NN. Are you doing anything today? Nope, I don't think so. Broccoli boy, me neither. Wanna hang out? Sure. What do you have in mind? Broccoli boy, wanna just roll with what fate gives us? I'll be at your place at me. I glanced at my clock. 8:42 a.m. 9:30-ish? Broccoli boy, great. See you then. Thank goodness. I won't be stuck with boredom today, I exclaimed. And I'm going to leave it there. I know this was a pretty simple chapter, just a flashback of how I met the boys, but I promise they'll get better. Anyway, until next time. My Saturday with Izuku was a blast. We had a dance battle, I won, baked the most delicious brownies I've had in ages, and had a Disney movie marathon. Fun fact, Izuku and I have both loved Disney movies since we were kids. But sadly, the day came to an end. Now I had to go to school. I went through my usual morning routine, woke up, got dressed, and so on. I hopped down the stairs and was greeted by my dear father. "Good morning, FN. Want some breakfast?" I made scrambled eggs. "Food," I exclaimed, rushing over to the kitchen. "Thanks, Dad," I said with a smile and a mouthful of food. I quickly finished, grabbed my bag, said goodbye to my dad, and started my adventure to school. I lived pretty close, so it wasn't long before I arrived at the front of the In the distance, I spotted a familiar head of ash blonde. I had a plan. Thanks to the electrical part of my quirk, I could move faster than the speed of light, practically teleporting anywhere in my field of vision. In the blink of an eye, I was behind Katsuki. 3, 2, 1. Kit Kat. I yelled. Katsuki turned around and grabbed my wrist. He had a scowl on his face, but I could tell he wasn't really mad. "I told you not to call me that." Come on, Katsuki, where's the fun in that?" I said with a bright smile. Katsuki's face tinted pink before he spoke again. "Come on, Angel, let's get going." "Go on without me, Katsuki. I'm going to wait for Izuku." Katsuki scoffed before walking off. After a bit of waiting, I saw Izuku entering the school gates. "Izuku!" I called out, waving my arms. He saw me and quickly came over. "Another villain attack?" I asked. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck, smiling. "Yeah. Well, let's get going," I said, interlocking our arms. "We don't want to be late for class." And with that, we ran off to class. Sadly, Izuku and I didn't have any classes together, so the only time I saw him throughout the day was at lunch. When the final bell rang, I quickly gathered my things and headed out the door. As I walked down the hall, I heard two familiar voices. "Katsuki, Izuku?" I made my way to where the voices were and started to feel more and more agitated. "Katsuki, if you lay one hand on him, I'll make sure you regret it." From the doorway, I saw Katsuki holding Izuku's notebook, with his little friends laughing about who knows what. "Katsuki," I called from where I stood. That alone made everyone stop. I walked over to Katsuki and grabbed the notebook from his hands. "What have I told you about taking things that don't belong to you?" I stared him dead in the eye. He only responded with a grumble. I turned back to Izuku. "Here you go, Izuku." "Thanks, Vivian," he said, taking the notebook. I turned back to Katsuki. "Katsuki, seriously, you really need to stop bothering people." I crossed my arms. I hated doing this to Katsuki, but I also hated him picking on others. Why do you protect this nerd anyway, FN? You're so much stronger than him, why bother?" "Well, why do I still put up with your nonsense?" I questioned. Katsuki gave me a puzzled look before I continued. "It's because you're my friend, and I care about you. And I care about Izuku too. That's why." With that, I grabbed Izuku's hand, and we left. Izuku was quiet as we walked, staring down at his notebook. I wished I had gotten there in time to stop Katsuki from messing it up. Finally, I tried talking to him. "Hey, Izuku. You alright?" I asked. Without lifting his head, Izuku started. "Effin, am I just hopeless? Am I crazy for trying to become a hero?" I stopped, grabbing Izuku's shoulders to make him look at me. "Izuku, listen to me. No matter what anyone says, no matter what anyone thinks of you, never give up on trying to be a hero, okay? He nodded, a smile starting to grow on his face. Thank you, 𝐸𝐭, he said, and we started to walk again. He was telling me about the fight this morning when suddenly something began to emerge from the drain behind us. As it continued to grow, we could make out what it was. A villain? 𝐸𝐿 said, fear filling his eyes. That's when the villain lunged at us. I managed to push 𝐸𝐿 out of the way, but the sludge villain captured me instead. YN. I heard 𝐸𝐿 call out. Oh no, oh no, oh no. 𝐸𝐿, stay back. I can handle this. I yelled. I then encased myself in an air bubble. Okay, 𝐸𝐿, this is what you've trained for. I shot the bubble outward, freeing myself from the villain's grasp. I ran over beside 𝐸𝐿. Are you okay? He exclaimed. Yes, I'm fine. I needed to stop this guy. I stepped forward and put my hands together. Okay, here we go. I was about to shoot a ball of fire towards the villain when a familiar voice called out. Texas Smash. Dad had punched the villain, causing a gust of wind to blow. I stood my ground, but 𝐸𝐿 shot off in another direction. Once the wind cleared, I ran over to him. 𝐸𝐿, are you okay? I asked. He seemed to be unconscious. He'll be fine, I said, standing up and walking over to my dad. That's when I noticed 𝐸𝐿's notebook lying on the ground. I picked it up and handed it to my dad. Could you sign this, Dad? He's a big fan. After a couple of minutes of Dad gently waking 𝐸𝐿, he finally opened his eyes, with both of us hovering over him. Now, let me just say, the look on 𝐸𝐿's face when he realized the one and only hero All Might was standing over him was priceless. Oh good, you're awake, I said, smiling down at him. Ah? 𝐸𝐿 yelled, scooting backward. I couldn't help but laugh at his reaction. Haha, sorry about that. All Might said to poor 𝐸𝐿, who was still shaking from the shock. Oh, 𝐸𝐿, calm down. I said, walking over to him and helping him up. He wasn't saying anything. He looked as if he'd just seen a ghost. You two were a big help today, All Might continued. I have captured the villain. He held up 2 bottles of sludge. Suddenly, 𝐸𝐿 came back to his senses. Holy cow. I've got to get an autograph. I gotta have a pen here somewhere. That's when I handed him his notebook with a smile on my face. Oh, thank you. Would you please sign my 𝐻? He already did. He exclaimed, seeing the autograph on the pages of his notebook. He began bowing to All Might, thanking him profusely. All Might gave him a thumbs up. Well, I gotta get this guy to the police so they can take care of him. Stay out of trouble, you two. See you around. I smiled with my eyes closed and waved to my dad as he jumped off. That's when I heard the screaming. I opened my eyes to see my dad way up in the air with 𝐸𝐿 holding onto his leg. Dad was trying to push him off. What was he thinking? He could get seriously hurt from that height. I flew up to the two, quickly catching up. Hey, if you push him off now, he'll get hurt. I exclaimed. Oh, you're right. The 3 of us landed by a nearby building. My whole life just flashed before my eyes, 𝐸𝐿 said, looking pale. Not a very smart move on your part, All Might began. Well, I really must get going. Wait, not yet. 𝐸𝐿 yelled. No kid, I don't have time. But I have to know. 𝐸𝐿 stopped trying to chase after All Might. I stood back, watching as he looked down, clenching his fists. Is it possible to become a hero even if I don't have a quirk? That made all my pause. I'm just a normal kid. I don't have any powers to call my own. Could I ever hope to be someone like you? I watched with wide eyes as my father turned around to face 𝐸𝐿. Without a quirk? And that's when he started to smoke. I knew about the accident and how his time in his hero form was limited, so seeing him like this didn't surprise me at all. I don't think 𝐸𝐿 noticed because he continued. People don't think I have a chance. Well, except 𝐸𝐿 of course, he said, turning my way. It seems she's the only one that believes in me. I walked up to him with a warm smile. The people in my class make fun of me, but 𝐸𝐿 is always there when I need her. I felt my cheeks warm at his words. And all those people make me want to keep pushing forward. I want people to see my fearless smile and feel safe. Just like you, All Might. The cloud of smoke had cleared, revealing my dad's skeletal form. Here we go, I said, rolling my eyes. 𝐸𝐿 started shaking his head, accusing my dad of not being the real All Might. 𝐸𝐿, I placed my hand on his shoulder. I can assure you that this is the real All Might. How? He exclaimed. And so All Might explained everything about his hero form, the accident, everything. This job isn't easy. So can you be a hero? Not without a quirk. Even I was a bit surprised. And with that he left. I looked from the door to 𝐸𝐿, who was barely holding back tears. I grabbed his chin, making him look up at me. He had a face full of shock. His eyes were already starting to puff up as tears ran down his freckled cheeks. All I could do was smile. That's what Dad always taught me to do. Not All Might but my birth dad. He always said, when times get tough, smile. Come on, I said to him. Let's get down from here. He nodded and started walking to the door but was stopped by me. We're going the fun way. He looked at me with confusion before I threw him on my back and took off the side of the building. I could hear Izuku screaming into my HLHC hair for the first few seconds, but the screams soon subsided and were replaced with sounds of awe. How come you never told me you could fly? Izuku exclaimed. I laughed as we landed on the ground. I'm not sure. It just never came up, I guess. We continued our journey when suddenly we saw people screaming and running away from a large cloud of smoke in the distance. Izuku and I exchanged glances and immediately ran to the scene. Once we got there, we saw the police and a few heroes gathered around one area, a large crowd standing behind them. Hey, isn't that the villain All Might fought earlier? I heard a random civilian call out. I started walking to the front of the crowd, pushing people out of the way to do so. When I reached the front, I saw the same villain that had attacked Izuku and me earlier that day. People were continuously pushing me to get a better view, and I was eventually pushed back to where I could no longer see the villain. But I could still hear the voice coming from it. You messed with the wrong kid. Let go of me, you monster. There was only one person I knew who sounded like that. I raced forward, ignoring the objections from the police and heroes. Only one thing mattered to me at that moment. I stopped about 10 feet in front of the villain. Katsuki! I yelled. I could see him struggling against the sludge, small explosions erupting around him, but they didn't seem to be making any impact. Katsuki looked over at me, urgency in his voice. Angel? What are you doing here? Go now. Was that worry I heard? And leave you? No way. I extended my right arm, gripping my wrist with my left hand. Hey, just knee clear. Shut. Oh, come on. I thought, frustrated. Every time I thought I had a clear shot, the sludge monster would shift, blocking Katsuki. Just then, I caught a flash of green in my peripheral vision. Izuku! Deku! What are you doing? I yelled, urgency creeping into my voice. I don't know. My legs just started moving, he yelled back, clawing at the sludge monster, but it was ineffective. Well, I guess this is the best I can do for now. I put my hands together and created an air bubble around Katsuki. It wasn't much, but at least he could breathe without struggling now. Not this again, the sludge villain said, clearly annoyed by my bubble, similar to the one I had made earlier. I'm tired of playing around with you too. A massive sludge hand came down, ready to strike Izuku, who was still clawing at him. I rushed over, trying to shield him from the blow. But the blow never came. I really am pathetic. I looked up, still holding Izuku, to see my dad. All Might. Izuku said, finally looking up. I told you the traits to make a great champion, but his arms were wrapped in sludge. I see I wasn't living up to my own ideal. All Might easily broke free from the villain's grip. I let go of Izuku, both of us looking up as All Might prepared for his attack. Detroit's smash, he yelled, sending the villain flying and freeing Katsuki. I managed to stand my ground, but Katsuki and Izuku were both held by my father to keep them from being blown away. The wind howled fiercely, and that's when I felt the first drops of rain on my face. I looked up, and sure enough, it had begun to rain. Wow, Dad, you really are something else. Cheers erupted from the crowd. I was briefly stopped by a few heroes, both for my acts of bravery and for rushing into the battle. Once I broke free from the crowd, I rushed over to Katsuki, who seemed to be surrounded by dozens of heroes and civilians congratulating him. I decided to wait until they faded out before approaching him. Kit Kat. I called when most of the crowd had dispersed. Are you okay? You're not hurt, are you? Katsuki gave me that familiar cocky smile. Don't be stupid, I'm fine. Not a single scratch on me. That guy would have to do a whole lot more to take me down. He paused, looking down and stuffing his hands into his pockets. And, thanks for the bubble. It was barely audible, but I heard it nonetheless. What was that? I said sweetly, putting my hand up to my ear. I said, thanks for the bubble, he mumbled a bit louder. You're gonna have to speak up, Kit Kat. I said thanks for the bubble. And stop calling me that, he yelled. I looked up at him, laughing. I'm sorry, but that's not gonna happen. Katsuki mumbled something under his breath that I couldn't quite catch, and I decided it was best not to pry. I'm just glad you're all right, I told him, before walking away to find Izuku, but he was nowhere to be seen. Now that I thought about it, I couldn't find Dad either. I figured it would be easier to travel above ground than on the streets, so I jumped up to a nearby building and started searching for any signs of the two. After about 5 minutes, I spotted Dad and Izuku talking on the side of a street. Dad was in his skeleton form. I couldn't hear their conversation, but I had a good idea of what it was about. I smiled to myself before jumping down to join them. When I landed, I saw Izuku on the ground, tears streaming down his face. The average person might think this was a bad sign, but I knew Izuku well enough to know that wasn't the case at all. So, Dad, you finally found someone worthy of one for all? That got Izuku's attention. Even? What? That? What's going on? Izuku asked, looking between me and my dad in a panic. Dad sighed before starting. Yes, young Midoriya. FN is my daughter. I smiled at Izuku. But you two look nothing alike, he exclaimed. You see, Izuku, I said as I walked over to him, All Might is my adoptive father. He let out a small before Dad continued. And to answer your question, FN I have. He looked directly at Izuku. Young Midoriya, you will inherit my power one for all. It will take a lot of training and effort, but I know you will pull through. I chose you for a reason. Izuku's eyes began to well up again. I promise I won't let you down. Either of you, he said, looking at me. I couldn't help but blush a little. I know you won't, Izuku. You're going to become an amazing hero. And I'm going to help you through it all. I pulled him into a side hug. We'll both become amazing heroes. Just you wait. I cheered, throwing my fist in the air. I could see my dad smile. Yeah, let's do this. Here we go. It had been a few months since Izuku started training for UA's entrance exam. I hadn't been able to join him and Dad for training yet because I had been busy preparing myself. But from what Dad told me, Izuku still had a very long way to go. Today, I decided to drop by and see for myself. I threw on a simple FC hoodie and some black leggings. I didn't care if it was hot outside, I was going to wear a hoodie. Deal with it. Dad told me they trained at the beach, so I started making my way there. I'd only been to the beach once, and from what I remembered, it didn't even feel like a beach. I wonder what they're doing there. I finally arrived at the beach and spotted Izuku running around with a tire, while Dad yelled something I couldn't quite hear. I made my way over to them. Hiya! I called out. Even? What are you doing here? Izuku asked, stopping in his tracks. Just came to see how your training is going. What exactly are you doing? I asked, pointing to the tire he was carrying. That's when Dad approached and joined the conversation. I'm having him clean this whole section of the beach, he said, gesturing outward. Oh, I didn't expect your training to be so easy, Izuku. You really dodged a bullet. I said, smiling brightly at him. His jaw dropped in surprise. This is easy for you? He exclaimed. I awkwardly scratched the back of my neck, nodding. Now FN, Dad started, you have to remember that most people aren't as advanced as you are. He finished by placing a hand on my shoulder. I looked up at him and nodded with a smile. I'll remember. So, I clapped my hands together. What can I do to help? I want to make Izuku as strong as he can be. Izuku blushed at my words, and I couldn't help but smile. He's so adorable when he's flustered. Dad thought for a moment. Follow me. I followed him to a strangely large fridge-like object. Sit on this. I did as he instructed. Midoriya is going to pull this with you on top of it. That will make it a little more challenging. He said, and Izuku began pulling me in the fridge. I tried really hard to encourage him, and I think it was working. He did really well. The next few months seemed to fly by. You could really see Izuku's improvement as time passed, and I was proud of my own progress as well. I had been focusing on enhancing my quirk's power, particularly in creating objects out of ice. I thought it was going pretty well. And before either Izuku or I knew it, the day had come. On the morning of the exam, Dad and I woke up really early to drive to the beach and check on Izuku. The sun was just starting to rise as we parked the car. As we walked toward the beach, we heard a sort of battle cry. I looked up to see Izuku, I mumbled to myself. There he was, standing atop a mound of trash, yelling his heart out to the rising sun ahead of him. I smiled. He did it. Dad and I rushed over. Hey, holy cow, kid, Dad said, looking over the spotless beach in amazement. You even cleaned outside of the area I told you to. Seriously, there's not a speck of trash left in sight. Only a little time to spare, but you went beyond what you needed to. I exclaimed. Good work, Izuku. Oh my goodness. Dad yelled, changing into his hero form. I looked at Izuku and saw him wobbling. Oh no, he started to fall, but luckily, I was able to catch him before he hit the ground. Don't overwork yourself, buddy. I looked at him with concern. He gave me a reassuring smile, letting me know he was all right. I set him down on the now spotless beach. Excellent work, young Midoriya. Dad called as he walked over to us. I did it all might, he said weakly. I did everything. Do you think I'm ready now? Yeah. You did great, kid. I've got to say, I'm impressed. I knew you had it in you, but this has exceeded my expectations. He looked at me and nodded. I nodded back and pulled out my phone. Izuku, look at this. I showed him a picture of when he first started his training, the old, scrawny Izuku Midoriya I had known for years. This was you 10 months ago. I put my phone away. And look at you now. You've come so far. Dad exclaimed from behind. There's still a long road ahead of you before you can inherit my full power. But, he gestured to the mounds of garbage behind him that Izuku had cleared from the beach. It's starting to look like you can do it. Izuku looked down, bringing his hand to his face. Oh my fin. Do I deserve this? Are you sure? We both looked at him, confused. Izuku, what do you mean? I questioned, tilting my head to the side. You've both put so much time and energy into helping me. Tears began to stream down his face. How did I get so lucky? Oh, Aizu, I said, pulling him into a hug. He wrapped his arms around me. I could feel his tears wetting my shirt sleeve, but that didn't matter. If anyone deserves this, trust me, it's you. He nodded into my shoulder. I pulled away and smiled at him, which, unsurprisingly, made him blush. Thanks, NN. Remember, Dad started again, your hard work did this. Not mine nor Effen's. Now, Izuku Midoriya, it is time for your reward. Why, sir? Dad pulled a single blonde hair from his head, holding it out. Someone once told me there's a difference between being lucky and deserving. One's an accident, one's a reward. Never get the two confused. Take that to heart, young man. You have earned this gift with your own strength and efforts. Izuku's face shifted to pure determination, but that quickly changed when Dad said, eat this. I couldn't help but burst out laughing at the expression he made. To inherit my power, you have to swallow some of my DNA. That's how it works, Dad said, rubbing the back of his neck. Sorry. This just isn't exactly how I imagined it. Come on. There's no time. You'll be late for the exam. Eat. This is going to be a long day. The time had finally come. UA's entrance exam. Hurry up, Izuku. We'll be late if you don't pick up the pace. Izuku and FN were making their way to UA, the most prestigious hero school in the world. The acceptance rate was incredibly low, but FN felt that they could both make it. Sorry. You're just so fast. Izuku called out, trying to keep up with the girl with HC hair. Suddenly, an idea sparked in FN's mind. She scooped Izuku up and dashed all the way to UA. Ah! Izuku yelled, gripping tightly to her neck. It wasn't every day you traveled at such incredible speed. Within moments, they arrived. And never do that again, he stammered, trying to regain his balance. Sorry, but we got here a lot faster, didn't we? She replied with a goofy smile. It was a simple act, but it made the green-haired boy blush furiously. The pair walked toward the doors of UA, and Izuku covered his mouth, mumbling to himself. I may have eaten the hair, but I don't feel any more powerful. I didn't even get to test out my new quirk. Don't worry, Izuku, you'll do. FN was interrupted by a familiar voice. Stupid Deku. They turned to see a certain ash blonde approaching. Kaken, Izuku said as Katsuki neared them. Ah, Katsuki, how are you? FN greeted warmly, flashing a smile. Katsuki looked away, a hint of pink on his cheeks, letting out his usual he sound. Get out of my way now before he started, but his expression remained blank. This sent poor Izuku into a stuttering fit. FN laughed at his antics. Unbeknownst to her, Katsuki turned back, a small smile creeping onto his face as he watched her laugh, a blush still evident, before continuing on his way. Once FN's laughter subsided, they resumed their walk to UA. Suddenly, Izuku tripped. FN didn't have time to react. Izuku braced himself for the fall. But it never came. A girl appeared beside them, with short brown hair, a round face, and rosy cheeks. Are you okay? She asked Izuku, who was floating in midair. He began to panic, flailing his limbs, but FN quickly set him upright. The girl smiled with her eyes closed. I stopped you with my quirk. I'm sorry I didn't ask first, but I didn't think you'd mind me catching you. Your quirk? Oh, so you must have some type of gravity quirk then, right? FN inquired. The girl nodded. Isn't this all just a bit nerve-wracking? She asked. It was amusing to FN to see Izuku so flustered. Well, I guess I'll see you two inside. Bye. With that, the girl walked off. Holy wow, I just talked to a girl. Izuku exclaimed. FN's sweat dropped. First off, I'm a girl, Izuku. Second, I did all the talking. Time skipped to the auditorium. POV. Izuku and I entered the auditorium and took our seats. I was sitting with Katsuki to my right and Izuku on my left. In front of us was none other than Uncle Present Mike. Thanks to my dad being all might, I've had the chance to meet and get close to many pro heroes, including Uncle Present Mike, Miss Midnight, and my old babysitter Aizawa. Okay, I've always imagined Aizawa being an awesome babysitter, so let me have this. I've known these heroes since I was 6, so it's comforting to know I'll see them around the school if I get in, that is. Alright, UA candidates, thanks for tuning in to me, your school DJ. Come on, let me hear you say Silence. I felt bad for Uncle Mike, so I decided to join in. Yeah. I shouted into the audience. I could hear Izuku trying to stifle a laugh. Uncle Mike looked right at me and winked. I winked back. There's the enthusiasm I'm looking for. Now, let's talk about how this practical exam is going to go, okay? Are you ready? Begins silence. Well, I can't let him down now. Yeah, we are. I called out once more. This time, Izuku and a few others in the crowd couldn't hold back their laughter. Alrighty then. Mike began to explain the rules of the exams. I could hear Izuku fanboying over the particular hero, but since I'd known him for so long, I learned to tune it out. As your application said, you rocking boys and girls will be conducting 10-minute mock battles in super hip urban settings. Uncle Mick's choice of words always made me chuckle. Here are your joints, my friends. A bunch of letters appeared on the screen behind him, each indicating a different sector. After I drop the mic here, you'll all head off to your specified battle centers. I looked down at my card. I'm in E, I said, peering over the boys' shoulders. Ah, come on. I'm not with either of you. I pouted. It looks like they're splitting us up so we can't work with any of our friends, Katsuki said, glancing at my card. Yeah, Kakin, you're right, Izuku agreed. All of our examinee numbers are one after the other, but none of us are in the same battle center. Darn, I was really looking forward to crushing you, Deku, Katsuki said, glaring at his card. I lightly punched his shoulder, causing him to smirk. Uncle Mike continued. Okay, let's check out your targets. He explained the bots and the point system they had, which seemed a lot like a video game. Just then, a tall boy with blue hair and glasses raised his hand. Excuse me, sir. I have a question. Hit me, Mike yelled, pointing at the boy. On the printout, you've listed 4 types of villains, not 3. With all respect, if this is an error on official UA material, it is shameful. Couldn't help but snicker. What's with this guy? As students, we expect the best from Japan's most notable school. A mistake such as this will not do. He then turned and pointed at Izuku and me. And additionally you too. The one with the messy hair. You've been muttering this entire time. Stop that. And you, with the HC hair, will you please stop with your shouting? If you two can't bother to take this seriously, then leave. You're being a major distraction. I spoke up before Izuku could start rambling. I'm sorry, just trying to ease the mood. I promise we'll keep it down. Sorry for troubling you, I said with a smile. The boy nodded with a quick, thank you, and turned back to present Mike. Alright, examinee number 7111, present Mike continued. Thanks for calling in with your request. The 4th villain type is worth 0 points. It's just an obstacle we'll be throwing in your way. There's one in every center, so think of it as something you should just try to avoid. Not that it can't be beaten, there's just kind of no point. The blue-haired boy bowed to the pro hero. Thank you very much. Please, continue. He said and took his seat. That's all I've got for you today, folks. I'm going to sign you off with a sample of our school motto. As General Napoleon once laid down, a true hero is one who overcomes life's misfortunes. You ready to go beyond? Let's hear a plus ultra. This time I kept quiet. I didn't want to upset the blue-haired guy anymore. But I still gave Uncle Mike a small wink. Good luck. And with that we headed off to the buses. I headed over to the buses with the letter T on the front. I must have been one of the last ones because most of the seats were taken already. I walked through the bus until I found a seat with an open space. A person was sitting there already. He had red hair that was spiked up. Hi, mind if I sit by you? I asked. The boy smiled at me. Not at all. He scooted over and I plopped down next to him. I'm Ijiro Kirishima. FNLN. Nice to meet you. I smiled at the redhead. Isn't this exciting? We are actually about to take the practical for UA. He smiled and nodded at me. I know. It's so manly. He clenched his fist in front of him. I gave him a strange look but still agreed with him. Very manly. We talked for the short bus ride, but before we knew it, we were there. One by one, we got off the bus. We all stood there for a second looking at the fake city. But I didn't want to waste any more time. Good luck, Kiri. I yelled before running into the battle center. What are you waiting for? Present Mick's voice echoed around us. Don't just stand there. Follow her. He yelled. Everyone that was quite a ways behind me started running in after me. So the battle begins. I was taking down bots left and right. I had already lost track of how many points I had gained, but I knew it was well past 50 at this point. That's when I heard a scream in the distance. I looked over to see a girl about to be crushed by a 2-pointer. I didn't think twice. Using my electricity, I dashed over in less than a second. I jumped and struck the bot, causing it to malfunction. I landed and turned to the girl. Are you okay? I asked, helping her up. Thanks to you. She exclaimed. You're amazing. I gave her a sweet smile and continued with the exam. I made sure to not only destroy the robots but also help the people who seemed to be in tough situations. That's what a real hero would do, right? Just then, the ground started to shake. A giant robot emerged from behind the buildings ahead. It's the zero-pointer. It's massive. Everyone started running away from the robot. There were only a few minutes left. Everyone was trying to get as many points as they could. But I stayed put. There was someone over there, a boy, he was limping. Ellen, come on, we gotta go. I heard Kirishima yell for me. But I didn't move. LN. Eventually I tuned him out. I ran forward, using my air quirk to lift the boy up. He looked confused at first but soon realized what my intentions were. Switching to Earth, I made a platform and placed the boy on it. Are you okay? I called to him. He nodded his head and then laid on the earthy ground. I turned back to the robot that was getting closer and closer. Okay, Effin, you can do this. I let the electricity flow through my entire body and jumped as high as I could. Then, with all my concentration, I released an immense amount of fire, completely incinerating the robot. That was tiring. I've never released that much power before. I slowly floated back down to the ground, only to be surrounded by the other participants, showered with words of praise and thanks. Wow. You are amazing. Thank you so much for helping me back there. I thought for sure I was a goner. How many quirks do you have? I've seen you use at least 4 different elements. Good work, LN. Kirishima came up to me, throwing his arm over my shoulders. You are a force to reckon with. I gave him a small smile. Thanks, Kiri. That's when I remembered the boy. Excuse me, I said to the crowd and made my way to the Earth Tower. Slowly, I lowered it down until the boy could easily get down. Thank you so much. Without you, I would have been crushed. He said, rubbing the back of his neck. I'm Nico Hinata. Nice to meet you, Nico. I'm FNLN. I said with an outstretched hand. Nico gladly took it. A pleasure. And with that, UA's practical exams were over. Time skipped to about a week later. I was sitting in my living room, texting Nico. He was a really cool guy. But sadly, he didn't get into the hero course. He got into the general classes, though, so at least he was going to UA. That's when a knock came from the front door. I walked over to the door, setting down my phone. I opened the door to reveal the postman, Yuto. Yuto, how are you? I'm doing all right, villain. I got a pretty special letter for you, he said, handing me a letter from UA. I gasped, a smile spreading across my face. Thank you. Bye, Yuto, I exclaimed, waving as the friendly postman walked off. I ran directly to my room and went to my desk. I quickly tore open the envelope. Inside was a small device. Then a hologram popped up in front of me. Dad, I said, staring at my dad's holographic form. Hello, dear FN. He said. I am proud to say that you have been accepted into UA. Congratulations. I smiled brightly. You passed with flying colors, not only gaining 86 combat points but also 75 rescue points. Rescue points? Those exist? I asked. A hero doesn't just fight, they also rescue people from dangerous situations. And because you were able to do this, you scored the highest in the whole exam. My eyes widened. The whole exam? Hundreds of people took that exam and I was at the top. Welcome, Finn, to UA High. And the hologram disappeared. I ran downstairs, grabbed my phone, and texted Izuku. Me, I'm coming over in 5. Broccoli boy, okay? I quickly threw on a jacket and my shoes, then dashed out the door. In minutes, I arrived without even using my quirk. I was about to knock when I spotted Yuto approaching. That must be Izuku's letter. I hurried over to him. Yuto! I called. He saw me and made his way over. Do you by chance have a letter for Izuku Midoriya? I asked. In fact, he said, pulling out a letter identical to mine. I do. Can I have it? I want to be the one to deliver it to him. Yuto thought for a moment before handing me the letter. Go ahead. I thanked him and ran back to the Midoriya residence. I knocked on the door and was greeted by Izuku's wonderful mother, Inko. What a pleasant surprise. What is it you've got there? She asked, pointing at my hands. I showed her and she gasped. Come in. Come in. Izuku, she called through the house. Izuku came down the stairs. Effin' hey. He smiled at me. Izuku, your letter from UA came. Inko exclaimed. I held up the letter for him to see. His eyes widened as he shakily took the letter into his hands. Well, come on. I urged, dragging him by the arm back up the stairs and into his room. We sat down at his desk and opened the letter. The same little device fell out, and seconds later, my dad appeared once again in front of me. Booyah. I am here as a projection, he called out. Was. All might. Izuku said, confused. But this is from UA, isn't it? I know it's been a while, but with great power comes a great amount of paperwork. I chuckled quietly from behind Izuku's chair. My apologies. The truth is, I didn't come back to this city just to fight villains. Oh yeah, I never mentioned that. For a while, Dad had taken a trip far from this city, so I hadn't seen him. Of course, we called and FaceTimed every day, but still. At this time, I was staying with Aizawa-san. Anyway, you're looking at the newest UA faculty member. Dad exclaimed. What? Izuku and I both yelled in unison. I didn't know about this. How come he didn't mention it at all? I thought he came back because he missed me dearly. You're really going to be working at UA? Izuku asked. My father nodded at him. Then someone poked their arm out from the side. Okay, I'll wrap this up. But I need to show him something first. Wait, I have to do how many of these? Alright, moving on. Even though you passed the written test, you got 0 combat points on the practical. Izuku looked down, his voice trembling. I know that. Of course, I know that. It's all I've thought about. I placed my hand on Izuku's shoulder, trying to reassure him. He clenched his fists together in his lap. I could tell he was on the verge of tears. Fortunately, there were other factors. The rescue points. Did Izuku, but before we get to that, I have another surprise. A short clip for your viewing pleasure. Just then, a video of the nice girl Izuku and I had met the day of the exam popped up. Hey, do you have a sec? She said. Sorry to interrupt. Izuku looked up. Hey Even, it's that nice girl we met. Yeah. We continued watching. She showed up after the exam to talk about you, Dad said. That took Izuku by surprise. Watch. The girl was talking to Uncle Mike. You know the boy with messy hair and all the freckles? She asked. It's hard to describe his face. Sort of plain looking? I stifled a laugh. Izuku softly hit my arm, smiling. Anyway, I was wondering, would it be possible to give him some of my points? I heard him say something about just wanting to get 1 point, which just seems crazy. How could someone with that much power not gain a single point? He would have had a better score if he hadn't stopped to help me. He saved me, I have to make it up to him. Izuku stared at the video, mouth agape. Please sir, can't you just give him my points? Dad paused the video. You have a quirk now, yes. But it's your actions that inspire others. And that's why I am here. You see, the practical exam was not graded on combat alone. Here we go. I smiled to myself. The video started again. Thank you for coming to the station with your request, Present Mike began, but there's no reason to give him your points. The kid's looking fine on his own. How could the hero course reject someone who is committed to saving others no matter the consequences to himself? Dad said. After all, that is what makes a hero. And that's what my alma mater is all about. Izuku was now staring at the hologram, eyes wide, jaw hanging open. Training those who risk their lives for the greater good. So, we have rescue points. There it is. A panel of judges rewards points for heroic acts beyond fighting villains. Izuku Midoriya, 60 rescue points. I started shaking Izuku's shoulders lightly, smiling like a kid in a candy store. And Achiko Uraraka, 45 rescue points. So nice girl has a name. You both passed the exam. Izuku was literally seconds away from tears at this point. Is that this some kind of joke? He whimpered. I leaned on his head, as if the projection in front of us was some kind of movie I couldn't take my eyes off of. Welcome, Izuku. You have done it. You have made it to the Hero Academia. Izuku very weakly replied, thanks. He wiped away the tears that had started to fill his eyes. The projection disappeared. I tackled Izuku into a hug. Izuku, I knew you could do it. I exclaimed. Thanks FN. I wouldn't be here if it wasn't for you. I let him go, giving him a big smile. We're going to UA High. Okay, it's 4 in the morning and I was like, you know what, let's do chapter 7. So here you go. I'm so tired. Well anyway, I hope you guys enjoyed this chapter. Izuku and FN will start their first day of UA in chapter 8. Until next time. Spark it. I can't believe it. Today's the first day of UA. I'm actually going to UA. I thought to myself as I looked at my reflection in the school uniform. I glanced at the clock and groaned. 6:09. Normally, I wouldn't be awake at this hour, but since my dad was a teacher now, I had to rise early so he could be there before school opened. After finishing my preparations, I walked down the stairs with my backpack to grab some breakfast. I should eat something that'll give me lots of energy. No doubt today is going to be big. I decided to make my famous oatmeal, the perfect blend of delicious and nutritious. While I was preparing the meal, Dad came down wearing a nice yellow suit. Morning, Dad. Morning, Finn. You making oatmeal? I nodded with a small smile. Another reason I chose this meal was that I knew Dad loved it as much as I did, if not more. I set a bowl in front of him. Bon appetit! I exclaimed. With a quick, thank you, he started eating. Turning my back to him, a wide smile stretched across my face. I loved that he enjoyed my food so much, It made me feel really good about myself. After we both finished, Dad looked at his phone. "Oh gosh, we gotta get going, kiddo," he said. I nodded, grabbed my bag, and headed to the front door. Dad followed me out and got into the car. The drive wasn't long, 10 minutes at most. During the ride, Dad and I sang along to a bunch of songs on the radio. Before we knew it, we arrived. Since all the classrooms were still locked, I had to wait in the teacher's lounge until school officially opened, which I was fine with. We walked in, and Dad immediately went to the principal's office to talk with Mr. Nizu. I shrugged it off, Dad's a busy man, and headed for the couch. I sat down and looked out the window to my left. The view was beautiful. "Well, if it isn't little FN," said a familiar voice. I looked up and smiled. "Miss Midnight." I jumped up and wrapped her in a warm hug. "Hello, dear," she said, breaking the embrace. "How have you been? Are you excited to start your first day?" I nodded quickly. "Very excited. I've been dreaming about this day for years. It's still hard to believe I'm actually here." "What are you talking about? I knew you would go here someday since the day I met you, darling. You are incredibly powerful, intelligent, and kind, all major attributes of a pro hero," Miss Midnight said. "Thank you very much, Miss Midnight. That means a lot coming from you." She smiled before continuing. "You better get going to your class. The school opened a couple of minutes ago." "Bye, Miss Midnight. Oh, and tell my father I said goodbye as well," I said before grabbing my bag and heading out the door. I walked down the halls looking for my class, 1A. I hadn't thought to tour the school, so I was a bit lost. After a few minutes of wandering, I finally found the massive door. I opened it and, as expected, it was empty. Of course, no one else would be here this early. I took a random seat in the classroom, set down my bag, and pulled out the book I had been reading. After about 10 minutes, I heard a voice from the doorway. "Good day." I looked up to see the blue-haired boy from the exams. "How are you this fine morning?" "I am 𝐇𝐢𝐠𝐴, he said, walking over and extending his hand. I shook it kindly. "I'm doing well, thank you. I'm FNLN. "Oh, I am well aware." That surprised me. "You're all everyone's been talking about. You did rank highest in the exam, after all," 𝐸 finished. I didn't know what to say, so I just smiled. Just then, another person walked through the door. "Angel," Katsuki said as he plopped down in the seat behind me, throwing his feet up on the desk. "Kit Kat," I replied with a playful smirk. Katsuki gave me a small teeth, looking in another direction. "I told you to quit it with that nickname," he growled. "Oh, you know you like it," I shot back. He glared at me before 𝐸 interjected. "What do you think you're doing?" he called, motioning to Katsuki's legs still propped up on the desk. "Have you no respect for this academy?" "Huh." Katsuki sneered with a grin. "You're already dishonoring it by scuffing up school property. You're kidding me, right? Did your old school put a stick up your back, or were you born with it?" Katsuki was about to continue with his insults but stopped when he noticed my signature death glare. "Now, Katsuki, is that how we talk to people?" I said, my tone firm. I could see his eyes widen before he turned back to 𝐸. "Just a hint of advice, Glasses," he mumbled. "Don't upset FN. It'll be the end of all of us if she gets mad." He turned away, and I smiled at the exchange before looking around the classroom. It was filling up with interesting people. That's when I noticed Izuku standing in the doorway. "Oh, Izuku, you're here," I said, getting up and walking over to him. "Hey," he said nervously, practically shaking. Just then 𝐸 marched over. "Hello, I am 𝐇𝐢𝐠𝐸 from..." He was interrupted by Izuku waving his arms in front of him. "Why, 𝐸 I'm Izuku Midoriya. Super nice to meet you." I giggled at his antics. I couldn't help it. Then something unexpected happened. 𝐸 apologized to both of us. "I am very sorry to have misjudged you both. As students, you are far superior to me," he finished, waving his hands as if chopping an invisible object. "Hey, I recognize you too," said a voice from behind us. We turned around to see the girl from the exams. I was pretty sure her name was Achiko Uraraka. "You guys were amazing," she exclaimed. We quickly fell into a conversation, though it was mostly me and Uraraka talking. "I'm FNLN. You're Achiko Uraraka, right?" She looked a bit puzzled at how I knew her name for a moment, but her expression soon brightened. "That's me. Does Falling Boy here have a name?" she asked. I playfully grabbed Izuku's shoulders and smiled at her. "This dork is my best friend, Izuku Midoriya," I said. "Come on, Izuku, say hi." I whispered in his ear. Hi. "I guess I should thank you for going in and talking to present mic for me," he said, covering his face. "How'd you know about that?" Uraraka asked. "Oh, what?" he stuttered. We continued our conversation until a familiar monotone voice interrupted us. "If you're just here to make friends, you can pack up your stuff now and leave." We all looked down to see a man who looked like he desperately needed a nap, wrapped in a yellow caterpillar-like sleeping bag. Everyone around me seemed shocked, but I couldn't help but smile. Welcome to UA's hero course. The man unzipped himself from the sleeping bag, revealing our homeroom teacher. Nice to see you, 𝐸𝐿, I said, smiling at him. Uraraka stared at me in disbelief. 𝐸𝐿, you know this guy? I nodded at her as 𝐸𝐿 continued. It took you 8 whole seconds to quiet down. That's not going to work. Time is precious. Rational students would understand that. He then surveyed the entire class. Hello, I'm Shota 𝐸𝐿, your homeroom teacher. Once again, everyone except me, Katsuki, and a boy with red and white hair made sounds of disbelief. Right? 𝐸𝐿 continued, pulling out gym uniforms. Everyone put these on and head outside. And that's how my first day at UA began. A quirk assessment test? Class 1A questioned, looking at 𝐸𝐿 in confusion. But, orientation, Uraraka said. We're going to miss it. If you really want to make it big, then you can't waste time on pointless ceremonies. Here at UA, we're not bound by traditions. That means I get to run my class however I see fit. The class gasped softly. Typical 𝐸𝐿. He continued, you've been taking standardized tests for most of your lives, but you never got to use your quirks. The country is still trying to convince us we're all equal by not letting those with the most power excel. He then turned to me. 𝐸𝐿, you managed to score the most points in the entrance exam. I nodded. What was your longest throw with the softball in junior high? I thought for a moment. 153 meters. What? That's without her quirk? Imagine the distance with it. No wonder she scored highest. Wow. I giggled at my classmates' astonishment. Now try doing it with your quirk. I walked to the center of a wide circle, grabbing a ball on the way. Anything goes as long as you stay in the circle, 𝐸𝐿-san instructed. All right, I said, winding my arm back. I'm going to blow you out of the park. Literally. I harnessed a surge of electricity into the ball to propel it even farther than it would go with just my air. Here we go. I yelled and let the ball fly. I could hear the sounds of amazement from my classmates behind me. I turned back to 𝐸𝐿. So, how did I do? He flipped his phone around to show an infinity symbol. Infinity? The class exclaimed from behind. I smiled and walked back to my classmates. 𝐸𝐿, you are amazing, Kirishima said as he approached me. Hee, thanks, Kiri. And please just call me 𝐸𝐿, okay? I noticed a slight blush spread across Kirishima's face. All right, 𝐸𝐿. That looked so fun. I want to go. A girl with pink skin, Ashido I think, called out. Heh, 𝐸𝐿 chuckled. You think this is all fun and games? Today you will go through many physical tests to gauge your potential. The person who comes in last will be expelled. Everyone was shocked. I merely rolled my eyes. They do know he's joking, right? I whispered to the girl standing next to me, whose name I believed was Yaoyorozu. She too did not seem fazed by 𝐸𝐿's claim. I sure hope so. It's obvious he wouldn't do that, she whispered back. I nodded. Now, 𝐸𝐿 said, let the games begin. The first test was a 50-meter dash. Easy enough. Unlike most people, I enjoyed running. My opponent was a boy with blonde hair styled in a lightning bolt shape. We both got ready at the starting line. Geo, the machine called. Almost immediately, it started making glitching sounds. 0.00001 seconds. I dusted myself off. Ah, how I love my electricity. 5.45 seconds, the machine announced again. I looked to my right to see the blonde-haired boy panting. Wow, 𝐿𝐿, I wish my electricity could do. Do that, he said, looking up at me. I'm Denki Kaminari, he introduced himself. Nice to meet you, Kaminari. Call me 𝐸𝐿, I replied. He nodded, and we walked off toward the crowd. Next was the grip test. I held onto the machine, ready to take the test, but my mind wandered elsewhere. Chicken nuggets. That's when I heard something crack in my hand. I looked down to see the machine broken. I hadn't even realized I was taking the test. Welp. I walked over to 𝐸𝐿. 𝐸𝐿-san? 𝐸𝐿? What is it, 𝐸𝐿? He asked. I showed him the broken test with an embarrassed smile. Geez kid, he said wide-eyed. Well, I guess you rank highest in this one. Next was the standing long jump. Nothing too hard, really. I just used my air to lift me up, landing about 10 feet past the ending line. The repeated side steps were pretty easy, you get the drill by now. Then it was time for the ball throw. I had already taken this test, so I got to relax. Uraraka went up and threw the ball into the sky. 𝐸𝐿 showed us his phone. Another infinity? The class exclaimed. I ran up to Uraraka and gave her a high five. Good job, Uraraka, I exclaimed. She gave me a sweet smile. Thanks, 𝐸𝐿. Then it was Izuku's turn. I watched closely, not listening to what the people around me were saying. Come on, Izuku. Show them what you got. Izuku wound his arm back, light coursing through his veins. He let the ball go and... 46 meters. My eyes widened. What? That's when I looked over to Aizawa. A grin slid onto my face. Aizawa-san, you sly dog. Aizawa made his way over to the muttering Izuku. I erased your quirk, Aizawa said, his hair and scarf floating around him. He looked pretty intimidating, not gonna lie. The judges for this exam are irrational. Someone like you should never be able to enroll in this school. Izuku thought for a moment before he realized what was happening. Wait, I know you. You're Eraserhead. It was kind of funny hearing everyone question who this guy was. Ah, poor Aizawa. You're not ready, you don't have control over your power. Now I was starting to get a little fed up. I love Aizawa like a father, but he was being pretty harsh on my friend. Were you planning on breaking your bones again? Counting on someone else to save your body? Yeah, that's enough. Aizawa-san, stop. Everyone looked at me, including Aizawa and Izuku. You've gone too far. I get what you're trying to say, but enough is enough. My classmates started to murmur around me while Aizawa glared at me. He completely disregarded me and went back to Izuku, making the anger bubble inside me. Sparks started coming off my body. This always happens when I get angry. It seems like a lot of my emotions are tied to one of my quirks. I clenched my fists together. Thousands of thoughts rushed through my head. I wasn't thinking straight. Who does Aizawa think he is? I'm gonna. Hey, are you okay? I felt a hand on my shoulder. I immediately calmed down and looked over to the person. It was a girl with purple hair and earphone jacks hanging from her ears. I looked down embarrassed. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to get so riled up, I said to her. Don't worry about it, it happens to the best of us. I'm 𝐇𝐢𝐭 by the way. Heh, it's weird having everyone already know your name, I said. With a smile. Well, you are the big talk around here lately. We both laughed and then looked back out to the field. Izuku was back in the circle. I assumed Aizawa had given him his quirk back. I watched as Izuku threw the ball but didn't see any light from his arm. I looked closer and that's when I saw it. His finger? Izuku, you genius. By harnessing your power into just your finger, you won't break your arm but still give off tons of force. The ball flew through the air at an alarming rate. We looked up as it soared through the sky. Aizawa showed us the phone. 705.3 meters. I raced over to Izuku, engulfing him in a hug. I knew you could do it, Izuku. I exclaimed. His face was as red as Kirishima's hair, but I really didn't care. I didn't doubt you for a second. Thanks, Ifan, he stammered. I let go of him and he turned to Aizawa. Mr. Aizawa, you see? I'm still standing. I smiled at Aizawa's face. Then I looked farther back and saw my father hidden behind a wall. He noticed I was looking at him and gave me a small thumbs up, which I returned with a wink. Deku, you bstd. Tell me how you did that or you're dead. Katsuki came rushing toward us. I sighed and turned toward him. The next second he was encased in water. Damn it. Not this thing again. Katsuki didn't even bother struggling against it. Just like when we were kids, huh, Katsuki? I said sweetly but with a piercing glare. I could literally see him and a few others shiver. Now, turn around and walk away. I stated, letting him out of the bubble. He growled but did indeed back off. FN, Izuku mumbled, you really do scare me sometimes. And with that, the last 3 tests continued. I got to know most of the rest of my classmates. I didn't get to talk to all of them but picked up on everyone's names. Now, it was time for our results. Alright, time to give you your results, Aizawa said, pulling up a projection of our rankings. I saw my name in first. Heh, no real surprise there. Ishido and Kirishima walked over to me. You really are strong, Ifan, Kirishima told me. Thanks guys. And congrats on making the top 10. I told them before looking back at the screen. My eyes immediately jumped to the last place slot. Izuku Midoriya. I looked over to Izuku. He looked terrified. And I was lying about expelling someone. It was just a rational deception to make sure you gave it your all. The class started yelling while Yaoyorozu and I laughed. Come on guys, it was pretty obvious. Surprised you guys didn't figure that out. Sorry, we probably should have said something. You think? The class exclaimed. That's it, we're done for the day. Pick up a syllabus and read it over before tomorrow. With that, Aizawa left, giving Izuku a nurse's pass before he went. I threw my arm around Izuku's shoulders. Looks like we did it. We made it past our first day at UA. We all changed back into our uniforms and started heading home. I glanced at my phone and saw a text from my dad. Dad might, hey kiddo, I have a lot of papers to fill out, so you go ahead and head home. I should be back around 5. Me, alrighty then. I put my phone in my bag and started making my way out of the school when I heard my name being called. I turned to see Izuku, Uraraka, and Ida approaching. Mind if we walk with you? Uraraka asked as they got closer. I smiled at the group. Not at all. Today was great. UA is great. My life is pretty great right now. I'm making friends, getting stronger, and learning to be a real hero. What more could I ask for? The rest of my day was pretty ordinary. After Dad got home, I made dinner. Honestly, I didn't trust him enough to not mess up the food. Sorry. After that, we watched some movies and headed off to bed. The next morning was the same as before. I got up, got ready, ate breakfast with Dad, and headed off to school. Instead of going to the teacher's lounge today, I decided to wait out on the plaza. It was such a nice morning, why not enjoy it? I looked out at the beautiful scenery around me. I felt really relaxed, which doesn't happen often. It always seems like I'm worrying about something. But right now, I wasn't. FN. The sound of my name being called pulled me out of my trance. I looked over to see Mina, Kiri, and Kaminari walking toward me. How long have I been here? I could have sworn the gates didn't open for at least another 30 minutes. What are you doing here so early? Mina asked as she approached. I stopped myself before I blurted out why I was actually here. I'm supposed to keep my identity as All Might's daughter under wraps. Dad says it's for my safety, and I don't want to worry him. Oh, just taking some time to relax. I wasn't technically lying. Well, come on. We don't want to be late for class. She was right. I got up and started walking with my new friends, chatting the whole way there and exchanging numbers with Mina and Kaminari. I already had Kiri's from the entrance exam. Before we knew it, we were in class. I think it's cool how UA doesn't just have hero classes but also everyday studies like math, so we weren't complete idiots. For me, those classes were easy but boring. I mean, come on, where's the fun in doing stuff you already know? I was so happy when lunch rolled around. Lunch Rush's food is so good. I decided to eat with Katsuki and was quickly joined by Mina, Siro, Kiri, and Kaminari. Katsuki really didn't talk to anyone but me, but I get him to warm up to someone. Finally, after many more boring classes, it was time for hero basic training. Everyone was in their seats, ready for today's lesson. It was no lie that this was everyone's favorite class of the day. People were chatting amongst themselves when a large figure burst through the door. I am here. Coming through the door like a normal person. Everyone's eyes widened, and gasps filled the room when All Might came through the door. I, on the other hand, tried really hard not to laugh at my father's antics. Welcome to the most important class at UA. Think of it as heroing. Here you will learn the basics of becoming a pro. Let's get into it. Today's lesson will be combat training. A few whispers could be heard around the room about the whole real combat thing, but I was excited. One of the keys to being a hero is looking good. On the wall, 20 boxes emerged. These costumes are based on you and the forms you sent in before school started. The room filled with cheers of, yes. Hero costumes. Get suited up and head to ground beta. Time skip. Your costume. My personal favorite is 3, Art by Epic Soldier on DeviantArt. I put a lot of thought into my costume. I wanted it to be comfy, stylish, and resistant to my quirks. I didn't need it burning away in the middle of a battle. I'm really happy with how it came out. We all made it to ground beta, waiting for our lesson to begin. I looked around at my classmates' costumes, which all fell into one of 3 categories. Awesome, revealing, and what? Most were in the awesome category, though. My eyes landed on Izuku, and I couldn't help but sweat drop. The resemblance between his costume and my dad's was so obvious. Minutes later, we began the lesson. Now that you're ready, it's time for combat training. Sir. My dad was interrupted by who I assumed was Ida. I barely recognized him in his costume. This is the fake city from our entrance exam. Does that mean we will once again be conducting urban battles? Not quite. I'm going to move you 2 steps ahead. Most villain fights you see on TV take place outdoors. However, statistically speaking, run-ins with the most dastardly villains take place indoors. For this training exercise, you will be split into teams of either heroes or villains and fight 2-on-2. Isn't this a little advanced? Sue questioned. The best training is what you get on the battlefield. But remember, this time you're battling actual people. The crowd erupted with questions. I couldn't hear most, but one stood out to me. How much can we hurt the other team? I stared at Katsuki with an odd expression. He noticed and turned to me with a small grin. I couldn't help but laugh a little. Classic Kit Kat. Dad continued to explain the rules of the exercise, which he read off a script. Good job. Basically, the main goal was for the heroes to retrieve the weapon from the villains before time ran out or catch them. Easy enough. We will choose teams by drawing lots. Dad exclaimed. Isn't there a better way? Ida called out. I turned to him. Think about it. Most heroes don't exactly choose who they're teamed with. They just get put together on the spot. Maybe that's why we're doing it this way. I see. Very observant FN. Ida turned back to All Might. I apologize for my rudeness. And with that, the teams were drawn. I was placed on Team B with Todoroki. He was the only person in the class I hadn't talked to yet. Well, that would change today. The The first teams to fight were D and A. Oh no. Izuku against Katsuki? This can't end well. We all made our way to the monitoring room to watch the fight. We watched as Uraraka and Izuku walked through the building. Just then Katsuki jumped around the corner. A sneak attack. 𝐇𝐢𝐠𝐴. Katsuki unleashed an explosion, but thankfully Izuku managed to get them both away in time. He almost caught him off guard. Sneak attack? Bakugo, what kind of person pulls cheap tricks like that? Kiri called out. Him and his bravado. I thought, rolling my eyes with a smile. We continued to watch as Katsuki charged at Izuku. To everyone's surprise, Izuku grabbed Katsuki by the arm and threw him to the ground with impressive force. Whoa! I exclaimed. Izuku, way to go! My eyes were glued to the screen as the two exchanged words we couldn't hear. Katsuki tried to attack Izuku again, but he dodged, and Uraraka ran off, probably to search for the weapon. The fight continued, and Izuku was doing really well. I could hear the chatter around me echoing the same sentiment. Midoriya really is something. Didn't you say you've been friends with him since you were little, 𝐸𝐭? Kaminari asked. 𝐸𝐤? Oh yeah. Actually, I've been friends with both of them since we were 4. They never really got along, I replied. I can only imagine. I looked back at the screen to see the two had separated. He must be trying to lose Katsuki. Katsuki was now on the hunt. It was kind of amusing to watch. I glanced over to another screen where Ida stood by the weapon. At least he's patient. That's when I noticed Uraraka hiding behind a wall. She found it. Ida started acting strangely. Was he pretending to be a real villain? I started laughing at his antics, and I wasn't the only one. Uraraka began giggling too, which blew her cover. She came out, and Ida went full villain mode. I burst out laughing again, along with a small portion of my classmates. I looked up at the timer. 6 minutes. Not much time, but they can still win. Back to the screen. Katsuki was now behind Izuku. They started talking when Katsuki placed his hand on one of his gauntlets. Katsuki had explained to me before what his gauntlets were used for. He wouldn't. Who am I kidding? Yes, he would. Dad seemed to sense it too. Young Bakugo. Don't do it. You'll seriously hurt him. The response was loud enough to hear. He'll be fine if he dodges. Light filled the screen as Katsuki unleashed the explosion. I ran closer to Dad, watching in horror as Izuku was engulfed in flames. The explosion shook the building. Not exactly what you'd want to do in that situation. We could feel the ground tremble beneath us. On the screen, we saw Katsuki emerging from a cloud of smoke while Izuku lay on the ground. On another screen, Uraraka attempted to retrieve the weapon but was thwarted by Ida's speed. Sir, isn't this getting out of hand? Bakugo's acting recklessly, Kiri asked All Might. At this rate he'll seriously hurt Midoriya. I looked up at him, waiting for his answer. I too thought this was going too far. Not so, was all he said. I felt a moment of disappointment but then realized there must be a reason he wouldn't intervene. I continued to watch. Bakugo, use that stored up power again, and your team will lose. You could easily see Bakugo's reaction. It wasn't happy. Katsuki jumped at him again, his face a mask of rage. This time, Izuku couldn't dodge the blast Katsuki unleashed from behind. Everyone gasped. He doesn't seem like a strategist, but he's actually quite clever. I glanced over at Todoroki. It was the first time I heard him speak. You're right, he doesn't, does he? This was my first conversation with him, so I wanted to keep it going. Care to elaborate? He looked over at me with a somewhat surprised expression but continued anyway. Well, he changed his trajectory midair using a blast that doubled as a smoke screen. Very clever. He finished, looking back at me. I smiled. You're pretty clever yourself, Todoroki. His eyes widened again before he looked away. I turned my attention back to the screen, where Izuku was hit to the ground the same way Katsuki had been before. Katsuki, I swear. Don't you know you're going too far? I felt my skin start to heat up, but not to the point where sparks were flying off me. I needed to calm down. I walked away from the screen and sat at the back of the room. I propped my arms on my legs and rested my head on top, trying to calm myself. After a bit, I felt a presence beside me. You okay? I recognized Kiri's voice. Without lifting my head, I responded. Yeah, I'm alright. Just trying not to get too heated. Kiri laughed at my remark. You know what? I won't tell him I wasn't joking. You and Midoriya seem really close, he said. I finally lifted my head, looking at the screen ahead. We've been friends since we were kids. So have Katsuki and I. I'm close to both of them. It's just kind of hard to watch this. Kirishima nodded in understanding. Well, if you ever want to talk to someone, I'm always here. I looked at him and smiled. Thank you, Kiri. We both looked back at the screen and quickly ran forward. Katsuki and Izuku were going head to head, both of their arms extended, ready to attack. All Might, you have to stop this. Now. I said, looking at my father. He hesitated for a moment before. Both of you stop. Izuku shouted. On the other screen, Uraraka grabbed hold of one of the pillars. Ha! They came face to face, but instead of Izuku punching forward, he punched upward. The force caused debris to rain down from the ceilings of every floor. Uraraka, still holding onto the column, swung it like a baseball bat, sending the debris flying toward Ida. While he was distracted, she leaped forward, landing on the makeshift weapon. They won. I cheered, throwing a fist in the air. I turned back to the other screen, watching Katsuki and Izuku. Izuku's arm was injured from the punch, and the other was scorched from Katsuki's blast. Katsuki, you're really taking a beating from me. The class was in shock. I didn't blame them. The hero team wins. Izuku collapsed to the ground, leaving Katsuki with a stunned expression at what he had just witnessed. Your indoor combat training is over. We all stared at the screens. Kind of a funny way to end, huh? Kaminari said. Both of the losers seem untouched while the winners are on the ground. This class really is intense, isn't it? Izuku was wheeled away to the nurse's office. Watching him work so hard really pumped me up for my battle. Despite the results, the MVP of this exercise is young Ida. Dad announced once everyone had gathered again. Shouldn't it be one of the winners? Sue questioned. Valid question. Why didn't I choose one of those two? Who has a guess? Yaoyorozu quickly raised her hand and provided a thorough explanation of why Ida was the star this round, detailing how he adapted to his role as the villain and so on. We were pretty impressed by her explanation. Yes, well, you overlooked a few things, Dad continued. Young Ida could have relaxed a bit, but otherwise you nailed it. Now, let us continue with the next battles. I can't wait for mine. Let's continue with the battles. The next teams to fight will be, Dad said, reaching into each of the boxes. bnha. Yes. I cheered, throwing a fist into the air. You ready, Todoroki? Todoroki looked over at me, giving me a nod with a faint smile. Team B, you'll be the heroes and you're the villains. Let's go. Okay, I said, looking at the layout of the building Todoroki and I were assigned. We're up against 𝐇𝐢𝐿 and Ojiro. Shouldn't be too difficult, right? I glanced over at Todoroki, who seemed lost in thought. Todoroki? His head snapped toward me. Sorry, he said in a monotone voice. We should get to the building now. I nodded and got up from the ledge I was sitting on. It was silent as we made our way over. I really need to strike up a conversation. I was about to when I heard my father's voice. Heroes, you may now begin. Todoroki and I walked into the building, quickly surveying our surroundings. Let's get this over with, Todoroki said, placing his hand on the wall. Ice began to spread across it. I grabbed his arm, making him face me. What are you doing? I asked. He stared at me for a moment, looking a bit surprised. I'm winning the challenge for us, he finally said, his eyes still wide. I laughed, letting go of his arm. No, you're winning it for you. This is a team exercise, so we'll do it as a team. I smiled. I have a plan. Here, take my hand. He stuttered. I laughed again. With my electricity, I can make your ice spread even faster. Even if 𝐇𝐢𝐿 and Ojiro anticipate this, they won't be able to react in time. But I can't make that happen unless I have some sort of contact with the emitter. Todoroki hesitated for a moment before taking my hand. All right. 3. Todoroki's ice traveled through the entire building at an alarming speed. Within seconds, the building was encased in ice. Now, I said, placing my hand against the wall. I closed my eyes, focusing on the energy of our opponents. Gotcha. They're on the 4th floor. Let's get going. I turned back to Todoroki. Right. We started making our way to the 4th floor, walking through the frozen building. Really glad I have an ice quirk. Or else I'd be freezing right now, I said with a small laugh. What? I turned to see Todoroki staring at me in disbelief. You have an ice quirk as well? Yeah, I replied, rubbing the back of my neck. Wow. And that was the end of the conversation. Well, that's a start. We finally reached the 4th floor and located the room where the weapon was stored. We walked in to find Ojiro frozen to the ground, his arms raised in a battle stance. I wouldn't do that if I were you, I said, pointing to his bare feet. It wouldn't be fun to fight with no skin on the bottom of your feet. He grumbled as Todoroki and I walked straight to the weapon, simultaneously placing our hands on it. The hero team wins. I heard my dad yell over the speakers. I turned to Todoroki with a big smile. Looks like we won. Todoroki said, looking down. What is it? I asked, following his gaze. I looked down and realized our hands were still intertwined. A small blush spread across my face as I quickly let go. Oh gosh. I'm sorry, Todoroki, I didn't even realize. It's all right, he mumbled under his breath. I should melt this ice, he said, placing his hand back on the wall. Here, let me help you, I said, extending my arms. Ha-dash. Before he could finish, fire shot from my body, starting to melt the ice away from the building. Just as quickly as it appeared, it was gone. I turned to Ojiro. Sorry about freezing your feet and all, I apologized. No problem. You guys were just doing what you needed to. Let's get back to the monitoring room. The next few battles flew by quickly, none of them lasting very long. I went to visit Izuku in the nurse's office, and thanks to Recovery Girl, he was doing much better than before. He'll be out by the end of the day though. That's a wrap. That boomed. We were all gathered outside the training zones. Great job. You really stepped up to the plate. And we didn't have any major injuries except for Midoriya. You should be proud. Excellent first day of training all around. It's nice to hear some encouraging words after our homeroom class, Sue said. Mr. Aizawa was kind of a downer. We all nodded in agreement. There really was no arguing with that statement. So happy to bring such positivity to my alma mater. So long for now, folks. I must go and check on young Midoriya. Now, watch a pro exit like he has somewhere to be. And with that he dashed out the exit. Wow. Well, that was fun. Right, Katsuki? I looked over to Katsuki, who was standing beside me. I hadn't noticed before, but his head was down and his fists were clenched. Hey, I placed my hand on his shoulder. You alright? Surprisingly, he let my hand rest on his shoulder, but he continued to stare at the ground without a word. Don't beat yourself up. I took my hand away from him and walked away. Better to give him some time to relax. Might as well check on Izuku again. I'll see you guys later. I'm going to go see Izuku again. I waved at my friends as I walked through the exit and back to the school. I knocked on the door of Recovery Girl's office and waited until I was given permission to enter. Who is it? I heard the old lady's sweet voice. FNLN again, ma'am. Come on in, dear. I opened the door to see my father, Recovery Girl, and an unconscious Izuku. How's he holding up? I asked the two adults in front of me. Well, he's definitely going to have to heal overnight. My quirk can only do so much. I nodded to the woman and took a seat on the right side of Izuku's bed. You did good today, kiddo. I looked up to my dad. It was right of you to convince Todoroki to work with you. You really embraced today's exercise. I gave a sweet smile. Thanks, Dad. But don't think I didn't see you two holding hands the whole way up. He chuckled. My face went beet red. Dad, you know exactly why we did that. My dad laughed, putting his hands up in defense. Alright. I'm sorry for teasing. I sat back down in my chair with a huff. I then turned to Recovery Girl. Do you mind if I stay here? I want to see him when he wakes up. She looked at my father, who merely shrugged before nodding. He may be here for quite a long time though. That's alright. I don't mind. Alrighty then. I'll be back in a bit, she said before leaving the office. See you at home, kiddo. I waved to my dad as he too left the room. I looked back down at the resting Izuku. Izuku, you're going to be the death of me. Izuku's POV. I woke up in the nurse's office. How long have I been asleep? I looked up at the clock in front of me. It's late afternoon. I realized I had a cast on my left arm and 4 in my right. That's when I noticed the sleeping figure in the chair next to me. Then, what is she doing here? Has she been here the whole time? I stared at the girl I've known for years, taking in every feature about her. Wow, you really are beautiful. Her body started to stir. Did I say that out loud? I started to panic as FN sat upright and stretched. Oh, Izuku, you're awake, she exclaimed with her signature smile. The smile I've grown to love over the years. Good, it's starting to get late. How are you feeling? I'm alright. Recovery Girl's quirk really does wonders, doesn't it? She nodded to me. Speaking of Recovery Girl, she should be back any minute now. She went out for just a moment. And almost as if on cue, Recovery Girl walked through the door. Ah, Midoriya. Glad to see you up. She came over and gave me a bit more medicine and a glass of water. That's it for today's treatment. Come back tomorrow. You're free to go. Thank you, ma'am. FN thanked the kind woman, then turned back to me. Come on, Aizu, let's go get our stuff and head home. Tfis POV. You didn't have to stay with me, you know, Izuku mumbled as we walked through the empty halls. You missed all your afternoon classes. Oh, that's alright. It was more important to me to be by your side. Izuku's face turned pink. Thanks, NN. I smiled at the use of the nickname he gave me as a kid. No problem, Aizu. We made our way to class 1A, sliding the door open, only to be greeted by our classmates. Hey, FN and Midoriya are back. Kirishima called out. You guys really did great out there today. You both are incredible. We were both bombarded with compliments and words of praise from the people around us. I couldn't help but blush. They're all so sweet. They proceeded to introduce themselves, mainly to Izuku because I had made it a goal to learn all their names on the first day. Minutes later, Uraraka and Kaminari entered through the back door. Uraraka noticed us and came running over. Effin' dead. Hey guys. 𝐸𝐿? Deku, how come Recovery Girl didn't heal your injuries? Well, it has to do with how much stamina I'm using, Izuku said. I looked around the room and noticed that one person in particular wasn't anywhere to be seen. It seemed like Izuku had noticed as well. Hey, Uraraka, where's Kaken? You just missed him. We tried to stop him, but he wouldn't listen. Izuku raced out the door, me close behind him. I could hear the shouts from our classmates, but that didn't stop us. We stopped at the front of the school. Katsuki was seen ahead, walking away. Kaken. Izuku raced forward, but I stayed behind. This wasn't my battle to fight. Instead, I hid behind a bush so that Katsuki couldn't see me. After a bit more of Izuku's shouting, Katsuki stopped in his tracks. What? He said, looking at Izuku over his shoulder. I have to tell you something. Maybe then you'll understand what's going on. My eyes widened as Izuku proceeded to explain how he got his quirk. As he did, Katsuki glared at him over his shoulder. You'll see, I'll continue to work hard until I have full control over this borrowed quirk. And then I'll beat you. With my own power. Silence. How dumb do you think I am? Katsuki snarled. I didn't expect Katsuki to believe it, but still jumped a little. Borrowed power? Don't talk to me like I'm an idiot. You already made a fool of me in the training exercise. So, did you come here to rub it in? Katsuki's voice trembled, hinting at the frustration he was trying to suppress. I lost. And to make matters worse, it was to you. I beat you by a long shot in the entrance exam, but that's not enough. Watching that ice guy and FN made me realize I might never be able to beat either of them in a head-to-head fight. Angel's always been at the top of everything. How could I even start to compare to her? Hearing my name made my heart ache. Did he really think that? Crap. I even agreed with what that girl said. That attack was so foolish. Katsuki's body tensed even more, if that was possible. Damn it. Enjoy that win, Deku, you won't get another. That was the first time I saw his face clearly. Even from a distance, I could see the tears threatening to spill down Katsuki's cheeks. I'm just getting started. Got that? I'm going to become the #1 hero, no matter what. He turned to walk away. You'll never beat me again, UJRK. Don't even try. Silence fell over the grounds, quickly interrupted by a familiar voice. There you are. Bakugo. I found you. My father rushed in, placing his hands on Katsuki's shoulders. Just so you know, pride is an important attribute to have. You certainly have the potential to become a pro hero, but there's still plenty you need to learn. Let go of me, All Might, Katsuki snapped, his tone sharp. Right now. He turned to face him. Save your speeches. I'll be more famous than you, and I'll do it without your help. Dad looked taken aback by the blonde's words, stepping back to let Katsuki walk off. I didn't wait another moment. Without saying goodbye to anyone, I soared into the sky and headed home. Thankfully, I had my things ready. I reached my place in minutes, quickly unlocking the door and racing up the stairs. I changed into more comfortable clothing and hopped onto my bed, opening my messages. I'm coming over. Please. Hey Fluff? Not the best, but it's okay. This chapter wasn't great anyway. So we officially know about Izuku's crush on FN and Todoroki. How are you doing, bud? I'm really excited for chapter 12 because it's going to be all about FN and Katsuki. Katsuki hasn't gotten the attention he deserves. Anyhow, I hope you enjoy. Until next time. Chapter end. FF favorite food, but you probably could have figured that out. Hey, Finn. It's been too long, sweetheart. Katsuki's mother, Mitsuki, wrapped me in a warm hug. It hasn't it, Mrs. Mitsuki? I said, breaking from the embrace. What brings you here today? She asked as I entered the house. Oh, I just came to see Katsuki. Well, he's in his room. Thank you. And hello to you too, Mr. Masaru. I called, waving to Katsuki's father. He waved back from the kitchen as I headed up the stairs to Katsuki's room. I knocked on the door, waiting for a sign of approval. Suddenly, the door swung open, and I was pulled into a hug. I wrapped my arms around Katsuki's back. This must really be getting to him. Hey. He chuckled into the crook of my neck. We stood there for a while, arms wrapped around each other. It felt nice. Katsuki never let his guard down like this. Eventually, we broke apart. Thanks for coming over, he mumbled, looking down. It was a bit hard for me to take in, seeing him like this. Let's do something, play a game or something, I suggested, dragging him over to where all his games were. All right, he laughed. What do you feel like playing? I searched through the games a bit before I found the one I was looking for. I pulled it from the shelf with a cheeky grin. Feel like losing to a dance battle? Katsuki smirked. Like I'd lose to you. We sat down on his bed and started going through the long list of song choices before settling on one we both enjoyed. Prepare to lose, Angel. We'll see about that. The song ended, both of us out of breath. We watched as the scores were added up and displayed on the screen. Yes. Told you I'd win, 𝐇𝐢𝐠𝐡𝐞𝐬 boasted, falling onto the bed. He had scored 13, mine was 13, only by 8 points. Don't get too cocky. I flopped down next to him. That was tiring. I'm kind of hungry. Then let's go get something to eat, 𝐇𝐢𝐠𝐡𝐞𝐬 said, getting up from the bed and heading to the door, and I followed right behind him. It was only about 5:15, and 𝐇𝐢𝐠𝐡𝐞𝐬's dad was making dinner. FN, care to stay for dinner? Mr. Masaru asked. Oh, I don't want to be a bother, I said, shaking my head. You wouldn't be a bother at all. I'm making FF. My mouth started to water at the sound of my favorite dish. Alright, let me text my dad quickly though. Hey dad, I'm going to stay at the Bakugo's for dinner. Hope that's alright. Okay kiddo. See you later tonight. The food was delicious. I hadn't had Mr. Masaru's cooking in years. During dinner, I was able to catch up with 𝐇𝐢𝐠𝐡𝐞𝐬's parents. It had been a while since I'd seen them, and surprisingly, 𝐇𝐢𝐠𝐡𝐞𝐬 was calm and talkative throughout the meal. Guess I eased his mood. Mission accomplished. After dinner, 𝐇𝐢𝐠𝐡𝐞𝐬 and I headed back up to his room. Wanna watch a movie? He asked, walking over to the shelf of movies on his TV stand. Sure. What do you have? I hovered over his shoulder, staring at the large array of movie cases. I'm down for anything. How about Ready Player One? He turned to me, holding up the case for me to see. Ooh, I haven't seen that yet. How have you not seen this movie? I simply shrugged as he popped the movie into his console. I jumped onto his bed, getting comfortable. Hang on, I'll be right back, 𝐇𝐢𝐠𝐡𝐞𝐬 called from the doorway. All right. About 10 minutes later, 𝐇𝐢𝐠𝐡𝐞𝐬 came back with popcorn, blankets, and drinks. He threw the blankets at my face, almost making me fall off the side of his bed. Hey! I laughed, pushing through the mound of blankets. Also, 𝐇𝐢𝐠𝐶𝐞𝐬 pushed over a small love seat that had been by his window. I'm not letting you eat food on my bed. I huffed as he pulled the coffee table over as well. Fian. I rolled over onto the couch and tried to get comfy again. 𝐇𝐢𝐠𝐶𝐞𝐬 plopped down next to me as the movie began. The movie was about 90 minutes in, and I was already starting to feel tired. Today had taken a lot out of me, I guess. I huddled deeper into the blankets that covered almost my whole body. Maybe I'll just close my eyes for a bit. 𝐇𝐢𝐠𝐶𝐬's POV. I was watching the movie. It was definitely one of my favorites. Yeah, I like sci-fi. So what? Suddenly, I felt something fall against me. What dash? I looked over to see FN, her head resting against my shoulder. How'd you fall asleep? It's not even 8 o'clock yet? I stared at her sleeping figure, no longer paying attention to the movie. A smile crept onto my face. I quickly turned away. What am I doing? I yelled in my mind. I looked back at FN. DMN. My face started to heat up, but I didn't care. I wrapped my arm around her shoulder and leaned in a little closer, resting my head on top of hers. What have you done to me? 𝐇𝐢𝐠𝐶𝐬's POV. I woke up but didn't move a muscle. I was so warm. It felt so good. Wait. I moved my head a fraction of an inch, trying to look around a little. That's when I realized why I was so warm. I was lying against 𝐇𝐢𝐠𝐶𝐬's chest, his arm wrapped around my shoulder. I think he's asleep. Wait, what time is it? I moved a little further to see the clock. 12:20 a.m.? Dad's probably worried sick. But I don't want to wake 𝐇𝐢𝐠𝐶𝐬. Very carefully, I slipped out from 𝐇𝐢𝐠𝐶𝐬's arms and set his head down in a more comfortable position. I started gathering my things and turned off the TV. Angel? I turned to 𝐇𝐢𝐠𝐶𝐬 from the doorway. I gotta get going, Kit Kat. My dad is going to kill me, I said with a nervous laugh. The walk back to my house was comfortably silent. It wasn't a long distance from his place to mine, but it felt like hours before we reached my driveway. Thanks, 𝐇𝐢𝐠𝐶𝐬, I said, turning to the ash-blonde boy. No problem, Angel. I gave him a goofy smile. What? I had fun. We should hang out more often. I forgot how great it was to just play games and watch movies. Why? Sure. 𝐇𝐢𝐠𝐶𝐬 stuttered, looking down and stuffing his hands in his pockets. I had fun too. Thanks. I'm glad. And don't forget, I'm always here for you, 𝐇𝐢𝐠𝐶𝐬. Anytime you need me, I'm just a phone call away. Alright, I'll see you tomorrow, Angel. Bye, 𝐇𝐢𝐠𝐶𝐬. I turned and made my way to the front door. I looked back, and 𝐇𝐢𝐠𝐶𝐬 was still there. I laughed and waved at him. He seemed startled by my wave, flushing slightly and giving me a small salute as he headed back to his house. I unlocked the front door and stepped inside, careful not to turn on any lights so I wouldn't wake my dad. But they turned on anyway. There was my dad, sitting in a chair with a smug look on his face. So, how was the Bakugos? I was taken aback. I really didn't expect him to be up. It was nearly 1 in the morning. It was fun. Mr. Masaru made dinner, and I was able to catch up with him and Mrs. Mitsuki. Dad nodded along as I spoke, that same look on his face. And how was your time with young Katsuki? I felt my face heat up a little. Great. We played some video games, watched some movies. Anything else? Nope. Good night, Dad. See you in the morning. Well, later this morning. I ran up the stairs and into my room. I hopped onto my bed and wrapped myself in the covers, instantly drifting back to sleep. Excuse me, miss. I turned around to see a horde of reporters coming my way. I decided to walk to school for some extra sleep. Bad idea. In an instant, I was bombarded with questions I could barely understand. Are you one of All Might's students? What's it like being in the presence of the #1 hero? How is All Might adjusting to this new atmosphere? I tried to get past the persistent reporters without much luck. At this rate I'll be late. I should have just ridden with Dad. I'm sorry, but I really have to go. Wait, miss. Before the female reporter could continue, I shot up into the air and made a dash for it. I am way too tired to deal with these guys right now. If only they knew what I knew about the #1 hero. Minutes later, I arrived outside the school, which was also swarming with the press. I rolled my eyes and looked down at my phone. Cool. Still 10 minutes until homeroom. I made my way past the media and into the halls of the school, meeting up with a certain frog girl along the way. Good morning, and Tsu greeted as she joined me. Morning, Tsu. What do you think Aizawa-san has in store for us today? Tsu put a finger to her chin, thinking. You never know with Mr. Aizawa. I suppose we'll find out soon enough. Decent work on yesterday's combat training, you guys, Aizawa-san said, looking over his students. I saw the video feeds and reviewed each of your team's results. Bakugo, I could hear Katsuki's surprised sound from behind me. You're talented, so don't sulk like a child about your loss, okay? Yeah, whatever. And Midoriya, I see the only way you won the match was by injuring your arm again. Work harder. And don't give me the excuse that you don't have full control over your quirk. That line is getting old. I looked behind me at Izuku. He was shivering as if it were freezing in here. You can't keep breaking your body while training here. But your quirk will be pretty useful if you can get a handle on it. Izuku lifted his head with a smile. So show some urgency, huh? Right. Finally, then. I looked back to the front at the sound of my name. Nice work on getting your teammate to work with you. One of the most important parts of being a hero is being able to work with others. You've shown that you can handle that no problem. Thank you, Aizawa-san. I cheered with a bright smile, and I think I saw the corners of Aizawa's mouth raise just a little. Now, let's get down to business. Our first task will decide your future. An uneasy feeling spread across the room. Another quirk test? You all need to pick a class representative. A sense of relief filled the class. Phew, just normal school stuff. Suddenly, commotion filled the room. People shouted, pick me, or, I'm the obvious choice. I was surprised to see that Katsuki had joined in as well. I, on the other hand, sat quietly in my seat, studying my peers and considering who would be best suited for the role of class representative. Silence. Everyone please. The chatter died down as we all turned to face Ida. The class representative's duty is to lead others. That's not something just anyone can do. You must first have the trust of everyone in the classroom. Therefore, the most logical way to fill this position is democratically. We will hold an election to choose our leader. And there's my vote. Everyone broke into another fuss. Everyone will just vote for themselves anyway, Kirishima said. Most people will, I said, making my way over to him and Tsu. But that means whoever receives multiple votes is really the one meant for the job, right? I turned to Aizawa-san, who had enveloped himself in his sleeping bag. What do you think, Aizawa? Do what you want. Warning. Level 3 security breach. All students please evacuate the building in an orderly fashion. The voice echoed through the cafeteria, sending everyone into a frenzy as they rushed for the exits. Effin' let's go. Shoto called, grabbing my arm and pulling me toward the door. The crowd was chaotic, and I quickly lost sight of him in the throng of students. Shoto, where are you? I shouted, but before I could finish, someone bumped into me hard. Ah! I stumbled, my hands bracing against the cool surface of the window. To my surprise, I found myself looking down at none other than Izuku Midoriya, his face flushed. Hey Izuku. I attempted a smile, but the situation felt too awkward. Heaven, he stuttered, a nervous laugh escaping him. Sorry about all this. Everyone is pushing so much. At this rate, we'll never get out of here. My attention was suddenly drawn outside. I squinted through the glass and saw a swarm of reporters. So they're the ones causing this chaos. What is it, FN? Izuku asked, concern in his voice. It's those reporters. No villain got in, just the press looking for an interview. With some effort, I managed to pull myself away from Izuku. I have to let everyone know we're okay. FN. I turned to see Ida waving his arms. Looks like he figured it out. Get me to float above everyone else. Understanding his plan, I nodded and focused on Ida's energy. In an instant he was lifted into the air. Go Ida! I shouted. He saluted me before propelling himself through the air with his engines, flipping gracefully and capturing the attention of the crowd. He reached the wall above the exit and called out to the sea of students below. Listen up. Everything is okay. Ida's authoritative voice silenced the crowd, their eyes now fixed on him. It's just the media outside. There's absolutely nothing to worry about. We're UA students. We need to remain calm and show that we are the best of the best. Gradually, the tension in the cafeteria eased as everyone realized there was no real threat. I floated Ida back down to the ground, rushing over to him. That was amazing, Ida. You were so calm and rational. That's why I voted for you. Ida looked surprised. You voted for me? I nodded enthusiastically. I knew you were fit for the role, and this just proved it. His surprise turned into a warm smile. Thank you, Vin. All right, Izuku, let's begin. We were back in class, Izuku and I at the front of the room. You're all right. So we need to figure out who the other class officers will be. Izuku stammered, visibly nervous. But first, there's something I want to say. I turned to him, curious about what he had to share. I've thought a lot about this and I think Tenya Ida should be our class representative. I smiled at Izuku, then turned to Ida, who was sitting upright in his seat. Izuku continued. He was able to capture everyone's attention and get us all in line. So I believe he should be the one leading our class from now on. My smile grew with every word Izuku spoke. I second that, I said, raising my hand. Yeah, you know what? Kiri chimed in. If FN and Midoriya vouch for him, I'm on board. Plus, he really stepped up and took charge, right? Totally. Kaminari added. I glanced at Ida with a smile, giving him a small nod. This is a waste of time. Aizawa's voice cut through the chatter, startling us as he perched in the corner. I don't care who the rep is, just hurry up. Ida stood up, determination shining on his face. If both Midoriya and FN nominate me for this job, then I humbly accept. He raised his arm into the air. I pledge to carry out the duties of class representative to the best of my abilities. Sounds good, emergency exit, someone called out. Emergency exit Ida. Don't let us down. Ida took Izuku's spot beside me. I leaned over and whispered, looks like it all worked out. Good job, class rep. He smiled back at me before we resumed our discussion. Yet as Ida spoke I couldn't shake the thought. How did those reporters get past UA's security systems? Surely they couldn't have done that alone. Was someone else with them? Are we really as safe as we think we are? It was the start of a new day. By the time I woke up, Dad was already gone, likely off on hero duties. Thankfully, I didn't encounter any pesky reporters on my way to school. It seemed they had learned their lesson. Now, I was in hero basic training, ready for whatever Aizawa had planned for us. All right, Aizawa began. Today's training is going to be a little different. You'll have 3 instructors, me, All Might, and another faculty member will be keeping tabs on you. Murmurs filled the room. Why so many heroes? Oh, probably because of the incident yesterday. Sir. Zero shouted. What kind of training is this? Rescue. You'll be dealing with natural disasters, shipwrecks, and situations like that, Aizawa replied. Excitement buzzed through the room. We had mostly been battling, now it was time for some real hero work. Guys, I'm not finished yet. We quieted down and turned our attention back to Aizawa. What you wear in this exercise is up to you. I know you're excited about your costumes. He clicked a button, and boxes emerged from the wall. But keep in mind that you haven't fully adjusted to them yet. They might limit your abilities. I wasn't too worried about that. My costume was designed to handle various conditions, from water to fire and everything in between. I'd be just fine. Aizawa continued, this training will take place at an off-campus facility, so we will be taking a bus to get there. That's all, start getting ready. We all headed off to the changing rooms to prepare. FN, your costume looks so good on you. Hagakure exclaimed as the other girls and I left the changing rooms. Yeah, it really fits your style. Uraraka added. The other girl nodded in agreement as I smiled and felt my cheeks warm. Thanks, girls. We joined the guys outside the school, ready to head out, when we heard a loud whistle. Gather round, Class 1A. Ida called out. Using your student numbers, form 2 neat lines so we can load the bus efficiently. Well, at least, he's fulfilling the role of class rep. Newsflash, no one listened. I was one of the last people to board the bus, so it took some time to find an open seat. Finally, I found one next to 𝐇𝐢𝐭 𝐓𝐚. Hey, 𝐇𝐢𝐭. I greeted, plopping down next to him. Greetings, he replied. Hey, don't forget me. A shadowy figure resembling a bird emerged from behind 𝐇𝐢𝐭 𝐓𝐚. Oh, I'm sorry. Hello. I waved to the unknown creature. 𝐇𝐤𝐭 let out an embarrassed sigh, looking down at the ground. I'm sorry even. This is Dark Shadow. I smiled at the shadow creature and he smiled back. You're very pretty, he said. I felt my cheeks heat up at the sudden compliment, and 𝐇𝐤𝐭 seemed to blush as well. Ah, thank you, Dark Shadow. You're so sweet. Dark Shadow, 𝐇𝐤𝐭 stuttered. You can't just go around saying things like that. I'm so sorry even. It's alright, 𝐇𝐤𝐭. He didn't mean any harm. Well, if any of our classmates have pro quirks, it's Todoroki, Bakugo and 𝐹𝐵. The sound of my name pulled my attention away from the two. I looked over to see Kiri giving me a bright smile. Sure, but Bakugo's always angry, so he'll never be that popular, Tsu mentioned. I couldn't help but laugh as Bakugo started yelling at her. I mean, she's not wrong, Katsuki, I said, looking over at him. Yes, your quirk is amazing, but that alone won't get you to the top. You really have to work on that temper of yours. Katsuki seemed at a loss for words. He huffed and crossed his arms, sitting back in his seat like a little kid. Okay, you guys were here, Aizawa called out to all of us. So stop messing around. Yes, sir. Hello, everyone. I've been waiting for you. We were greeted by the pro hero. It had been a while since I had seen them. Everyone murmured in amazement at the sight of the space hero. I can't wait to show you what's inside, 13 continued. This is going to be awesome. We all entered the building and were amazed by what we saw. Each section of the facility had a different scenario: shipwreck, fire, landslide, you name it. This looks like some type of amusement park, I cheered. Right. Kirishima agreed. I created this training facility to prepare you to deal with different types of disasters, 13 explained. I call it the Unforeseen Simulation Joint. But you can call it USJ. Just like Universal Studios Japan. I looked around trying to find my dad, but he was nowhere in sight. Aizawa seemed to have a similar thought and walked over to I couldn't hear what they were saying, but 13 held up 3 fingers. Must mean 3 hours. Dad must have used up all his power this morning, I assumed. Aizawa turned back to all of us. Clock's ticking. We should get started. Excellent. Now, before we begin, let me just say one thing. Well, maybe 2 things. Possibly 3. 4. Or 5. We get it. Listen carefully. I'm sure you're aware that I have a powerful quirk. It's called Black Hole. I can use it to SCK up anything and turn it into dust. You've used Black Hole to save tons of people from different areas. I exclaimed. Izuku isn't the only one who knows about heroes. That's very true, and Jiro leaned over to me and whispered, how do all these heroes know who you are? 𝐇𝐤𝐭. Oh, probably from the entrance exam. I stuttered, rubbing the back of my neck. Serger. She nodded, and we turned our attention back to, now, I want you all to know this. My quirk could easily be used to cause harm. We all stopped, now dead silent. Some of you also have powers that can be dangerous. I looked down at my hand. Dad has told me many times before that though my quirk is incredibly powerful, it's also incredibly dangerous to both myself and others. In our superhuman society, quirks are certified and strictly regulated. So we often overlook just how unsafe they can actually be. Please don't forget that if you lose focus or make the wrong move, your powers can be deadly, even if you're trying to do something virtuous, such as rescuing someone. Thanks to Aizawa's fitness tests, you have a solid idea of your quirk's potential. And because of All Might's combat training, you likely experienced how dangerous it can be when used against other people. Carry those lessons into this class. As 13 continued, my mind started to drift off elsewhere. It's not that I didn't care, just that something felt off. Suddenly, all the lights around us started flickering. I knew it. I turned around to the fountain to see a large portal starting to open. Aizawa-san, look! I shouted. Aizawa turned around, likely sensing the dangerous presence before I said anything. A hand reached out of the portal, revealing a man with light blue hair and a hand on his face. Aizawa turned back to all of us. Stay together. Don't move. 13, protect the students. At this moment, everyone else had realized what was happening. Oh, what is that thing? Kiri exclaimed as an entire army of villains emerged from the portal. Wait, has the training started already? I thought we were rescuing people. No, Kiri, those are real villains. Everyone looked at me, a mixture of fear and confusion in their eyes. I've encountered many villains throughout my life, but all of them were just weak criminals. These guys looked like the real deal. I looked back to Aizawa-san. He had his goggles on. So these guys really are a threat then. The only real heroes I see here are Eraserhead and Perplexing. According to the schedule we retrieved from UA, All Might should be here as well. The portal formed into a more human figure. A warping quirk, huh? How did they know we'd be here? So, you scumbags used the press as a cover and snuck onto campus, Aizawa called out. The blue-haired man covered in hands started speaking. Where is he? I went through the trouble of bringing so many friends who were eager to meet him. They want All Might, the great symbol of peace. I can't believe he's not here. Maybe if I scare a few kids he'll come out to play. How did so many villains get in? 13. Why aren't the alarms going off? Momo questioned. Good question. Is the entire campus under attack? Or is this their only target? Shoto murmured. Either way, if the alarm systems aren't being triggered, then one of these villains must have a quirk that masks their presence here. They've carefully chosen this isolated facility and entry point while a class was in session. They're reckless for trespassing here, but they've clearly thought this through. Whatever their plan is, they must have a concrete objective in mind. What could it be? From what I can gather, they're coming to eliminate All Might. I glanced over at Izuku, who was already looking directly at me. And like you said, Sho, they must have a way to accomplish it. I started running without thinking. Katsuki was the only thing that mattered to me at that moment. So help me if that sludge villain harms him. We had all cast our votes. Surprisingly, Izuku had the most with 3, and I followed up with 2. Alright, the class representative is Midoriya, and our deputy is FN. Both of us stood at the front of the room, Izuku shivering slightly. This might not be so bad, Tsu said with a smile. Yeah, I can manage with Midoriya, I guess, Kirishima added. And with FN as deputy? We'll be just fine. Lunch had finally come. I surveyed the cafeteria, debating where to sit when I noticed Todoroki at a table by himself. I smiled and made my way over. Mind if I sit here? I asked the red and white-haired boy. He seemed surprised that someone had asked to join him. Go ahead, he replied. I took a seat directly across from him, and we settled into an awkward silence. Finally, Todoroki broke the tension. Why did you come sit over here? Wouldn't you rather sit with your friends? He questioned. Well, aren't I with a friend? I asked, looking into his heterochromatic eyes. Todoroki's face flushed slightly. You don't see me as a friend? He mumbled, staring down. Of course. I may have only met you a few days ago, but I know you truly are an amazing person, Todoroki. Thank you, LN. FN. FN. In that case, call me Shoto. It's nice to have a friend. That was the first time I saw him smile. Ah, the to-do smile is so cute. We continued to chat about various topics when, suddenly, a bell rang out through the school. We all stared fearfully at the approaching sea of villains. So these guys have a plan to take down Dad, huh? 13. Aizawa called from the head of the stairs, facing the villain army. Get them out of here. And alert the main campus. If they can block our sensors, they might be jamming our communications too. Kaminari, try using your quirks to contact the school. Yes, sir. I attempted to get a signal through, but there was no luck. I glanced at Kaminari, who shook his head, indicating he hadn't reached the school either. What are you going to do? Izuku shouted. You can't fight them alone. There are too many. Even if you can nullify their quirks, your fighting style isn't suited for this. Your power works best in stealth and one-on-one fights. That's not going to help against a group. You can't be a pro if you only have one trick. I'll leave it to you, 13. Just as Aizawa was about to jump into battle, I grabbed his arm. Aizawa-san, wait. Izuku's right, you can't take them all on at once. Let me help. No, I need you to stay with 13 and the other students, you're safer here. I don't care. Just let me. No, FN, it would put both me and your father at ease if you were out of harm's way. He whispered the last part so only I could hear. I looked down knowing he was right, but, well, my father always told me to never back down and to protect those I care about. I'm fighting with you whether you want me to or not. I looked straight into my sensei's eyes. At first, he seemed startled, but a small smile spread across his lips. All right, let's go. The two of us jumped into the fray. I could hear the villains talking about me. A kid? Please. She'll be easy to take down. Oh, how they underestimated me. Aizawa started erasing quirks and taking out the villains while I either froze or engulfed them in flames. I even included some hand-to-hand combat for practice. Is it just me, or are these guys really easy? Shigaraki's POV. There he goes, trying to intimidate us. He is strong, and since he's hiding behind his goggles, you can't tell what quirk he's erasing. And that girl? She's special. Yes, very special. That quirk is something I've never seen before. I'll have to keep an eye on her. These two are making it hard for us to work together and rely on each other's powers. How annoying. Fin POV. Aizawa and I continued to take down villains when I noticed one was missing. I looked for the Warp Gate villain and saw him in front of my friends and, oh no. I tried to run back to them but was blocked by another group of thugs. I really don't have time for this. I shouted. In the blink of an eye, the group was on the floor, slightly twitching. Did I feel It didn't matter, they were out of my way. Aizawa, I'm going to help the others. He didn't look back but gave me a nod as I sprinted toward my friends. Just as I landed among them, Kiri and Katsuki were jumping at the warp gate. A large explosion erupted. What are they doing? I shouted. Izuku turned and ran over to me. I thought you were helping Mr. Aizawa? You're not hurt, are you? No, I'm fine. Came to help you guys out. I turned away from Izuku as the smoke cleared. Suddenly, we were encased in darkness. The next thing I knew, I was falling from a portal to the ground. Ugh. FN. I looked up to see Momo, Jiro, and Kaminari waving me over. Guys. Where are we? By the looks of it, we're in the mountain zone of the USJ, Momo said. I'm guessing everyone else is spread across the other zones then, I responded. Guys. Looks like we have company. Kaminari pointed with a trembling finger at another group of villains approaching us. I'm really fed up with you guys, I muttered. My skin began to emit small sparks, but I calmed myself. Earth would be the best element to use here, considering we were in the mountain zone. Okay, we've got this. I stomped my foot, and a large wall burst from the ground, sending many villains flying. Oh, that was amazing, Finn. Jiro called out. Thanks. Now, let's take these guys out. The four of us started fighting the villains. Kaminari couldn't do much because of his quirk. If he shot out his electricity, it would fry Momo and Jiro's brains. The same applied to me if I used mine. But we could finish these guys quickly if we could. Wait, Momo! The black-haired girl turned toward me. How long would it take you to create a sheet of insulation, a really thick one? About 5 minutes or so. Why would I? Momo stopped as she realized my plan. All right, cover for me. I worked to protect Momo from the fight so she could concentrate on making the sheet. All right, it's ready. She ran over to Jiro and let the blanket fall over them. A blanket? Is that supposed to be a shield? The villains mocked. You're looking at a sheet of insulation 100 millimeters thick. Kaminari, now. Kaminari and I exchanged smirks before unleashing thousands of volts of electricity. It would have been powerful with just one of us, but together, there was no way these guys would be okay. Well, that's the end of them. Great job, Kamin. I turned to Kaminari, who was jabbing his fingers around, saying, yeah. Oh great. He's out of it. You girls okay? Yes, we're fine. Good thinking, and Jiro said as she walked over to me. No big deal really. Do either of you know how long Kaminari will be like this? I don't know for certain, but I guess around 10 to 15 minutes, Momo said, observing our dazed classmate. Well, at least it's funny. Jiro and I started joking about Kaminari when a cry of pain was heard. Aizawa! I ran towards the sounds of distress, amazed and terrified by everything that had transpired since being teleported. 13 lay crushed on the floor, with Uraraka and Mina by their sides. Ida was trying to pry open a door while Sato and Siro held back the warp gate. But the most horrifying sight was Aizawa pinned to the ground by a grotesque creature, blood trickling down his face, and his arms positioned at unnatural angles. I approached Uraraka and Mina first to gather the details of what I had missed. Tenya just went to get the teachers. It won't be long before we're out of here, she said. I nodded, relieved. That's a relief. I glanced back at the battlefield and noticed the villain was having some sort of fit, clearly frustrated that Ida had managed to escape. Just as I was feeling a bit satisfied, he leaped in another direction. I focused and saw Mineta, Tsu, and Izuku. No! I was about to rush over when the man halted with his hand hovering over Tsu. What? I looked back at Aizawa and noticed his hair floating around him. He erased his quirk. Aizawa's head was slammed back against the ground, stopping his ability. This time, I didn't hesitate. I dashed toward the wreckage where my friends were. Izuku looked ready to throw a punch at the villain. A thick veil of smoke obscured my view, but I could see that the man was gone, replaced by that monstrous creature. It didn't do anything to him? I murmured in disbelief. Then it hit me. I stepped back horrified. This creature was going to be used to harm my father. Oh, it's you again. I looked past the creature to see the hand-covered man standing behind it. I saw you earlier. You have some impressive power. At that moment, my anger flared. There was no way I would let them harm my father. People like them had succeeded once before, but it wouldn't happen again. Yeah, and? Oh, I just thought you'd make a great addition to my team. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. Are you really that foolish? Like I'd join you. Suddenly, I was lifted into the air by the creature. I couldn't react in time, but I didn't need to. The doors of the USJ burst open, revealing my father, and he wasn't smiling. I watched as he swiftly took down the minor villains, grabbing Aizawa on the way. He then turned to me and pulled me from the creature's grasp, along with my friends. We stood together in the center of the building. Everyone back to the entrance. And take Aizawa with you, my father commanded. He doesn't have much time. As Tsu, Izuku, and Mineta started to carry Aizawa away, I stayed close to him. Dad, this guy's tough. Izuku punched him, and it didn't faze him at all. Are you sure? And I got this. He flashed me his signature smile. With a bit of hesitation, I nodded and followed the others. As we moved back, I kept glancing at my father. Every punch he threw at that creature, which Izuku informed me was called Nomu, had no effect. My mind raced as I noticed Izuku looking at me with concern. "Enin, are you alright? Eicha?" "Oh yes, I'm fine, Izuku." He clearly didn't believe me but didn't press further, which I appreciated. If I was right about 13 holding up 3 fingers earlier, then Dad really shouldn't be using one for all right now. "Dad, please be careful." We continued walking when a loud thud echoed behind us. We turned to see my dad caught in a warp gate, the Nomu's claws digging into his sides. Izuku and I exchanged worried glances, instinctively thinking the same plan. "Tsu, can you carry Mr. Aizawa?" "Ribicher. But what are you guys going to do?" Neither of us answered as we sprinted off to help my father. I could hear Mineta yelling from behind, but I ignored him. We ran, and I teleported us both over. Izuku lunged forward to assist but was confronted by the warping villain. Just as I was about to push Izuku aside, a massive explosion erupted in front of him. "Get out of my way, Deku!" Katsuki shouted, blasting the villain away. Seconds later, a trail of ice began to spread across the ground. "Shoto!" To be somewhat helpful, I used my electricity to accelerate the freezing process. Within moments, the Nomu's arm and leg were encased in ice. "One of your poorly trained thugs told me you're here because you think you can kill All Might." Thanks to the ice, Dad managed to loosen the Nomu's grip and leap away. Now it was Kirishima's turn to join the fray. He flipped into the scene, attempting to strike the hand-covered man, but the villain dodged just in time. "Like we'd ever let the symbol of peace be killed by you guys," I yelled. Now, 5 of us stood together: Katsuki, Izuku, Kirishima, Shoto, and me. "Don't even try." "Kurogiri, how could you let this brat get the best of you?" the hand-covered man questioned. "So, the warp gate has a name. You've gotten us into a real jam here." Katsuki had Kurogiri pinned to the ground, having found his physical form. Katsuki smirked. "You got careless, you foolish villain. It wasn't hard to figure you out." He proceeded to explain how he had deduced Kurogiri's identity. I was impressed. Then I heard Shoto gasp and turned to see the Nomu crawling out of the portal. "How is that thing still moving?" I asked, stepping back. "It shouldn't be able to move." "Stay back, everyone!" Dad shouted. The Nomu broke free from the ice and regenerated its limbs. "What is this? I thought you said his power was shock absorption." "I didn't say that was his only quirk," the hand-covered man laughed. "He also has super regeneration. Nomu has been modified to withstand even 100% of your power. He's basically a highly efficient punching bag that hits back. First, we need to free our method of escape. Get him, Nomu." Without thinking, I teleported to Katsuki and pulled him out of the way of the Nomu, bringing him back to the others. I was in the exact same spot as if I hadn't moved. Now, I was frustrated. "Whoa, Kaken. That's awesome, you dodged him." Izuku praised. "Shut up, you nerd." "No, I didn't," Katsuki grumbled. "Then how did you get over here?" Kiri asked. "Angel." I could feel everyone's eyes turn to me, but I paid no attention. My mind was fixated on the man with the hands. "It seems like he controls the Nomu. So if I don't attack." My father's voice echoed in my mind. He must have sensed what I was about to do. "Get out of here. You would have been in trouble if it weren't for FN and me, remember? You need our help." I was flattered that Shoto included me in that, but I didn't do much. "Thank you for your assistance, but this is different. It's going to be alright. Just sit back and watch a pro at work." "But All Might, are you sure about this?" All I got back was a thumbs up. The hand man started running at the 5 of us, but honestly, I could take him easily, so I didn't pay much attention. I didn't need to do anything because he was blown back by the force of my dad's and the Nomu's fists colliding. He continued to rapidly punch the creature, knocking everyone back except me. My eyes widened as I realized what he was doing. Those punches are all aimed. He has shock absorption but not nullification. So if Dad can hit the right spots. Dad continued to punch and throw with incredible force. He was pushing past 100% of his power. The fact that he was still in hero form surprised me, but this was a whole new level. "Now for a lesson," Dad said, smashing right in front of the Nomu. "You may have heard these words before, but I'll teach you what they really mean. Go beyond. Plus. Ultra." He yelled as he sent the Nomu flying through the roof of the UV. Past the roof, past the clouds, into the atmosphere. We all stood in shock as we processed what we just witnessed. As the smoke subsided, we turned toward the pro hero. I really am getting weaker. Back in my heyday, 5 hits would have been enough to knock that guy out. But today it took more than 300 mighty blows. I smiled proudly, tears filling the corners of my eyes. I have the best dad. Dad then started to smoke, and I knew his time was up. You've been bested, villains. Surrender. We all want to get this over with quickly. The handman seemed to be thinking rapidly, scratching at his arms. What's wrong? Not attacking me? Didn't you say you were going to clear this level earlier? Well, come and get me if you dare. DMN. This is tense, Katsuki mumbled. I nodded in agreement. There's no need for us to fight now. All Might can handle it from here, Shoto said. Though I knew there was very little I could do to help, I couldn't leave my spot. I felt a hand on my shoulder and looked into Kirishima's red eyes. Come on, Ivan, let's go regroup with the others. I nodded but still didn't move. I couldn't. He's out of time. I tensed up and looked behind me. Guys, looks like we have company. The minor villains Aizawa-san and I had taken out earlier had started to recover. Let's get these guys out of All Might's way, Kirishima said with a smirk. I was really in the mood to throw some punches, but my eyes were still fixated on my dad. When the handman, who I learned was Shigaraki, started running toward him, my final fuse broke. I ran at full speed toward the villain, fist outstretched. My punches may not be as good as Dad's, but they were still powerful. Stay away from him. I aimed for Kurojire's neck armor. I could finish this now. But a moment later, a hand stretched out from a warp gate. My mind instantly flashed to Aizawa-san's elbow. Why do I get so reckless? Right before his hand was about to touch my face, it was hit with a bullet. I landed gracefully on the ground and looked over to where the bullet came from. It's the pros. I looked back to Shigaraki and saw him starting to retreat. Oh no. Not without a single hit on you. I outstretched my hand and started shooting out metal bullets of my own, each one aimed perfectly. Then 13 tried to SCK him and Kurojire up, but they managed to get away. I couldn't help but feel useless. I couldn't do anything. That's not true at all. I looked up to my father, half in his hero form, half out. You bought me some vital seconds. Tfin, without those, I'd be dead now. You saved my life, kiddo. I started to tear up but quickly wiped the tears away. I'm not happy I could help. Hey, effin', you okay? Crap, Kirishima. Oh. Out of instinct, I set up a dirt wall so Kiri didn't see Dad in the state he was in. Yeah, Kiri, I'm fine. But please, stay back. I want to make sure you're safe. Go gather everyone at the entrance. With a cheerful, all right. Kirishima ran off. I let out a breath I didn't even know I was holding in. Thanks, Vivit. Again. UA closed the doors of the school the day after the USJ was attacked, allowing both students and teachers involved time to recover and reinforcing security. It was a pleasant morning, with a gentle breeze and cool enough weather that wearing a hoodie felt just right. For one particular frog girl, it was the perfect day. Sue decided to visit the lake, one of her favorite spots to unwind. She slipped on a brown sweater and some jeans before heading out the door, bidding farewell to her family. As Sue gazed over the town, she absorbed the sights and sounds around her. As she approached the forest where the pond lay, the bustling noise of the city began to fade. She ventured deeper into the woods, listening to the new sounds of birds chirping and leaves rustling in the wind when she heard something enchanting. Is that FN? Sue's POV. What is FN doing here? I continued to listen to her voice, which was simply beautiful. The forest seemed to hush, as if every creature paused to appreciate the lovely music that was FS singing. She appeared to be dancing as well, moving gracefully as if she had been performing that dance her entire life. The water of the pond shimmered in harmony with her every movement. I settled onto the soft green ground of the forest, captivated by her performance. I had no idea FN possessed such talent. The thought of recording it crossed my mind, but I cherished the idea of being the only one to know about this hidden gift. It felt like an invasion of her privacy. I watched as FN twirled around the pond, as elegant as a swan. When her dance finally came to an end, I clapped, and that was when she noticed my presence. Tfis POV. The sound of clapping startled me, almost causing me to stumble into the pond beside me. I turned to see Tsu, clapping and bouncing with excitement. Tsu, what are you doing here? I called out to the smiling frog girl. Ribbit, I decided to come here since it was such a beautiful day, but I didn't expect anyone else to be here. By the way, you have a beautiful voice, Tsu complimented, making me blush as I rubbed the back of my neck with a sheepish grin. Thank you, Tsu. I didn't expect anyone to be here either. An idea popped into my head. Hey, want to hang out here today? It would be nice to spend the day with someone else. Weiss, of course. That sounds fun, Ribbit. And that's exactly what we did. Most people might find spending time by a pond boring, but Sue and I shared a strong connection to water, making it an adventure. The pond was large enough for us to explore and enjoy. I had been visiting this pond since I was 2 years old, and it felt wonderful to share this special place with someone else. Hey, FN. Sue and I sat at the edge of the pond, our feet dangling in the water. Yeah. Where did you learn that dance you were doing earlier? It looked like you've been doing it for years. It was really pretty. A bittersweet smile crossed my lips as I recalled who had taught me the dance. My mom taught it to me when I was really young. It's called Water Lily. If you think my version was pretty, you should have seen her perform it. It was absolutely stunning, and her voice was like something an angel would sing. Wow, effin', your mom sounds amazing. Sue said, lying back on the ground. Yeah, she was pretty amazing. Sue sat up suddenly. Oh effin', I'm so sorry. I shouldn't have said anything. No, Sue, it's fine. What happened to her? I hesitated but trusted Sue. It felt good to share. When I was 4 years old, both of my parents were taken from me by a villain who broke into our home while I was out. I felt tears welling up but continued. I ended up stopping him without meaning to, but ever since that day, my goal has been to protect the people I care about, even if it means risking my own life. Tears streamed down my face as I spoke. Sue remained quiet, and I wasn't sure what she was thinking until she wrapped me in a comforting hug. I embraced Sue, crying on her shoulder. It was difficult to talk about, and I hadn't expected to become so emotional. We sat in silence, the only sound my sobs. After a few moments, my cries turned into sniffles, then to shaky breaths. I'm sorry, Sue, I stammered, pulling back from the hug. Don't be effin' ribbit. You have every right to feel upset. I nodded and stood up, Sue following suit. Do you want to get something to eat? I'm getting kind of hungry. Yeah, I said, wiping the remaining tears from my eyes. Yeah, let's go. We left the forest, and I dried our damp clothes before heading back into town. We stopped by a charming little cafe we both liked for lunch. We chatted about everything from school to hobbies, and it felt relaxing. I hadn't known Sue for long, but this was a wonderful experience for me. I'll pay for both of us, Sue insisted once we finished. Sue, don't worry. I have money. You don't have to pay for me, I said, waving my hands in front of me. She simply shook her head. I insist. I'm the one who suggested lunch. I sighed but ultimately relented. Sue paid our bill, and we left the cafe. Just then my phone buzzed in my pocket and I pulled it out. Oh no! What is it? I forgot Mina asked Kirishima and me to help move some things around her house. I'm really sorry to cut our hangout short, Sue, but I have to go. I'll see you at school. Bye. Bye, effin' ribbit. I ran off, looking back and waving at Sue. Let's do this again. It was fun. I couldn't hear her response, but I was sure it was some variation of yes. I smiled as I soared into the air, reflecting on every aspect of this morning. The class buzzed with excitement as students discussed the aftermath of the recent attack. Some mentioned being seen on the news, while others talked about their roles in the fight. The lively chatter came to an abrupt halt when Ida burst in, instructing everyone to take their seats. Ida? I began. We're all already seated. Ida sat down with a glum expression, his teeth clenched and hands trembling. Don't worry too much, buddy. I wonder who's going to fill in for Aizawa today. Just then, our homeroom teacher walked in through the front door, wrapped in bandages from head to toe. Mr. Aizawa. I'm glad you're okay. Ida exclaimed, raising his arm. You call that okay? Uraraka whispered. My well-being is irrelevant. What's more important is that your battle isn't over yet. A familiar shudder spread across the room as we waited in anticipation for Aizawa to continue. The UA Sports Festival is about to start. The Sports Festival? Let's go kick some butt. Kirishima began to cheer, but Kaminari quickly interrupted, playfully pushing his face away. I couldn't help but giggle as the redhead rubbed his cheek and flashed me a quirky smile. Is it really such a good idea to hold the sports festival so soon after the villains infiltrated? Jiro questioned. She had a point. Aizawa let out a tired sigh. Apparently, the administration believes this is a good way to show that the threat has been handled and that our school is safer than ever. Plus, they're increasing security compared to past years. This event is a huge opportunity for all students at UA. It's not something we can cancel because of a few villains. I'm sorry, but why not? It's just the sports festival, I said, turning to face the anxious Mineta. You're right, it's just the sports festival. One of the most important events in our UA careers. You know that, don't you? Of course I do. I just don't want to get hurt. Then how are you going to be a hero if you aren't willing to risk your life to save others and keep them safe? The UA Sports Festival is one of the most watched events in the world, Aizawa continued. In the past, everyone obsessed over the Olympic Games, but then quirks started appearing. Now that the Olympics have lost their prominence, only one competition matters, the UA Sports Festival. Pros everywhere will be watching this. This is how we get scouted. Momo said, right? After graduation, many students join pro agencies as sidekicks. I cheered. Yeah, but that's as far as some go, Jiro chimed in. That's probably where you're headed, Kaminari. You're kind of clueless. I stifled a laugh as my friend clutched his chest in mock distress. That's exactly why the sports festival matters, Aizawa interjected. If you want to go pro one day, then this event could open a path for you. 1 chance a year. 3 chances in a lifetime. No hero can afford to miss this festival. That means you better not slack off on your training. Class is dismissed. Sure, all that villain stuff is tough, but I'm pumped for these games. Kirishima cheered. It was lunchtime, and I was hanging out in the classroom with him, Sato, Tokoyami, and Siro. Me too. This is our time to show what we can really do. You're bound to get noticed, Stefan, Siro said. With a quirk like yours, how could they not? I laughed, feeling a bit embarrassed by the sudden compliment. Yes, my quirk was strong and flashy, but I didn't want all the attention on me. Everyone, I'm going to do my best. I turned to see Uraraka shouting with a determination that was a stark contrast to her usual laid-back demeanor. I said I'm going to do my best, she repeated, turning to our group. We all hesitantly raised our arms in the air. I think I can speak for everyone when I say I was starting to feel a little anxious. As I was walking towards the cafeteria, I felt a hand on my shoulder. I turned around and saw my father holding 2 bento boxes. Hey, even want to eat with me? I chuckled at my father's playful demeanor, agreeing and following him to his office. Hold tight. There's one more thing I need to do. He stepped out for a few minutes and returned with Izuku. Stefan, what are you doing here? Izuku asked as he sat down next to me. I needed to talk to both of you. My dad answered for me, changing out of his hero form and sitting across from us. As you both know, the fight against those villains took a lot out of me. And now, my time as the symbol of peace has gone down to about 50 minutes. 50 minutes? Izuku and I exclaimed in unison. Yeah, I've overused my power too many times. That Nomu was a real tough opponent. At this point, I can barely maintain my all-might form for an hour and a half. I'm so sorry. I should have just, Izuku started, but my father interrupted him with a hearty laugh. You don't have to apologize for anything. Neither of you do. Here, have some tea. He set 2 cups in front of us before continuing. I called you both here to talk about the festival. FN will start with you. All right. I had a feeling I knew what he was going to say, but I focused intently. Your quirk is something no one has ever seen before. If you wanted to, you could easily dominate the competition and win in an instant. But don't. I noticed Izuku flinch slightly, likely confused or surprised. It will make you a major target if you reveal your full power. Play it cool. Don't go overboard. Have some fun with it, even. Okie dokie. He smiled at me before turning to Izuku. Midoriya, your issue is that you still don't have full control over One for All yet. So, what's your plan? Izuku thought for a moment before his expression brightened. Wait, I did once. You're right. When you punched the Nomu, your arm stayed perfectly intact, I added. Oh, you did mention that. So what was different about that smash? Let's see. We were facing real villains, and I didn't have much time to think. But maybe that's part of it because I knew this wasn't just more training. This was the very first time I ever used my quirk against someone. To me, it sounds like your subconscious had you hold back so you wouldn't end up seriously hurting someone while attacking, I said. My thoughts exactly. Hey, at least that's some progress. That's all I needed from you, Finn. I need to talk with Midoriya privately. I'll see you later today, kiddo. I nodded, rising from my chair and saying goodbye to Izuku before walking out the door. I ended up eating the bento Dad had given me, so I wasn't particularly hungry. Instead, I decided to go out onto the plaza and clear my thoughts. Dad said I shouldn't use my full abilities. If I'm being honest, I don't even know exactly what I'm capable of. Maybe I should just have fun with it, like Dad said. But that doesn't mean I'm not going to try my hardest. Sports festival, here I come. What are you all doing here? As I was putting my things back into my backpack, I heard a commotion coming from the front door. As I got closer, I saw a crowd of unfamiliar students blocking our entrance. They're scouting the competition, idiots, Katsuki snarled as he pushed his way to the front of the room. We're the class that survived a real villain attack. They want to see us for themselves. Now move it, Iti. Katsuki yelled as I playfully tapped him on the head. Watch yourself, Katsuki, I said with a warning tone. He looked taken aback for a moment before returning to his familiar scowl. I'm really sorry about him. He has quite the ego. So, this is Class 1A, an unfamiliar boy with purple hair said, drawing my attention. I heard you guys were impressive, but you just sound arrogant. Is everyone in the hero course delusional, or is it just you? My classmates behind me started to get anxious, unsure of how Katsuki would react. It's sad to come here and find a bunch of egomaniacs. The boy paused for a moment before turning to me. Except you. You seem like a decent person. Thank you, I exclaimed. He gave me a small smile before continuing. Now, like many of us here, I didn't get into the hero course. But I have another chance to do so. If any of us perform well in the sports festival, we can be transferred into the hero course. But of course, they'll have to transfer people out to make room. Consider this a declaration of war. We all stood there, staring at the boy who still had no name to us. He looks kind of familiar, though. Hey, I'm from Class 1B next door. We heard you fought some villains, and I came to see if that was true. But you're just a bunch of brats who think they're better than us. I sighed, glancing at Katsuki before turning back to the other students. I can assure you not everyone in Class 1A is as hard-headed as him. Please don't think we all act like. Teeth, cut the crap, Angel. Katsuki started walking away, which made my blood boil. Katsuki Bakugo. You need to say something to these people. You had no right to. These people don't matter. All that's important is that I whoa. Katsuki stopped mid-sentence, and silence fell over the. Did I mention I was always big on apologies? My hair was floating around my head, and my usual eyes glowed with intensity. Now, Katsuki, we wouldn't want these people to hold a grudge against us because of what you said. So please apologize. Now. The shock was clear on Katsuki's face. He hesitantly turned to the group and mumbled something under his breath. Don't make her mad. If you do, you won't make it out in one piece, he said before walking off. I returned to my usual self, putting on a smile. Everyone still seemed to be in shock, but who wouldn't be? Sorry everyone, but I have to get going as well. See you all tomorrow. Sports festival. Sports festival. How shall I prepare? I wondered as I lay on my bed. Like Dad said, I shouldn't push too hard. I'd say I'm skilled in both hand-to-hand combat and with my quirk. So maybe I'll take this time to work on my stamina so I don't always have to rely on my electricity. My thoughts were interrupted by a knock on my door. Effin', dinner's ready, my dad called from the other side. Thanks, Dad. The next day. Wow. Effin', that's amazing. Uraraka exclaimed while we were all training. I didn't know you could produce different types of fire. Mina added. I was currently testing my limits, starting with my fire quirk. Neither did I until today. What I've discovered is that my usual fire is the weakest I can produce. The more I concentrate, the hotter the fire gets and eventually changes color. Right now, I can only produce up to this golden yellow color. But before the sports festival, I'd like to try and reach white. That's really impressive, Devin. Thanks. We all continued to train, and before we knew it, the sports festival had arrived. Here's a quick summary of everything I accomplished in the past several days. I worked on my stamina. I got my fire temperature up to 2,800 degrees Fahrenheit, which is in the blue range. But since it hurts my hands to use for long PRDS, I'm sticking with my gold, which is only about 1,400 degrees. I was able to create wings out of water, even though I can already fly, but it looks cooler, so why not? I could travel 3 miles in 0.08 seconds. And finally, I can now change the temperature of my water. But much like the fire, it hurts my hands to use boiling water for extended PRDS. Oof, don't tell Shoto. The first years of Class 1A. As you all walked into the stadium, the crowd became even more lively than before. Cheers and chants for Class 1A echoed throughout the entire arena. The other classes must not be too happy, Kaminari whispered into your ear with a smug grin as you made your way to the center of the stadium. You couldn't help but laugh at the Electric Blonde's joke. What you didn't notice amidst your laughter were the cold stares from both Bakugo and Izuku directed at him. As you continued walking, Classes B through K were announced, receiving their share of cheers and welcomes. Now for the introductory speech. Midnight called out to the rows of people around her. You could easily hear the oohs and ahs directed at her costume, which was certainly not the most appropriate choice for a school setting. Someone should talk to Miss Midnight about what she's wearing, Kirishima mumbled, obviously a bit flustered. Well, she isn't the R-rated hero for nothing, I guess, you replied. Silence, everyone. Midnight continued. Now, for the student pledge, we have selected 2 students, Katsuki Bakugo and bnha. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Bakugo, and you made your way up to the pedestal. As you did, he leaned over and whispered in your ear. Angel, today we are rivals. I'm not going to go easy on you. And you better not go easy on me. Of course not, Katsuki. I'd accept it no other way, you said flatly, keeping your eyes forward. It felt wrong saying that. Of course, you'd be holding back. You didn't want to hurt him. But he didn't need to know that. You both eventually reached the pedestal and stood beside the microphone. You positioned yourself a bit farther away so Bakugo could go first. Please don't say something stupid, please don't say something stupid. I just want to say, I'm gonna win. Come on, Katsuki. The crowd erupted with boos, but unsurprisingly, Bakugo wasn't fazed in the slightest. Alright, that's quite enough of you, Kit Kat, you said, slowly pushing Bakugo off the stage. The only response you received was a low growl at the use of his nickname. You then stepped up to the microphone, taking a deep breath before looking out at the group of students, who had quieted down and seemed less hostile than before. Okay, I'm going to keep this short and sweet. You can have an amazing quirk, but if you don't have the confidence to use it, it's not going to do anything for you here or anywhere. So let's all hit the ground running and do our best. I know we can all accomplish greatness. Go beyond. Plus ultra. The entire crowd joined you for the final part of your pledge, which was met with cheers and applause. Nice job, then, Midnight said, patting your shoulder. Heh, thanks, Miss Midnight. You hopped down from the stage and made your way back to your class, taking a spot next to Midoriya. Looks like you covered for 𝐇𝐤𝐭, he said with a nervous laugh. That was the plan. Now, without further ado, it's time for us to get started. Midnight announced into her microphone. This is where you begin feeling the challenge. The first game of the festival is, a large screen popped up behind her, cycling through different options before finally landing on, tada, obstacle race. Alright, this should be fun. Midnight proceeded to explain the rules of the first game. As long as you didn't leave the court, you could do pretty much whatever you wanted, so who knows what would happen in there. After the rules were set, all of you made your way to the starting line. Okay, I'm going to have fun with it but still try to do my best. So I guess the best option is to help some people out a bit. You got into a running stance as you watched the green lights slowly diffuse. Begin. As soon as the final word left Midnight's voice, the crowd broke off into a run. Everyone around you was pushing and shoving as if there were a fire catching up to them. I gotta get out of here, you mumbled to yourself. I got it. After a bit of struggle, you managed to lift yourself off the ground and float above the rest of the festival participants. Many people looked up in either envy or annoyance. Seconds later, a massive chill swept across the tunnel you were in. 𝐤𝐤𝐭. Of course. Everyone except for you and a few others were frozen in the ice created by him. Up ahead, you could see him running past everyone else. A few people had broken free of the icy chamber and started to run again. Might as well help these guys out. You flew out of the tunnel, creating a trail of fire in your wake that would slowly but surely melt the ice away. You landed on the ground and started running with everyone else. As you continued, you came close to Bakugo, who was using his explosions to speed up. What if I just... With the help of your quirk, you jumped right over the blonde's head, landing a good distance ahead of him. Sorry, 𝐇𝐤𝐿. But I said I wouldn't go easy on you, you called out as you got farther away from him. Behind you, you heard the frustrated shouts that erupted from him. You'd be lying if you said it didn't make you laugh. You were currently in second place, with 𝐤𝐤𝐭 being the only one ahead of you. You continued running, even though you could easily speed past everyone and win in 10 seconds, but that would be boring. Just then, up ahead, you spotted a group of very familiar robots. Those are the 0-pointers from the entrance exam. Not that you found these very difficult to beat, they were just kind of tedious. In front of you, you saw 𝐤𝐤𝐭 about to freeze them all in one swift motion, but you managed to beat him to it. Rising into the air, you cut through each bot with bright, scorching hot flames. It did sting your hands a bit, but you were fine. You landed on the other side of the demolished robots and looked back at what you'd just done. 𝐤𝐤𝐭's ice was making its way over the machines as Kirishima and a student from 1B, 𝐇𝐢𝐠𝐡𝐞𝐬𝐭, emerged from underneath, shouting in excitement. You laughed as you heard Present Mike yell about the demonstration of your quirk. You kept running, and from the sounds around you, you could tell Todoroki was gaining on you, but you maintained a steady lead. As you approached the second obstacle, Present Mick's voice boomed over the speakers. It's the fall. You paused for a moment, then decided to let Todoroki pass you and wait for others to catch up. When he reached you, he glanced behind him and then back at you. What are you doing? He asked in a flat tone. Waiting, you replied, matching his tone. He stared at you for a few seconds before creating a path and taking the lead. You remained there for a while until a large group of competitors began to arrive at the obstacle. You noticed the surprised expressions around you before your gaze landed on the purple-haired boy from the other day. Without thinking, you approached him. Need a lift? Sure, he replied, looking confused. Take my hand and hold on tight. The boy hesitated but then grabbed your hand, a faint blush on his cheeks. You swept your arm beneath both of you and took off into the air. The confusion on his face transformed into shock and then delight as he looked down at the chasm below, letting out a small, wow. I'm FN by the way. FNLN. Hitoshi Shinso. You landed on the other side of the fall and released each other's hands. Thanks, FN. No problem. Good luck, Shinso. You quickly resumed running, eager to catch up with Todoroki, who was being closely pursued by Bakugo. A few minutes later, you heard Present Mike announce the final obstacle of the race. So, 𝐤𝐤𝐭 made it, huh? You pushed through and eventually reached the minefield, where Todoroki and Bakugo were battling for the lead. This may be boring, but, as you continued to run, you charged up and sped to the front of the two boys, causing several mines to explode behind you. It always makes for a good laugh. What's this? FNLN has made her way back to the lead? Where did you come from? Bakugo shouted as you sped further away. Behind you, duh. The two boys stopped their rivalry and focused solely on catching up to you, but they struggled to keep pace. Just then, a massive explosion erupted from the starting line, causing everyone to turn and look back. At the top of the thick cloud of pinkish smoke, you spotted a familiar figure. Izuku. It was him. He was soaring through the air on a piece of metal from the robots, eventually flying over you, Bakugo, and Todoroki. You smiled and started running again. New plan. Get Izuku to the finish line. In first. The two boys behind you were now chasing you and Midoriya, desperately trying to reclaim their lead. You noticed Izuku was losing speed, and the others were closing in. I need to give Izuku a boost and slow them down a bit. Alright, here we go. You summoned a powerful gust of wind, propelling Midoriya higher and causing Bakugo and Todoroki to lag behind. Izuku eventually landed and began running, you not far behind. He looked back at you with a bright smile and called, "Thank you," before turning back around. The two boys recovered from their setback and started to gain on you again. He was so close. Just a little bit longer, and he'd make it. You had to keep them from taking the lead. Go, Izuku, you shouted, pushing him even further and making him sprint at incredible speeds. He was so far ahead. The four of you raced on, entering the tunnel that would soon lead to the finish line. You could hear the ice, explosions, and cheers from all around you, but one sound rose above them all. Our first place winner is Izuku Midoriya. You sure this is a good idea? Kaminari asked as he, Kirishima, Mina, Zero, and you walked down the street, carrying presents, balloons, and a cake. Yeah, I don't want Bakugo to be upset with us for barging into his house, Kirishima added nervously from behind the balloons. I'm sure. I've surprised Katsuki a few times before, but that was when we were kids. He'll appreciate a birthday surprise. You said with a radiant smile, the kind that made people blush and look away. The group continued toward Bakugo's house, exchanging silly jokes along the way. Hey. NN, Kaminari giggled. What did the big bucket say to the little one? I don't know. Looking a little bit pale there. Laughter erupted at Kaminari's corny joke. Oh, I got one. Mina called out. Why don't you ever shower with a Pokemon? When no one responded, she continued, they might, Pikachu. Hey. The group laughed at Kaminari's reaction. I can't help but feel like that was directed towards me, he said, pouting. You are the human embodiment of Pikachu, Zero teased as Kaminari continued to sulk. After a few more corny jokes, you finally arrived at Bakugo's house. Alright you guys, you said, turning to your friends after successfully making it to the backyard. Bakugo's room is on the second floor of the house. Since it's not even 9 in the morning yet, he's most likely still asleep. Still sleeping, so we needed to be very quiet. I had already asked his mom to put earplugs in while he was resting to help us out a bit. Everyone nodded as I continued. I'm going to fly up there, get inside, and then bring everything in. After that, I'll float Zero up, who will use his tape to help you all climb in as well. Then, the fun begins. The plan for Bakugo's birthday was set in motion. I floated everything up once I was inside, followed by Zero, who helped the others climb up. We all got to work decorating the room, moving quickly but quietly. Before we knew it, it was finished. He better not be too mad at us after all this effort, Kaminari said. Now, to wake up the sleeping beauty himself. I walked over to the boy who was still asleep and gently removed the earplugs. How much I love this explosive Pomeranian. He is one of my 5 husbands. But yes, happy birthday to my angry baby. Hope you enjoyed. It was over. Izuku Midoriya had won the first challenge. You ran up to him, coming in second yourself, and enveloped him in a warm embrace. Midoriya's face flushed red, but he hesitantly wrapped his arms around your back. Todoroki and Bakugo came running in, claiming victory alongside him. Once they saw you wrapped up in Midoriya's arms, they shot him disapproving glances and murmured among themselves. Midoriya smirked and tightened his hold on you as if to say, are you jealous? You did it, Izuku. You got first place, you cheered, pulling away from the embrace. And I have you to thank for it. You looked at him in confusion. If you hadn't kept me up in the air, I would have lost my lead when I fell to the ground. So, thank you NN. You smiled at your friend, knowing it was Midoriya's cleverness that secured his victory. As the speakers crackled to life, you and Midoriya turned to the podium. The first game for the first years is finally over, and what a game it was. Now, let's take a quick look at the standings, shall we? The crowd turned to see the list of students flash by. The top 10 were as follows. 1. Class A, Izuku Midoriya. 2. Class A, FNLN. 3. Class A, Shudo Todoroki. 4. Class A, Katsuki Bakugo. 5. Class B, Ibra Shizaki. 6. Class B, Juzo Hananuki. 7. Class A, Tenya Ida. 8. Class A, Fumikage Tokoyami Nangu. Class A, Hanta Suro. 10. Class A, 𝐇𝐢𝐠𝐡𝐞𝐬𝐭 and so on. Only the top 42 would advance to the next round. Yeah, Kiri, you made it to the top 10. You exclaimed as you walked over to him. Just barely. I was this close to passing Zero, he said, holding his fingers apart with barely any space between them. Congrats on second. You were amazing out there. Heh, thanks, he replied. Don't be discouraged if you didn't make it through, Midnight called from the stands. We've prepared other activities for you to shine. Now, the real fun is about to begin. The screen lit up again, showing the names of challenges that would soon determine your fate in these games. After a tense moment, it finally landed on. Ugh, cavalry battle? I'm terrible at those, Kaminari grumbled from beside you. Allow me to explain, Midnight began. Participants will form teams of 2 to 3 as they see fit. Much like your everyday playground game, with one difference. As you go up, a player's points value increases by 5. So, the 42nd has 5, the 41st has 10 and so on. Okay, so if I'm correct, I have 205 points. Not bad, you thought to yourself. And that point value for first place is 10 million. Izuku's expression went blank as everyone turned to him, all thinking the same thing. We need to take him out. That's right. This is a chance for the bottom to overthrow the top. Midnight explained the rules of the game. Essentially, all team members' points would be added up to create the team's total, which would be displayed on a headband. The 4 teams with the most points at the end would progress to the final round. As everyone dispersed to form teams, you stayed put, assessing your options. I need someone with a defensive quirk, you thought. Mine can be defensive, but it's definitely more offensive-oriented. I also need a strong leader, since I'd be best on either the front or sides. I got it. You set off in search of a specific group of individuals when you felt a tap on your shoulder from behind. You turned to see a pair of blue and gray eyes looking back at you. FN, will you join me in my team? Todoroki asked you. Of course. I was actually looking for you and a few others. You looked past him to see exactly who you needed, Ida and Yaoyorozu. And there they are. You all began to strategize. Your group decided that Ida, Yaoyorozu, and you would act as horses, with Ida in the front and Todoroki as your rider. Before you knew it, the battle was about to begin. All the teams took their positions as Present Mic counted down, each rider donning their respective headbands. With the combined points of your team, you had a total of 700 points. Go! The word sent teams racing toward Midoriya's group. Everyone wanted to get their hands on that coveted 10,000, while the other teams rushed for the prize, yours focused on staying out of the spotlight. By the 7-minute mark, you had maintained a solid 4th place. Shudo, I think now would be a good time to head for the top prize, you suggested, glancing up at the boy on your shoulders. I agree. Now that people are starting to back off, we won't have as much competition as we did earlier. Ida, head in Midoriya's direction. All right. The 4 of you sped off toward Midoriya's team, swerving in front of them and causing them to momentarily lose their footing. Once the shock wore off, you found yourself in a sort of staring contest with your friends, each of you filled with determination. We'll be taking that now. I didn't expect this kind of confrontation to happen so early in the competition, Tokoyami remarked, observing your team. They really have it out for you, Midoriya. The games are only halfway over, we can't stop now. Ida now. Forward. Todoroki commanded. Ida's engines roared to life, propelling you forward. Yaoyorozu, Finn, you both know what you need to do? You nodded in unison. As you charged ahead, other teams began to join the hunt for the big 10,000. Yamamo, you ready? You called to the girl beside you as you charged up with electricity. Weiss. I'm ready, she replied, a blush creeping onto her cheeks at the nickname you had given her. All right. Todoroki covered your 3 teammates. Prepare to feel the shock of a lifetime. You shouted, unleashing over 1 million volts of pure electricity onto the field, immobilizing everyone around you for the time being. Todoroki removed the cover as Ida began to run again, freezing the teams you passed to prevent them from becoming obstacles. As you continued moving, you used your quirk to lift headbands off unsuspecting teams and place them around Todoroki's neck. I mean, we might as well, right? You said, smiling at him. A faint pink hue spread across his cheeks at your warm smile. Yeah, good work, Vefen. You were getting very close to Midoriya's team now. You noticed that neither of the gadgets Hatsum had built seemed to be functioning correctly, likely due to the electricity that had hit them. Suddenly, dark shadow rushed toward your team at alarming speed. Yaoyorozu, you called? The girl produced a stone wall from her arm, prepared for this exact scenario. You were pushed away from each other, slowly backing up. Eventually, Midoriya's team found themselves at a dead end on the edge of the field. You turned your attention to Ida, who was completely still. He seemed to be deep in thought. I'm going to do something that will make me useless to you, he finally said. But it's worth it. What are you going to do? Todoroki asked. Ida knelt down, and you could hear his engines revving up with more force than ever before. You looked at Todoroki, who appeared just as confused as you were. Make sure you get that headband. Brace yourselves. With that, Ida sped off at incredible speeds, leaving you momentarily stunned. The next thing you knew, you had passed Midoriya's team, with Todoroki holding the 10 million headband. You came to a stop, all of you completely shocked. Ida, you started, what was that? I pushed my quirk into overdrive, which gives me explosive power. Wait, won't that clog up your engines? Indeed. I'm sorry, but I won't be of much more use to you all. You did amazing though. Ida turned to you with a smile, the first genuine smile you had ever seen from him. Thank you, Vin. You turned around and saw Midoriya's team approaching. Shudo. We have company. And it doesn't look friendly. You watched, eyes widening as you saw lights surging through Midoriya's veins. Is he really going to? They came closer and closer. There was no set plan. Ida could barely move, Todoroki was frozen, and you couldn't easily move everyone out of the way. Suddenly, you felt heat at your side. You looked up to see Todoroki using his fire against Midoriya. Instead of hitting Todoroki, Midoriya sliced through the air, catching him off guard. He looked confused, almost scared, as he saw the flames dying down on his arms. As your team tried to regain their balance, Midoriya seized the opportunity to snatch the headband off Todoroki's neck. As they flew past, you could see the smirk on your friend's face, but knowing more than he did, you returned the smirk. You heard the crowd erupt in cheers as Midoriya and his team celebrated, but their cheers were soon drowned out by the sound of defeat. You laughed and turned to face him. You didn't actually think we left the 10 million on top, did you? You underestimate what we can do, Izuku. With 10 seconds left on the clock, 𝐇𝐤𝐭 sent Dark Shadow surging forward. FN. Todoroki shouted, pulling the cover from before over the team. You all are pretty persistent, aren't you? You unleashed another massive wave of electricity, piercing 𝐇𝐤𝐭's Dark Shadow. Seconds later, you heard the familiar voice of Bakugo. There he was, blowing through the ice Todoroki had recently created. Both teams were charging at you now. Bakugo soared high in the air after jumping off his team for the third time, while Midoriya surged forward with his arm outstretched, ready to attack. Your team couldn't move, Ida was still cooling down. You watched as they came closer, prepared to fight for the headband that would instantly grant them first place. You ignited a small golden flame in your hand and stood your ground, then. Time's up. The crowd erupted in cheers as Todoroki hopped off your shoulders. He looked upset, or was it disappointment? You looked at him, concerned, wondering what was going on inside his head. Now let's take a look at who our top 4 teams are. In first place, Team Todoroki. In second place, Team Bakugo. In third place is Team Shinso. You remembered helping Shinso during the obstacle race and glanced over at Midoriya, who looked heartbroken. You felt a pang of sympathy for him. Your gaze shifted to 𝐇𝐤𝐭 and Dark Shadow, who had something in its mouth. Upon closer inspection, you realized it was a headband. You quickly looked at the scoreboard and smiled. Nice job, Izuku. And in fourth place is Team Midoriya. Unsurprisingly, the green-haired boy burst into tears. You could almost fill a lake with all that water. You turned your attention back to Todoroki, who was staring intensely at his hand. You tilted your head in confusion and approached him. As you walked, you heard him mutter something under his breath, something about him winning. You placed a hand on Todoroki's shoulder, startling him slightly. Hey, you okay there, Sho? You asked with a concerned smile. Yes, I'm fine. He looked up into the stands, and you followed his gaze to see Endeavor, who seemed to be staring right back. A chill ran down your spine, and you quickly looked away from the flame hero. Now, if you'll excuse me. And he left. That was odd. You looked around for someone you might know and, to your pleasant surprise, spotted someone you hadn't talked to in quite some time. Nico. That's right, I'm bringing back Nico. I never mentioned what he actually looks like, so here it is. His hair is dark teal, and he has very pale blue eyes, almost unnaturally so. But yep, that's Nico Hinata. And one question, should Nico replace Aoyama on Shinsu's team and advance to the finals? Or should it stay as it is now? You decide. Nico! You shouted to the teal-haired boy as you rushed over to him. Nico looked around for a moment before his eyes landed on you, his face instantly brightening up. No way even. He started running too, the both of you meeting halfway. It is you. My gosh, how long has it been since we've seen each other? Since the first week or so, right? Yeah. At least we text occasionally, right? You asked with a smile. You and Nico stood there for a while, chatting about your experiences at UA. Even though Nico was bummed about not getting into the hero course, he still loved the general studies classes and had met tons of amazing people. Did you make it to the final game, Nico? The boy nodded excitedly. Amazing, isn't it? I was on Shinsu's team. That's awesome, Nico. As you said this, a thought crossed your mind. I can't believe I've never asked this before, but what is your quirk, Nico? My quirk? Huh, I could have sworn I told you once. But anyway, my quirk is, Nico stopped mid-sentence, his face paling. Nico? Nico, what's wrong? You asked, waving a hand in front of his face. Are those friends of yours, FN? He stuttered, pointing behind you. You turned around and saw Kaminari and Mina staring at the two of you with expressions that shifted from disdain to forced friendliness as soon as they noticed you looking. Oh yeah, that's Kaminari and Mina. Guys, come over here. You called to them. They happily approached with big smiles on their faces, though you had no idea they were battling their own inner turmoil. Nico, this is Denki Kaminari and Mina Ishido. Kami, Mina, meet Nico Hinata. It's nice to meet you guys. Nico stuttered. Likewise, Mina stated, with Kaminari nodding in agreement. A strange tension loomed between the three teens, but you, being blissfully unaware, smiled, excited that your friends were meeting your other friend. I gotta get going. That I'll see you three in the final round. With that, Nico dashed off. Bye, Nico. You shouted as he ran away. So, FN, how do you and Nico know each other? Did you go to the same middle school or something? Kaminari asked. No, we met during the entrance exam. I saved him from being crushed by a giant robot, you told them. He's a really amazing guy. You two should get to know him. Kaminari and Mina exchanged glances before looking back at you. Sure. But right now, let's get something to eat, I'm starving. Mina exclaimed. You giggled before taking each of their hands and dragging them to the cafeteria. Me too. All that kicking your butts made me work up an appetite. Hey. The three of you made your way to the cafeteria, and you started searching for Bakugo and Midoriya, since you hadn't seen them since after the battle. Do either of you see Izuku or Katsuki? I haven't seen them in a while. Kaminari and Mina looked around but didn't spot the two boys anywhere. Nope, I don't see them, Kaminari said, shaking his head. Neither do I, Mina added. I should go look for them. I'll meet you guys back here as soon as I find those two, alright? We'll be waiting. You nodded and then ran off to find your friends. You dashed through the grounds, trying to locate Izuku and Katsuki, but had no luck until you spotted a head of ash-blonde hair in the back of an alleyway. You knew immediately it was Katsuki and made your way over to him. For some reason, you felt the need to stay quiet. Katsuki was peering past a wall, seemingly listening in on a conversation. Wait, is that Shudo and Izuku? You quietly approached Katsuki and began to listen. You knew it was wrong to eavesdrop, but given what had happened between those two earlier, it had to be important, right? You and Katsuki had gotten pretty good at reading each other's faces, so when he glanced over at you, you understood his unspoken question, "What are you doing here?" "Looking for you, dummy." Katsuki smirked before turning his attention back to the two boys on the other side of the wall. You listened in for a while until something Shudo said caught your attention. "Have you ever heard of quirk marriages?" Your heart sank. You had heard some troubling things about Shudo's father, but you didn't think. It became a problem in the first couple of generations after superpowers became widespread. Some sought potential mates solely to create powerful children. Many were forced into relationships. They were viewed as old-fashioned arranged marriages, but clearly it was unethical. You gripped the front of your shirt and bit your lip to keep from crying. You already knew where this was going. I swear to God, if I ever see that fiery bnha. You felt a firm but gentle grip on your shoulder. You looked over to see Katsuki's hand. He was still facing forward, but the small gesture calmed you down a bit. My father bought my mother's relatives to get his hands on her quirk, and now he's raising me to surpass all might. Every memory of my mother is of her crying. I remember she called my left side unbearable before she poured boiling water on my face. You covered your mouth with your hands to stifle a gasp. You could feel Katsuki's hand on your shoulder tense up. The only reason I picked a fight with you is to show my old man what I could do without relying on his stupid fire quirk. I'm gonna show him that I reject his power and that I can take first place without using it. Is this really what Shudo's been through his whole life? Being tortured by such a vile creature since childhood. You heard him say one more thing to Izuku before walking out of the alley. Katsuki and you exchanged glances, and you both took that as a cue to leave. Katsuki and you walked back to the cafeteria in silence, but it wasn't the usual comfortable silence. Eventually, Katsuki broke it. "The same goes for you and me, you know that, right?" he said, turning to you. "Just because we're friends doesn't mean I'm gonna go easy on you. And you better not go easy on me." "Oh, you think of me as a friend?" I said, batting my eyelashes. A deep blush spread across Katsuki's face, accompanied by an irritated look. Shut up, you idiot. Do you have a death wish?" I giggled at his flustered tone. "No, I enjoy my life as it is. And you won't have to worry about me going easy on you. I have quite a few tricks up my sleeve. If we don't get to battle, I'm going to be upset." Katsuki chuckled before slinging his arm around my shoulder. I'm sure we will. And when we do, I'm going to take you down, Angel. I laughed and pushed his arm off me. We'll just have to wait and see. Kit Kat. Katsuki's expression went blank. I'll give you a 5-second head start. Ah? Please no, I'm sorry. It's almost time for the last round. Present Mike shouted from the speakers. But before that, good news for everyone who didn't make it to the finals. Since this is a sports festival, we've prepared side games for everyone to participate in. We even brought in some cheerleaders. Wait, what? Many eyes turned to the group of incredibly embarrassed girls from 1A, all dressed in cheerleading outfits except for me. I snickered to myself as I watched the girls yell at Kaminari and Mineta for tricking them into wearing the outfits in the first place. Well, at least they look good on you guys, I said, joining my friends. Thanks, Finn. Uraraka cheered. But why didn't you get one? I just got back from lunch. I went on a little walk after the second round, so I was one of the last people to eat. I didn't want to mention that I had actually been with Bakugo for most of the time between games. Everyone in the final round of the games, please come up and draw lots to see who you're up against. Everyone made their way to Midnight's podium, where she was holding the box of lots. I'll start with the first place team. Excuse me, everyone turned their eyes to Ojiro, who had his arm raised. I'm sorry, but I'm withdrawing. We all gasped at his words. Wait, Ojiro, why would you withdraw? I asked him. It just wouldn't be right to stay in. I barely remember anything from the cavalry battle until the very end. What do you mean? I think it was that guy's quirk. Ojiro turned in another direction and locked eyes with a boy with purple hair. Shinso? I know this is a great opportunity. I wish I could take advantage of it, but my conscience won't let me. Ojiro, just think about this, Izuku said. I have okay. Everyone gave their all in round 2, but I was just someone's puppet. No way, I don't want to advance if I don't even know how I got here. It wouldn't be fair. The people around me tried to reason with him, telling him to prove he should be here and whatnot. But I understood where he was coming from. If I made it through but didn't know how, I wouldn't want to be a part of it either. Eventually, another guy from Class 1B stepped out to withdraw for the same reason. Look at these guys. Sniff, they're so manly. Kirishima said, tears in his eyes. Very manly, Kiri. I turned back to Miss Midnight to see what she thought about it. She was the one in charge, after all. This sort of talk is very naive, my boys. That excites me. Wait, what? Shota, Ojiro, you're withdrawn. Now let's see, we'll have to move up 2 students from 5th place to have enough contestants. My team was frozen most of the time, we didn't even do anything in the cavalry battle, Kendo from 1B said. You should choose from the group that kept fighting the whole time, Team Tetsu. Tetsu's team was beyond grateful. In the end, Tetsu and Shiozaki were the ones who advanced. The board with the tournament matches lit up in front of us. I looked up to see who my first opponent would be. Ibara Shiozaki, she'll be fun. I glanced at the other matches to see what I could look forward to and who I might face next. These were the battles for the first round. Izuku versus Shinso. Shudo versus Zero. Shiozaki versus me. Ida versus Hatsum. Mina versus Nico. Tokoyami versus Yamamo. Tetsu versus Kirishima. And finally, Uraraka versus Katsuki. Alright, so if I win, I'll either go against Ida or that Hatsum girl from Izuku's team. Excuse me, but you are LN, correct? I turned around to face whoever had spoken to me. HM? Oh yes, that's me. But please, just call me FN. You're Ibara Shiozaki, right? The girl nodded. I'm looking forward to our match. I think you will be a very worthy opponent. Right back at you. I saw what you could do in the last 2 rounds. I'm glad you were able to advance. You definitely deserve it. Shiozaki's eyes widened as she hid her face in her vine-like hair. Thank you very much, Then. I appreciate it. And with that, she left. Oh, it looks like the side games are starting. I mean, I'm not opposed to having some more downtime. I walked out of the arena and through the halls, looking for a place to sit down, relax, and gather my thoughts. I turned the corner and immediately ran into someone, falling to the ground. Oh gosh, I'm so sorry. I looked up into piercing blue eyes I had seen before, but these were much colder. Oh, hello Endeavor. It took all I had not to spit the words at the number 2 hero. I already wasn't too fond of him, but after what I overheard from Shudo, I absolutely despised him. You're that Ellen girl, aren't you? Endeavor said, not even bothering to help me up. Yes sir, that would be me. I said, getting up from the floor. I stared straight into his cold, blue eyes. How could someone with a fire quirk have eyes that seemed made of ice? I saw you with my son earlier today. You have a very unique quirk. One that could be of use to me in the future. I already knew what Endeavor was referring to, quirk marriage. He wanted to marry me off to Shudo to create an even stronger child. Good job, FN, choking in front of the number 2 hero. You see, the boy has been going through a rebellious phase lately. He doesn't listen to me at all. But he seems to be close to you. Is this true? I didn't know what to say. I felt like if I told the truth, I'd make things harder on Shudo. Well, don't talk to her. I spun around to see Shudo had just come around the corner. He was glaring at his father with an intensity one had never seen before. He came over to me, grabbed my arm, and pulled me away from the flame hero. Shudo, stop this phase of yours. You could do so much better if you just used what I gave you. Shudo ignored his father and quickened his pace, still holding my arm as if he were afraid I'd fly away if he let go. After a few more turns, Shudo stopped and released my arm. We were outside now, behind the school building. Shudo leaned against the wall and crouched down. Shudo, are you? What did he say to you? He interrupted, looking up at me. Well, I couldn't lie to him. This involved him as well. He said my quirk could be useful to him. If I knew any better, I'd say he's setting us up for quirk marriage. Shudo's eyes widened with anger. He got up and started hitting the school wall repeatedly. That bstrd. I won't let him do that to you, 𝐿, he said after he had vented his frustration. That's the last thing you deserve. I smiled sadly at Shudo. He had never acted like this before. Hey, don't worry about it, alright? I said, putting my hand on his shoulder. We have better things to worry about. We both have a battle we have to fight. Let's head back to the arena. Yeah, let's go. I was sitting in the stands with Jiro and Ojiro at my sides, getting ready to watch Shudo and Shinsu's fight. Hey Ojiro. Ojiro turned to face me. Yeah, what is it, 𝐿? I saw you talking with Izuku before he went down there. What were you telling him exactly? Ojiro looked back out to the fields. I was telling him about Shinsu's quirk. While he's out there, Midoriya can't speak to him at all. What? How come? I'm not 100% sure, but I'm pretty sure that's how Shinsu's quirk works. He wasn't able to control me until I answered a question he asked. I wasn't able to regain control until someone bumped me on the shoulder. I think that's the only way to break out of it. I nodded along and turned back to the field as well. So as long as he doesn't engage in conversation, he'll be fine. I mumbled more to myself. That's awesome that you shared that with him. You're a good guy, Ojiro. He turned to me with a pink face, obviously surprised. 𝐇𝐢𝐭? Thank you, 𝐿. You're pretty too. Pretty great. That's what I meant. Ha. Alright sports fans, let's welcome our first 2 contestants. Present Mike yelled. Looks pretty scared in that photo, right? It's Izuku Midoriya from the hero course. I watched Izuku walk out from the tunnel area he was in before. And Hitoshi Shinsu from general studies. Who really hasn't done anything to stand out yet. Mike proceeded to explain the rules of the game. Ready? Begin. Nothing happened in this chapter, did it? Well, that's alright. All I have to say is hope you enjoyed it at least. Well, until next time. Ready? Begin. I was on the edge of my seat in the stands as the battle started. At that moment, neither Izuku nor Shinso were moving. They seemed to be engaged in a conversation rather than provoking each other. The speakers around the stands were loud enough that you could hear what they were saying if you focused on it. In a way, this is a test of how strong your spirit is, Shinso said. If you know what you want your future to hold, you can't worry about what other people think. He's trying to get into Izuku's head, I said to no one in particular, though I saw Ojiro nod from the corner of my eye. That girl, what was her name, 𝐿? I sat up when Shinso mentioned my name. What did I have to do with this? She thinks she's all that. She went around helping others the whole first round because she thought she was above everyone else and didn't even need to try. All she is stuck up and selfish. She has no right to call herself a hero. Alright, what the heck, I said sitting back in my chair. I helped you too, you know. I turned my attention to Izuku. Oh no. How dare you talk about FN like that? Izuku froze mid-sentence. That's it, I win. No. Ojiro and I both stood up simultaneously. I warned him not to say anything. Izuku had frozen in place, not moving a single muscle. I looked over to the screen. His eyes had turned a milky white, much different from their usual emerald green. You're lucky to have been so blessed, Izuku Midoriya. Now, turn around and walk out of bounds like a good little hero. Obeying Shinsu's command, Izuku turned around and started making his way to the edge of the ring. No, Izuku, come on. Is physical contact really the only way he can break free? I asked, turning to Ojiro. To my knowledge. Yes. Ugh, if Izuku could just break out of his quirk, he'd be able to beat him with brute force alone. Izuku was almost at the end, no more than 10 feet away before the match was over. And yet he kept walking closer and closer. No. Hey, you alright, FN? You have sparks of electricity coming off your body. Huh. I turned to Jiro, who had a worried look on her face. Sure enough, tiny sparks were indeed coming from my skin. Oh yes, sorry. That just happens when I get nervous. I laughed, rubbing the back of my neck. Fire is angry, electricity is nervous. Any other emotions I should look out for? The purple-haired girl replied with a smile. Well, water is tied with sadness, air is tied with happiness, and metal is, out of nowhere, an incredible gust of wind hit my face. I covered my eyes to keep the dust out of them. Once it had settled enough, I ran to the end of the stands to see what had happened, and I was shocked to say the least. Midoriya stopped just in time. He did it. He actually did it. Yeah, Izuku. Show him what you got. I shouted as loud as my vocal cords allowed me to. Izuku looked up from the edge of the ring at me and gave me a smile and a thumbs up. 2 fingers on his hand were injured. How was he able to move them if he was under Shinso's quirk? Impossible. Shinso said, clenching his fist. You're not supposed to be able to fight back. What did you do? Izuku covered his mouth with his hand to make sure he didn't respond and get brainwashed again. Come on, say something. Still, Izuku didn't say a word. I didn't know you had so much power in just your fingers. I'm kind of jealous of you. Don't say anything. Come on, Izuku. All you have to do is get him out of the ring. Izuku started running towards Shinso while he kept trying to get him to talk. Thanks to the way my quirk works, I've always been at a disadvantage. But you're so blessed you wouldn't know what that feels like. Shinso shouted. No, Shinso, he does know what that feels like. He knows that better than anyone. Izuku worked for his gift. If you want to talk about being blessed, say that to me. Izuku grabbed Shinso's shoulders and started pushing him towards the out-of-bounds mark. Shinso's senses eventually caught up with him as he punched Izuku in the face, trying desperately to refrain from being knocked out of the ring, but Izuku kept pushing. The two of them were getting closer and closer. Izuku had almost done it. Suddenly, Shinso punched Izuku's injured fingers, causing him to stop advancing. Shinso turned around and grabbed Izuku's face and shoulder, starting to push him towards the end. FN, if you lean any farther forward, you'll fall off the side. I heard Uraraka call from behind me. Without regarding her, I stayed put. I couldn't take my eyes off the match. Then, something amazing happened. Izuku grabbed Shinso's arm just before he was about to get knocked off the side and flipped him over his shoulder, slamming him to the ground. After a few silent moments of shock, Midnight raised her hand in the air. Shinso is out of bounds. Midoriya advances to the next match. The crowd erupted with cheers, though I was probably the loudest one. Izuku was breathing heavily, probably still in shock himself. After he regained his composure, he turned his head to the stands, locking eyes with me. I grinned widely and gave him 2 thumbs up, and he returned it with a smile. I plopped down right there on the floor where I was standing, the adrenaline finally giving way. After a minute or two, I got up and made my way over to the other seats. Hey, Katsuki. The blonde turned his head towards me with his usual scowl. That last move seemed pretty familiar, right? You got a death wish? He growled as Kaminari and I laughed. Katsuki shot Kaminari a deadly glare that shut him right up before I walked through the door. The next match was Shiro versus Shuto. No offense to Shiro, but it was pretty obvious how that one would play out. And besides, my match against Shiozaki was coming soon. As I was walking through the halls, I came across a head of messy purple hair. Ooh, do I have a bone to pick with you? Hey, Shinso. The boy turned around, tensing up once he saw me. Did you really mean what you said? Do you see me as stuck up and selfish? I said, crossing my arms. Shinso turned to face me completely and looked down, rubbing the back of his neck. No, I don't. I only said those things to get Midoriya to talk. You two seem close, so I thought it might help, he said, looking up at me with a newfound seriousness. Honestly, I think it's really impressive how you helped all those people. Most would only think of themselves and ignore others. I respect you for that. A small smile spread across my face. Thanks. And if we're being honest, I think you should be in the hero course too. What? You barely know me, Shinso replied, his cheeks turning a light shade of pink. True, but I know what you can do. The entrance exam isn't fair in many ways, especially for those without physical quirks. If that were different, I believe you would have made it in, I said, smiling at him. Thank you. That really means a lot. Keep working hard and show them you deserve a spot in the hero course. I will. I'll see you around. I nodded as we parted ways. After a bit more walking, I heard a familiar voice. Thank you both very much, goodbye. Izuku called out as he raced out of the infirmary, heading back toward the arena. Izuku, why are you in such a rush? I asked, jogging to catch up with him. Hey, he replied, allowing me to catch up. You did amazing out there. You've grown so much from the timid middle schooler I once knew. Hey, you make me sound pathetic. We shared a laugh as we walked toward the arena. Oh right, after this match, you're up against Shiozaki, right? Yep, should be fun. Speaking of which, I should head to the waiting room. I'll catch you later, Izuku. With that, I dashed off. Sitting in the waiting room, I focused on calming my mind and strategizing for my match. Alright, I think that should work. Now I just have to wait until my thoughts were interrupted by a powerful rumble that shook the entire room. What was that? I hurried out of the room and into the area just before the field, staring in amazement at the massive mound of ice that covered half of it. Wow! The ice towered so high that it extended beyond the arena. 𝐇𝐢𝐭, you really went all out. At the front of it was poor 𝐸𝐸, frozen and unable to move. 𝐸𝐸 has been immobilized. Todoroki advances to the second round. Midnight announced. Ah, poor 𝐸𝐸. I cupped my hands around my mouth. Nice try. Surprisingly, the audience began to chant, which made me laugh. I should probably keep that to myself. 𝐸𝐿 approached 𝐸𝐸 and started melting the ice. That's going to take forever. Maybe I could just. I flicked my wrist, and a small ball of crimson fire flew over to help melt the ice. 𝐸𝐿 seemed to be the only one who noticed and turned to me, giving a small nod of appreciation as he continued his work. Well, now that that's over, it's my turn. I waited in the tunnel, preparing to be announced into the arena for my battle with Ibara Shiozaki. Even beautiful flowers have thorns. I heard Present Mic begin, welcoming my opponent into the ring. It's the fighter from Class 1B, Ibara Shiozaki from the hero course. Alright then, let's do this. I stepped out onto the fighting grounds as Mike announced my name. Our second contestant is the girl we've all been eager to see more of. Ranking first in UA's entrance exam and another hero in the making, it's 1A's star pupil, FNLN. The crowd cheered as we both made our way onto the stage. Star pupil? Really? He makes me sound better than everyone else. Excuse me. Please pardon the interruption. My attention shifted to Shiozaki, who was facing the announcer booth. I'm not sure why you called me an assassin. I've come to the festival in search of victory, not to take my opponent's life. That wouldn't align with the values of a hero at all, sir. Oh my god, she's so pure. I'd like to say something as well, if you don't mind. I turned to the booth. You called me the star pupil. That just makes me sound like I'm above everyone, and I'm not. Everyone has their strengths and weaknesses, and all we can do is work with them until we rise above. Very well said, Shiozaki replied, turning to me. Thank you. Oh yeah, my bad. I'm sorry you too. Anyway, begin. Immediately, Shiozaki's vines shot forward, wrapping around my body. Has FN already been immobilized? What are you talking about? This is nothing. I produced ice from my arms, freezing the vines around me and easily breaking free. See? Told you. My turn. I raced around in a circle, creating a ring of fire as I went, keeping the two of us contained. Your vines aren't very fond of fire, are they? Whoa! I didn't even see her move. FN has some serious speed. Alright, I'll just have to work around this, Shiozaki said, looking around frantically. She willed the vines to travel below the ground, attempting to ensnare me once more, but this time I was prepared. As soon as they emerged, I grabbed them, which stung a bit, and swiftly wrapped them around Shiozaki, trapping her in her own vines. To ensure she was truly immobilized, I reinforced the vines with metal. Wow. It looks like Shiozaki's been immobilized. FN has incredible skill. FN is the winner. She'll move on to the second round. The crowd erupted in cheers as I began to break away the metal and help Shiozaki untangle herself. This is thoroughly disheartening, she said with a tone of disappointment. Ah, don't worry, Shiozaki. If it makes you feel any better, I really enjoyed battling you. Your quirk is amazing. Ah, thank you very much. I hope to fight you again. Same here. We walked off the arena and into the designated viewing area. I settled down in the front row next to Kirishima, right in front of Katsuki and Kaminari. All my best friends start with K. How strange. You did great out there, Hen. Kaminari said, leaning over my shoulder. Thanks, Kami. Shiozaki was a fantastic opponent. And she was pretty, though she doesn't even come close to your beauty. Kirishima and Katsuki shot glares at the electric blonde while I laughed nervously. How does one respond to something like that? Thank you? Hee hee. After that awkward moment, the matches resumed. I'll just speed through these quickly because I can't write fight scenes. Little did I know this would take a while. The fourth match was Ida versus Hatsum from support. Let's just say it was a bit unusual. Hatsum turned the whole fight into a commercial, using Ida as one of her models. After about 10 minutes, she stepped out of bounds, ending the match. The fifth battle I was excited for was Mina versus Nico. Finally, I'll be able to figure out his quirk. The battle began, and Mina raced forward but stopped moments later, looking terrified, as if she had come face to face with her worst fear. Is his quirk like Shinsu's? My question was soon answered by Mike. Nico Hinata. His quirk, in your head. He can see into your mind and pick out attributes, such as your greatest phobia, and bring them to life. The catch is, it's all in your head. Wow, Nico's quirk is really cool. I wonder what Mina's seeing right now. As if on cue, Mina started shooting acid at the air and screaming, as though something other than her opponent was attacking her. After a few minutes, she backed herself so far away from whatever she was seeing that she stepped out of bounds. Ishido has stepped out of bounds. Hinata advances forward. I looked at the victor for this round. Nico had his arms crossed over his chest and a smirk on his face, but it wasn't an ordinary happy smirk. It was a smirk filled with mischief. The next pairing was Yamamo and 𝐇𝐢𝐭. To be honest, the match was rather dull. Yamamo seemed caught off guard when the match began, giving Dark Shadow an opening to strike. She managed to create a shield to fend off the attacks as Dark Shadow pushed her further and further back. Eventually, much like Mina, Yamamo was pushed out of the arena. As 𝐇𝐢𝐭 left, I caught a glimpse of Yamamo's face. She looked devastated. As she turned away, I could see she was completely crushed. The 7th match of the first round was quite entertaining for me. It was Kirishima versus 𝐇𝐢𝐠𝐡𝐞𝐬 from Class 1B. Let me just say, those two were practically identical. 𝐇𝐢𝐠𝐡𝐞𝐬's quirk is steel, very similar to Kirishima's hardening. Even their introductions were the same. In the end, they tied by knocking each other out simultaneously. Wow, that sure dragged on for a while, huh? I said, leaning back in my seat. Sure did. Kaminari, who had moved over to my side after both Kirishima and Katsuki left, agreed. Time for the final match, Bakugo and Uraraka. Yeah. I gripped my pant legs, trying to shake off the uneasiness that had settled inside me. I guess Kaminari noticed. Hey, NN, are you alright? He asked, placing a hand on my shoulder. Usually I would say yes, even if I was feeling awful, just to keep others from worrying. But I really needed to voice this feeling. If I'm being honest, Cammy, I'm absolutely terrified. I looked out onto the field as Kirishima and 𝐇𝐢𝐠𝐡𝐞𝐬 were both rolled away on stretchers. Both of these people mean so much to me. Not just them, but all my friends here at UA. So anytime we have training that involves hurting each other, it devastates me inside. I made a promise to myself a long time ago to never let my loved ones get hurt. I had to stop myself from saying, again. That's a whole other issue I didn't want to open. So watching these fights is really hard for me, even if I don't show it. I felt tears welling up in my eyes. Damn it, don't start crying now. Even after telling myself that, I kept talking. Katsuki wants to win these games more than anything. He'll do anything to get to the top. And I'm just scared he'll take it too far and end up really hurting someone. I know that to be a hero, you're going to need to get hurt. That doesn't mean I want it to happen. The warmth that had been on my shoulder moved down to my hand. I didn't realize it, but I was really crying now. Now look at me, I'm a mess. It's all right, Finn, Kaminari said to me in a reassuring tone as he gripped my hand tighter. Caring for your friends doesn't make you weak. In my eyes, it actually makes you a better hero. I wiped the tears away with my arm and gave him a smile. Thank you, Denki. His face lit up. That's the first time you used my first name. It felt kind of nice, actually. Well then, I'll call you Denki from now on. We shared a thoughtful laugh as the speakers blared to life once again, announcing the start of the 8th and final round. Uraraka and Katsuki walked into the arena, waiting for their signal to begin. Their glares were intense, and they seemed to be having a conversation through their stares alone. I assumed Uraraka's main strategy would be to get close enough to Katsuki to touch him and make him float out of bounds. Though that would be quite a challenge with Katsuki. I guess I'll just have to see how it all plays out. Begin! Just as I suspected, Uraraka dashed straight for Katsuki, aiming to land a hit. In response, he unleashed an explosion right at her. I had to remind myself not to jump up and rush to the edge like I did during Izuku's match. Smoke filled the arena, obscuring my view. Eventually, Katsuki aimed another explosion at Uraraka, but she was quicker than he anticipated. Through the haze, I saw Uraraka emerge from behind. Yeah, Uraraka! I shouted, though my excitement was short-lived. Just as she was about to reach Katsuki, he spun around and released another explosion that sent her flying back. As the smoke began to clear, Katsuki unleashed an explosion even larger than the previous ones. Uraraka tried to sneak up on him again, but this time, she was met with an even bigger blast. The pattern continued explosion after explosion, but Uraraka kept getting back up. I looked up to calm my nerves and noticed something unusual. Uraraka, you genius. I turned back to the fight. Even though Uraraka had a plan, when would she use it? Just then, I heard someone in the stands shout down to Katsuki. Listen, if you really want to be a hero, stop acting like a bully. If you're so good, just send her out of bounds. The crowd echoed similar sentiments, growing frustrated with Katsuki's approach to the battle. Are they serious? They don't see the true meaning behind Katsuki's actions? I said, crossing my arms. After a wave of boos, Aizawa stepped in to voice my thoughts. Who's the one stirring up this uproar? Are you a pro? If you're serious, you can go home and hang up your cape. I'd suggest looking into another career. Thank you, Aizawa. Bakugo's fierceness acknowledges his opponent's strength. He knows she deserves to have made it this far. I nodded in agreement, silently thanking Aizawa again. Looking back at the arena, I noticed Uraraka was no longer trying to reach Katsuki. She raised her hands, holding them about 3 feet apart. Oh, it's time, I said, shaking Denki's shoulder. Time for what? I pointed up at Uraraka's not-so-little secret in the sky. Because she had stayed low to the ground, Katsuki had destroyed the floor during the fight, giving Uraraka the perfect weapon to use. Putting her hands together, Uraraka summoned a mass of debris that came crashing down from above. I was on the edge of my seat in pure anticipation. How would Katsuki react to the rubble coming straight for him? What happened next was surprisingly underwhelming. As Uraraka charged toward Katsuki to find an opening, he raised his arm into the air and launched a massive explosion. The blast was so powerful that it knocked Uraraka and all the debris back. A thick cloud of smoke enveloped the ring, obscuring my view completely. After a moment, the smoke began to dissipate. On one side lay Uraraka, battered but still standing, while on the other stood Katsuki, seemingly untouched. Uraraka managed to rise, albeit unsteadily. The two began to run at each other, but fatigue finally caught up with her. Uraraka collapsed onto the floor. Katsuki halted in his tracks, arms still raised. Uraraka! From the stands, I could see her desperately trying to claw her way back up, but it was a struggle. Midnight entered the ring to check on Uraraka's condition. As expected, she was far past her limit. Uraraka is unable to continue. Bakugo advances to the second round. With that, the first round of battles concluded. I watched as Uraraka was wheeled away and Katsuki exited from the other side. Looks like I'm next, I heard Izuku say as he got up from his seat. Mind if I come with you? I asked, hopping up. And not at all. The two of us exited from the stands and made our way to the waiting rooms. You nervous? Very. I'm going up against Todoroki after all. And you're facing Ida after me. If we both win, we'll be up against each other. Yep. Izuku opened the door to the waiting room, but inside was someone we didn't expect to see. Ah man, I lost. Uraraka said cheerfully. She looked completely fine, with just a bandage on her cheek. Uraraka? We both exclaimed in unison. What are you doing here? I thought you were injured, I said, rushing over to her side. I was, but Recovery Girl fixed me right up. Are you sure you're all right? Izuku asked, joining me. I still have a few scrapes and scratches, but nothing that won't heal over time. If that match taught me anything, it's that I need to work and train harder, just like you two. Izuku and I exchanged glances, impressed by her determination. Before we could respond, we heard Present Mike announce the beginning of the second round. Already? Sorry guys, but I gotta go. Later. And with that, Izuku was off. Uraraka, you coming? I asked, heading toward the door. Yep, just a minute. I nodded and stepped through the door, making my way back to the stands. Shudo versus Izuku. Well, this is going to be exciting. I took my place by Kiri once again to watch Shudo and Izuku's match. How are you feeling? Kaminari asked, leaning over Kirishima. What's wrong with her? Is she okay? Are you okay? Kirishima asked frantically. Yes, I'm fine, just nervous for the fight, I replied. Don't be. You wouldn't want that to carry over to your fight, right? You're going up against Ida next, so keep your head in the game. As if she couldn't easily beat Four Eyes, I heard Katsuki mumble behind me. At least you better. I'm meeting you in the finals, Angel, so you better not lose before you get there. You sound pretty confident there, Katsuki. How do you know you'll make it? You doubting me? Never. I turned back to the rink as Shudo and Izuku's names were announced. Here we go. Begin. Immediately after mixed signal to start, Todoroki sent a mound of ice straight at Midoriya. He quickly countered by harnessing power in his finger, blasting the ice to bits and sending the shards back toward Shudo. However, he managed to keep himself from being knocked out of bounds by creating an ice wall behind him. For the second time, ice came at Midoriya's face, but he destroyed it just as he had moments before. At this rate, Izuku's going to run out of fingers to break. For 2 more times, Todoroki shot ice at the green-haired boy, causing him to break 2 more fingers on his right hand. Todoroki seemed to notice this and came running at him on an ice road he had created. Midoriya lifted his left hand to smash through the new supply of ice. Though he was able to destroy the attack, he couldn't eliminate the creator. Todoroki came down from above, trying to land a hit on Midoriya, but he dodged it at the last moment. Todoroki landed on the ground and produced another wave of ice for Midoriya to smash through. This time, instead of using just one finger, Midoriya clenched his fist and smashed through with his entire hand. Todoroki did not anticipate this, so the small wall of ice he had behind him didn't hold up as well as it did with the fingers. Just before he reached the end of the rink, he managed to create a larger wall to keep him in. As the ice cleared, Todoroki broke free from his own encasement. Midoriya's entire left arm was injured now. He didn't have much left to work with. You watched your two friends from your seat in the stands. You could easily tell that Midoriya was shaken up and Todoroki was physically trembling. He was probably about to reach some sort of limit. All that ice must really be taking a toll on his body temperature. At this point, you had started to lose count, but Todoroki sent yet another wave of ice toward Midoriya. You watched in anticipation. What was he going to do? He had already broken the fingers on his right hand and his entire left hand. But he still countered, quite overwhelmingly in fact. Todoroki was very shocked this time. Just like you, he too had thought Midoriya had nothing else to use. He hadn't built a wall behind him, and if his reflexes had been any slower, he would have been blown off the side. Midoriya had used one of his previously broken fingers to blow away the ice. That's got a sting. You were practically leaning off your seat now, along with half of your classmates. After what Todoroki said to Midoriya before the games even started, you all wanted to see how it would play out for those two. Look at me, Todoroki, Midoriya said, looking down. You haven't put a single scratch on me. He clenched his fist and glared at the heterochromatic-haired boy. So come at me with all you've got? Midoriya, what are you trying to do here? Though Todoroki's tone was generally the same, you could hear the slight confusion and agitation in his voice. You want my fire? Did my father bribe you or something? Todoroki raced toward Midoriya. Now I'm mad. His movements. They're getting slower, you said out loud instead of in your head. I noticed that too, Bakugo said, resting his arms on his knees. Is it because of the frost on his body? I think so. Let's keep watching. Todoroki had gotten closer to his target. He lifted his right foot when Midoriya started to move. You saw the light from Midoriya's fist begin to glow. Your eyes widened as he punched Todoroki right in the gut, sending him backward. He did it. Todoroki sent more ice at his opponent, but they were significantly slower, so Midoriya was easily able to dodge them. Todoroki tried to come in for close combat but was blasted away again. Midoriya had broken 4 of his fingers twice now. He was getting reckless. More ice, more blasts, more pain to Midoriya's hands. The fight was starting to get pretty sloppy. Todoroki's speed was only decreasing from the frost, and Midoriya was running on pure adrenaline, not really thinking about what he was doing. Another blast of ice from Todoroki and another smash from Midoriya, though this time, he broke his thumb, which sent Todoroki pretty far back. Todoroki was shaking immensely now. He couldn't take much more of the ice. Why are you putting yourself through this? Todoroki asked as he tried to keep his balance. I want to live up to people's expectations. I want to be able to smile while doing something good for them. I want to be a pro. Whatever it takes to be a hero. Todoroki seemed distracted, as if what Midoriya had said had brought back something hidden away inside him. While he was distracted, Midoriya was able to land another hit straight to the stomach. That's why I'll give it my all. Just like you should be. The fact that Midoriya was still standing baffled you. It was true that Todoroki hadn't hurt him at all, but his injuries were severe. There's no way I can know what you've gone through or why you're even here. Your life has been so much different than mine. But right now, stop messing around. If you want to reject your father, fine. But you don't have the right to be number one if you don't use your full power. Todoroki's left side started to cover itself in ice. Shut up. His mind still seemed to be elsewhere. He was distracted. By what only he knew. Midoriya punched him in the stomach again, breaking off some of the ice and sending Todoroki back. Todoroki stumbled. I refuse to use my left side. It's yours. Your quirk, not his. Todoroki stood shocked, shaken. You noticed the ice on his side melting away until an enormous fire erupted from the boy's side. Oh my god, Izuku was trying to get Shudo to use his fire the whole time. You shouted, finally understanding the true intention that your friend had with the heterochromatic boy. You're helping your opponent. The ice had now completely melted away because of the intense heat. Even though you want to win this battle. Now which one of us is messing around? I want it too. I'll be a hero. A wild smile spread across Todoroki's face. Shout to. From across the stands, the number 2 hero Endeavor shouted as he started walking to the edge of the seating area. This is the start of a new era for us. You will finally live up to the potential I what? Who poured that water? Was it you? Or you whistled innocently to yourself as the flame hero continued his rant. Whoopsie daisy. You glanced back at the battlefield. Why are you smiling? With those injuries, in this hopeless situation you must be crazy, Todoroki said in his monotone voice. Don't blame me for what happens next. He looked renewed as if he had just stepped onto the battlefield. This was not the Todoroki we had seen moments ago. This was a side of him none of us had witnessed before. Todoroki channeled both sides of his quirk while Midoriya charged up his entire body. This is too much. They're going to hurt each other, you exclaimed, standing up. Calm down, 𝐸mentos has it under control, Kirishima said, pointing to the hero, who was indeed preparing to intervene. Todoroki unleashed more ice than ever before while Midoriya leaped atop it. The light from Todoroki's fire was blinding and illuminated more than half of the rink. Midoriya and Todoroki both focused their power, ready to strike. You stood there, waiting to see what would happen next. Just as the two boys released their energy, 5 tall walls of cement rose from the ground. The impact from their attacks shattered the wall but was enough to prevent them from colliding. You weren't prepared for the rush of wind that hit you, pushing you back into Kirishima's lap. Sorry, Kiri. Why you're fine, he said, his face turning beet red. You jumped up and willed the metal rails on the stands to rise up to shield your classmates from the wind. After a few seconds, you lowered the barrier and looked out onto the field. As the smoke began to clear, you searched for Todoroki and Midoriya. After a moment, you spotted a head of green hair. He was standing at least for 2 seconds before Midoriya plummeted to the ground, clearly injured. On the other side, Todoroki was still standing. Midoriya is out of bounds. Announced. Todoroki wins. The crowd erupted in cheers. The entire rink was completely torn up, which was fortunate for you since you had forgotten to go to the waiting room. You couldn't seem to take your eyes off the battle. Midoriya was carried away while Todoroki exited the field. Well, that was eventful. Happy birthday, Denki. 𝐸𝐿? What are you doing here? A surprised Kaminari asked as he stood in his doorway. I've come for your birthday, silly. With a bright smile, you revealed a box wrapped in white paper with a yellow ribbon on top. Wow. Thank you, 𝐸𝐿. Kaminari said, grinning down at his gift. Come in. You followed him into his house and plopped down on the couch in his living room. You had been to Kaminari's house a few times before to help him with schoolwork, and it was always fun to spend time with a friend. So what does the birthday boy have planned for his special day? You asked as he set the box down on the coffee table. 𝐸𝐿? Oh, I was just planning on staying at home today. I didn't make any plans. What? You exclaimed, jumping up and startling Kaminari. Oh, we can't have that, no way. You began pacing back and forth in front of the couch. 𝐸𝐿? Kaminari asked, taking a seat in the chair parallel to the coffee table. Suddenly, you stopped pacing and turned to him. I'm going to make today amazing for you. And I know just how to do it. Come on, we're leaving. You grabbed his wrist and started dragging him to the door. 𝐸𝐿? Kaminari said, a slight blush on his face from the sudden contact. Can I at least get changed first? Oh. You released his wrist just as you reached the door. Yeah, sorry about that, you said with a slight laugh. Kaminari headed to his room while you waited by the door, going over your plans in your head. After a few minutes, he returned, wearing ripped black jeans, a plain white shirt, a jean jacket, and black high-top Converse. Ready? You asked, extending your hand. As ready as I'll ever be, he replied, taking your hand. You quickly opened the door and ran out, dragging Kaminari, who struggled to keep up. Where are we going anyway? He asked as you dashed through the city streets. We'll see, you answered without looking back. After about 5 minutes of non-stop running, you finally reached your destination. Tada! You spread your arms to reveal what you had come for. Welcome, Denki Kaminari, to the summer carnival. Oh, I didn't know it started already. Kaminari exclaimed in awe, staring at the fairgrounds in front of him. Hee, it just started today. Perfect, isn't it? Now, let's go have fun. The two of you entered the grounds, looking around for where to start. Everyone looked forward to the summer carnival every year. It had amazing rides, delicious food, and plenty of places to buy souvenirs. Oh, how about that one? Kaminari suggested, pointing to a ride with about 25 seats spinning in a circle. It'd be a good place to start, don't you think? You nodded as the two of you walked over to the ride. The line wasn't too long, so you only had to wait a little while before it was your turn. Ah, what a cute couple, the ride worker said as you both approached. Oh, we're not a couple, you said, blushing. Suddenly, you realized that your hand felt heavier than before. You and Kaminari were still holding hands and hadn't let go since leaving his house. Kaminari seemed to notice as well, though neither of you let go. Why, yeah, we aren't. Kaminari, whose face was redder than yours, said to the worker. Not yet anyway, he thought to himself. Oh, my bad. You two can go on now, the worker said, motioning for you both to proceed. You looked for seats close to each other and found two that were relatively near. You both released each other's hands as you moved to your seats. Your hand felt much colder without Kaminari's warmth. You buckled the strap on your seat and waited as the workers came around to ensure everyone was secured. You glanced back at Kaminari, who was already looking at you. Once he noticed your gaze, he turned away, a blush creeping onto his cheeks. You laughed and faced forward again. All right everyone, one of the workers called. Here we go. That was awesome, you shouted as you and Kaminari exited your fifth ride, one that spun you around and flipped you over. Yeah, it was. Are you getting hungry? Because I sure am, the blonde said, holding his stomach. I could eat. The two of you started walking around, looking for a food stand that would satisfy your cravings. Eventually, you found one that looked pretty good. You wait here while I go get our food, Kaminari said, stopping at the picnic tables in front of the food stands. What? No, I'll go get it, Denki. I'm the one who invited you. No, I insist. You've done a lot for me today. I'll be right back. You nodded and sat down at the table in defeat, waiting for your friend to return. Suddenly, a shadow was cast over you, and a voice broke through. Hey there, sweetheart. You looked up to see a man with brown, greasy hair, dull gray eyes, and a scruffy chin. He looked a little older than you, maybe 19? You here alone, he said with a smirk. You sensed trouble and didn't want to share anything about yourself. And what's it to you? You replied, crossing your arms and raising an eyebrow. Ooh, you're a feisty one. I like that, the man said, licking his lips. If you don't mind, I'd like you to leave me alone, you said, feeling increasingly uncomfortable. Ah, what's the problem, sweetheart? You can trust me. The man grabbed your chin, forcing you to look at him. Why don't we go somewhere else, yeah? Let go of me, you said, swatting his hand away. Why you? The man tried to reach for your arm but abruptly pulled back, yelping in pain. Leave her alone. You turned to see Kaminari, his expression fierce. Or else. He snapped his fingers, and a small spark of electricity flickered. The man quickly nodded and darted away. As soon as he was out of sight, Kaminari's serious demeanor faded into panic. Are you okay? He didn't do anything to you, right? He asked, kneeling down to check for any injuries. Yes, I'm fine, Denki. Thank you, you said, smiling at his worried state. Okay, that guy was awful. I'm so sorry I should've. Hey, it's okay, alright, you said, placing a hand on his shoulder. Let's eat before our food gets cold. Hey, alright. You both enjoyed your meal and went on a few more rides. By the time you boarded your last roller coaster, the sun was halfway down the sky. When did it get so dark? You asked, looking around. Right? It feels like the sun was just up a minute ago. The rides had started to light up, creating a beautiful sight. Kaminari looked around for the last ride he wanted to go on with you before you left. He turned to you, admiring your features. He had flirted with many girls before, but with you, it felt different. He was usually calm and collected, but around you, he became flustered and nervous. Hey. You turned your head to him with a smile. Wanna go on the Ferris wheel before we call it a night? He asked, pointing in the ride's direction. Ooh yeah. Kaminari took your hand and guided you to the ride. Not many people were at the carnival anymore, so you didn't have to wait long. You both settled into one of the seats. Minutes later, you started to ascend. Wow, Denki, look at this view. It's beautiful. Not as beautiful as you. What was that? It's a really beautiful hue, he said, blushing and trying to cover up what he had previously said. All right then. Ooh, let's take a photo, you said, pulling out your phone. All right. You both turned your heads to capture the sky in the background and took the picture. Happy birthday, Denki. I hope you had fun today, you said to the boy beside you. I did. Thank you for this, he replied, grinning as the wheel came to a stop and your straps unbuckled. Well, time to head back, I guess. Oh wait, you still have your gift at home, you said, remembering the present you had gotten for him. All right, let's hurry back, it's getting late. A mischievous thought crossed your mind as a smile spread across your face. Hey Denki, wanna travel at the speed of light? I'm 𝐇𝐢𝐠𝐴. Within 15 seconds, the two of you were back in front of Kaminari's house. Holy cow. That was terrifying. Sorry, you said with a cheeky smile. Now come on, I want to see you open your gift. It's nothing special, but I thought you'd like it. Okay. You both walked to the door, and Kaminari unlocked it, holding it open for you. Ladies first. Why, thank you, kind sir. You curtsied before entering the house. The two of you walked into the living room and sat down on the couch. Okie dokie, let's see what's in here. Kaminari tore off the paper and opened the box. A wide grin immediately spread across his face. All right. From the box, he pulled out a pair of black headphones with yellow details and 2 lightning bolts on the sides. These are awesome. Thank you, he said, enveloping you in a hug. Hi, you're welcome. I'm glad you like them. Kaminari released you from the hug, still smiling. Of course I do. Seriously, thank you. Don't mention it. Sorry to cut this short, but I gotta go, my dad's probably getting worried. All right. Kaminari pouted as he stood up, and you followed him. You both walked to the front door. Bye FN, he said with a sad smile. Bye, Denki. You started walking away but paused and turned back to him. You walked back, gently cupping his face, and placed a small kiss on his cheek. Happy birthday. Thanks, Kaminari stammered, his face turning red as he touched the spot where your lips had brushed against his skin. He watched you as you walked down his driveway and down the street. Once you were out of sight, he returned inside and leaned against the door. Best birthday ever. Katsuki? What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be watching the games? I was sitting in one of the school's waiting rooms when Katsuki walked through the door. What's there to watch? All they're doing is fixing the arena after Icy Hot and Deku's fight. He replied, taking a seat across from me at the table. But to answer your question, I came to talk to you. About what? You're matched up. You better not lose, especially to Four Eyes. We're going into the finals together, alright? And there, I'm going to show you what I've got. He finished with a confident smirk. Oh really? I leaned back in my seat. We'll see about that in the finals. Attention sports fans. The arena has finally been restored. The next battle will commence in 5 minutes. Present Mick's voice echoed through the speakers in the room. Well, that's our cue to leave. I sighed, standing up. Wish me luck, Kit Kat. You don't need luck to win this round, I heard him mumble as I walked out the door and headed to the field. Okay everyone in the stadium. Let's welcome our next 2 contestants. Both from the hero course and the same class. It's 𝐇𝐢𝐠𝐸 and FNLN. The crowd cheered as Ida and I faced each other in the arena. I'm looking forward to a fair fight, Ida said, slightly bowing to me. Same to you. I replied, mentally preparing for his speed. Knowing Ida, he'll try to push me out of bounds before I can react. I just need to be ready. Begin. Just as I thought, Ida activated his engines and charged at me. This is a bit dramatic, but it's the easiest scenario for this battle. Just before hitting the boundary, I flipped up, using Ida's shoulders to propel myself behind him. With a gentle push, I sent him out of the rink, and he fell to his knees. Ida's out of bounds. FN wins. Midnight announced as the crowd erupted in cheers. Ida, how were you able to react that quickly? Ida asked, shock evident on his face. My reflexes have always been pretty fast. They were even quicker since I was expecting you to use your engines right away. I giggled, extending my hand to help him up. I see. Well, thank you for the fight. No problem. We walked out of the arena together. I continued up to the seating area while Ida headed into a waiting room to call his brother. Let's speed through the next 2 battles, shall we? Surprisingly, Nico's quirk didn't seem to affect 𝐇𝐢𝐠𝐸 like it did Mina. At first, 𝐇�eu𝐠𝐸 appeared transfixed, but then he quickly regained focus and got back in the game. In the end, 𝐇�eu𝐠𝐸𝐸 won by having Dark Shadow knock Nico out of bounds. This fight was rather interesting. For most of it, Katsuki was on the defensive while Kirishima threw punches from every angle. After a minute or 2 of dodging, Katsuki hit Kirishima with an explosion, singeing part of his gym outfit. He must have noticed that Kirishima was overusing his quirk, desperately trying to keep his body rock hard. Katsuki unleashed bigger explosions to weaken him further before finishing with a powerful punch that knocked Kirishima out cold. With that, the second round was over, leaving the final 4. As Shuto, myself, 𝐇𝐢𝐠𝐸𝐸, and Katsuki. Izuku, you're back. I cheered when I spotted him walking over. Uraraka told me you had surgery. Did it go okay? Yep, I'm all good. Recovery girl is amazing at what she does. She healed me enough to walk. Well, you still have some pretty big injuries. Shouldn't you be resting in the nurse's office? I questioned as he took a seat between Uraraka and me. I want to watch these matches in person. Speaking of which, you're up against Todoroki next. You nervous? Nervous is an understatement. But I think I can take him. I said, a burst of energy flowing through my veins. Well, I'm off. I'll see you after, alright? I'll be waiting. Here's another match we've all been eager to see. It's FNLN and her classmate Shuto Todoroki from the hero course. Begin. Shuto's first move was a wave of ice aimed at me, which seemed to be his go-to strategy. Using my speed, I quickly maneuvered around the icy wall and stopped behind him. Hiya, Shuto. Before he could react, I encased him in a ball of water. Unlike quirks like Katsuki's or Uraraka's, Shuto's quirk allowed him to escape easily, which he did by freezing the water and melting it away. He then created more ice, but even if he managed to trap me, I could easily break free. Shuto played offensively, keeping his distance. So, I decided to close the gap. I engulfed my fists in flames and charged at him, throwing punches in every direction. I landed 3 hits, 1 in the chest, 1 in the stomach, and 1 square in the face. Shuto flew backward and rolled across the rink. Seizing the moment, I attempted to encase him in water again, but he quickly recovered and sent more ice my way, catching me off guard. I flew backward, landing on my stomach. Sitting up, I saw more ice just a few feet away from where I lay on the ground. A million scenarios raced through my mind as I considered my next move. With mere milliseconds left, I instinctively raised my hand, letting my body take over in a desperate attempt to stay in the game. But then the ice suddenly stopped. It was so close to my face that I could feel its coolness spreading across my skin. What? I stood up with my hands still raised, glancing over at 𝐇𝐢𝐭, who looked just as bewildered as I felt. It was clear he hadn't stopped the ice. So, does that mean? How are you doing that? 𝐇𝐢𝐭 shouted, referring to the sudden halt of the ice. I don't know. I raised my hand higher, and the ice followed suit. Oh, well, isn't this an interesting turn of events? I lifted my other hand and began gathering all the ice towards me, including the ice 𝐇𝐢𝐭 was desperately creating to stop me. After accumulating it into one large cube, I spread it out into a long wall that extended across the ring and quickly pushed it in 𝐇𝐢𝐭's direction. From what I could see, he tried to melt through it but didn't have enough time before he was knocked off the side. Todoroki has been knocked out of bounds. FN advances to the finals. The crowd erupted as I melted down the ice wall, allowing 𝐇𝐢𝐭 to pass through. Since when can you control my ice? He asked, rushing over to me. Can you control my fire as well? What about elements made by others? Slow down, I said, grabbing his shoulders. You're starting to sound like Izuku. I had no idea I could do that either. It was a surprise to both of us, okay? I guess there's a lot more to my quirk than I initially thought. He nodded as we both walked out of the arena. The final match for the semifinals, 𝐇𝐢𝐭 and Katsuki, unfolded as follows. Katsuki continuously shot explosions directed at Dark Shadow to weaken him. The light from Katsuki's explosions prevented Dark Shadow from going on the offensive. Explosion after explosion erupted from Katsuki's palms until he unleashed a massive blast, creating a smoke screen that obscured everything. After a few moments, as the smoke cleared, Katsuki was seen pinning down 𝐇𝐢𝐭, his fist raised above his head. Though it was hard to hear, I made out what the feathered boy said to the ash blonde. I surrender. 𝐇𝐸𝐭 gives up. Bakugo is the winner of this match. Katsuki got up from 𝐇𝐸𝐭, not bothering to help him up. That means our last match will be between FN and Bakugo. We'll take a quick break before we dive into our final round. That was it. The semifinals were over. It was going to be me and Katsuki, face to face in the ring. I had envisioned this day for years, eagerly awaiting the moment of this sports festival. And here I was, preparing to fight one of my closest friends in mere minutes. We had joked about this countless times, both ready to battle each other head-on. But now, I felt completely unprepared. I took a deep breath, stood from my seat, and made my way to the exit. FN. I turned around to see almost the entire class looking my way. Good luck. Izuku cheered with his ever-cheerful smile. You got this. Mina cheered. Show the world what you're made of. Shiro added. You'll shine like a blazing star. Aoyama called from the far end of the stands. I always found it amusing how he acted like he knew French, so I decided to humor him. I'm pleased to know you all believe in me. I'll keep you all in my heart as I fight for victory. I think that's what it says anyway. Aoyama stared at me, stunned, a deep blush rushing to his face, while the rest of the class burst with joy. I waved to them all as I made my way through the door. It's just me versus Katsuki. Just me. And Katsuki. Instead of heading to a waiting room, I went to the back of the school and rested my head on my knees. This can't end well. Bakugo's POV. The time had finally come, was coming. In a matter of minutes, I would be battling it out with Angel, FN. Ever since I met her all those years ago, I had dreamed of the day we would go head-to-head. My classmate, my friend, no. Damn it, Katsuki. Get it in your head, you have no time for that. Your only focus is becoming number one. I shoved that thought aside as I started walking up the stairs to the waiting rooms. Just as I was about to turn the corner, I was interrupted. Excuse me? You're Bakugo, right? Katsuki Bakugo? I turned to see the boy from the first and second rounds. I had seen Angel talking with him earlier. What was his name? Inato? Forget it, he's Blue Boy. What's it to you, Blue Boy? Well, I've come to talk to you about something that might catch your interest. His demeanor changed in that moment. Before, he seemed shy and childish. But now, he was confident, calm, intimidating. Catch my interest? What do you mean by that? I said, turning to face him. Well, you see. The guy in front of me put his hands behind his back and dipped his head down but kept his gaze on me. His teal hair fell over his eyes, casting a shadow over his face. His smile was unsettling in a way. This guy was bad news. It's about FN. That morning, we all sat in the waiting room, ready for the festival to start. Each of us was preparing in our own way. Some were pacing, others were chatting, while I chose to relax on the sidelines. My moment of calm ended when I overheard Shoto speaking to Izuku. From an objective standpoint, I think it's fairly clear that I'm stronger than you. However, you've got All Might in your corner helping you out. I tensed at the mention of my father's hero name. Did Shoto know? I'm not going to pry into what's going on, but know that I will beat you. Hey, come on guys. I stepped in, walking toward them. This isn't the time to be picking fights. Shoto looked at me with his usual blank expression, though it felt different when directed at me. We're not here to make friends, Vivian. Remember, this isn't a team effort. He said it so matter-of-factly before walking off. I would be lying if I said it didn't sting. I thought Shoto and I were getting along well. Wait a sec, Todoroki. Izuku interjected. I don't know what's going through your head or why you think you need to tell me you'll beat me. And yeah, of course, you're better than me. In fact, you're one of the most skilled people in the hero course. That's how you got in so easily. Midoriya, maybe you're being a little hard on yourself and us, Kirishima chimed in. No, he's right guys. All the other courses. They're coming at us with everything they've got. We're all going to have to fight to stand out. And I'll be aiming for the top 2. I smiled softly. Izuku, you've come so far from the fragile, scared boy you were back in middle school. Not gonna lie, I'm freaking out a bit, Kaminari, who was beside me, said, shaking his hands. We were all waiting to go out into the arena. Don't worry, Kami, you'll do great. Heh, that's easy for you to say. You're literally the strongest person here, Titan. Oh, stop. There are plenty of people at this school who are really strong. And you're one of them. A small blush spread across his face as he rubbed the back of his neck. Thanks, Ifan. Before I could respond, the booming voice of Present Mike filled the air. Now, who you've all been waiting for at the first years of Class 1A. It's go time. It's about FN. What does she have to do with this? What do you mean this is about FN? I asked the kid in front of me in a low grumble. Is she okay? So I was right. You do seem to care about her. Well, then you definitely won't like what I have to tell you. The boy responded with a feigned look of pity. Just tell me what's going on. I said, starting to get irritated with the nuisance in front of me. I have better things to do than listen to your annoying voice. As charming as ever, I see. Well, about this FN situation. The boy looked up at me, but it felt like he wasn't really seeing me. His expression was blank, his body relaxed. This dude was starting to give me the creeps. She said some things to me a few days ago, about less. We speak over the phone quite often, Anyway, suddenly, a chill ran down my spine. Everything you know about her is a lie. Hundreds of thoughts rushed through my mind, all centered around FN. Her laughing at me behind my back? Pitying me? What the hell is going on? This is the truth, Bakugo, the boy said, stepping closer. I hate to show you all of this, especially before the finals. But it just didn't feel right to leave you with a false idea of who FN really is. His words were cut off by the speakers turning on. The time has finally come, sports fans. The finals for this year's sports festival is about to begin. Finalists, please make your way to the entrance to the grounds. Looking away from the speakers and finally steadying my vision, I glared at the teal-haired boy and stomped off. What was that all about? POV. Walking out onto the field was probably the scariest moment of my life. I had entered this arena 3 times already today, but this time, whether it was because of the round or my opponent, goosebumps rose all over my skin. It's the final round you've all been waiting for. This match will prove which first year stands at the top. Mike shouted from his booth. From the hero course, it's FNLN versus her classmate, Katsuki Bakugo. Looking at Katsuki, I noticed something different about him. Going into a fight, he usually had either a bored expression or a mischievous smile. But this was something new. His eyes were narrowed, and his frown was deep. It was the face you'd make when you saw something you didn't like turning your nose up at a certain dish. You ready, Kit Kat? I yelled over to the blonde across from me. Nothing. He kept his mouth shut and his stance the same. Hey, are you all right? I asked, starting to get worried for my friend's well-being. I thought he would ignore me again, but after a few moments, he responded with, Why would you care? Is it so you can pity me some more? Katsuki, what are you talking about? I was really getting nervous now. Pity him? What put that idea in his head? Don't play dumb with me, you little brat. Katsuki had called me names like that thousands of times before, but it was usually in jest. He'd end it with a smirk or a small chuckle. This time, there was no smirk or chuckle. He was serious. What was going on with him? Before I could finish, Present Mike interrupted me by shouting, Begin! Katsuki's first move was explosive. Grabbing his wrist, he created a massive blast and shot it right towards me. Not knowing exactly what to do, I jumped as high as I could to avoid being hit by the explosion. Carefully, I floated myself back down. Katsuki, what are you? Shut the hell up. Another explosion was sent my way, slightly smaller than the last but still powerful. With more time to react, I charged up and dodged the explosion before it could reach me. What's going on with him? This isn't how Katsuki fights. These attacks are too reckless. Why the hell aren't you fighting back? I whipped around to face Katsuki. His expression was twisted in a fierce glare, and his stance was aggressive. Am I not worthy of your attacks? Are you just continuing to look down on me? Katsuki, what on earth are you talking about? You've been shouting nonsense this entire time. Something wasn't right. This was not the Katsuki I had seen just an hour ago. He was different, like something had flipped a switch inside him. Stop playing dumb. Another explosion was sent my way. This time, I actually defended myself, lifting a wall of earth to shield me from the blast. That's all you're gonna do? Hide behind some dirt. And you say I'm the pathetic one. Growing tired of his words, I sent the wall his way, cutting his sentence short. He easily evaded it by propelling himself upwards and leaping over. Okay, Katsuki, everything you're saying is starting to annoy me. I stated as Katsuki landed back on the ground. When have I ever pitied you? You're even denser than I thought. The blonde replied, his voice low. Stop toying with me. The largest and fastest explosion of the round came racing towards me. My mind was racing. What was going on? I couldn't think straight. I didn't have much time left. I crossed my arms over my face and braced for the impact from the explosion, expecting either to be knocked out of bounds or overwhelmed. But neither happened. I felt the explosion wash over me, but I remained firmly on the ground, unharmed. It felt like a gentle breeze passing by. Wait a second. Could she always do that? I heard my call out. I opened my eyes and realized I was in the same spot, untouched by the fiery blast. F&is covered in metal. My eyes widened as I looked down at my hands, which were indeed made of metal. I looked up at Katsuki, whose crazed expression had only intensified. How did you do that? He came racing forward, throwing punches rigged with explosions at me. You've been hiding even more from me? I managed to dodge every attack he threw at me. I noticed my body slowly shifting back to flesh instead of metal. I'm telling you. No. On the final word, I struck him square in the face, sending him flying backward. Seizing the opportunity, I stomped my foot down and sent a wave of ice, much like Shudo's in his first round but on a smaller scale, encasing Katsuki inside. What's gotten into you? You're fighting like a wild animal. Loud thuds began to shake the ground. I took a step back, balling my fists together, prepared for an attack. Along with the thuds, the sound of cracking ice filled my ears until a furious Katsuki burst through his icy prison. What's gotten into me? Common sense has gotten into me. He yelled, stepping through the hole he'd created. You honestly think you could fool me for so long? Dumbass. The more he spoke, the more it felt like my insides were being torn apart. Katsuki, I really don't know what you mean. Of course you don't. He sighed, letting his hands fall to his sides. Wanna know something? That Shinso guy was right. I took another step back, shocked. It was one thing to see him in that wild state seconds ago. It was another to see him change so quickly. You're just a stuck-up, selfish brat who only thinks about herself. You think you're so much better than everyone, so you never feel the need to give your all. You look down on all of us because you just happen to have that quirk of yours. You don't have the right to call yourself a hero. Hell, you don't even have the right to that quirk. With every sentence, every word, my heart sank. The audience was silent. The silence was heavy, more burdensome than anything I had ever felt. So, what do you have to say to that, huh? Please don't tell me you're going to start crying. We all already know how pathetic you are. Bakugo's POV. What the hell am I saying? The truth. Get out of my head. No can do. I looked at FN. Her head was down, her fists clenched at her sides. Her HC hair fell over her eyes, casting a shadow over her face. Angel. I'm so sorry. You hung your head as Bakugo continued to shout hurtful, soul-crushing words at you. As he did, a strange emotion began to well up in your chest. It was hard to describe more than mere sadness or anger. Is this how Katsuki really feels? You stood there, absorbing his insults as this strange emotion spread from your chest throughout your body. A soft pounding echoed in your ears, growing louder as time passed, eventually drowning out the venomous words from the blonde in front of you. Bakugo was becoming increasingly frustrated with your reaction. The fact that you were doing nothing made his blood boil. Hey, you make me sick. He ignited an explosion and sent it hurtling toward you, smirking to himself, thinking he had already won. He watched as you kept your head down while the fiery ball sped toward you. What he didn't expect was for it to come back at him. In one swift movement, the explosion was redirected and came at Bakugo instead. Not anticipating the sudden change of direction, he barely had enough time to dodge his own attack. Once he was clear, he whipped around to face you, and the sight sent a shiver down his spine. Your head was up, staring straight at where Bakugo stood, arms still raised from rerouting his attack. Your eyes burned a startling red, filled with intensity. "Fine," you said, your voice surprisingly firm and calm as you let your arm fall back to your side. "You want me to give you my all?" Bringing your fists up to your face, you ignited them in a bright golden flame. "I'll give you my all." You had finally named the emotion coursing through your body. Betrayal. You extended your hands toward Bakugo and shot out ball of burning flames. They started small but grew larger as he attempted to dodge them. Bakugo tried to counter with another explosion, but he never got the chance. You sped behind him just as he was about to use his quirk and kicked him hard in the back, sending him forward. You watched from a distance as he rose from where he had fallen. He spat. Bakugo raced toward you, preparing for a close-range attack. You extinguished your flames and balled your hands into fists. Just like before, you dodged every punch and kick he threw at you with ease. The relentless attacks stopped when you finally quit dodging and punched him in the face with a metal fist. Bakugo stumbled backward, clutching his nose, which was undoubtedly injured. "Where'd all the firepower go?" you asked, reverting your fist back to flesh. "What happened to the big mouth standing in front of me a moment ago, huh?" In a fit of rage, Bakugo unleashed explosions at you with no real aim. You stood in one spot, casually waving the attacks away with a flick of your wrist. Bakugo yelled in frustration as you effortlessly neutralized each explosion with a blank expression. "This is giving your all. You're just standing there, you selfish little brat." "Oh, so I'm the selfish one?" you replied, your blank face melting into an amused smirk. "Should you really be the one to say that, Bakugo?" That was the first time you used his last name directly. "Then what does that make you? A kind, gentle person who has everyone's best interest at heart? Because last time I checked you weren't." The back and forth continued, filled with Bakugo's taunts. You did your best to ignore his cruel remarks, but one specific comment pierced through your defenses. You weren't even able to save your parents. The crowd sat in horror. The heroes who knew you and your past wore disgusted, petrified expressions. Present Mike and Aizawa had nothing to say. Midoriya and Tsu, the only two students who knew the full story, clenched their fists in anger as the others began to realize what was happening. And All Might was furious. As Bakugo's words echoed in the air, he felt the fog clouding his mind fade away. Nico's hold on him had finally loosened. He was relieved to have his mind back but couldn't help but wonder why it had happened now. A bone-crushing hit to the face was answer enough. Stumbling back and clutching his face, Bakugo looked up at you. You didn't even look like yourself. Through the bright flames that surrounded you, all he could see were your red-hot eyes, as if you had melded into the fire. Without a word, you appeared in front of him. Grabbing his collar, you tossed him into the air. Bakugo tried to create an explosion to soften his fall, but he didn't have enough time. Moments later, you were up in the air with him. You kicked him hard in the stomach, sending him hurtling toward the ground. A large cloud of dust erupted when he hit the arena floor. Everyone was on the edge of their seats as they watched you relentlessly attack Bakugo. He desperately tried to fight back, but your speed left him no time to react. With each hit, kick, and blast you sent his way, he grew weaker and weaker, until he no longer had the strength to defend himself. Seeing him so drained of energy, you shot one final blast of fire at him, sending him crashing to the ground. He lay there, struggling to push himself up, but he was too weak to do it. Extinguishing your flames, you walked over to the helpless blonde. Though he wasn't completely unconscious, he was very close. You knelt down and picked Bakugo up by the collar of his shirt, glaring at him without saying a word. You raised your fist, ready to finish the fight, when Bakugo grabbed your wrist. Your eyes quickly shifted back to their normal EC color, widening in surprise. "What?" you whispered. "So sorry. Angel." Bakugo's strength faded as he slipped into unconsciousness. "Katsuki? Katsuki, what do you mean?" Your words were cut off as you, too, lost consciousness. Midnight caught both your and Bakugo's limp bodies as you fell to the ground. Gently setting you both onto the surface of the arena, she stood up and sighed. "Bakugo has been knocked out. FNLN is the winner. 30 times skip. 𝐇𝐢𝐠𝐴. I felt a mix of pride and embarrassment standing on the first place pedestal. To my right were Shuto and Tokoyami, who had both secured third place. To my left stood Katsuki. I felt a wave of guilt wash over me. I could have seriously hurt him. We hadn't had a chance to discuss what happened since waking up, but my curiosity was overwhelming. I glanced at my classmates but quickly looked away. I couldn't bear to meet their eyes. They had witnessed a side of me I never wanted to reveal, and it felt like the whole world had seen it too. "Now let's break out the hardware." Midnight announced, raising her hand. Of course, there's only one person worthy of distributing the awards. Laughter echoed throughout the stadium, and the crowd erupted with excitement when they saw who it was. Citizens! Dad, in his hero form, shouted as he flew down from the side of the stadium. I am All Might, the #1 hero. Midnight interrupted, playfully ruining his signature catchphrase. Oops, sorry about that. But now that you're here, All Might, why don't you start the presentation? All Might took the 4 medals, one for each of us, and approached the pedestals, beginning with Shudo and Tokoyami. He awarded each of them their medals, offered a bit of advice, and finished with a brief hug. When he reached Katsuki, I tilted my head slightly to see what was happening. His smile toward Katsuki seemed a bit strained. He repeated the same process, whispering something in Katsuki's ear that I couldn't quite catch. Katsuki responded quietly, and All Might nodded before turning to me. Now, young FN, a huge congratulations to you, my father said, placing the golden medal around my neck. You demonstrated remarkable strength and strategy in all 4 rounds. I think I can speak for everyone when I say I was shocked, especially in that final round. He chuckled softly before leaning in to whisper, "We'll talk at home, okay?" I nodded as he pulled me into a warm hug. After releasing me, he turned back to the audience. Here they are, the winners of this year's sports festival. But listen closely, any of you first years could have ended up standing on these podiums. Reflect on what you've accomplished today. You've all grown tremendously. I believe this generation of heroes will be our best. So, I have one final thing to say. Everyone, yell it with me, you know what it is. Raising my hand in the air with a smile, I shouted, Plus Ultra. Thank you, everyone, for your hard work. I thought to myself, wow, such a great opportunity wasted. Good job, Dad. Nice job, Aizawa told us once we had all gathered back in the classroom. You all have the next 2 days off to recuperate. I'm sure the pros who watch the festival will want to recruit some of you. We'll review the draft forms and update you when you return. Get some rest, you still have a lot of training ahead. Yes, sir, we all replied in unison. With that, our class was dismissed. I walked out of the classroom without speaking to anyone. Now that I thought about it, I hadn't said a word since the finals. On my way home, I heard Izuku's and Uraraka's voices behind me, but I pretended not to hear them and kept walking. Eventually, they stopped calling out. Without realizing it, I turned and found myself at the park where I first met Katsuki and Izuku. Sighing, I sat down on a nearby bench and gazed up at the clear blue sky. I was tempted to pull out my phone and call someone, but I decided against it. Instead, I stared into the atmosphere, wondering what had happened to Katsuki and what I could have done differently. I hadn't realized how long I had been at the park or that my phone had been buzzing with notifications the entire time. 57 new messages. That was really unmanly of Bakugo. How are you holding up? Uraraka 2 hearts. I can't believe Bakugo. I hope you're okay, Ethan. I'm always here for you. Love. Cherry Blossom 𝐇𝐢𝐿𝐭 Cherry Blossom. I say we toilet paper Bakugo's house. Winking face. With that, I shut off my phone and hurried around my room to gather my things for the night. Dad, I'm going over to Mina's for the night. Is that okay? I called down to my dad. That's fine by me, kiddo. Just don't do anything silly, okay? Huh, alright. I laughed as I ran down the stairs, bag in hand. Love you, Dad. See you tomorrow. I quickly said goodbye to my father and dashed out the door. I had been to Mina's house a couple of times before, so I knew the exact route to take. Before I knew it, I was standing in front of her house. I knocked on the door with urgency. If Mina didn't know I had arrived as quickly as possible, she might think something was wrong. After a few moments, a surprised Mina opened the door. FN, she asked. Yes, it's me. Please tell me I'm the first one here. Why you are? By a long shot, actually. It's only been 2 minutes, she said with a nervous laugh. Seriously? We both turned to see Jiro at the edge of the driveway. I live the closest. How did you get here so fast? She complained as she made her way over to us. I was wondering the same thing, Mina replied. Come on, girls, let's wait for the others inside. Jiro and I followed Mina into her house, and within the next 20 minutes, all 7 of us were present. So, who got here first? Yaoyorozu asked, setting her bag down on the floor of Mina's room. That would be me, I said triumphantly, finishing off the last of my brownie. He figures. You're too fast for your own good, kin. Uraraka said with a smile. All right. Mina exclaimed as she burst through the door. Pizza is here. What should we do while we eat? Please don't say truth or dare. Please don't say truth or dare. Let's play truth or dare. Hagakure suggested. Great. Sounds fun. Who's gonna go first? I'll go. Uraraka cheered. Momo. Truth or dare? She called, pointing at the girl with black hair. Truth, I suppose. How big is your house? Well, I don't know the exact size, but I'd say there's about 9,000 square feet of floor space if that helps at all. The six of us sat in shock at Yaoyorozu's answer. And 9.9 thousand square feet? I mumbled. Oh my gosh. So you really are wealthy, huh? Uraraka stated. Anyway, it's your turn. Let's see, Jiro, truth or dare? Dare, the purple-haired girl said with a confident grin. Do a handstand for 1 minute. Oh no. Jiro laughed nervously as she walked to a separate part of the room. Here we go, I guess. Long story short, she couldn't stay up for more than 4 seconds. The game continued for a while, going all the way around the room, until finally, I was asked a question. Truth or dare? Mina exclaimed. Truth. Who's your crush? Well, that's unexpected. I had a feeling Mina would ask this question, but I was really hoping she wouldn't. I don't really have a crush on anyone, huh? The entire group of girls shook their heads. No way, there's got to be someone. You hang around Midoriya a lot. Or it could be Kaminari, or that Shinso guy, or Bakugo. I visibly tensed up at the mention of Katsuki's name. Sorry, Mina said, looking down. Oh, it's fine. We all sat there in an awkward silence, the only sound being the wind rustling outside. What happened back there, hun? Sue asked suddenly. I looked up and the rest of the girls were staring at me as well. I think I can speak for everyone when I say I thought you two were very close. The other girls nodded in agreement. I don't know, I mumbled. I really don't. Katsuki has never acted that way before. Sure, he's yelled at me and called me names, but it was all in a joking manner. He's never intentionally hurt me. Why he acted so differently today is a mystery to me. Has he talked to you yet? Uraraka asked. No, he hasn't. And this may sound silly, but I'm too scared to try and talk to him myself. I thought back to the finals and everything he said to me. Maybe he was right, maybe I really am weak. Okay, you listen here, Mina said, cupping both sides of my face in her hands. You're not weak. I don't care what that Bakugo said to you. You are so strong and so smart, and we love you to pieces. All right. At a loss for words, I slowly nodded my head. In an instant, I was enveloped in a big group hug. We're here for you, no matter what. Thanks you guys. We all broke apart from the hug and resumed our positions on the floor. Who wants to watch a movie? Mina said, standing up. I'm down for that. Yeah, me too. Then let's go. All 7 of us made our way out of Mina's room and into a separate room she liked to call the movie lounge. The movie lounge had one big 3/4 couch in it, with a large TV screen on the wall ahead. Behind the couch was a popcorn maker and a vending machine. Since when did this room exist? Sue asked, looking around the large space. Since, like, a week ago. This used to be my old playroom, but I think this is a much better upgrade. Mina walked over to a shelf on the wall and picked up a remote. She then turned on the TV and went to Netflix. What do you girls feel like watching? Horror, Jiro and I said in unison, giving each other a high five. Alright. As long as it's not too scary, Uraraka said, taking a seat on the couch, followed by the rest of us. Upon request, Mina started scrolling through the horror options before stopping at a movie called Hush. Have any of you seen this one yet? She asked, turning to us. We all shook our heads no before Mina clicked play and hopped over to sit with us, turning off the lights on the way. The 7 of us cuddled together and watched as the movie began. There are 2 kinds of people during a horror movie. 1. The ones who scream the whole time. 2. The ones who yell. At the protagonist-antagonist. Everyone except Jiro and I fell into that first category. The sigh of relief that came from the other 5 girls once it was over was enough to turn a windmill. I don't think I liked that one, Hagakure stuttered as she hid under a blanket. That was very disturbing, Yamamo added. It wasn't that bad, you guys. Jiro laughed at the girls' scared figures. How about we watch something funny, okay? Okay. We continued to watch movies of all genres all night long. By 4 in the morning, I was the last one awake. I'm getting kinda hungry. Slowly and carefully, I tried to maneuver around the 6 other girls around me. After a bit of a struggle, I finally managed to get past them and out of the room. I walked through Mina's house and eventually found my way to the kitchen. I looked around in the cabinets, searching for something to eat, when I found a pack of Oreos. Grabbing the Oreos out of the cabinet, I sat down at the table and pulled out my phone. I scrolled through Instagram for a bit, mainly just looking at memes, when I suddenly received a text from someone. I nearly choked on a piece of Oreo once I realized who it was. Quickly, but not too quickly, I opened the message. KitKat, meet me at the park at noon. You? Why are you up so late? KitKat, I could ask you the same question. You already know I'm a night owl but you're in bed by 8. KitKat, couldn't sleep. KitKat, can you meet me there or not? You give me one good reason why I should. KitKat, I need to explain myself. Hell yeah you do. I don't know if you realized, But it's not every day you get cussed out by one of your closest friends in front of 75% of the world. KitKat, no kidding, us. KitKat, I'm sorry. KitKat, just please be there. Without further response, I shut my phone off and stuffed it in my pocket. I stood up from the table, placing the Oreos back in their rightful cabinet, before heading back to the movie lounge. All the other girls were still tucked away in slumber when I arrived. So, very gently, I crawled back into the pile of coziness and warmth between Jiro and Uraraka and fell into a deep slumber of my own. I wake up, and we're at 52k reads and 1k votes. Thank you guys so much. I also got a message yesterday asking if they could submit fan art. And yes, you can. So if any of you, whether you're a beginner artist or an expert, want to submit fan art to me, please do. Email it to me at myheroacademia@yahoo.com. Well, until next time. Spark it. Chapter End. Warning. Bakugo is very out of character and very soft warning. I left Mina's at about 9 in the morning. The only one awake besides myself was Momo, so I asked her to let the other girls know that I had left. I didn't have a specific reason for leaving so early. I wasn't supposed to meet Katsuki until noon, but I suppose I just wanted to clear my head before then. Walking down the street with a cool breeze flowing through my hair is one of the most relaxing feelings in the world. The quiet, peaceful atmosphere that lingers in the air as I move forward down the road is heavenly. Any other day, it would wash my nerves away, but today, it left my mind open for worries to slowly creep in. Did I even want to go see Katsuki? Was it worth the trouble? What if he just started yelling at me again? The last thing I wanted was to make a scene in a public place. More and more thoughts ran through my mind about what could happen this afternoon. The negative ideas must have really been clouding my mind because I didn't even realize I was standing outside my front door. I pulled my key from my pocket and unlocked the door. Since the door was locked, I knew Dad wasn't home, probably at some sort of meeting or patrolling the area looking for any trouble to stop. I slipped off my shoes and walked over to the kitchen. I hadn't thought to make myself anything before leaving Mina's, so I was absolutely famished. I quickly whipped up a simple breakfast, scarfed it down, and headed upstairs. I went straight to my room like I did any other day. But when I placed my hand on the doorknob, something different washed over me. I shifted my head over to the room at the very end of the hall. It was a small room, bigger than an average closet but too small to be considered a normal room. Letting my arm fall to my side, I turned my whole body toward the room. I'd been in there exactly twice. Dad hadn't been in there at all. In the room was the box. I know it's crazy to think about, but I still haven't opened that box yet. I've been putting it off since I got it, and it's sat in that room, untouched, unmoved. It's been over 10 years, and I've never felt any desire to open it. But now, it's like its very presence was drawing me forward. I don't remember going into the room or crossing the hall to it for that matter, but there I was, standing in a completely empty room except for the box on its simple wooden table. I stared at it for a while, taking in its every feature. The way the small carved details made it look sophisticated yet simple. The 4 small, cone-shaped legs on the bottom lifted it just half an inch off the table's surface. It was beautiful. I lifted the small box into my palms and unhooked the small silver latch on the front. With a shaky hand, I lifted the lid and looked inside the box's contents. Inside were 3 items: a locket, a letter, and a photo. Actually, I take that back. It was many photos, folded over and behind each other to make a sort of booklet. I started with the locket. It was unlike anything I'd ever seen. The color was hard to describe. It was almost like a pale blue, mixed with silver and maybe even a hint of violet. The shape was simple, just an ordinary circle. On the front were many tiny curves and loops. Looking closer, I noticed that at the end of each curve was a specific design, one for each of my elements. Though some of the designs couldn't be tied to one of them. I gently traced my finger over each little design before opening the locket. On the inside of the locket's lid was a beautiful watch. Its face was an elegant silver, and each Roman numeral was a vibrant white. None of the hands on the watch seemed to be moving, so I figured it was broken. I'd have to fix it up later. Looking further down the locket, I saw a picture of me and my parents. I immediately recognized the moment the photo was taken. It was the first day Mom and Dad took me to the pond in the forest. I felt a sad smile spread across my face as I looked at my parents' smiling faces. Slowly closed the locket, as if closing it too quickly would cause it to shatter, and connected the chain around my neck. I then picked up the booklet of photos. I unfolded it until it became a strip of 6 different pictures. The first was a picture of a woman holding a newborn child wrapped up in a soft pink blanket. It took me a minute to register that it was me and my mother. She looked so different. Her hair was its natural color, the same shade as mine before she dyed it. And it was much longer, probably down to her waist in this photo. The day I was born. The second was in the same place, but my dad was there too. He looked exhausted. He had dark circles under his eyes and a light stubble adorned his chin. But behind the fatigue, you could see the pure joy in his eyes. The last 4 photographs were pictures from each of my birthdays, 1 through 4. They were all generally the same. Each one was me blowing out candles with my parents on either side of me. The only difference in each one was our appearances and the number of candles on the cake. I set the strand of photos on the table before picking up and unfolding the letter. Here's what it said. Your father and I haven't much time, so I'll get straight to the point. My child, you have a strength like no other. A power so immense that it could be our world's savior or destructor. You are probably reading this years into the future, and I'm truly sorry we weren't there for you, to help you, to grow with you. But please never ever. The rest of the letter was torn off from there. With a pale face, I set the letter back down into the box, followed by the photos. I carefully shut the wooden container and placed it back upon the table's surface, then walked straight out of the room. It wasn't until I shut the door to my room that the tears started falling. I fell to my knees, clutching the locket as all my emotions poured out. Mom and Dad knew. They knew they would be in danger. Is that why they sent me to the library? To keep me safe from the threat that would soon invade our home? I scooted over to the corner of the room, right behind my door. Still crying, I pulled my knees up to my chest and let my head fall on top. I suddenly felt extremely tired. I hadn't gotten much sleep the night before, so it was only natural the fatigue would hit me sooner or later. I tried my best to wipe the still flowing tears from my eyes before shutting them and drifting off to a place of quiet slumber. FN. Get up. Please don't be dead. Please don't OW. What the heck? My eyes snapped open to the sound of a familiar voice. Katsuki? I asked the blonde who was currently rubbing his cheek. What are you doing here? How did you get in? Katsuki removed his hand from his face to reveal a dark pink mark. I winced as I stared at the injury. Sorry about that. Whatever, it's fine. I came here to see you. We were supposed to meet nearly an hour ago. As for how I got in, I tried knocking but you didn't answer. So I picked the lock. He answered nonchalantly. Wait, you picked my never mind. But what do you mean we were supposed to meet an hour ago? It's not even close to I turned over to the clock on my wall. It's already 12:50? Geez, I've been asleep for a while. Sorry about that, Katsuki. This is what you get for staying up until 4 in the morning, dumbass, Katsuki said with a scowl. You were up then too, you know, I mumbled. So, what's been going on with you? Katsuki looked up into my eyes, crimson meeting EC. Just looking at them told me that this was not the Katsuki I had fought in the finals. This was my Katsuki. Angel, I'm so sorry, he said, his eyes softening. I don't know what happened. All I can remember is this voice in my head and this fog clouding my brain. Everything that I did, everything I said, wasn't in my control. He paused and looked down at the floor, shaking slightly. After a few moments, I saw a small tear fall from his eye. Without further thought, I jumped from my spot in the corner and embraced Katsuki in the most comforting way I could muster. I felt him tense up at first, but soon he wrapped his strong arms around my torso. I ran my fingers through his surprisingly soft ash blonde hair as we sat on my floor, both of us crying into each other's shoulders. Katsuki, listen to me. Are you listening? Whatever happened during our match, whatever caused you to say and do the things you did, let's forget about it, alright? It wasn't you, and I forgive you. So let's put it behind us, okay? I didn't get a verbal answer, but I felt him nod into my shoulder, wrapping his arms around me tighter. Okay. We sat there for what felt like hours, the only sound being our breathing as we stayed in each other's warm embrace. His hold was so calming. The way his arms were tight yet gentle around my waist, the way he was always so warm, and how he smelled sweetly because of his quirk. Once again, I felt my eyes get heavy as I laid in my childhood friend's arms. Giving in to the need for sleep, I closed my eyes. Bakugo's POV. Thank goodness she couldn't see my face. That would be really embarrassing for her to see my face the same shade as a tomato. When I woke Angel up earlier, I could tell she had been crying before she fell asleep. Though they were hard to see, there were tear stains down her cheeks. That's when I noticed the locket. I'd never seen that locket before. Where did she get it? A friend? Family? Significant other? I really hoped it wasn't that last one. I didn't think I'd be able to handle her with someone else. I suddenly felt her shift around, tilting her head to the side a bit. Her breathing slowed down, which told me she had fallen asleep again. How the heck did you fall asleep? I looked around FN's room before landing my eyes on her bed. Very gently, I wrapped her legs around my waist and lifted her up, walking with her over to the bed. I carefully set her down onto the queen-sized mattress and tucked her in underneath her covers. Taking a step back from the bed, I took in her sleeping figure. The way her chest moved up and down at a steady pace. The way her soft pink lips were slightly parted. She looked so elegant, so graceful, and she didn't even try to be. I stepped back over to the bed and knelt down so my head was at the same level as hers. I can't believe I'm doing this. I felt my face heat up again as I placed a soft kiss onto her forehead. I had a short panic when her lips curved up into a smile, thinking she had woken up, but she hadn't. I let out a sigh of relief as I stood up straight and made my way over to her door. Just before closing it, I turned back and gazed at the sleeping girl once more. You truly are an angel. I love you, FN. FN? What are you doing here? You tensed up at the familiar voice. Jiro. Hey. You nervously greeted. Oh, just out looking around. You were currently at the mall, gathering supplies for Jiro's surprise party that you and your classmates were planning in secret. While decorating, you all noticed that you were low on streamers, so it was your responsibility to go get some. You had no idea the very girl you were planning for would be here. Having already purchased the streamers, you were on your way out of the mall when you ran into Jiro. A nervous sweat began to form on your forehead as you thought of a way to get past her without raising suspicion. Sorry Jiro, I gotta go. My dad needs me to water our flower garden. Jiro's lips curved into a small frown. Oh, okay, what are the streamers for? She asked, her expression brightening as she pointed to the bag in your hands. These? They're for my, buzz. That's my dad. I really gotta go, Jiro. Bye. You quickly dashed off, leaving the birthday girl standing alone in the mall. Jiro looked down at the ground, fiddling with her earphone jacks. So even FN forgot, huh? Guys, I'm back. You hollered as you ran into the empty gym where you had all been planning the party. Perfect. Yayarozu cheered as she walked over to you. You didn't face any problems along the way, did you? At your uncertainty, everyone turned their heads toward you. I may or may not have run into Jiro. What? She doesn't know about the party, does she? Uraraka asked in a panic. To my knowledge, she doesn't. I think I played it off pretty smoothly. You said with a satisfied grin. Please don't tell me you told her you were watering your flowers, Kirishima called as he hung up a banner reading, Happy Birthday. Your face slightly heated up as you hung your head down. Maybe. The entire class, even Todoroki and Bakugo, shared a laugh at your expense. After the wave of embarrassment subsided, you joined in on the joke. Alright people, Mina started after the laughter had died down. We have 2 hours until this party. In an hour and a half, Kaminari and I will be going to Jiro's to bring her here, got it? You all nodded along as you listened to the Pink Girl's plan. Until then, Sato, Bakugo, you two are in charge of the food. Uraraka, Kirishima, you two are in charge of decorations. Todoroki, 𝐸𝐬𝐭 plates. Midoriya, FN, make sure everyone brought a present. Tokoyami, Tsu, I'm putting you two in charge of music. Ida, you're the supervisor, okay? And finally, Mineta. The small boy was leaning against the wall toward the back of the room. You all stopped what you were doing and huddled around him. Mineta, if you dare ruin this party, we will have FN here freeze you, electrocute you, and then burn you to a crisp. So don't even think about doing anything inappropriate. Mina said with an innocent smile. Mineta trembled as you all stared at him. Okay, I swear I won't do anything. Okay. Mina cheered, returning to her cheerful self. Everyone I didn't name, just help out wherever help is needed. Let's do this. Everyone got to work on their specific jobs for the party. You and Midoriya headed over to the table where everyone had placed their presents for Jiro. Okay, 𝐸𝐬𝐭? Midoriya asked, looking at the clipboard with everyone's names. Check. You replied, finding the glitter-covered gift. Mina. Check. Azui. Right here. Uraraka. Yo. Found it. The two of you continued down the list of names, checking off each gift as you found them. You were almost done until you came to the second-to-last name on the board. Mineta. FN? Is Mineta's gift? Oh my gosh, what are you doing? The green-haired boy exclaimed as he saw you holding a burning package. Without turning your head, you replied, it's better this way. What was in there? You don't want to know. You and Midoriya finished checking over the presents and arranging them around the table before splitting up to see how everyone else was doing. FN, could you lift me up closer to the ceiling? You heard Todoroki ask. Sure thing, Sho. You agreed, happy to help. Alright, 3, up you go. When you raised your hands, Todoroki's body followed the same pattern. Thank you, Todoroki said as he hung the color-changing light you had gotten onto the ceiling. A moment later, he turned it on. The light faded through a multitude of colors, from blue to violet, to pink, and so on. Oh, it's so pretty. You cheered in excitement as you stared in awe at the different colors. While you were mesmerized, you quickly raised your hands higher, causing poor Todoroki's head to bump against the ceiling. Arg. Shudo. You brought the heterochromatic boy back down to the ground and rushed to his side. Shudo, are you okay? I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. You frantically pleaded. It's okay, Finn, I'm alright, Todoroki said, taking your hand to calm you down. See? You can't even tell anything happened. He lowered his head so you could see that there was no sign of injury. Ah, all right. Todoroki pulled you up off the ground, and the two of you continued to decorate together. While you hung things up around the room, Todoroki noticed several people shooting glances at you both. He chuckled lightly to himself at his classmates' obvious signs of jealousy. You're doing it wrong, dumbs. Bakugo, calm down, please. Everyone turned to the small kitchen area to the side of the room. You heard lots of yelling, probably a few things falling off the counter and shattering, and more yelling. Bakugo! Everyone in the room said in unison. Effin, please go calm him down, Zero pleaded. Yeah, I got it. Alright, everyone. Mina just texted me saying she and Kaminari are on their way here with Jiro, Kirishima announced to the group. Make sure everything's in place, then get in your positions. You all rushed around the beautifully decorated gym, ensuring everything was perfect for Jiro's party. You had gone for a galaxy-like theme. The color scheme was purple, navy, black, and white. Lots of glowing stars hung from the ceiling, and the windows had been tinted as well. Once everyone was sure nothing needed fixing, you all ran to your hiding spots around the room. You and Uraraka were both floating above the doorway, ready to jump down and turn the lights on once the special guest arrived. Everyone else was hiding in their own spots. Zero was hanging from the ceiling, while others were tucked away in corners. You all waited quietly for about 5 minutes until you heard the door slide open and light trickle in. What did you guys need in here again? You heard Jiro ask, most likely talking to Kaminari and Mina. She walked farther into the dark room, and that's when you and Uraraka jumped down. Once the lights were turned on, everyone came out from their hiding spots and yelled, "Surprise! Happy birthday, Jiro!" The birthday girl initially looked absolutely shocked from the sudden shouting, but that surprised expression soon melted into appreciation. So you guys didn't forget, she said, looking out at all of you. Of course not, you said, walking to her side. We'd never forget your birthday. Jiro's grateful smile shifted to a playful smirk. So you weren't watering your flower garden? Everyone broke out laughing at the comment, and your face turned bright red as the laughter continued. I've been wounded, you guys. Jiro, I'm eating your cake. When you woke up, Katsuki was gone. You assumed you had fallen asleep again since you were now tucked into your bed. Oh, he left a note. You fell asleep again, you need to get more sleep. That means stop looking at memes at 4 a.m. I'll see you at school. Katsuki. Like that'll ever happen? You set the note back down on your nightstand and got out of bed. Walking into the kitchen, you saw another note on the counter, this one from Dad. Looking at it, you realized it had probably been there since this morning. Sorry to drop the bombshell on you, kiddo, but I have to leave town for an all-day meeting. I'll be back around 8. Have a good day. Figures, he is the #1 hero. They're going to want him at all the meetings. Looks like I'm alone until 8, I guess. Grabbing a glass of water, you plopped down on the couch and started playing Minecraft on your phone. Darn skeleton, you shouted after being defeated by the creature. Screw it, I just lost 12 diamonds and more iron than I know what to do with. I give up. You turned off your phone, but almost immediately, a soft ping came from it as the screen lit up. Baby Shark Red Heart. Paven, wanna hang out today? I'm kinda bored, and hanging with you is always fun. You are my lord and savior, Kiri. Baby Shark Red Heart? You have cured my boredom. Arcade in 30K? Baby Shark Red Heart, face with tears of joy K. Kirishima's POV. Holy crap. She said yes. Oh god, I need to get ready. He raced over to his wardrobe and started throwing heaps of clothing out. No, definitely not. You know, he muttered, rummaging through the clothes before finding something that satisfied him. It was a dark gray shirt with a red and black plaid jacket over it. The pants were black ripped jeans, and to finish it off, he threw on some black high-top Converse. Good, 20 minutes left. I should get going, don't want to make FN wait for me. Just the sound of her name rolling off his tongue made his heart flutter. A vivid image of her popped into his head, her soft, HC hair, her vibrant EC eyes, and the way she could light up a room with a simple smile. Everything about her was absolutely perfect. Snap out of it, Jiro. You have someplace to be in 20 minutes. Get your head out of the clouds. Besides, she probably doesn't even like you. She probably has a thing for Midoriya or Bakugo. Those are her childhood friends after all. Don't worry about that right now. I really gotta get going. Stuffing his phone in his pocket, he headed out the front door. Second-person POV. You waited for Kirishima outside the arcade. Without meaning to, you arrived about 10 minutes early. After a few moments, you noticed a certain redhead running over to you. FN. How long have you been waiting for me? He asked frantically, his face nearly the same shade as his vibrant red hair. Kiri, calm down, you said, placing your hands on his shoulders. I've only been here a minute or two, alright? Nothing to worry about. Kirishima stared at you for a second before nodding and putting on his signature smile. Alrighty then. Let's go in, shall we? The arcade was bustling with people of all different ages. Grade schoolers stared dreamily at the various prizes, while other high schoolers enjoyed pizza and soda. Young adults played games they once dominated. Let's go get some tokens, you suggested, with Kirishima following in your footsteps. You both purchased a bunch of tokens before heading to the center of the arcade. So, what do you want to do first? Kirishima asked, turning to you. You looked around at all the different arcade games. Ooh, that one looks fun. You cheered, pointing at a game titled Pac-Mite Deluxe. You chuckled to yourself when you saw the avatar that resembled your father on the side of the game. Sounds fun. And it was. Though the game made the two of you a bit frustrated at times, you still enjoyed playing it nonetheless. That was how it was with many of the games you played. You'd each get your fair share of frustration, but every game was fun for both of you. Suddenly, a soft rumble came from your stomach. Hungry? Kirishima asked, smiling at you. Laughing slightly, you nodded. You realized you hadn't eaten anything since this morning, and it was about 5 in the evening at this point. Come on, let's go get you something to eat. Without thinking, Kirishima grabbed your hand and started pulling you toward the food court part of the arcade. You blushed slightly at the sudden contact and noticed a faint pink on Kirishima's cheeks as well. But neither of you let go. The woman at the counter looked to be not much older than the two of you. Perhaps 17 or 18. Hello, she greeted in a gentle voice. What can I get for you too? Nachos seem pretty good to me. What do you think, Kirishima? Nachos sound perfect. And can we get 2 FD to go with, please? Your eyes lit up at the mention of your favorite beverage. Of course. If you two would like to take a seat, we'll get those right to you. Kirishima paid for your order, even though you told him that you could pay before you left the counter. Kirishima and you walked over to one of the nearby booths and sat down. Not even 3 minutes later, your food and drinks were in front of you. I still can't believe you paid for this, Kiri. I'm the one who suggested we go to the arcade. Well, the one who offered food. Besides, it'd be unmanly of me to make you pay after you bought all our tokens. He flashed you a proud smile. Haha, you're really cute, you know that? Kirishima blushed for the 3rd time that day, his heart racing at your compliment. You both finished your nachos and drinks and were about to call it a day and leave when something caught your attention out of the corner of your eye. Kirishima, look. You gasped, pointing toward a claw machine. That dinosaur is the most adorable thing I think I've ever seen. Grabbing onto Kirishima's arm, you dragged him over to the game. Please say I have some tokens left. You rummaged around in your bag. Aw man, I'm all out. You sighed dejectedly, looking down at the floor. Well, that's okay. Come on, Kiri, we can go now. You started walking toward the exit, a sad look on your face. Kirishima hated that look. When you were sad, he was sad. He looked into his jean pockets and saw he had exactly 2 tokens left, just enough for the game. He glanced at you, then back at the small teal dinosaur in the claw machine. Making up his mind, he put the 2 tokens into the slot. His face was focused as Kirishima positioned the claw over the plush toy. This was his only chance. He wanted to make you smile. Once he was sure the claw was in the right spot, he pressed the button to lower it. Kirishima's bright red eyes lit up as the claw wrapped around the dinosaur and dropped it into the box. With a giddy feeling spreading through him, Kirishima grabbed the dinosaur and rushed over to you. Effin' look, he shouted as you opened the door to leave the arcade. You looked up at your friend, sadness still in your eyes, before you saw the small stuffed toy in his hands. Oh my god, Kiri, you didn't. You ran back over to him and took the dinosaur from his hands. Kirishima, thank you so much. You cheered, enveloping him in a tight hug, small flowers blooming in your hair from the pure happiness radiating off you. Hey, you're welcome, he replied, hugging you back. I think I'll name him Island after you, you happily exclaimed. Kirishima gave you a confused look. But, my name isn't Island. No silly. The Shima in your name means island. You laughed as you hugged the dinosaur to your chest. Oha. He laughed, nervously rubbing his neck. Wanna head out now? With a soft nod, the two of you headed out of the arcade. Thanks for today, Kirishima. I had lots of fun, you said as you walked in the direction of your house. You don't thank me. You're the one who came up with the idea. Though, anywhere would have been fun with you there. He said, not really thinking about what he was saying until it was out of his mouth. Wait, that sounds really weird. I swear I'm not some crazy stalker or something. Kiri, your calm tone caused the stuttering boy to come to a halt. Both of you stood in front of your house at the end of the driveway. Are you okay? You've been acting more jittery than usual today. Is everything all right? You asked, worry lacing your words. The two of you stood in silence. Kirishima stared into your EC orbs, and you stared back into his red ones. Then, Kirishima did something he thought he'd never do. He took a step forward, then another, until he was so close to your face he could feel your warm breath on his skin. He cupped your cheeks in his hands and gently placed a kiss on your forehead. Yes, I'm perfectly fine. I had fun today, we should definitely do it again. Kirishima let his hands fall to his sides and flashed you a big toothy smile. I'll see you in a couple of days, okay? Have a nice night, 𝐇𝐢𝐿. Did you just call me Dino? You asked as he walked down the street. Ha yeah. Do you like it? He said, turning to face you. Hee, I love it. Bye, 𝐇𝐢𝐿. You waved one last time to the red-headed boy before heading up to your front door and entering. Once Kirishima was sure that you were inside, he let all the nerves he had been holding in flow out. Oh my god. I kissed her. I just kissed FNLN. It may have just been on the forehead, but still. This is the best day of my life. Kirishima ran off in the best mood possible as he remembered everything you two had done together that day. He was so happy, no, ecstatic, which was the exact opposite of the green-haired boy who had watched everything from across the street. That was quite the exciting ride. I laughed as Izuku and I walked to school from the subway station. I think it's safe to say they all loved you at the sports festival, Izuku. Emi? I think they liked you more. Good morning, Fan and Midoriya. We turned to see Ida speeding toward us in a bright green raincoat. Ida! I exclaimed. Why are you running so fast? I asked, noticing his unusual attire. Why are you two walking so slowly? We'll be late. Izuku and I exchanged glances before running alongside him. But we still have 5 minutes. Izuku shouted, gripping his black umbrella tightly. Well, it's better to be early, I suppose. I cheered, quickening my pace. Precisely. Now, Effin, please get back under your umbrella. I don't want you to catch a cold. Ida called out as I passed him and Izuku. I'll be fine. We finally reached the school and switched out our shoes while Izuku put his umbrella away. So, Ida, if it's about my brother, there is no need to worry, he interrupted. My heart raced at the mention of Ida's brother. What happened? I'm sorry if I made you worry. Everything will be fine. With that, Ida walked off to class. Izuku, what happened to Ingenium? He's okay, right? I asked, concern etched on my face. He was attacked by a villain the day of the sports festival. But Ida says he's okay, so there's no need to worry. I studied Izuku's expression, feeling a twinge of uncertainty. I couldn't shake the feeling that Ida wasn't sharing everything. I shrugged it off and started toward my class, Izuku following closely behind. Morning. Good morning, Mr. Aizawa, we all greeted as our homeroom teacher entered the room. Glad to see you without your bandages, Aizawa-san. I exclaimed from my seat. The old lady went a little overboard with her treatment, but thank you, he replied, nodding in my direction. Anyway, big class today. We're discussing hero informatics. We all held our breath, eager for details. Were we taking a test? Or maybe learning about hero laws? You need code names. It's time to pick your hero identities. The class erupted with cheers, and I was among them. This was so exciting. We were finally choosing our hero names. I already had mine in mind. This relates to the pro hero draft picks I mentioned last time we were in class. Usually, students don't need to worry about the draft until their second or third year, but this class is different. Offering first year's opportunities allows heroes to see young potential. However, they can withdraw their interest if it fades. So we still need to prove ourselves even after being recruited? Hagakure asked. Correct. Here are the totals for those of you who received offers. Aizawa clicked a button on a remote, and a list of names with numbers appeared on the screen. How does that work? It's a chalkboard. Whatever. It didn't take long to find my name. It was at the top with the biggest number beside it, indicating I had received the most offers. FN got 5,238 offers. How is that even possible? Siro exclaimed, his eyes wide as he stared at the board. Well, who wouldn't want her? Tsu added. It's obvious she's the strongest and most intelligent student in our year, Karo. Don't say that. I mumbled, looking down at my desk, my cheeks flushed. It's true though. I heard Mina coo from across the room. Shaking my head, I looked up to see how many offers everyone else had received. FN 5,238. Todoroki, 4,123. Bakugo, 3,556. Tokoyami, 360. Ida, 301. Kaminari, 272. Yaoyorozu, 108. Kirishima, 68. Uraraka, 20. A frown crossed my lips when I noticed Izuku was not on the list. I glanced back at him. He didn't look too good. Despite these results, you'll all be interning with pros, got that? Aizawa informed us. Even those who didn't receive any offers. It will be beneficial for all of you to see pros at work up close. That's where hero names come in. These names will likely be temporary, but take them seriously or you'll have consequences later. A new figure burst into the room. Some of the boys perked up at the sight of the 18+ hero. These code names could be yours for life. You better be careful, or you'll end up with something completely embarrassing. She has a point, Aizawa said in his usual bored tone. Midnight will give you final approval on your names. It's not my area of expertise. He then pulled out his favorite item, his yellow sleeping bag. Your hero name gives others an idea of the kind of hero you want to be. Take All Might, for example. Aizawa handed each of us in the front a stack of paper to pass back down the rows. After Katsuki grabbed the stack I handed him, I quickly wrote down my name. I chose this name when I was just a little girl. Can't believe I stuck with it all this time. After about 5 minutes, Midnight addressed the class. Okay, is anyone ready to share? Aoyama was the first to step up. Confidently he held up his paper. The shining hero, my name is, I cannot stop twinkling. Everyone deadpanned as we read his hero name. How clever? Midnight seemed to like it, though, editing it a bit before sending him back to his seat. Next was Mina. My code name is Alien Queen. For some reason, Midnight didn't approve of that one and sent Mina back. We continued to present our hero names. Tsu's was Froppy, which was adorable, and everyone agreed. Kirishima's was Red Riot, definitely inspired by his idol, Crimson Riot. Jiro's was Earphone Jack. Shoji's was Tentacle. Zero's was Cellophane. Tajiro's was Tailman. Sato's was Sugarman. Mina's second choice was Pinky, which made me happy because she knew that was my nickname for her. On her way back to her seat, she winked and gave me a thumbs up, which I gladly returned. Kaminari's was Charge Bolt, which I loved. Hagakure's was Invisible Girl, which was obvious. Yayarozu's was Creati, and I definitely liked that one. Shudo's was Shudo. He really put some thought into that one, didn't he? Tokoyami's was Tsukuyami. Mineta's was Grape Juice, that why? King Explosion Murder. Yet, Katsuki was sent back to his seat to try again. Seeing that most of the class had gone, I hopped up from my seat to share mine. I've had this name picked out since I was little, I said once I reached the podium. I'm the elemental hero Nymph. Isn't that perfect? I love it. Midnight cheered. I let out a breath of relief as I sat back down. Next was Uraraka, and hers is probably one of my favorites, Uraravity. The last 3 people were Izuku, Katsuki, and Ida. After a moment, Ida made his way to the front. His board simply read, Tenya. That was all. Ida looked sad, distraught. Something inside me told me it was because of his brother. Izuku was next, and I was pleasantly surprised by what he had chosen. You sure about that? Yeah man, this could be your name forever. I know. I used to hate it. But something changed. A couple of people taught me that it could have a different meaning, and now I really like it. His board read, Deku, in scrawled handwriting. Deku, that has to be my code name. Izuku turned to me and smiled his big smile before taking his seat again. On his way back, he gave me a low high five before sitting down. Lord Explosion Murder. That's basically the same thing. Midnight said with a bored expression. I thought for a moment, trying to come up with a good name for Katsuki. Oh, how about Ground Zero? Light murmurs of agreement filled the room as Katsuki just stared at me. For a while, I thought he hated it, but to my surprise, he agreed. I like it. Sure. He took his seat behind me again. When he sat down, I could hear him mumble. Murder should still be in it though. Okay, now that everyone has chosen their names, Aizawa said as he stepped out of his sleeping bag, we can get back to internships. Those of you on the board will choose from your offers, while everyone else will have a different list. You have a lot to think about. There are about 40 agencies across the country looking for interns from your class, each focusing on a different specialty, so keep that in mind. Everyone received a packet with a list of names, some much thicker than others. Wow, this thing is huge, I mumbled as I flipped through the pages in my packet. You did get the most offers. That's what you get for being the best, more paperwork. Kaminari laughed as he leaned over my shoulder. I chuckled too, knowing it was true. My dad always came home with a stack of papers to fill out. Time skipped to end of the day. After reviewing the entire list of hero agencies, I finally found one that seemed perfect for me. The light magic hero, Luminous. I think she'll be great. Who is Luminous? A certain blonde asked from behind me. I turned my chair around, surprised by his lack of knowledge. You don't know who Luminous is? Well, I can't blame you. She's not very well known, but she's amazing. She uses actual light magic, to be specific. Katsuki looked at me with his usual scowl. But you don't use light. How is light magic going to help you? Well, I didn't choose her for her quirk. I chose her because she specializes in quirk control. Just think how much quicker and more precise I could be with better control over my quirk. Katsuki nodded, understanding my reasoning. Who are you going to? I don't know. He grumbled, tossing his packet on the desk for me to see. They all look useless. Not worthy of someone like me. Aha. I quickly flipped through the book, considering the hero's strengths and weaknesses. How about best genist? Best genist. Yeah. He could teach you a lot of useful techniques at his agency. Plus, he's the number 3 hero, so you know he's the real deal. I didn't elaborate on what techniques best genist would teach Katsuki. I had been to the pro hero's agency before, so I knew what I was talking about. Whatever. Katsuki jotted down the name along with 2 other random ones and stood up. You coming? He glanced back. I nodded quickly, packed up my things, and followed him. A few classmates shot me worried looks and directed angry glares at Katsuki. Noticing this, I mouthed, "We're good." There was a misunderstanding. Most of their expressions softened, but some still looked uncertain. I flashed another smile before stepping out the door. Katsuki and I made our way to the faculty room to submit our internship papers. I was practically bouncing with excitement all the way out of the school and most of the way home until Katsuki had to gently hold my shoulders down. It all felt so real now. We were about to intern at hero agencies. And we had our hero names. In a few years, the world would know me not as FNLN, but as the elemental hero nymph. Someone they could trust, someone they could rely on, someone who would always be there to protect them. I was a bit nervous about getting on the train. Out of everyone in both my class and 1B, I was the only one heading to Hamayoku. Hamayoku is where I'll be interning with the hero, Luminous. It's a medium-sized city just west of Tokyo, so it won't be too long of a ride there and back. You seem nervous, FN. Are you feeling all right? A deep voice said from behind me, pulling me from my thoughts. I looked over my shoulder to see Shoji approaching. Thanks for worrying, Shoji, but I'm all right. Just a little nervous. I've never been to Hamayoku before, so I'll be exploring new territory. As expected, but you have nothing to worry about, Shoji said, his eyes crinkling at the corners, indicating he was smiling under his mask. I've visited Hamayoku a couple of times before. It's a lovely place, I'm sure you'll enjoy your time there. After hearing that, I felt a bit more at ease. Thank you, Shoji. Anytime, Fin. Enjoy your week. With that, the multi-armed teen walked off to his own train for his internship. I'm off and in. Denki shouted as he ran over to me. Wish me luck. I gave my electric blonde friend a bright smile and enveloped him in a hug. Good luck, Denki. Try not to shock anyone too badly, alright? I finished with a chuckle. Denki and I separated as he dashed off to his train, followed by a few others. Just as he was about to step through the door, he looked back and waved enthusiastically with a huge smile. INN, he yelled. I giggled and returned a small wave. He kept waving until Siro pulled him through the door. Looking around, I realized I was the last one there, besides Aizawa, of course. Passengers for train 707, please start heading over now, a female voice announced over the speakers. That's me. I whipped my head back and waved to my teacher. Bye, Aizawa. He seemed surprised that I had said anything but gave me a lazy wave back. Don't do anything reckless, he said, only half joking. Your dad will kill me if you get hurt. No promises. Before he could respond, I quickly ran over to the train door and hopped on. The large vehicle was fairly empty, with only about 6 other passengers, which meant I had my pick of seats. And I headed straight for the back. I plopped down in my seat and set my bag and hero costume case below me on the floor. I grabbed my phone out of my bag along with my earbuds because I don't speak broke, just kill me please, oh my gosh, and started listening to my favorite playlist. Leaning back in my seat, I gazed out the window at nothing in particular. I hope Luminous is as good a hero as I think she is. Holy crap. I stared wide-eyed at the building where Luminous had told me to come. As I mentioned, Luminous is a pretty underground hero, but even then, she's managed to rank 27th in Japan. Luminous agency building wasn't big, but it was beautiful. Well, guess I better. Hello. Holy cow. I jumped back, clearly startled by the sudden appearance of another person. Oh my gosh. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to scare you. Please forgive me. The person in front of me, a short girl who looked to be about 19 with long flowing silver hair and vibrant magenta eyes, bowed her head. Oh, it's all right, I said, regaining my composure. I'm FNLN. I'm here for my internship with Luminous. I extended my hand to the girl in front of me. I'm well aware. It's a pleasure to meet you, Miss FN. Or should I say nymph? The girl grabbed my outstretched hand and shook it enthusiastically. I'm Jaylee Miyazaki, but you can call me Mia, Miss Luminous' personal assistant. She sent me down to bring you up. Nice to meet you, Mia. Though I can't help but wonder, how did you suddenly appear right next to you? I thought you'd ask that. It's my quirk. Mia placed her hand in front of her and drew a vertical line. Suddenly, a glimmering violet oval appeared. That you can make portals? I exclaimed, staring with admiration at the silver-haired girl. Mia averted her gaze as a small blush spread across her cheeks. Why yeah, they don't work for long distances though, which is unfortunate. The farthest the portals go is just above the distance between here and the top floor, where we'll be going to see Miss Luminous. Either way, that's still so cool. I said, still amazed. Thank you. Now, let's head up before Miss Luminous wonders where we are. Without hesitation, Mia walked right through the portal. I figured the portal was safe, so, following Mia's lead, I closed my eyes and stepped through. You've arrived, a cheerful voice spoke out. I opened my eyes to see I was no longer outside the building but inside on the top floor. Hello, Nymph. I'm Luminous. I'm so excited to work with you. A tall woman with shoulder-length golden hair and big glowing yellow eyes extended her hand for me to shake. I'd be lying if I said I wasn't stunned. The heroine before me was literally glowing. After coming out of my shock, I connected her hand with mine and gave it a firm shake. It's an honor to be here, Miss Luminous, I said, bowing slightly. Oh, you don't have to do any of that, Luminous giggled, waving her hand in the air. I should be honored that you chose my internship. I'm sure you had tons of offers to choose from, so it's a miracle you chose mine. Well, I know you specialize in power control, and that's one thing I really need to work on. I nervously laughed as I rubbed my forearm. Luminous' smile faded as her expression turned serious. She turned her back to me. Yes, it is. True, you showed great power during the sports festival, but the hardest part of wielding such power is controlling it. Luminous looked back over her shoulder and smiled at me, her perfect teeth shining brightly. Let's get started, shall we? Go get into your costume. One thing I've learned in the past 7 hours of working with Luminous, she doesn't play around when it comes to power control. Her methods may seem strange to others, but they truly are quite effective. The first thing she had me do was simply sit and try to summon my elements from my palms. Some of them were easy, like fire. But others, such as my electricity, were harder to control. Next, she had me use different elements at the same time and balance their levels of strength. This was surprisingly difficult, and I still haven't quite figured it out yet. Luminous did a variety of activities to help me control my quirks, and they really did help. I knew I made the right choice. Alright, Nymph, I think that's enough for today, the heroine said, handing me a bottle of water. I can already see some good results. You're a fast learner. Thank you, Luminous, I said, grabbing the water and taking a long gulp. Mia will escort you to your room. I'll see you tomorrow morning, Nymph. Luminous exclaimed before disappearing in a cloud of yellow light. Whoa! Miss Luminous is pretty fantastic, isn't she? Mia said as she appeared next to me. I had gotten used to her sudden appearances throughout the day when she'd pop into existence to tell Luminous something or bring refreshments. Yeah, I'm so glad I chose her, I exclaimed. Mia created another violet portal and gestured for me to walk through. Your room is right through there, Miss Nymph. Thank you, Mia. Have a good evening. I waved to the petite woman before stepping through the portal and into a very spacious room. All my belongings were placed neatly on a table at the foot of a queen-sized bed. I headed for the bathroom, which took me a second to find, and changed out of my hero outfit into my pajamas. I neatly folded up the outfit and placed it back into its box. Finally, I sighed, flopping onto the bed. Today has been really eventful. That's when I heard a soft ping come from my bag. I crawled over to the edge and picked my phone out from the bag's contents, looking at who had texted me. Well, the people who had texted me. 𝐇𝐢𝐿. How's your internship going? It's going great. Luminous is just as good as I thought she'd be. 𝐇𝐢𝐿. Good to hear. __. Canadian flag Canada. Why did I choose my father again? A show's sad face. If he hurts you, I'll personally put his fire out. Canadian flag Canada. I'll help you. And thank you, smiley face. Dad might. How you doing, kiddo? Great. I've already learned a lot. Dad might. That's great. Keep up the good work, thumbs up. Emo waifu Blackheart. My muscles no longer function properly. Rough day? Emo waifu Blackheart. The roughest. I'm sure you're doing great though. Emo waifu Blackheart. Thanks FN. Broccoli boy broccoli greenheart. It's now dawning on me that I won't see you for a week. I'm not going to survive NNT to the power of T. And that, my precious boy, is why FaceTime exists. Broccoli boy broccoli greenheart. But it's not the same. Though I guess it'll have to work. Expect one every day. Alright XD. Just as suddenly as the text, Izuku was FaceTiming me. That was quick. I said every day, didn't I? Izuku laughed. His eyes then lit up as an idea came to mind. Give me a sec. Izuku's face faded away as he typed something. I then got a notification for a new group chat. Low Class Avengers. 56. Broccoli boy broccoli greenheart. I welcome you all to the Class 1A group chat. Need for speed. A group chat? What a nice way to communicate with everyone. Cherry blossom 𝐇𝐢𝐿𝐭 𝐓𝐚. Calling it now. This chat is going to get real interesting. 30. Oh, you bet it is. 𝐸𝐭 high voltage, hot face. That will be my doing naturally. Froggy frog face. I'm honestly terrified. As one should be. KitKat has left the chat. Oh, I think not. You added KitKat to the chat. KitKat. Seriously? 21. Broccoli boy broccoli green heart. If you're wondering why I made this chat, it's because FN and I were FaceTiming, and I had the idea to do a group FaceTime. Oh, that's why. Good idea, Izuku. Broccoli boy broccoli green heart. Omega. Join FaceTime. I clicked the join button, and one by one, all of my classmates appeared on the screen, making it quite crowded, but what could we do? We talked way into the night, discussing our internships, the heroes, and just random things. Some of us left pretty early on, like Ida, Katsuki, and Yamamoto, mainly those who valued their sleep schedule, until it was just Izuku, Tokoyami, Jiro, Shudo, and me left. 26. Holy crap you guys, Jiro said, looking at the time. It's 1 in the morning. No way, Izuku exclaimed, wide-eyed, checking the time as if it would be different. Oh god, she's right. We should go to bed, we all have internships in the morning. Midoriya's right, it wouldn't be beneficial for any of us to skip out on rest, Tokoyami added. With that I take my leave. Good night everyone. Tokoyami's face then disappeared from the screen, leaving the 4 of us. Jiro yawned and stretched her arms into the air. I'm shutting off too. Bye guys. Now it was just us 3. It's funny how time flies when you're having fun, huh? Izuku laughed. Good night Todoroki, good night FN. Izuku's green-haired self disappeared too, leaving Shudo as the only person on my screen. You going to bed too, Sho? I asked the dual-colored boy. Probably not. I'm not really tired yet, he said, resting his chin on his palm. Yeah, me either, I sighed. Wanna keep talking? Shudo's lips curved up into a small smile. I'd like that. Todoroki's POV. FN and I had been FaceTiming for a while now. It was about 3:30 a.m. I still hadn't felt much fatigue, but I could tell she was having trouble staying awake. It was cute how she was trying to stay up for me, though. FN, you look really tired. Do you want to go to sleep? I asked as her eyes snapped open. No, I'm not that tired, she protested, her eyes flickering open and closed. Okay then, I shrugged. Do you mind if I get a glass of water? Go right ahead, Shudo. I chuckled quietly to myself as I got up to get a drink. I came back about 2 minutes later, glass in hand, to exactly what I had expected, FN fast asleep. I felt my face heat up and a small smile spread across my face as I looked at the sleeping beauty. Thanks for talking with me, Hin, I said softly. My finger hovered over the hang-up button when an idea came to mind. I tapped the camera button instead. How could I not capture this moment? I stared at the sleeping girl for a moment longer, taking in her every feature. You know, I've been called a prince before, I said out of the blue. I'm not exactly sure why, but if I'm a prince that maybe one day, you'll be my princess? 165. Tfa's body stirred, and I started to panic. Without even saying goodnight, I hit the end call button and shut off my phone. I suddenly smelled something burning, then realized it was me. I quickly put myself out and leaned back in my chair. 23. So, this is what it feels like to be in love? 103. When you're feeling down, and the only thing that brings you joy at this point is fictional characters. Grinning face. 71. Chapter end. This chapter is really long. Like really long. And I didn't edit it, 𝐸𝐿. 58. Tfa's POV. We're going to host a city. What? I was sitting in Luminous common room, taking a break to eat lunch when this very sudden news was sprung upon my eating self. Why are we going to host a city? Well, a few heroes in the area were picking up some suspicious activity, so I thought it'd be fun to take a trip and patrol the area. Luminous exclaimed, throwing her hands in the air. How's that sound? That sounds great. A friend of mine is in Hosa City right now, so maybe we'll run into each other while on patrol. Even more reason to get excited. I have some stuff I need to finish, but we'll leave in, say, 3 hours? So you can do whatever until then, okay? I gave Luminous a quick nod before waving as she vanished in a burst of yellow light. I'll never get over that exit. I should text the chat to let them know. Who knows, maybe some others are going to Hosu as well. I reached across the table to my phone and opened up the group chat that had been created a couple of days before. Low Class Avengers. 7. Guys, guess where I'm going? Danky High Voltage. 11. Sadly no. Hot Topic. Osaka perhaps? The Frenchiest Fry Sparkles. Are you coming to visit me? Same concept, but no, sorry 𝐸𝐿. Just tell us where you're going already. Yamamoto. Language, please. I'm going to Hosu City with Luminous. Baby Shark Shark Red Heart. Hosu City. I hear that place is really cool and full of interesting people. Froggy Frogface. Isn't that where Ida is interning? Yeah. Hopefully I'll see him there. Where is Ida anyway? Need for Speed. I'm right here. I've just been observing the conversation. I'm delighted to hear we'll be in the same city, and I look forward to seeing you here. Oh come on. Wait a second. Isn't Hosu City where the hero killer is? Yeah, I'm not a fan of this either. Hey Sho. Hi. Yeah, you're not going to Hosu. Not with that killer around. Bakugo went into protective mode on FN. He sure did. But you're not my dad, Katsuki. Denied. This is very perplexing. What did I just walk into? Chaos in the making. Are we just going to forget that FN is going to Hosu? I think not. NN is going to Hosu City? Where the hero killers? He's thinking. You really shouldn't be going. Just stay safe, okay? Please don't get hurt. I'll be really worried if you do. Yeah, I'll stay safe. Please don't worry. I'm off. Bye, everyone. Goodbye. Bye. I swear, if you get hurt I'll be really upset. Goodbye even. Seriously, be careful. Time skip to Hosu City. Wow. This place is beautiful. I heard Luminous giggle behind me as I admired the stunning scenery. The sun had set on Hosu City, and all the buildings were illuminated, making it even more breathtaking. Come along, Vin. I know the setting is magnificent, but we really must get. Luminous was interrupted by a loud crash, followed by screams from the surrounding civilians. What? We turned to see. Nomu? What are those doing in Hosu? And why are there so many of them? You know these things, FN? Luminous asked, activating her powers. Yeah, one of them attacked my school not too long ago. All Might defeated it, but it was a tough battle. If these are as strong as that one, we're in serious trouble. Help. Someone please help me. I heard a girl's voice scream to my right. I quickly turned to the sound and sprang into action, blasting a Nomu away with a burst of fire. Once I was sure it was out of range, I turned back to the girl, who looked no older than 19. Are you all right, miss? Wise. Thank you so much. Who are you? She asked, her voice trembling. I'm the hero in training, Nymph. It's a pleasure to help you, I replied, giving a small bow. Now please, get to safety, it's too dangerous to be out here. The girl nodded quickly before running off in the opposite direction. Nice job, Thathan, Luminous shouted as she fought off another Nomu. Way to be quick on your feet. Thank you. Luminous and I continued to assist as many people as we could. I even helped a family escape from a particularly strange-looking Nomu. Thank you so much, dear, the mother said, her eyes filled with tears as she held my hands. We are forever in your debt, the father added, holding his two children close. Thank you for saving us, the two little ones exclaimed. I want to be a hero just like you someday, the little girl said. Me too, the boy chimed in. I smiled at the two children and ruffled their hair. I believe both of you will become amazing heroes. Working hard, and I know you'll be great. Their eyes lit up with excitement, brighter than anything Luminous could produce. Thank you. The family then hurried off to safety, just in time. Suddenly, a truck flew off the side of the road and erupted in flames. I shielded my eyes from the debris that flew from the wreckage. When I looked up, a shocking sight awaited me. 3 unusual Nomus, ones I had never seen before, were swarming around, attacking anyone they could. The strangest one, with wings on its back, had grabbed 2 people in its claws. Clenching my teeth, I dashed toward the monster. When I got close enough, I shot a burst of white fire into its eyes. My plan worked perfectly as the Nomu dropped the 2 victims in distress. Summoning the air to my aid, I caught the 2 people and brought them down safely. Are you 2 hurt? I asked as they regained their composure. And no, just a bit shaken, huh? The first one said, the other nodding in agreement. That's good. Now please go that way. You'll be safe there, I said, pointing them in the right direction. They thanked me before running off. I scanned the area for anyone else who needed help but spotted a familiar messy green head instead. Izuku? What is he doing in Hosu City? He seemed to be in distress, moving quickly. What? My feet urged me to move forward, but I couldn't just leave all these people in chaos. What should I do? Go, Luminous said, her body glowing with light. Help your friend, FN. We'll handle things here. My eyes widened, but determination surged within me. Thank you, Luminous. I dashed off in the direction I saw Izuku run. He had gone into one of Hosu's back alleys for some reason. After a bit of running, I finally caught up to the green-haired hero in training. I ran up beside him without a word. He looked at me, surprised, but when I glanced up at him, he regained his serious expression and kept moving. As we ran deeper into the alley, the scent of blood filled the air, making me uneasy. Finally, when we turned the corner, we saw it, the hero killer Stain and Ida. Both of us raced toward them at full speed, simultaneously striking the villain square in the face, sending him flying backward. So I was right. Izuku shouted. Right about what? I asked, keeping my eyes on the dazed Stain. I heard Manuel shouting about how Ida had run off on his own during the fight. I figured he'd gone after Stain because of what happened with his brother. Looks like my theory was spot on. All of Stain's victims have been far away from large crowds. It makes sense that we'd find him here, I thought aloud. Let's go. Back toward the street. We need to get help from the professionals, Izuku said to Ida, who was pressed flat against the pavement. I can't move my body, Ida grunted. What do you mean? I questioned, glancing back in shock. It must be his quirk. Since he cut me, I've been paralyzed. That's the kind of quirk people on TV said he'd have. So, cutting somehow activates his power. Izuku, look. He was a bit far away, so I didn't see him immediately, but the hero native was slumped against a wall, clearly paralyzed as well. There were 2 of us, so we could carry them back ourselves, but would we be fast enough? Midoriya, please. Don't get involved. Ida struggled to say. This doesn't have anything to do with you. Ida, what do you mean? Izuku said, staring at his helpless body. So, the hero killer said as he stumbled back to his feet. You both came back here to save your friend's life. You even made a big entrance. But I have a duty to eliminate him and this so-called pro-hero. He jabbed his thumb in Native's direction. When your friend chose to fight me, it guaranteed that the weaker of us would be called. The way he looked up at Izuku and me was absolutely chilling. This man radiated such powerful malice that it shook me to my core. So, what will you do? I could immediately tell he was unlike other villains I had encountered before. He didn't just want to defy the law. He was genuinely committed to eliminating those he deemed unworthy. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Izuku pull out his phone. I switched my gaze over and noticed he had sent out his location. Without thinking, I sent mine out as well. It seemed unlikely, but maybe, just maybe, someone would see it and come. It was unusual for one person to send out their location without context, but 2 people at the same place sending it out was no coincidence. Listen to me. Ida shouted. Stand down. Run away. I told you, this has nothing to do with either of you. If you really believe that, then why are you trying to become a hero in the first place? Izuku yelled with such intensity that it threw me off a bit. Ida, do you remember what All Might said to us? I said, glaring at the villain. Meddling when you don't need to is what being a hero is all about. At that moment, Stain got a wild look in his eyes, even crazier than the casual expression he had worn before. Izuku and I both raced toward him. Stain whipped out his swords, ready to attack. Izuku and I exchanged a glance, communicating silently. Avoid the blades. As Stain swung the sharp edge at us, Izuku slid under while I propelled myself up and over. When we landed, I boosted Izuku up to throw off the villain and threw myself to the side. Just as I thought, Stain was confused when no one was behind him, and that confusion led to a swift hit to his face. I was shocked and I could tell that Ida was as well. Izuku had not only managed to successfully control one for all, but he also switched up his technique. Impressive. Izuku and I landed. We can do this. With us working together, we can save Ida and Native. Suddenly, Izuku went stiff. Stain got him. It was the smallest graze on his arm, but it was enough to affect him. It's the blood. I heard Izuku whisper. Don't let him touch your blood. You're not powerful enough, Stain growled. It's not that you predicted my movements, you just left my field of vision. And with her help, he pointed his sword toward me, you were able to maneuver and get a clean shot. There are plenty of false heroes around here who are all talk, he continued as he walked past Izuku and me. But I think the 2 of you are worth keeping alive. You're different from these 2. Stain stopped in front of Ida, blade raised above his face. Don't you dare, I mumbled as my body heated up. Get away from him. I shouted, unleashing a wave of fire. More flames erupted from the opposite side of the alley. Great, someone else to get in my way, the villain grumbled distastefully. Today's been full of distractions. Midoriya, you're lucky that I found both of you sending your locations suspicious. Please provide more details in situations like these. Shudo. I cheered, smiling gratefully at the dual-haired boy. You're using your left side too. Shudo sent out a wave of ice, lifting the 3 paralyzed men. He then jumped over to me and placed his hand on my shoulder. Everything's going to be all right, the pros will be here any minute now. Then let's keep this guy at bay until then. I shot out golden flames in Stain's direction while Shudo formed a ramp of ice that Izuku and Native could slide down in their paralyzed state. Shudo, don't let him get your blood, okay? He looked at me in confusion, urging me to continue. I don't know the details, but I think when he consumes someone's blood, he paralyzes them. That explains the blades. All we have to do is keep our distance. Suddenly, one of Stain's knives grazed Shudo's cheek. You have good friends, Ingenium, Stain said as he leaped into the air. Or you did. He held his sword up, ready to strike Shudo, but I pushed him out of the way, covered myself in metal, and took the hit. FN. I heard all three boys shout. I'm fine. I shouted back. Can't cut through metal, can you? No, fine then. Stain made a beeline for Shudo, but once again, I threw myself in front of him and blasted Stain away with my flames. You okay? I asked as I helped Shudo up. Yeah, thanks. Stain came charging back toward us. Shudo stomped the ground and sent a mountain of ice toward him, but he was able to cut through. I countered by harnessing the wind to blow the icy shards Stain had just created back at him, pushing him further back. Just stop it. Why are you doing this? This fight is with me. Ida struggled to yell. I inherited my brother's name. I'm the one who should stop him. The hero killer is mine. You're going by Ingenium now? Strange, Shudo said as he dodged another one of Stain's attacks. The Ingenium I knew before never had that look on his face. You have a dark side, Ida, I shouted as I created a mountain of earth to serve as another obstacle for the villain. Believe me, you aren't the only one. You blocked your field of vision from an opponent that's faster than you, Stain said as he leaped over the wall. Rookie mistake. Come and get us then. Shudo shouted. A knife struck both of us in the shoulder. You two are strong, Stain cackled. Unlike him. He was poised to pounce on Native's still body. I was ready to intercept, but a ball of green light reached him first. Midoriya Izuku. Shudo and I called out simultaneously. I'm not sure why, but I can move now, he called back as he slammed Stain's face against the stone walls around us. So there's a time limit, huh? I said as I pulled the knife from my arm. Effin, what are you doing? Shudo asked, staring at my open wound with concern. Closing the wound, I replied, using my quirk to cauterize the injury and tossing the knife aside to create a metal patch over the stab. Give me your arm. Hesitantly, Shudo extended his arm for me to patch as well. I'm sorry, this is going to hurt. Placing the metal into his skin was more challenging than I anticipated, but it worked. You're amazing, he said, gazing at the patch. Thanks. Wait, Izuku was the last to get paralyzed. How come he can move now while Ida and Native can't? Out of the corner of my eye, I saw Izuku land safely. Izuku, dodge. I yelled as I conjured a mountain of ice. Izuku jumped out of the way and landed next to Shudo and me. So he ingests the blood to freeze them, but there's a limit to how long? What do you think that limit is? Shudo asked. I have a couple of guesses. It could be less effective the more people he uses it on, or it could depend on how much blood he ingests. From across the alley, I noticed Stain's smirk, likely indicating that neither of my guesses was correct. Then a thought struck me. Ida, Native, what are your blood types? Our blood types? I'm type A, Ida grunted. I'm type B. All right, Izuku? I asked, turning to him. I'm type O, but FN, where are you going with this? Blood types, the duration of time frozen could vary depending on a person's blood type. So, you figured it out. Very impressive. Knowing how his quirk works is nice, but it won't help us much, I said, stepping forward. Shudo, Izuku, get Native and Ida out of here. I'll hold this guy off until the pros arrive. No way. You're crazy if you think we're leaving you alone with this maniac. Izuku shouted. Midoriya's right. No one is getting left behind. The pros will be here any minute now. We just have to protect these two until then. And that's what we did. Izuku charged towards Stain while Shudo and I attacked from a distance. Stain's fighting style had changed completely, and not in our favor. Run, get out of here, Ida whimpered from behind me. I can't watch this. Do you want to make your brother proud or not? I yelled as I blocked one of Stain's knives. You are not just Tenya Ida, you're Ingenium. Stand up and prove that. I saw Izuku get cut and frozen again. Stain moved to immobilize him further, but I blocked his path just in time by transforming into metal. You alright? Yeah, it's going to be a few minutes before I can move again. Izuku's eyes suddenly widened with fear. Todoroki, look out. I whipped around, my eyes growing just as wide. Shuto! I was about to rush over and knock Stain's sword away, but someone got there before I did. Ida! Izuku and I shouted in relief. You're free. Midoriya, Todoroki, FN, this has nothing to do with you. I apologize, Ida said, staring at the ground. Not this again. Izuku mumbled beside me. I'm okay, and I won't let you all shed any more blood for me. Stain's body skidded to a halt. Half of his blade had been knocked off because of Ida's kick. There's no use in pretending you're a hero now. You'll never be anything more than a fraud who prioritizes his own desires. And you're a madman. I shouted back. Ida, don't listen to this lunatic. No, FN, he's absolutely correct. I have no right to call myself a hero 𝐸𝐤. Blood trickled from the stab wound Stain had given him earlier, running down his arm. Still, there's no way I can back down now. If I give up now, the name Ingenium will die. 𝐸𝐤, pathetic. Stain lunged toward 𝐸𝐤. And Ida, but I sped over and knocked him back with golden flames. Idiots! Native shouted at us. He's only after me and the kid with the white armor. The rest of you get out of here. I'm sorry, sir, but I can't do that. 𝐸𝐤 and I continuously shot elements of all kinds toward him as we dodged his swords and knives. Our main focus right now was to protect Ida and Native. FN. I turned my head toward Ida, desperation in his voice. You can regulate your temperatures, right? Aha, why? I need you to freeze my leg without plugging the engine. Are you? You're in the way. I heard Stain yell. FN move. 𝐸𝐤 and Izuku yelled, but I didn't have to. Ida. He took the blade from me, right in the center of his upper arm. Another blade came, pinning him to the ground. Oh no. FN, just do it. We haven't got much time. I did what Ida asked and then carefully removed the blade from his arm. What are you going to do? I asked as I shot more fire alongside 𝐸𝐤. I'm going to fight. Ida shot off, Izuku right beside him. Ida's engines burned blue with heat as Izuku's veins coursed with green light. Their faces held such pure determination that I couldn't help but smile. Those are our friends, 𝐸𝐤. Stain took an incredibly powerful hit and kicked to the stomach and face. It's our turn now, FN. Right. After Ida delivered another bone-crushing kick to the villain's gut, 𝐸𝐤 and I blasted him with scorching hot flames. As both Izuku and Ida fell, I controlled the winds to soften their landings. Great job, guys. I shouted back to them. Oh no, you guys are hurt. We'll be fine then, Izuku said, smiling up at me. Now let's. His smile faded when he looked at Stain's motionless body. Is he knocked out? I asked. He has to be. FN, can you make some vines so we can tie him up? 𝐸𝐤 asked. On it, I'll get his weapons too. I used my quirk to bring Stain down and tossed aside all of his knives and swords. Then I created the thickest vines I could and secured him tightly. Do you have him, 𝐸𝐤? I asked once I finished. Yes, thank you. Native, can you move all right? I asked the pro hero. Yes, thanks to you all, he said as he lifted Izuku onto his back. I'd like to apologize. I'm supposed to be a pro, but I felt useless back there. Don't blame yourself, Izuku mumbled. I don't think anyone could take on the hero killer alone. We barely won, and it was because of his mistakes, 𝐸𝐤 added as he dragged Stain behind him. All right, let's get these guys to the police, Native said once we got out of the alley. What are you doing here, boy? A short old man in a yellow and white hero costume shouted, catching our attention. I told you to stay on the bullet train. He scolded as he approached Izuku. Izuku, who's that? I asked, unsure if I should be worried. Gran Torino. He's the hero I'm interning with. How did you find us? I was told to come here by someone else. I have no idea what's going on, but I'm glad you're all okay. Me too, and I'm sorry. Over here. A group of voices and footsteps directed our attention to a team of heroes running in our direction. Endeavor told us to come here, but children? One of them asked. Those injuries look bad, said another. I'll call an ambulance right away. Hey, look, a third hero called out. The others gasped as they looked upon the tied-up Stain. Is that the hero killer? I'll get the police on the line. The group of heroes checked us for wounds. I didn't have anything major, just a few cuts, a stab wound, and a fractured wrist. Izuku had hurt his arm, and his ankle was likely broken. Todoroki had his stab wound and a fair share of cuts as well. Ida had it the worst, with 2 stab wounds in his shoulder, 1 in his hand, and 1 in his upper arm. Guys, Ida said as he walked over to Izuku, 𝐸𝐤, and me. You all got hurt because of me. I'm truly sorry. I just got so angry. I couldn't see anything else. His voice cracked, revealing his struggle to hold back tears. Stepping forward, I wrapped Ida in a hug. Hey, I'm sorry too. You were going through something that I can completely understand. I knew you weren't telling us the full truth, but I didn't do anything about it. That's something I should have done as your friend. Thank you. Suddenly, a chill ran down my spine. Everyone, get down. A Nomu came flying in, sweeping Izuku into its claws. Izuku! It's bleeding, one of the heroes exclaimed as a drop of blood fell onto her face. It must be trying to escape. Then the Nomu stopped flying. What the heck? That's when I saw him. Stain had woken up. The word hero has lost all meaning in this society, he growled as he ran toward Izuku. The world is full of fakes like you who chase petty dreams. He lunged into the air and struck the Nomu, causing it to crash to the ground. Before it could hit the cement, I caught Izuku in my arms, bringing him back to the others. 𝐇𝐢𝐿𝐭, he stuttered, a blush creeping onto his cheeks. Don't mention it, I said, propping him back up onto his feet. You must all be purged, Stain snarled menacingly as he tipped the bloody knife out of the monster's skull. Everything I do is to create a stronger society. We stood in horror and anticipation, waiting for the hero killer's next move. That's when Endeavor arrived. Endeavor, being who he is, immediately got ready to attack but was stopped by Gran Torino. Stain looked toward us, his eyes fixed on Endeavor, resentment filling his red irises. You false hero, he growled. I'll make this right. This street must run with the blood of hypocrites. Hero, I will reclaim that word. Come on. Just try and stop me, you fakes. The malevolent aura he gave off was overwhelming. Everyone took a step back in fear. Without thinking, I stood in a protective stance in front of my friends. There is only one man I will let kill me. He is a true hero. Stain said with a wild look. All might is worthy. The sound of his blade hitting the ground was the only noise after that. His irises and pupils seemed to vanish, leaving only the whites of his eyes. He was frozen in place, as if he had used his quirk on himself. I fell backward, along with several others, out of pure shock. I clung tightly to Izuku and Shudo's hands to keep a grip on reality, but they appeared just as transfixed as I was. It felt like time had paused. None of us could move, even though we weren't under Stain's quirk. It wasn't until later that I found out one of Stain's broken ribs had pierced his lung, leading to his demise. I found it ironic, actually. Stain was undoubtedly the most injured among us, yet he was the last one still fighting. Knock knock, I said as I opened the door to the hospital room. How are you guys holding up? 𝐸𝐿? They let you leave your room already? Izuku questioned as he sat upright. Yeah, the only injuries I have left are minor, so I'm good to go, I stated with a smile. I'm glad you're all right, Ida said, looking up. If you had been seriously injured, I would have never forgiven myself. Ida, none of that was your fault. When you think about it, we all did a pretty great thing last night. I agree, Shudo said in his usual monotone voice. I'm very impressed with you, especially Ida. Stain seemed to let Midoriya, 𝐸𝐿, and me live on purpose. He was actually trying to harm you, but you stood tall. That's not true, Ida was suddenly cut off by the sliding open of the door. I turned around and stepped back towards the boys to let the visitors in. So, the injured young ones are awake. Gran Torino, Luminous, and Manuel too. Idiot. The short old man said, walking over to Izuku. I could scold you for hours right now. But before I do, you've got a visitor. We all turned our heads towards the door as a tall man with dog-like features in a black suit walked through. This is Hosu's chief of police, Gran Torino stated. Kenji Tsuragami. Shudo and Ida both rose to their feet while Izuku struggled to stand with his injured leg. No, please, stay seated, woof. Did he just woof? So you're the UA students who brought down the hero killer, huh? That would be us, sir, yes, I said, trying desperately to remain calm. Stain had many severe injuries. His body is currently in the hospital under strict surveillance. Here's a lesson you've all already learned. When quirks first became the norm, the police force sought to maintain the status quo. We decided quirks would not be used as weapons. That's when heroes came in. They were able to do what the police could not, if they were licensed, of course. The only reason heroes can use their quirks is because of the strict rules early heroes chose to abide by. And that's why, whether you all were up against the hero killer or not, none of you had the authority to harm the villain. The four of us tensed up when we realized where this was going. While we were fighting Stain, none of us considered that we were breaking the law. That means the four of you and your supervisors, Endeavor, Manuel, Luminous, and Gran Torino will be receiving serious consequences for your actions. Well, now hold on just a second, Shudo growled. If Ida hadn't been there, Native would have been in grave danger. And if not for FN and Midoriya, both of them could have been hurt. A wave of gratitude washed over me as I watched Shudo defend us all. No one else even knew the hero killer was in Hosu. Would you rather have had us just sit back and watch as innocent people were harmed? W.O. Shudo, calm down, okay? I said as I gently grabbed his arm. He kept his eyes on Tsuragami, but his stance softened just a bit. So, Tsuragami huffed, closing his amber eyes, it's okay to break the law if it plays out in your favor? But sir, isn't it a hero's job to save people? Shudo yelled. Tsuragami sighed before looking at us again. This is why you're not full-fledged pros yet. It's obvious Endeavor and UA haven't been teaching you enough. You can't be serious. Shuto Todoroki. The three of us shouted as I ran out in front of him and put my hands on his shoulders. Let's listen to him. It'd be wise to listen to Tiny Toshi on this one, boy, Gran Torino stated. What I've said is the official stance of the police department, Tsuragami continued. But any punishment would only be necessary if this went public. My eyes suddenly filled with a gentle spark of hope as I listened to the chief of police. If it did, you'd be praised by people everywhere, but there's no way you could escape being reprimanded. On the other hand, we could say Endeavor defeated the villain. It would most definitely explain Stain's injuries, don't you agree? Sir, are you saying? With a small number of witnesses, we would be able to pretend like none of you kids were involved, and this would be the only consequence you face concerning the incident. Tsuragami then gave the four of us a thumbs up. The choice is yours, though I know I don't want to damage any promising young careers. Ida then stepped forward towards Manuel and bowed. I'm very sorry for the trouble we caused. Yeah, I'm sorry too, Izuku added, lowering his head, Shido following. We'll leave it to you. Then something quite unexpected happened. Tsuragami bowed to us. I know this is unfair. You four will not receive the praise that you deserve. But, as the chief of police, I sincerely thank you for what you've done. You know that you could have started with that, Shido whispered, looking away. I left the guy's hospital room shortly after the talk with the police. Thankfully, Luminous' teaching license wasn't suspended like Gran Torino's, but she did tell me to take the rest of the week off. What you accomplished last night was far more powerful than anything I could ever teach you, she had told me on the way out of the hospital. You are going to become an extraordinary hero someday. So I decided to go back home. I didn't know what I was going to do. Besides Ida, Shido, and Izuku, who were all still in the hospital, all my friends were at internships. Maybe Denki was silly enough to get himself kicked out. Hello. I yelled as I welcomed myself to an empty house. Boy, am I glad to see you. I threw my bag and costume by the door and went straight for my first love, food. Sadly, I was met with a virtually empty fridge. What? Feeling thoroughly disappointed, I stalked over to the couch and flopped down onto its soft cushions. Why didn't Dad go to the store? I whined as I kicked my legs back and forth. Well, looks like I'm going out then. With newfound energy, I jumped up from the warmth of the couch and ran back towards the door and right out the front. After a lot of indecision, I decided to go to a cute little cat-themed cafe. It looked adorable. I stepped inside and was immediately greeted with the inviting smell of sweet pastries and fresh coffee. There was a surprisingly low number of people inside. I had heard this place was fairly popular. Must be a slow day. I walked over to the boy who was running the counter and ordered a warm drink and a pastry to go with it. After receiving my food and drink, I walked over to an empty booth by the window. Oh, this is really good, I said, mouthful as I took a bite of my pastry. Wonder what the warm drink tastes like. I never got to find out. Just as I was about to take a sip of my warm beverage, a small gray cat jumped onto the table, causing me to spill the drink on myself. Hey, each. I yelled, not so much because the drink was hot, but because I wouldn't be able to enjoy it now. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. Sora is usually so calm. I swear he doesn't usually jump on people. A boy frantically apologized as he scooped the cat off the table. Oh, it's fine. Don't worry about hey, Shinso. I exclaimed. The boy looked up from his cat, his eyes widening. Oh no. What was that? I asked. Nothing, he replied, a bit louder than necessary. I'm sorry about Sora. Shinso apologized again, gesturing to the gray cat in his arms. And your drink? Oh, I almost forgot about my drink. I glanced down at the stain and started laughing. This is nothing, watch this. I placed my hand over the stain and slowly pulled away, encasing each drop of the warm drink in a bubble of water. When the stain was completely gone, I pulled both sides of the bubble, causing it to evaporate. Whoa. Shinso said, staring in awe. That must come in handy. Right. I laughed, making Shinso smile just a bit. How have you been? I haven't seen you since the sports festival. I've been alright, Shinso shrugged, taking a seat across from me with Sora in his lap. My friend from class left UA, though. Which friend? And why would they leave UA? I think you know him. I saw you talking after the cavalry battle. His name is Nico Hinata. Wait, Nico? I exclaimed, causing a few people to glance our way. Sorry, but why did Nico leave UA? He was so happy when he got in. And why didn't he tell me? No idea, Shinso continued. He never told me or anyone else that he was leaving until the day he was gone. I've tried texting him and calling him, but he never answers. All the texts are undelivered and calls go straight to voicemail. Are we sure he didn't get kidnapped by the League of Villains or something? I asked worriedly. I don't think so. The school was informed he was leaving but on very short notice. Don't worry, you're not the only one who finds it suspicious. I found it more than suspicious, to say the least. Why would Nico just leave without telling anyone? I would have to ask Dad about it later. Being a teacher, he should know something. Suddenly, I felt a warmth in my lap. I panicked for a moment before realizing that Sora had settled on top of me. Hey, he likes you, Shinso said, smiling at the gray fur ball. Ah, what a cutie. I giggled as Sora rubbed his head against my chin. I wish I had a cat. You do? Yeah. Well, I've got an entire coat full. What the? Shinso opened his coat to reveal about 6 cats. He then handed me an adorable gray and white kitten that I named I Am. Dad's going to kill me. Katsuki, what happened to your? Not another word about my hair, Katsuki said as we walked to school. With my internship over, I had missed my friends even more. I promised Katsuki I'd walk with him today. I didn't expect his hair to be as flat as a pancake. Okay, I stuttered, trying to suppress my laughter. How was your internship? My internship? TSK, I couldn't tell if I was training or modeling for a commercial. He scoffed, rolling his eyes, causing my laughter to burst out. We continued to talk about our internships, even though I didn't have much to share, until we arrived at UA High. Inside the classroom, things were generally the same. Everyone was talking about what they had done over the past week, except for Shiro and Kirishima, who were also teasing Katsuki about his hair. Hey you four! Kaminari shouted at Ida, Shuto, Izuku and me. How was it fighting the hero killer? I hoped this question wouldn't come up. With a multitude of questions of their own, our classmates started to surround us. I'm seriously just glad you made it back alive, Kirishima said, looking at me with his soft red eyes. I don't know what I'd do if you got hurt out there. Hey all of you. Mina said, hugging my side. It's so cool that Endeavor saved you all. Just what you'd expect from the number 2 hero. For a moment, I was confused, then remembered what Chief Tsuragami had said. Yeah, he saved us, I agreed, nodding to the 3 boys. Have you guys heard the news on the hero killer? Bujiro asked. Everyone's been saying he's somehow connected to the League of Villains. Imagine how frightening it would have been if he was there during the USJ attack. He's scary, yeah, Kaminari said, shrugging his shoulders. But have you seen the video on him? It's all over the internet. Video? I asked, tilting my head. I didn't know there was a video. Can I see it? Yeah, sure. Kaminari said, pulling his phone from his pocket. The video wasn't long, about 4 minutes in total. It mainly discussed his fighting style and all the people he's hurt in the past. Stain's a pretty evil villain, but he's super tenacious. He's kinda cool, don't you think? Kaminari? Izuku whispered, glaring at the blonde. Kaminari's eyes widened as he looked from me to Izuku. See crap, I'm really sorry, he said, turning red. It's okay, Denki, I calmly whispered, placing a hand on his shoulder. Yes, it's quite all right, Ida said, looking down at his hands. Stain was a very tenacious villain. I understand why people might think he was cool. But instead of helping the world, his beliefs led him to cold murder. Killing can't be condoned. To keep people from suffering like me, I promised I will strive to be the perfect hero. Hee hee chop chop. I giggled, mimicking Ida's hand motion. FN, what are you doing? Ida asked, confused. Kaminari, chop chop. I laughed, gesturing in his direction. Ah yes, I see you two are a woman of culture, he snickered, chopping back at me. Seriously, what are you two doing? Hey Shuto, Izuku. Chop chop. Haha, chop chop to you too. Izuku laughed as he and Shuto joined in. Soon enough, everyone in the room was mimicking Ida, even Katsuki. Yaoyorozu even made us each a pair of glasses. I don't see where the fun in this is, Ida called out. Are you all making fun of me? What does chop chop mean? How nice to see you all again. I hope you're ready. To return to your lessons, All Might bellowed to the group of students. Now then, listen carefully to what's in store. We're going to conduct a little race. Take everything you've learned from your internships. Step into Field Gamma to start your training. The first one to rescue me from the labyrinth wins. But please keep the property damage to a minimum. You hear that, Kit Kat? You snickered as you nudged Bakugo's arm. I don't know what you're talking about. The first race consisted of Midoriya, Ojiro, Ida, Shiro, and Ishido. Everyone thought that Midoriya would be at a serious disadvantage, but you knew better than to doubt him. Just as you expected, Midoriya was bouncing off walls with incredible speed. Everyone around you was amazed, while you simply smiled, knowing exactly what the green-haired boy was capable of. Everything was going well for Midoriya until he slipped. You winced and looked away as poor Midoriya lost his footing, causing Shiro to win the race. Your group was the final 5 to go. You were excited for your race to begin, facing off against Bakugo, along with Azui, Tokoyami, and Sato. You always tried to liven things up during training, and this time was no exception. Drawing inspiration from Midoriya and Bakugo, you hopped across pipes and ledges, using your ability to fly to jump higher and farther, and your speed to move quicker. The other students watched in awe as you effortlessly navigated the labyrinth-like arena with skill and precision. She's amazing. Ishido whispered, something she rarely did. The other 4 don't stand a chance, not even Bakugo. Kirishima said, shaking his head. I want to marry her, Kaminari said out of the blue, causing everyone to stare at him with mixed expressions, but that didn't faze him. In no more than a minute, you reached All Might's location, landing gracefully at his feet. And we have a winner, the towering man bellowed. Congratulations, young FN, on this victory. All Might draped a sash over your shoulders that read, "Thank you for saving me," as the other four landed behind you. Now, all of you may return to class. I'll be waiting for you tomorrow. FN, why do you have to be so cool? Uraraka whined as you and the other girls changed back into your uniforms. Right? I can speak for everyone when I say I'm jealous. Jiro agreed with a smile. Guys, I'm not the only cool one. You all are incredible. You'll all be amazing heroes. Your bright smile lit up the room, so much so that the other girls had to look away to hide their flushed faces. Suddenly, you all started to hear a muffled voice. You walked over to the wall that separated the boys' and girls' locker rooms and tried to make out the voice. Ashido's slender waist. Hagakure's floating underwear. Defini's perfect figure and teeth. You had heard enough. You pressed your hand against the hole in the wall and filled it with stone, blocking the view. Thanks, Devin, Hagakure sighed. Despicable behavior, Yaoyorozu said, glaring at where the hole had been. How did he get into UA again? By the time you got changed and back to class, there were roughly 3 minutes left in the school day. HANN. Kaminari called over to you as you started to leave the classroom. HM? What's up, Denki? You asked, turning to the blonde, who was looking more flustered than usual. I was wondering if you could come over to my place for an hour or two. I don't really understand the homework and was hoping you could help me out, he asked nervously, fidgeting with his tie. Of course. I'd love to help you. You exclaimed with your bright smile, causing the boy's heart to race. See cool, he stuttered, relief washing over him. Let's get going then? He reached out his hand to you. You giggled, reaching out to take his hand. But at the last moment, you dropped your arm and ran out the door, yelling, "Race ya!" to Kaminari. Oh, you're so on. This was a filler chapter, so sorry that it's short and boring. The next chapter will be your study date with Kaminari, so I'm excited. FN ran around the house in her oversized Christmas sweater, black Nike shorts, and knee-high striped socks as she set up all sorts of decorations. Garland, lights, balloons, you name it. FN hung them up around the house. You're really going all out for this party, aren't you, kiddo? All Might asked from the stairs as she set out a plate of cookies. Of course. This is the first Christmas party I've ever hosted. I want to make sure everyone likes it, she responded, hanging stars from the ceiling. How many people did you say were coming? 9? 10? All Might asked as he plucked a cookie from the plate. FN slowly turned around, nervous. Yeah. More like 20? What? All Might started choking on his cookie. FN smacked his back until he was breathing properly again. 2015 16-year-olds in my house until who knows when? What could go wrong? Everything really. That evening, the first people to arrive were Midoriya and Bakugo, naturally. Bakugo was surprisingly calm and didn't seem bothered at all by Midoriya's presence. Next came Tsu and Uraraka, followed by Kaminari, Kirishima, and Siro. Within 15 minutes, everyone from Class 1A, minus Mineta, plus Shinso, were sprawled around in FN's living room. Okay people, FN announced to all her friends once they had settled. I'm popping some popcorn right now. I'm thinking we could watch some movies or maybe play some games, FN suggested. Or we could play on your Switch, Jiro chimed in, wrapping her arm around FN's shoulder while munching on a star-shaped cookie. Everyone started cheering and agreeing, so FN decided to lead them upstairs to her game room. Thus, the Mario Kart competition began. The group quickly divided into different teams. The cheerleaders, Mina, Kirishima, Kaminari, Hagakure, Aoyama. The casual gamers, Siro, Shinso, Sato, Midoriya, Ojiro, Todoroki. The competitive gamers, Bakugo, Uraraka, FN, Jiro. The onlookers, Koda, Yaoyorozu, Ida, Tsu, Shoji, Tokoyami. Surprisingly, it was Todoroki who emerged victorious in the game. Half and half cheated. Bakugo shouted, pointing an accusing finger at the heterochromatic boy, who simply stood there unfazed. Okay, let's head back downstairs, FN said, grabbing Bakugo's hand, which helped calm him down as she led him out of the room. While everyone watched the two with envy, Bakugo flashed them a cheeky grin. Once they were all downstairs, they returned to their original plan of enjoying popcorn and watching Christmas movies. All 21 teens gathered around the couch, with FN in the center of the chaos. A silent battle ensued over who would sit next to her. In the end, Todoroki ended up on her right, Mina on her left, and Midoriya settled on the floor in front. Everyone else crowded around. It wasn't until 3:45 a.m., after 4 movies, 5 bags of popcorn, and a plate of cookies, that everyone finally fell asleep. Each small cluster of friends was wrapped in blankets to stay warm on that chilly winter morning. The sound of shuffling feet and soft whispers roused FN. She rubbed her eyes and stretched her arms, careful not to accidentally hit Todoroki or Mina in the face. Carefully, she stepped around the pile of sleeping teens on her living room floor. She crossed over to the television, turned it off, and surveyed her friends. As she looked around, she noticed someone was missing. She stepped out of the living room and began searching for Shinso, suspecting he was the one whose footsteps she had heard. After checking downstairs, FN moved upstairs, where she found him in the game room, playing with 𝐸𝐭, the kitten. Leaning against the doorway, she watched the purple-haired teen interact with her furry friend. Though Shinso often appeared aloof, he had a warm heart beneath his cool exterior. "How long are you going to stand there?" Shinso chuckled, glancing up at FN. "I didn't know you noticed me," she replied, sitting down beside him and gently petting 𝐸𝐭's head. "What are you doing up here, Shinso?" Shinso shrugged. "I couldn't sleep and didn't want to disturb anyone." FN nodded and turned her gaze to the window. "Shinso, look," she whispered excitedly as she hopped up and ran toward it. "It's snowing." "Well, would you look at that, it is," Shinso said, joining her by the window. "Snowing on Christmas morning. What a way to start the day." "Hey, let's head back downstairs. We have a festive day ahead tomorrow, and we don't want to be tired for that," FN suggested, picking up 𝐸𝐭. "Yeah, okay," Shinso replied. They tiptoed quietly down the stairs and back to the living room, where everyone else was still asleep. "Hey, let's take a picture in front of everyone for fun," Shinso suggested, raising an eyebrow in amusement. Shinso stared at FN with a blank expression, thinking, and this is what I fell for. Perfection. Absolutely. The two exhausted teens crouched down in front of their sleeping friends and snapped a picture, bursting into laughter at how chaotic the scene looked behind them. Suddenly, they both collapsed on the floor, utterly worn out and in desperate need of sleep. The end. Merry Christmas, skaters. I'm going to fail. I'm going to completely bomb the entire exam. Ashido exclaimed, laughter mingling with tears. I've barely taken any notes this semester. I'd need a miracle to pass. Kaminari lamented, also crying in despair. Did you at least read the textbook? Zero asked. With internships and the sports festival. I didn't have time, the hopeless blonde groaned, flopping face first onto the desk. Just forget about me. Ashido, Kaminari. We still have time to study. That way we can all go to the training camp together. Midoriya encouraged, his bright smile unwavering. Right. Ida chimed in. As class president, I have high hopes for every member of class 1A. It's pretty hard to fail, isn't it? If you just pay attention in class, you should pass pretty effortlessly. You quickly covered Todoroki's mouth before he could say anything that might crush Kaminari's spirits. Shuto, you're going to break him, you whispered. Sorry, Todoroki replied, muffled by your hand, which made you chuckle. You removed your hand and turned to your friends. I could always help you guys if you want. I'm not the best teacher, but I can assist with basic study techniques and exercises for the practical. I'll help anyone who needs it too. I'm afraid I won't be much help in preparing for the practical, though, Yaoyorozu offered. And Yamamo, you guys are the best. Is it just me, or are you all really nervous for the practical exam too? Uraraka asked the group during lunch. I'm right there with you. The written portion will just be stuff from class, but we have no idea what the practical has in store, Midoriya agreed. I wouldn't worry too much, guys. They wouldn't throw anything too difficult at us, right? That's easy for you to say, Uraraka giggled. You ranked first in the midterms, so it's natural you wouldn't worry. Ah well, I'm just as curious as you all are. I'd feel a lot more at ease if they told us beforehand what we'd be doing, you said, taking a bite of your udon. It's a comprehensive test of everything we've learned this year, Hagakure said from across the table. Yep, that's about all we could get Mr. Aizawa to tell us. Azui added. Oh, so it'll pretty much just cover combat training and rescue training? You asked. Looks like it, but on top of studying, we have to stay in great physical shape, Midoriya started, but was cut off by an elbow to the head. Oh, so sorry, a snarky voice said with a hint of sarcasm. Your head's so big that it's hard to miss. You sighed and rolled your eyes as you looked at Monoma. What do you want, Monoma? Why so cold, Finn? I simply came to talk to you about your little encounter with the hero killer. You and what about it? Midoriya asked, rubbing the back of his head. Monoma laughed, looking down at you and your friends. Just like in the sports festival, Class 1A isn't happy unless they're the center of attention. But you do realize you're not in the spotlight because people think you're good heroes, right? It's just because you keep getting into so much trouble. What kind of terrible villains will you bring down upon us? Monoma suddenly crumpled to the floor in one swift motion. Thank you, Kendo, you sighed as the orange-haired girl stared down at a slumped-over Monoma. If he'd kept talking, I might have had to freeze him myself. I wouldn't blame you. I apologize for him. I'm pretty sure there's a hole where his heart should be. FFN. Midoriya mumbled as he tapped your shoulder. Kendo knocked him out cold. You glanced over at Monoma's body, and sure enough, he was very unconscious. Wow, Kendo must do this often. So, I was listening. I know you're all worried about what's going to be on the big final practical. I heard it's going to be combat against robots. Like the entrance exam? How do you know? You asked, feeling slightly relieved. One of my friends who's a few grades above us told me. I know it's cheating, but oh well. No, I don't think so, Midoriya reassured her. I'm sure gathering information ahead of time is also part of the test. I definitely should have found an upperclassman to ask. He trailed off into another one of his muttering montages. 𝐸𝐭 okay? Kendo whispered in your ear. Yeah, this is a normal thing he does, you get used to it. Okay, people, you called out to the group before you. This group consisted of Ojiro, Ashido, Siro, Kaminari, and Jiro. After coming from Yaoyorozu's mansion, they came straight to you for help with the practical portion of the exam. We're gonna start with basic stamina training. You all were in an open, secluded area so that your quirks wouldn't harm any bystanders. Turning your back to your 5 classmates, you stomped your foot on the ground, creating a 12-foot-tall earthy staircase that went up and looped down the other side. Stair climbing is proven to help build your stamina, and it burns twice as many calories as simply running around the track. So, get to moving. You put the group through your weekly exercise regimen: running, target practice, agility tests, and so on. After nearly 3 hours, you all called it quits for the day. I'm already feeling better about the exam. Thanks, Finn. Kaminari beamed as he took a long sip from his water bottle. You should become, like, a personal trainer as a side job, Siro joked as he lay on the ground beneath the orange sky. I might just look into that. You laughed as you hopped up from the rock you'd been sitting on. If you all keep this up, you should do great come the practical. We'll keep working hard. On the 3rd day of the written exams, you were feeling pretty good about yourself. You sat back in your seat, having finished your last sheet already, and stared up at the ceiling, counting the tiles to pass the time. 17.18. Why is my hair being tugged on? This is somewhat worrying. You leaned your head back further and saw Bakugo casually braiding your hair with a surprisingly content look on his face. He lazily moved his eyes from his fingers to you, eyebrow quirked up like he was asking a question. This isn't normal? Not particularly. I'm gonna keep doing it anyway. Yeah, okay. It was another 15 minutes before Aizawa called all the papers up, and by that time, you had a beautiful fishtail braid running down your back. Katsu, do my hair more often please? Yeah, sure, Angel. Heh, you haven't called me Angel in a long time, you softly said more to yourself. Not since the sports festival, I think. Well, I haven't heard Kit Kat for a while, Bakugo mumbled behind his hand. I knew you secretly loved that nickname. I very much hate it, he said, sending you a glare, making you laugh and turn away. But I tolerate it because you gave it to me. Did you say something, Kit Kat? Nope. When you arrived for the beginning of the practical, you were greeted not only by Mr. Aizawa but also by a group of your other teachers. Now then, let's begin the last test, Aizawa said to all of you. Remember, it's possible to fail this final. If you want to go to camp, don't make any stupid mistakes. Jiro said, raising her hand. Why are all the teachers here? You had been wondering the same thing. If you'd be up against robots, why would you need so many spectators? I'm sure you all have gathered information and believe you have some idea of the challenges you'll be facing today. We're fighting those big old metal robots. Denki shouted. Fireworks, Esmers. Here we come, camp. Mina joined in. Actually, a small voice that was slightly muffled said, this year's tests will be completely different for various reasons. Out popped Principal Nizu from Mr. Aizawa's scarf. Principal Nizu, you and a few others exclaimed. What do you mean changing things? The tests now have a new focus, my dear, he said as he climbed down Aizawa's side. There will be hero work, of course, but also teamwork and combat between actual people. So, what does that mean for you? You students will be working in pairs, and your opponents will be one of UA's teachers. Isn't that fabulous? We're not fighting the teachers? Is that really such a good idea? Your teammates and opponents have already been chosen by myself based on strengths, weaknesses, grades, and your relationships with each other. Though due to some overwhelming factors, we will have one trio of students, Aizawa explained to you all. But sir, you said, raising your hand, there's an even number of us. Why do we need a trio? Aizawa turned to look at you, a small grin playing at the corner of his lips. Because you, FN, will be working alone. Alone? Yes. The decision was not solely mine but rather a unanimous decision of UA's staff. The last bit of information I will be giving you is that you will not be up against a teacher. Now how is that fair? Uraraka chimed in. FN is the only one without a partner. Plus, she won't know anything about her opponent. That's not fair at all. Uraraka, may I ask you, is hero work ever truly fair? Aizawa sighed monotonously. Is it fair for innocent people to get injured or even killed because of villains? And no but dash. No buts. I will not discuss this matter any further. Now, for your groups. Kirishima and Sato versus Cementos, Azui and Tokoyami versus Ectoplasm, Ida and Ojiro versus Power Loader, Yaoyorozu and Todoroki versus myself, Ryuma and Uraraka versus 13, Ashido and Kaminari versus Principal Nizu, Shoji and Hagakure versus Snipe, Siro, Jiro and Mineta versus Midnight, Midoriya and Bakugo versus All Might, and finally FN versus her opponent, who will be revealed at the time of the match. Any questions? I have one. Why didn't I get a group? Present Mike whined. Because she didn't think this through, Aizawa sighed, looking up at the sky. Who didn't? And why are you looking at the sky? Never mind. All right, class. Nizu happily exclaimed. You will have a total of 30 minutes to complete this exam. To win, your objective is to put these HNDCFFS on your teacher. Alternatively, you can win if one of you manages to escape from the combat stage. Okay, so it's a lot like our combat training. But is it really okay to just run away? You bet it is. Present Mike cheered. And this won't be like your earlier combat training. After all, you're up against people who are much more experienced. Coming from the only one who didn't get a match, Jiro snickered. Hey, watch your mouth. This time, your exam will be very similar to a real battle, 13 added. As strange as it is, please think of us as villains. If you believe you can win against your opponent, then fight. However, in instances where you're outmatched, it would be smarter to run away and seek help. Todoroki, Ida, Midoriya, Defin, I'm sure you four understand. Yeah. I won't make that mistake again, Ida said. I will pass this test and prove that I am a hero. So we fight to win or run to win, I mumbled. That's right. All Might cheered. It's a test of your decision-making skills. But with these rules, you're probably thinking your only real choice is to flee. That's why the support course made these special accessories for us. Each of the teachers pulled out small weights shaped like cuff bracelets. These are designed to weigh about half of our body weight. They're not much, but they will surely drain our stamina. You really think we need a handicap to win against you? Katsuki grumbled. Well, think again. All Might let out a hearty laugh. Why won't this be fun? Now let's begin. We have prepared separate arenas for each of you to participate in. Your matches will go in the order you were called. That means Sato and Kirishima, you two are up first. Yes, sir. Those who are not in a match may watch the exams or take this time to strategize with your partners. It's your choice. That's all. With that, all of our teachers walked into the building, leaving the rest of us outside. Most of the groups went off to discuss strategies, though a couple of people went inside to watch the first battle. I didn't have anyone to talk plans with, but I didn't want to just sit around and wait in anticipation. I had no idea who I'd be up against, which put me at a major disadvantage compared to everyone else. If I had to guess, my opponent probably already knew about me and my quirk, putting me even further behind. Hey FN. It was Kirishima. Don't worry about your match, okay? The reason they made you a solo group against a mystery opponent is that they knew you'd be able to handle anyone alone. When you think about it, your match is going to feel the most real. In actual missions, there's a high chance we won't have anyone to help us, and we won't know the danger we're facing. So, when you look at it that way, you're getting the most authentic hero experience, which is super manly. The redhead gave me a big smile, showing off his pointed teeth. Feeling slightly more at ease, I returned his bright smile with one of my own. Thanks, Kiri, good luck out there. I'll try my hardest. He began to walk off but turned back around, rushing back to me. In a swift moment, he wrapped me in a warm hug, lifting me off the ground. When he set me back down, his face was slightly flushed. Sorry, I needed that. My hugs are always open to a friend in need, I laughed. You better go find Sato. Wouldn't want to miss out on the exam. Right, bye. And with that, he ran off, leaving me standing alone. How should I go about this? I suppose I could get inspiration from everyone else. I walked inside to the monitor room and was met with Uraraka and Izuku. Hey guys. You came to watch too? Uraraka said. Yeah, with no one to strategize with, this was my best option. Yeah, that's why Uraraka and I are here too. Aoyama is busy obsessing over himself, and Kaken wasn't in the mood for planning, Izuku said, rubbing the back of his head. I can see that, sorry guys. How are those two doing? I asked, referring to Kirishima and Sato, whose match had just started. Well, in all honesty, not too great. I saw what he meant. Kirishima and Sato had decided to confront Cementos head-on. Though both of them had extraordinary quirks, they were best during short bursts of time. Both had limits, while Cementos did not. It wasn't long before their quirks started to fade. Just as quickly as the match began, they were overwhelmed and buried under cement, losing consciousness. With wide eyes, I stared at the screen as it read, "Exam failed." "So, it was that one-sided, huh?" I said in shock. "Looks like this exam is going to be a lot harder than we thought it would be." "Woo, it's spring break. So I thought I'd write something." Chapter end. Second-person POV. Warning. Characters are really out of character. Like really out of character. 𝐇𝐢𝐠𝐴 and 𝐇𝐢𝐭 exam against ectoplasm was next. They were a strong, intelligent team with a well-thought-out plan, so you had high hopes for their results. You watched intently as dark shadow latched itself around 𝐇𝐢𝐠's waist, propelling her toward a nearby ledge. As the frog-like girl soared through the air, she used her tongue to pull 𝐇𝐢𝐭 up along with her. "Nice," you cheered as you looked at the screen. "That's an escape only the two of them could pull off. Impressive." The team chose the safest option and decided to retreat rather than attack. As the two made their way to the exit, ectoplasm, waiting for them, created numerous clones of himself to challenge the two students. Their teamwork was remarkable. Both students had always been cooperative when working with others, and this exam was no exception. Just as they neared the exit, ectoplasm, the real one, created one large clone of himself, towering over the smaller ones 𝐇𝐢𝐠 and 𝐇𝐢𝐭 had been fighting. In mere seconds, the two were trapped in the giant's grasp. Your hands began to shake anxiously. How would your friends escape this predicament? Dark shadow re-emerged from within 𝐇𝐢𝐭, attempting to make it through the exit, but ectoplasm easily halted its progress. You watched as Dark Shadow struggled against the pro hero, with 𝐇𝐢𝐠 and 𝐇𝐢𝐭 still ensnared. Time was running out. Suddenly, the bird-shaped creature retreated toward them before charging back. In one swift motion, the HNDCFFS wrapped around ectoplasm's outstretched leg. "Whoa! They leg-cuffed him!" Uraraka exclaimed, her fists clenched in excitement. "They passed," you squealed, gripping Midoriya's arm and shaking him slightly. Your freckled friend laughed at your enthusiasm, a hint of pink dusting his cheeks, though it was difficult to see in the dimly lit room. "They do make a good team, don't they?" Next was Ida and Ojiro against Power Loader. With the same idea to escape rather than fight, they utilized their combined skills, Ida's Reciproburst and Ojiro's Tail, to get at least one of them through the exit. Their plan unfolded perfectly, with Ojiro as the escapee, securing their victory. Yaoyorozu's and Todoroki's exam was much more thrilling. Two of the strongest students in Class 1A faced their homeroom teacher, Aizawa. It began with them running through the grounds, but when the two engaged in a conversation that couldn't be heard in the spectator room, they were ambushed by Aizawa, who had been hanging from above. Todoroki attempted to attack, allowing Yaoyorozu to evade, but he was quickly restrained by their opponent. The two-toned-haired boy found himself suspended by a nearby lamppost, caltrops scattered beneath him. Another screen to the right showed Yaoyorozu running as fast as she could, trying to reach the exit so that she and her partner could pass. Aizawa found her quickly, wrapping his scarf around one of her arms. What struck you as odd was how Yaoyorozu managed to use her quirk to free herself and escape. Aizawa hadn't erased her quirk? Interesting. The black-haired girl returned to Todoroki, her expression filled with distress. You wondered what was happening in her mind. At first, you thought it was just the stress of the exam, but whatever she felt seemed to run deeper. However, something Todoroki said seemed to ease her look of despair, even if just a little. Suddenly, the screen was illuminated with a bright white light, making you and your two friends look away. When the light faded, you saw that Todoroki was back on solid ground beside Yaoyorozu, who now exuded newfound confidence. The two retreated again, Aizawa hot on their trail. Todoroki tried using his quirk, but just as he did, it was erased by Aizawa's power. The two kept running as fast as they could to maintain a safe distance from their teacher, waiting for the moment they could use their main offense again, which just happened to be Todoroki himself. Just when Aizawa released his scarf to recapture him, Todoroki regained control of his quirk, creating a massive ice barrier similar to the one he had made during his fight against Zero in the sports festival, keeping Aizawa at bay. "Why isn't Mr. Aizawa going after them?" Uraraka questioned. "Maybe he overused his eyes and needs some time before he can use them again," Midoriya replied. "It's possible," you said, your eyes glued to the screen, though you couldn't shake the feeling that there was something more. On the other side of the ice wall, Yaoyorozu had constructed a catapult filled with a material resembling Aizawa's scarf. From his side, the teacher noticed two figures wrapped in tarps trying to escape. He leaped into action, using his binding scarf to ensnare the two figures. At that moment, Yaoyorozu's plan began to unfold. Beneath the tarps were not just Todoroki and Yaoyorozu, but also the catapult she had created. Once their target was within reach, Yaoyorozu released her machine, the material inside acting as a diversion for Todoroki to unleash his flames. You noticed he wasn't aiming for Aizawa and wondered why. That is until you saw the binding begin to harden. In an instant, all of it wrapped around Aizawa, now as solid as rock. Nitinol alloy, You mumbled to yourself, a smile forming on your lips. Nice choice. Midoriya and 𝐸𝐻𝐻 turned to you with wide eyes, as if pleading for information. You turned to your friends and began to explain. Nitinol is an alloy composed of nickel and titanium. It's unique for its super elasticity and shape memory. It can undergo deformation but then resumes its original shape when heat is applied. Those bandages Yaoyorozu created must have been laced with it. Midoriya and 𝐸𝐻𝐻 stared at you in awe, stars lighting up their already bright eyes. FN is so cool. In the end, Team Yaoyorozu and Todoroki emerged victorious, having captured their opponent. 𝐸𝐻𝐻 left for her match with Aoyama and 13, leaving only you and Midoriya in the spectating room since Recovery Girl had gone to check on the other students from previous matches. You mindlessly fidgeted with your fingers, aware that there were only 5 more matches before your own. An uneasy expression was evident on your face, a look that did not go unnoticed by the boy beside you. Midoriya had learned to read you well, so he understood what was bothering you. Taking a step closer, he wrapped his arm around your shoulder and pulled you into a comforting side hug, pulling you out of your anxious thoughts. You're going to be okay, he said, glancing at you from the corner of his eye. I know it. How do you know? You mumbled, leaning your head on your best friend's shoulder without thinking, causing Midoriya to blush and turn slightly away. I just do, he stuttered in response. He looked back at you cautiously, your head resting against his shoulder as you both watched the match on screen. With a bit of hesitation, he rested his head on yours. You're FNLN after all. You laughed and looked up at the green-haired boy. What's that supposed to mean? Well, Midoriya began. You're really smart and strong, both physically and mentally. You're great at making plans on the spot and adjusting them when things go wrong. You try to keep a level head in tough situations, which is something anyone can admire. Your ability to make everyone feel secure is something many envy. You've got all the qualities to be an amazing hero, and even though you're not licensed, you're already an amazing one to me. You quickly turned to look at Midoriya, who had a warm smile on his freckled face. With tears brimming in your eyes, you wrapped your arms around his neck, pulling him into a hug that he kindly returned. You buried your face in the crook of his neck to hold back your tears. You clung to Midoriya tightly, and he held on to you, rubbing the back of your head with one hand while the other was wrapped around your waist. Izuku. Thank you, you mumbled softly. He chuckled gently as he pulled away to look at your face. What are you thanking me for? I'm just telling the truth. He brushed a loose hair out of your face. You laughed and smiled up at your friend. Having someone like him in your life was truly a blessing. As Midoriya continued to gaze into your beautiful EC eyes, something strange washed over him. He felt flustered, yet never more confident. Can I tell you something? He asked, surprised that he didn't stutter. Yeah, of course. Is everything okay? Yeah, everything's perfect. The boy sighed, your eyes keeping his heartbeat steady, though still racing. I just wanted to tell you how much Midoriya was cut off when the door was kicked open by none other than Katsuki Bakugo, who neither of them had seen since the beginning of the exams. Bakugo had come looking for you, but upon seeing you still wrapped in Midoriya's arms, he angrily stomped over to the two of you and grabbed your hand, yanking you away from Midoriya. Being pulled away so suddenly caused you to stumble, falling right into Bakugo's arms. He picked you up effortlessly and stomped out of the spectating room, leaving no room for comprehension about what had just happened. As the door you had just been carried out of shut, Midoriya came back to his senses, sighing in defeat. He backed up against the wall, sliding down in despair. How much I love you. Katsuki Bakugo, would you like to explain why you dragged me all the way out here? You questioned with a hint of annoyance in your voice as you confronted the blonde, who merely clicked his tongue and looked away without answering your question after carrying you to the front entrance of the building. Hello. Since when do I need to answer you? He pouted, crossing his arms. Seeing as I just got forcibly carried outside when I was talking to someone, I think I deserve an answer, don't you? You replied, crossing your arms to mirror Bakugo. Talking. Bakugo grumbled and started walking away, but was stopped when you pushed him back with your quirk. He looked over at you from behind his shoulder, glaring. When he saw your unsatisfied expression, he thought it best to stay put. Well. You tapped your finger against your arm, watching as Bakugo huffed while staring at the clouds above. I just wanted to spend a bit of time with you, okay? He stated, lifting his arms and letting them drop back down. This caught you off guard. You didn't expect an answer like that. But it's always that stupid Deku you want to be around. I've known you for just as long as he has. Why is it always him over me? He asked, a hint of desperation creeping into his voice. Your eyes widened as your arms dropped to your sides while Bakugo began to spill out his feelings. Is it because he's better than me? Am I too loud? Am I not nice enough to you? Do I not give you as many hugs as he does or something silly like that? Why is it always Deku? He fell silent, and you could see the hurt in his eyes. In that moment, you realized that Katsuki Bakugo was just as vulnerable as anyone else. He had emotions. He got jealous and sad. He felt pain just like everyone else. I just want to be good enough. When you didn't say anything, Bakugo turned around again and began to walk away. The sound of your laughter stopped him. Is that what this is about? You don't think you're good enough? You asked, moving closer to Bakugo, who had a somewhat shocked expression. Why would you ever think that? It was Bakugo's turn to be silent. Sure, you're loud, rude, egotistical, and snarky. But that doesn't mean you're not good enough. And besides, you said, grabbing his face to make him look right into your eyes, the Katsuki I know doesn't dwell on others' perceptions of him. With a smile, you let go and began to walk back toward the building's entrance. But I will say this, you added as you opened the door, I do wish you and Izuku still got along. I miss you guys. And with that sentence hanging in the air, you walked inside. Bakugo was left with a whirlwind of emotions. He felt disgusted, yet extremely pleased. Furious, yet ecstatic. Get along with Deku? She wants me to be nice to that guy? And what does she mean by she misses us? She sees us nearly every day. He glanced back at the door you had just walked through, the image of your smile etched in his mind. He gave himself a quick, sharp slap across the face, leaving a bright red mark where his hand had met his skin. He huffed as if he were out of breath, leaning over to place his palms on his knees. Making me feel this way might as well be her quirk. I smiled as I read the comforting messages from all of my classmates except one. Katsuki. He was the only one who didn't send anything. I had expected at least one text, maybe even a call. But not a single thing from him came through. The thought of calling him myself crossed my mind, but I was honestly too scared to go through with it. I couldn't just shut him out forever. Whatever, I'd worry about this later. I continued down the street until I arrived at my house. Dad, I'm home. I shouted as I opened the door and slipped off my shoes. Hey kiddo. Where have you been? Dad asked from the couch. The park, I answered simply, sitting down next to him. We sat in awkward silence for a few minutes before Dad cleared his throat and spoke. So, about the finals, he said, glancing over at me. I tensed up and looked down, feeling ashamed. I'm sorry. I overreacted. Just what Katsuki said. Yes, I know. What young Bakugo said definitely bothered me as well. But to have such a close friend say something like that to you, I can't even begin to imagine how that felt. I gripped the hem of my skirt as tears threatened to fall from my eyes. We just have to keep your emotions under control, okay? It could be dangerous to others and yourself if you don't. His tone was serious yet comforting. I quickly wiped away the tears before they could fall. Yeah, I'll do better. I swear, I exclaimed, forcing a bright smile. That's my girl. Dad laughed as he ruffled my hair. All right, I'm done with the serious talk. Go be a kid. I gave my dad a quick hug before dashing up the stairs to my room. Still in my school uniform, I changed into a simple shirt and some black shorts. Flopping onto my bed, I pulled out my phone and started replying to some messages from my friends, thanking them for worrying about me. There still wasn't anything from Katsuki. Once I finished responding to everyone, I opened YouTube and started watching some funny compilations. Ah, the good old days when those videos were all the rage. Oh, what's this? A new notification popped up on my phone. It was a message from a group chat. Clicking on it, I was brought to a chat titled, 1A Hotties. Cherry Blossom 𝐸𝐭 Cherry Blossom. Sleephove. My place. Emo wife Blackheart. Do we have a choice? Froggy Frogface. Probably not. Yamamo. I don't believe we do. Cherry Blossom 𝐸𝐭 Cherry Blossom. You're right, it's mandatory. Face with steam from nose. I'm in it. Cherry Blossom 𝐸𝐭 Cherry Blossom. YYFN. Smiling face. Eureka 2 hearts. Sounds fun. I'll be there too. Happy face. Yamamo. I shall attend as well. Invisikic. Me too. Froggy Frogface. Sure, I've got nothing better to do. Emo wife Blackheart. Yeah, alright. Cherry Blossom 𝐸𝐭 Cherry Blossom. That's everyone. I'll see you all in 30 minutes or so, okay? I smell a challenge. Expect me in 20. Emo wife Blackheart. Give me. Invisikic. Oh no. How dare you challenge me? I will defeat you. Eureka 2 hearts. And so the battle begins. Cherry Blossom 𝐸𝐭 Cherry Blossom. Whoever gets here first gets my last 2 brownies. The place looked more like an abandoned city than anything else. The stone bricks that paved the ground were cracked and worn, with plants growing in between. Every window in sight was broken, the glass scattered on the ground below it. You observed your surroundings carefully. Phoenix could be hiding anywhere with those wings of hers. By her hero name, you could conclude that Phoenix's quirk had some correlation to fire, since phoenixes are usually associated with flames, but that was as far as your theories went. You began to run through the city in search of the exit. Without knowing the details of your opponent's quirk, it would be in your best interest to retreat rather than engage in a fight. As you turned the corner, however, you were met with a fire whirlwind speeding towards you. You quickly jumped out of the way to avoid being scorched by the flames. The whirlwind zoomed past you and circled back before coming to a stop. In a swift movement, Phoenix erupted from the flames, her once dark wings now glowing with the colors of an open fire. "How nice of you to come to me rather than have me hunt you down," Phoenix said in her warm voice, a small grin playing at her lips. "This makes things much easier." Phoenix spread her wings and shot up into the sky with great speed. She came to a stop in the air and started flapping her wings in your direction, first slowly, then more quickly, causing you to be pushed back by the winds. You shielded your eyes as dirt and debris flew at your face. There was so much around you that, even if you uncovered your eyes, you wouldn't be able to see Phoenix from above. The air pressure intensified, knocking you down and causing you to roll back against the tired streets. Phoenix was playing it safe. If she could keep you away from the exit for 30 minutes, you'd fail the exam. Those wings of hers posed a significant challenge. How could you take that ability away from her? You started to run in the opposite direction. You wouldn't get anywhere if you couldn't see 10 feet in front of you. As you ran, you could feel Phoenix chasing you, and she was fast. Ball of fire were being tossed in your direction from above as you continued to navigate the streets. You were getting too far away from the other side, where the exit was bound to be located. You had to devise a plan quickly. That's when you remembered you didn't necessarily have to win a fight. Capturing your opponent in the cuffs would also grant you victory. You came up with a clever strategy. It could turn out just as you wanted, or it could backfire. But it was a plan nonetheless. You built up speed as electricity began to crackle around your feet. When the time was right, you pushed off from the ground into the air, performing a somersault over Phoenix. You quickly used your quirk to encase both of the hero's massive wings in thick layers of ice that would take several minutes of intense heat to break through. You landed gracefully behind Phoenix as she tumbled to the cold, hard ground. Without wasting a moment, you took out the cuffs you had been given before the exam. Just as Phoenix hit the ground, you rushed over and secured her arms tightly in the 𝐇𝐢𝐠𝐴. Ellen has captured her opponent with 12 minutes to spare. LN passes the exam. A voice rang out through the city. You let out a relieved sigh as you slumped to the ground in front of Phoenix. "Thank goodness," you breathed, placing a hand over your racing heart. "Congratulations, LN, that was very clever of you," Phoenix praised. "But do you think you could, Phoenix nodded toward her wings that were still covered in ice. "Oh, yeah, sorry about that," you laughed, standing up to thaw the wings you had encased. Unbeknownst to you, your entire class back in the spectating room was loudly cheering for you as you and Phoenix made your way out of the exam grounds. Even Bakugo, who had been standing in the back corner, cracked a smile when you passed. A handful of students, including Ashido, Kaminari, Uraraka, and Kirishima, rushed out of the room almost immediately to see you, followed by the rest of the students and Mr. Aizawa, who trailed behind his rather rambunctious class. When they found you, you were tackled to the ground by the 4 who had run out first. "Oh, guys, what the... NN, you were so cool." Kaminari praised with stars in his eyes. "Yeah." At first, Phoenix was like whoosh. But then you jumped up and went like boom. And like wah, it was so awesome. Uraraka cheered as she and the others got off you, letting you breathe. "Thank you guys. I was really nervous about how that would turn out, seeing how shaky the plan was." You laughed nervously, rubbing the back of your head. "I knew everything would work out," Midoriya said as he stretched a hand out to help you off the ground. A wide smile grew on your face as you gladly took his hand, pulling him down to you on the ground into a friendly hug. "Oh, and you're crushing me," Midoriya exclaimed as he tried to break free. "Sorry, Izuku. I forgot you were still in pretty bad shape from your exam, huh?" you said, immediately letting go. "I think it's time to head back to the school," a monotone voice said as 2 hands were outstretched to you and Midoriya, who were still on the ground. "Let's get going," Aizawa stated. You both took a hand as Aizawa pulled you up. Just before you were about to walk off, he patted your shoulder with a small smile. "Nice job, kid." You looked back at him with a gentle smile. "Thank you, sir." And with those final words, your exams had ended. "I'm so glad that we still get to go to the training camp." Even if we didn't pass our exams, Mina cheered as the 2 of us sat down at the Bakugo squad's lunch table, with her on my left and Siro on my right. "Yeah, but we still have to do the extra training and lessons while we're there," Kirishima sighed from across the table. "Hey, it's better than nothing, right? You guys still get to come to the camp with the rest of us, so what's there really to be sad about?" I added, eating from my rice bowl. "Tease, you all are clueless," Katsuki grumbled. "Out of the 6 of us, only FN and I managed to pass." "Hey, I was really close to passing," Siro protested in response to Katsuki's blunt words. "Dude, we all had a chance but you didn't make it. The teachers weren't going to pass you," Denki said with a sly grin. Siro and Denki continued to argue while the rest of us, besides Katsuki, laughed at their playful banter. Back in the classroom, Looks like we'll be staying at the training camp for a whole week. Ida read from one of the brochures Mr. Aizawa had passed out to everyone. I'm going to need a bigger suitcase. Izuku mumbled from beside me. Yeah, me too. I need to pick up some other stuff for camp as well, I said, thinking about the preparations necessary for our trip. Hey guys! Hagakure exclaimed, gaining all of our attention. Since we're off tomorrow, how about we all get together at the mall to get stuff for camp? That's a great idea. We've never hung out as a class before, Kaminari agreed. Let's do it. Various people in the room cheered. With the exception of Shudo, who would be visiting his mother, and Katsuki, who just couldn't be bothered to come along, everyone decided to meet up tomorrow afternoon at the Kiyoshi Ward shopping mall. I went home feeling very excited for the day to come. As I lay in bed, I couldn't help but think, is there someone specific I want to spend my time with tomorrow? We'll be out for quite a while, so it'd be a perfect time to hang out with them. With this thought lingering in my mind, I drifted off to sleep, thinking of that special someone. Time for you readers to decide the future. Please comment on who you want to be contenders for FN's significant other. Whether they are a girl or boy does not matter. The top 5 characters will be who the rest of the She's Perfect series are focused around, so leave your votes, please. Chapter end. First person POV. Kick. Are we still on for breakfast? You better not say no. Wow, so needy, I laughed to myself as I stared at the text from Katsuki. Since he wouldn't be joining the rest of the class, the two of us made arrangements to go out for breakfast together before I headed over to the mall later that afternoon. What if I do say no? Kit Kat is calling you. Oh no. I almost hit the decline button, but I figured I'd just cause more trouble if I did, so I accepted. Hi Cats. What the heck? I quickly pulled the phone away from my ear to save my eardrums from the sudden shout. What do you mean no? I didn't say no, did I? I shouted back. Evan? Is everything alright, kiddo? My father called from downstairs. Yeah, Dad, just talking with Katsuki. I called back, earning a skeptical okay in return. A no was very heavily implied from your text, dumbass. Katsuki continued to shout from the other end of the phone. Stop shouting at me. Fine. A loud huff came from Katsuki's side before he continued with his regular, slightly aggressive voice. We are still going to breakfast, right? Of course we're still going to breakfast, Katsuki, I said, taking a seat on the edge of my bed. Good. I'll see you at 9. Bye, Angel. Bye, Kit Kat. I heard Katsuki chuckle through the phone, whispering idiot, before hanging up. Alrighty, it's currently 8:20, so I should leave in like 30 minutes. That's enough time to watch an episode of WP. Time skip, brought to you by Egg Girls. Second person POV. Katsuki. You called as you ran over to the ash blonde who was standing outside the cafe where you both agreed to meet. He looked up from his phone, a small smile growing across his lips at the sight of you. Hey, he said. You hungry? You bet I am. Now let's get inside already. Before you could enter the cafe, Bakugo grabbed your hand and started pulling you away from it. Nope, we're going this way, he said, continuing to lead you in his direction. What? But Katsuki, the cafe is right there, you replied, pointing at the building that was getting further away. Yeah, I know. There's been a change of plans, Bakugo declared, making you even more confused. What kind of changes? You asked as you walked beside Bakugo instead of being pulled behind him. Just trust me, alright? He looked over at you with a blank face, but it made your heartbeat race. You smiled back and continued to walk at his side. Wow, you thought to yourself. Katsuki's acting so calm and collected. I wonder what he has planned for him to act this way. Oh no, oh no, oh no, Bakugo mentally panicked. On the outside he seemed calm, as if this situation was totally natural for him. But the truth? He was about to have a heart attack. There's no going back now, is there? I've already pulled her this far away from the cafe, I can't just turn around now, and oh no, I'm still holding her hand. She doesn't seem to mind, though. I guess I'll just keep holding it then. After a 10-minute walk, the two of you arrived at a small gazebo surrounded by flowers, each equally stunning in color. You stared in awe at the beautiful scenery around you, causing a certain explosive teenager's face to turn a light shade of pink. Do you like it? Bakugo asked in a slightly wary tone, though it wasn't present enough for you to pick up on it. Like it? Katsuki, this is beautiful. Where'd you find this place? You said as you took a couple of steps forward, letting go of Bakugo's hand in the process. Admittedly, that made him a little sad, but he'd never tell you that. So he stuffed his hands in his pockets to seem unbothered. I don't know, just stumbled across it one day. Not really my scene, but I thought you'd appreciate it since you have a thing for nature, he replied, glancing around. You smiled and looked over your shoulder at Bakugo. I do, I really do. But if you don't mind me asking, why did we come here instead of the cafe? I'm hungry. You finished with a small pout. Teach, just look at the gazebo, idiot. Bakugo scoffed, turning away. Your curiosity piqued, you turned toward the structure. When you saw what was inside, you gasped and quickly ran over to it, Bakugo right behind you. You made a picnic? You called out, beaming with excitement. You were amazed that Bakugo, of all people, would plan something so thoughtful. He turned away again, trying to hide the warmth creeping into his cheeks. Yeah, so what? I just didn't want to be around all those losers in that cafe. You saw how crowded it was, I would have gotten a headache after 5 minutes. He rolled his eyes and walked up the few steps into the gazebo. You simply shook your head with a smile. The two of you sat down as Bakugo began to unpack the picnic basket onto the wooden floor of the gazebo. With each new item revealed, your mouth started to water. Everything looked delicious. And since it came from Bakugo, you had high expectations for the taste as well. Safe to say, you weren't disappointed. Wow, Katsuki, this is all so good, you exclaimed, but with your mouth full, it was hard to understand you. Don't talk with your mouth full, stupid, Bakugo grumbled, shooting a glare in your direction. I could care less if you liked it. That was a lie. He actually cared a lot. You swallowed the remaining food before speaking again. So, are you excited for the training camp? Not sure if excited is the word I'd use, but yeah, you could say I'm looking forward to it, I guess. Bakugo replied, tossing a grape into his mouth. Those lame extras will take all the fun out of it, though. Katsuki, you said, giving him the, are you for real look? What? I'm just being honest here. They're all a bunch of extras, Bakugo protested, leaning back on his hands. Except you. Your eyes widened at the last part of his statement. Except me? Yeah. You're the only one who's actually worth my time. The boy replied, letting his thoughts slip out. I mean, come on, you do realize you're, like, the only person I hang out with, right? You covered your mouth to stifle your laughter. Yeah, I suppose that's true. Out of all the losers in the hero course, you're the most tolerable one. Granted, that still makes you a loser. He grinned, causing you to huff in annoyance. But seriously, he continued, looking out over the fields of green, you're actually somewhat fun to be around. You're not a complete idiot, and you're not annoying either. Ah, Katsuki, that's so kind of you. You sniffled, wiping away a fake tear for dramatic effect. The blonde looked away from the flowers to you with a sharp glare. I take it back. You laughed at Bakugo's reaction, causing him to laugh in turn, even after trying so hard to keep it in. This is nice, you sighed as your laughter died down. A short rest from all the crime fighting and training. To think I'd be sharing such a peaceful moment with you over lemonade and blueberry scones. Bakugo's eyebrows furrowed together. What's that supposed to mean? I'm always peaceful to be around. Yeah. Sure, Kit Kat. You said, stuffing more fruit into your mouth. Bakugo rolled his eyes at your comment and your carefree nature, wondering how you managed to fit so many strawberries in your mouth at once without choking. And yet, even though you looked a bit ridiculous, he couldn't help but think you were really cute. Your eyes widened as you started to choke on the food in your mouth, causing Bakugo to freak out and start patting your back until you could breathe properly. Once you got over the initial shock of almost choking, you took your chance to ask a question. What's cute, Katsuki? Oh no, I said that out loud, Bakugo thought to himself. What's a good excuse? There was a rabbit, he said, mentally cringing at his decision but going along with it nonetheless. A rabbit? Where? You quickly jumped up and turned around, hoping to find what was never actually there. Your near-death experience scared it off, dumbass. Bakugo scoffed, using his usual tone to cover up his rising panic. Sitting back down with a pout, you resumed eating the food laid out for you, avoiding the strawberries. Ah man. Before you knew it, you had finished all your food. Just in time, too, it was getting close to noon, which meant you would be meeting up with the others at the mall soon. Thanks for the picnic, Katsuki. You're such an incredible cook. Ever thought of pursuing the culinary arts instead of hero work? You asked with a small laugh as the two of you walked down the paved streets. I'm gonna go with a no on that one, Bakugo sighed with an eye roll. You so could though. You'd be like the next generation Gordon Ramsay. Gordon who? Never mind. The two of you kept walking until you reached the parking lot of Kiyoshi Ward Shopping Mall. This is my stop. You sure you don't want to join the rest of the class? You asked Bakugo, who immediately shook his head. Yeah no. Like I would intentionally be around that group of imbeciles. He shivered, thinking of that one time Kaminari and Siro had a competition to see who could drink the most shoefuls of milk at lunch. For anyone wondering, Kaminari won. Suit yourself, I'll get going then. Bye, Katsuki. You gave Bakugo a small wave before turning around and walking toward the mall entrance. As your figure grew farther away, Bakugo found himself rethinking the day's events. It almost happened. He almost just exposed himself for having feelings for you. He could have just gone with it, admitted his feelings he'd had for so long, and seen how it would pan out, but no, he had to say a rabbit was there. Forget it. Seeing as you weren't very far, Bakugo made a quick jog over to you, grabbing your shoulder to get your attention. 𝐸 Katsuki? Is something wrong? There was never a rabbit. The rabbit didn't exist. I made it up. Forget rabbits, honestly. I like you. Have fun, loser. And with that surprising confession hanging in the air, Bakugo left you standing in front of the mall doors, looking utterly bewildered. Wait, huh? Your mind raced with a whirlwind of thoughts. Was that a confession? That was definitely a confession. What do I do? I don't know how to handle this. FN. Your frantic thoughts were interrupted by a familiar voice. You turned around to see an even more familiar face. Kirishima. You exclaimed. Hey. Kirishima jogged over to you, his usual toothy grin lighting up his face. Hey, you ready to meet up with everyone? He asked. Oh, yeah, totally. Then let's get going. Kirishima suddenly took your hand, leading you into the mall. You were startled by his boldness, causing your cheeks to flush slightly, though nothing compared to the redness of his hair. After a few minutes of walking, you and Kirishima found your classmates gathered together. Kirishima, NN. Kaminari called out. Glad you guys could make it. He glanced at your interlocked hands, his bright smile flickering for just a moment. Did you guys come here together or? 𝐸? Oh no, we didn't, Kirishima replied. We just arrived around the same time and followed each other in. Why do you ask? Would it be a problem if we did? His tone held a hint of defensiveness. Oh no, no problem at all. Kaminari laughed, waving his hands. Just wondering. Unbeknownst to you, a tension began to build between the two. However, you were oblivious and wandered off to chat with your other friends. The 18 of you decided to split up and buy what you needed, planning to meet back at 3. You weren't sure where to start your shopping adventure. Wanna come with me to look at backpacks? Kirishima asked. Yeah, sure. So the two of you headed toward the backpack store. You didn't really need a backpack, but Kirishima looked so excited that you couldn't say no. He eagerly browsed the options, his eyes lighting up at a particular Red Riot-themed one. You couldn't help but giggle at the sparkle in his eyes. As you wandered around, a certain bag caught your attention. It was a simple FC backpack adorned with a pair of small white wings on the front. It wasn't anything special, but you really liked it. Suddenly, the backpack was lifted from the rack behind you. You turned to see Kirishima holding it. Do you like this one? He asked. You nodded. Cool. Let's go then. Wait, what? You tried to protest, but Kirishima was already at the register, paying for both the Red Riot backpack and the one you had been eyeing. Kirishima, you really don't have to pay for that, you insisted. I know, but I want it. It's only natural for someone to do nice things for the person they like, he said, looking at you with a warm smile and a hint of blush. Your eyes widened in realization. Kiri likes me? Likes me? He laughed, thanking the cashier. You ready to go? Why yeah. Kirishima handed you your backpack, and the two of you walked out of the store in silence. It wasn't awkward, but it wasn't entirely comfortable either. Kirishima took a deep breath before speaking. FN, he paused, making you stop in your tracks, nervous about what he would say next. I know you're probably really confused right now, so I just want to make this very clear. No, I love you. I can say that with complete certainty. But this isn't my way of pressuring you into a relationship, that's not what I want. His expression shifted from his usual bright smile to a serious yet comforting look. I'm not going to act oblivious and pretend there isn't competition, but I thought it was important to tell you how I feel. Again, this isn't me trying to pressure you into anything. Whoever you decide to be with, whether it's a boy, a girl, or someone who identifies differently, I'm not going to be mad. I will continue to support you no matter what, okay? Your face turned a light shade of pink as you listened to Kirishima. When he finished, your lips curved into a wide smile. Thank you, Kirishima, that means a lot. Very manly of you. He nodded, looking down with a bittersweet smile. You were about to say something else when you heard someone calling for you. FN. Uraraka, you exclaimed as the energetic brunette rushed over to you and Kirishima. There you are. I've been looking for you. You have? What for? You asked. I just found the coolest camping supplies store ever. You have to come and see it. It was then that Uraraka noticed Kirishima beside you. Oh, sorry, if you guys are already heading somewhere else, I won't bother you. No, it's fine. Kirishima and I already got what we wanted. You don't mind if I check out this store with Uraraka, do you? You asked, glancing at the redhead. Not at all. I think I'm going to find Zero. I remember him mentioning something about looking for sunglasses, so I want to make sure he gets some good ones. Kirishima smiled at you, though a hint of sadness lingered at the thought of parting ways. Awesome. We'll see you around then, Kirishima. You and Uraraka waved at him before heading off. Wow. The store Uraraka brought you to was definitely impressive. It wasn't your typical camping supply store, it was a fun and vibrant one. Wait, is that Mr. Aizawa's sleeping bag over there? you pointed out, spotting a very familiar yellow sleeping bag among others of varying colors. Oh my gosh, it is. Now we know where he got it from, Uraraka agreed, examining the sleeping bags with curiosity. I think that hot pink one would suit him a lot better than the yellow one, don't you? Oh, definitely. The two of you laughed before exploring the store further. Blankets, flashlights, tents, you name it, it was probably in this store. They even had cute little animal rain jackets. You and Uraraka were looking at some animal-themed jackets when the brunette's phone started to ring, a familiar song playing. Oh, sorry FN, 1 second. She pulled her phone out of her bag but quickly declined the call. It was a scam call. Again, sorry about that. Uraraka laughed while rubbing the back of her head. No worries. Oh, by the way, is your ringtone Girls, by Girl in Red? As soon as you asked that, Uraraka's face turned red. Yeah, it is, she stuttered. Did you listen to Girl in Red? Yeah, I do. I really like her music, you replied innocently, continuing to look at the jackets on the shelves. No, I mean, do you really listen to Girl in Red? Uraraka asked nervously, hoping you would catch her drift. Yeah, I just said that do I listen to Girl in Red? You repeated, finally understanding her question. Uraraka nodded slowly. I listen to Girl in Red, you added with a playful flourish of your wrist. Uraraka's nervous expression immediately brightened. I do too, she cheered with a huge smile. It's good to know I actually have a chance. You tilted your head, giving her a puzzled look. A chance at what? A chance with you. As soon as the words left her mouth, Uraraka slapped both hands over her face and turned away, her back to you. I can't believe I just said that, she mumbled through her hands. You stood there, shocked, though you really shouldn't have been considering this was your third confession today. Do you mean? Yes, Uraraka turned around to face you, her face still bright red but a bit calmer. I have a crush on you. I didn't think I'd be telling you now, or ever for that matter, but here we are. Please don't be mad. Uraraka, why would I be mad at you? I'm really sorry, but I can't give you an answer right now. A lot of stuff has been happening and I don't know how to feel about it. You grabbed the front of your shirt, thinking about the events of the day. That's totally okay. Uraraka exclaimed, waving her hands. I'm not going to expect anything. Again, I didn't think I'd even tell you how I felt. So don't feel like you owe me anything. Cool, thanks, Uraraka. Just then you felt a buzz in your pocket. You pulled out your phone to see what it was. Come meet me at the food court, you have to try this. After parting ways with Uraraka, who decided to stay back at the previous store, you started searching the large food court for a particular electric blonde. Behind you. Following the instruction, you turned in the opposite direction, smiling at the sight of a familiar face. Hi, Denki, you greeted as you made your way over to him. Hi, he cooed, giving you one of his signature smirks. Suddenly, he grabbed your wrist and started pulling you along. Now let's hurry. Wah! You almost tripped over your own feet. What was up with people dragging you around today? Why are we hurrying? Because if we don't, they'll run out. Instead of questioning him further, you shook your head and picked up the pace, curious about what Kaminari had planned. After only a few minutes, the two of you arrived at what seemed to be a restaurant, though you couldn't quite tell what kind. He immediately pulled you in through the door, heading straight for the counter. Today's special, please, he told the employee. The employee, an average-height girl with silver hair covering one of her blue eyes, nodded and called to someone in the back. You both are very lucky, she said softly. This is the last one we have. All right. Kaminari cheered. We got here just in time. He turned to you with a huge smile, accurately reflecting his excitement. You returned it with one of your own. The two of you can take a seat, the female employee said. We'll get that out to you shortly. After paying, you and Kaminari found a booth and took a seat. What exactly is this special you were talking about? You asked, genuinely curious about what he could have possibly ordered. I have no idea. Kaminari answered with a grin. Come on, don't look at me like that. He raised his arms in defense. I'm sure it'll be fine. All day I heard people talking about the Boar Hat Daily Special, so I figured it'd be worth trying. You rolled your eyes playfully at him, propping your head on your hand with a grin. You never fail to amaze me with that brain of yours, Denki. Or rather, the lack thereof. Hey! You both shared a laugh before noticing a waiter with exceptionally bright pink hair walking in your direction. He set down a plate containing what looked like a piece of cut-up honey toast with 2 waters. Your mouth began to water at the sight, eagerly anticipating the moment you could sink your teeth into it. Enjoy! You both thanked the waiter before taking a pair of chopsticks each and picking up a piece of the food. On the count of 3? Kaminari nodded at you, staring at his bite excitedly. All right, 1, 2, 3. In unison, you both took a bite. Initially, you held large smiles on your faces, but a rather unpleasant taste caused them to fade away. Kaminari's face contorted in disgust, his skin turning a sickly pale. He quickly grabbed a nearby napkin and spit the food into it, you following suit. Wow, Kaminari said after chugging about half of his water. That was something. Well said, you agreed while desperately trying to rid the taste from your mouth. I can't tell if it tasted like cardboard, sweat, or a strange mixture of both. Definitely both, Kaminari groaned, placing his head in his hands. I'm sorry, NN, I shouldn't have assumed it would be good just because people were talking about it. Now you're going to have that awful taste in your mouth all day. You grabbed his hands, pulling them away from his face. He looked back at you wide-eyed and blushing. Denki, it's fine. Even though the food was terrible, it was still something fun to do. Denki, why are you crying? Just as you said that, Kaminari held a pout on his face, fresh tears streaming down his cheeks. NN. He exclaimed, you're too kind to me, too kind I say. You raised an eyebrow at the boy's unusual behavior. You didn't think anything you had said was overly kind. During Kaminari's emotional moment, you noticed a small box on the table filled with mints. Hey Denki, you said. He looked up at you, still trying to wipe the tears from his eyes. I think I solved our bad taste problem. I can't believe we just took an entire container of mints from a restaurant, and they didn't even care, Kaminari said, popping another one in his mouth. Well, they were free. And can they blame us? They must know how bad the food tasted since they weren't surprised by our reaction, you laughed. I guess you're right. Kaminari's smile began to fade. There was a deeper reason why he had texted you to join him earlier, but could he voice it? Hey FN, can I ask you something? He dropped the nickname he usually used with you. You just did. You know what I meant. Fine, fine, okay what's up? You replied, looking into Kaminari's golden eyes. Well. The boy clenched his fists, anxious about your answer. Are you and Kirishima? Are you guys dating? What? You exclaimed, taken aback by such a question. Are you? I mean, the two of you are really friendly with each other and hang out quite a bit after school. You guys came into the mall holding hands today, for crying out loud. Kaminari finished with a laugh, but it held more hurt than humor. No, we're not dating, you replied, fidgeting with your fingers. Really? Kaminari exclaimed, grabbing your arms in pure joy. Why yeah, you seem oddly happy about that. You said skeptically, still a little shocked by the whole situation. Because I am happy. I haven't lost yet. Kaminari jumped up and started spinning around, almost colliding with several passers-by. What do you mean, you haven't lost yet? You asked, giving him a puzzled look. Kaminari stopped spinning and glanced at you over his shoulder. I'd be incredibly happy for you and Kirishima if you guys started dating, I really would. But, he sighed, turning to face you, it'd be really hard to watch as your best friend happily dates your crush, you know? Crush. Oh no, not again. That really shouldn't come as a surprise to you, Kaminari laughed, rubbing the back of his neck bashfully. I thought I made it fairly obvious, everyone else thought so anyway. But that isn't the point. The point is, I'm still in the game. And that's enough for me. Denki. I know, he interrupted. You've probably got a lot more to worry about right now. I take it Kirishima told you today as well? You slowly nodded. A couple of others too. Oh wow, I'm really far behind then. Kaminari mumbled. That's okay though. I'll give you all the time you need to make a decision, or maybe you won't make one at all, which is also fine. I just want you to be happy. You gave Kaminari a look of appreciation, grateful to know that he truly cared about you. Thanks, Denki. You're right, it has been kind of really hectic today. And something tells me it's not going to stop here. Well, no, you can always talk to me about anything. Unless it's answers on the homework. If that's the case, then you're on your own, sorry. The only time we've ever talked one-on-one about homework is when you were begging for my help at 2 in the morning. You replied with a cheeky grin. Essays. The two of you started laughing when suddenly Kaminari's phone went off. Oh no, I forgot I told 𝐇𝐢𝐭 I'd help him look for some new t-shirts. Kaminari bit his lip, contemplating whether to cancel since he was with you right now. Go, you already told him you would. I'll be fine. You waved your hand in front of your face. Kaminari let out a grateful sigh, looking at you with a smile. Thanks, NN, he said, starting to run toward what you assumed was the direction where he would find 𝐇𝐢𝐭, waving at you as he did. I'll see you later. You waved back at Kaminari as he slowly disappeared into the crowd of the mall. Once he was out of sight, you took another mint and popped it into your mouth, even though the taste of the food was long gone. Now what? Well, now what do I do? You thought to yourself as you wandered around the mall. There was nothing else you needed or wanted to buy, and the boar hat fiasco had left you without an appetite, so what else was there to do? Just as you were considering heading home, you heard a voice call out to you. FN. It was Ashido, running toward you at full speed before jumping onto you, almost knocking you over in the process. Come try on swimsuits with me. Whoa, Mina, give me a second. You pleaded as you put your hand on your chest, trying to calm your racing heart. Hee, sorry, Ashido laughed as she released her grip on you. So how about it? I passed by earlier, and they've got a bunch of cute ones in stock right now. Well, I already have a swimsuit prepared, but a second one couldn't hurt, you pondered thoughtfully. That's the spirit. Ashido cheered, linking your arm with hers. Onward. Mina, if you keep this up, you're going to try on the whole store before we leave, you sighed as you watched Ashido step out of the dressing room for at least the 12th time, this time sporting a pink two-piece with cherries. Ah, but they're all so cute. Ashido replied with a pout, kicking her foot across the ground. How come you haven't tried any on, huh? Oh, I'm not really sure I can pull any of these off like you can, you chuckled, rubbing your neck. Ashido gasped and ran toward you, clasping your hands in hers. Nonsense. Absolutely not true. She exclaimed with determination in her eyes. I'll find you the perfect swimsuit. One that'll make everyone who sees you stop in their tracks. And without any room to argue, the energetic girl pulled you off into the aisles. Well, not before you made her put on some real clothes. It took a lot of searching and decision-making, and it really didn't help that Mina Ashido was the most indecisive person on the planet when it came to clothing, but she finally found something that she deemed worthy of you. It wasn't anything special, to be honest, it was kind of on the bland side. You were surprised that Ashido had chosen this swimsuit for you instead of the flashier options that lined the racks, especially since she usually went straight for those. The swimsuit was a black two-piece. The top featured wider straps with 3 decorative pearl buttons running down from the neck, while the bottom was plain black with open crosses on each side. You were impressed with the quality and comfort of the piece and mentally applauded Ashido's ability to find something that fit right into your comfort zone. Stepping out of the changing room, Ashido had practically pushed you into moments before. You did a slight spin as if you were on a runway. What do you think? Does it look all right? You asked your friend, who was staring at you with wide eyes. Mina? Everything okay? Without a word, Ashido stood up from her seat and took a few steps toward you, a smile beginning to stretch across her face. Heh, I knew it. You looked at her with a puzzled expression. Knew what? That even in a simple outfit like this, you'd look absolutely beautiful. At her words, you felt your face heat up. I don't know about all that. No, I'm serious, Ashido interrupted. It doesn't matter what it is, everything about you is perfect. From your smile to your laugh to your personality, everything is perfect. 𝐇𝐢𝐭 at least. Even with her skin already pink, you could see a deeper shade forming on her cheeks and ears, but her smile never faded. I can't believe I just said all that, she squealed, turning away from you. It's all right, Mina. I appreciate what you said, you told her with a smile, even though she couldn't see it from behind you. If it's all right, then do you mind if I say one last thing? She asked, turning to you shyly. You felt something inside you sink slightly, but nonetheless said, Sure, what's up? Ashido hesitated, trying to find the right words, but you already knew what she wanted to say. I really like 𝐸𝐭, she finally exclaimed, a happy grin on her face. Ooh, glad to get that off my chest, huh? Good job, you said half-heartedly, starting to feel a bit overwhelmed by the sudden confessions. Oh, that you don't feel the same, do you? Ashido asked, her smile beginning to fade. You let out a sigh, covering your face with your hands. I don't know, Mina, I really don't. You mumbled between your fingers. Things are complicated at the moment, and it's hard to wrap my head around. Give you a definite answer right now. You felt a pair of hands gently pull yours away from your face, revealing Ashido's kind smile. Effany, it's okay, she said. I've never had a crush on anyone before, so it's not like I know what I'm doing. However, I do know that you've got quite a few people interested in you, if you know what I mean. She laughed, giving you a wink which made you laugh too. The decision of what you choose to do from here on out is yours alone, and whatever it is, I will be proud of you, okay? You squeezed Ashido's hands, which were still in yours, and smiled. Thanks, Mina. I'm going to need some time to think this over. That's perfectly valid. As long as you're happy, I'll be happy. Ashido pulled you into a hug, which you happily returned. Now let's go buy our swimsuits. Oh, did you finally pick one? Mina. So maybe I'm getting more than one. Mina. After buying your desired items, you and Ashido walked out, chatting about various things when an announcement sounded over the intercom. Attention all shoppers, we have received word that a member of the League of Villains has been spotted inside the mall. For your own safety, please evacuate the premises immediately. As the thoughts of the League incident began to fade from your mind, something else took over. I can't believe 5 of my friends just confessed to me in a handful of hours, you exclaimed, crouching down on the sidewalk and covering your now flushed face. What am I going to do? It's not like I can say yes to all of them. Do I even want to say yes to any of them? I mean, I like all of them: Katsuki, Kirishima, Uraraka, Denki, and Mina are all amazing, but do I think of them like that? How do you even handle something like this? As you continued to have a small mental breakdown on the side of the road, a certain someone noticed you from across the street. Thinking something might be wrong, he quickly crossed to check on you. "FN, are you alright?" Todoroki asked, lightly tapping the top of your head to get your attention. "Shudo? What are you doing here?" you asked, noticing the bag in his hand. "Taking home groceries?" "These are for my mom, actually," Todoroki replied, lifting the bag. "She asked me to buy her some things, so I'm heading back to the hospital to see her." "Oh right. You mentioned you were visiting your mom today. How is she?" you asked, finally standing up from your little ball on the floor. "She's doing very well," Todoroki said thoughtfully before making an offer. "Would you like to come with me to see her?" "Oh no, I wouldn't want to be a bother to her," you started to say, but Todoroki's reassuring tone interrupted you. "You wouldn't be a bother at all," he said. "My mom actually mentioned that she'd like to meet some of my school friends eventually. And out of everyone, I think you'd be a great first one." "Really?" Todoroki nodded with a small smile. "Well then sure. I'd love to meet your mom, Shudo." "Cool, let's get going then." "Natsuo? Fuyumi? I didn't know you were coming today," Todoroki said as he opened the door to his mother's room, only to be greeted by his older brother and sister. "We were in the area, so we thought we'd stop by." Fuyumi exclaimed, happy to see her youngest brother. "But who's this you've brought with you, Shudo?" "Hi, I'm FN, one of Shudo's friends from UA," you said, giving a small bow. "It's a pleasure to meet his family." "Are you sure she's just a friend, Shudo?" teased Natsuo, wiggling his brows as he took an apple from the bag Todoroki had brought. Todoroki shot his elder brother a small glare, while you let out a nervous chuckle, unsure how to respond to such teasing. Now, Natsuo, leave your brother and his friend alone," Todoroki's mother called from her seat by the window. "It's very nice to meet you, Ellen. I'm glad Shudo has finally brought a friend over. My name is Rei." "Nice to meet you, Rei." "Please, FN is just fine," you replied as you followed Todoroki to a seat beside the bed. "So, FN, were you at the meetup Shudo's class had today at the mall?" Fuyumi asked, joining Natsuo in front of the two teens. "Yeah, I was," you said, nodding. "I was on my way home when I bumped into Shudo, actually. I would have been there longer if it wasn't for a little incident that happened." "Wait, what?" Todoroki asked, concern creeping into his voice as he turned to you. "What incident?" "Oh, well. You explained to the Todoroki family about the League of Villains infiltrating the mall, which led to an immediate evacuation. Todoroki felt a pang of guilt for not being there with you, but you reassured him that everything was fine and no one was hurt, which eased his worries a bit. After that engaging conversation, the five of you drifted into various topics. Natsuo entertained everyone with funny college stories, and you found him to be quite enjoyable. Fuyumi, on the other hand, was a character in her own right. Though she seemed reserved and polite, her sense of humor added a delightful twist to the ever-changing topics. Minutes turned into hours, and before anyone realized it, the sun began to set, painting the sky with hues of orange and red. "We better get going," Todoroki said, standing up. "It's getting late, and I want to make sure FN gets home safely." "OOW, Fuyumi." "Quit it, Natsuo." "Anyway, we'll be heading out now. You ready even?" Todoroki asked. You nodded and stood up from your seat. "Thank you for having me. I really enjoyed the time I spent with you all today," you said, bowing and waving goodbye to the Todoroki family. "You're welcome to come back anytime," Rei responded, giving you one of her warm smiles that you noticed resembled Todoroki's. "Yeah. Come over to our house next time, and Fuyumi can cook us a delicious dinner." Natsuo cheered. With a laugh, Fuyumi added, "Yes, if you ever find yourself at the Todoroki household, I'd be more than happy to cook whatever you'd like." "Ah, thank you, Fuyumi," you replied. "I might just take you up on that offer." "I'll see you two at home," Todoroki said, referring to his siblings. "Bye, Mom, I'll visit again soon." With that, you and Todoroki left the hospital room. "Thanks for inviting me, Shudo. Your family is really nice," you said as the two of you walked down the sidewalk toward your home. "Thank you. They all seem to like you a lot too," Todoroki replied. "I'm glad they like you, seeing as you're very important to me." "Oh no, how so?" You hesitated, feeling nervous about what Todoroki might say. Was it selfish of you to hope he wouldn't say it? "I like you, Vin. Romantically, that is." And there it was. "Vin. Why does this keep happening?" you mumbled, staring at the ground. "I'm sorry. Shudo, I gotta go. I'll be okay from here. Thank you for walking me this far. Be careful on your way home, okay? Bye." And you were off. Effin wait. But it was no use, you were already too far ahead, and there wasn't much point in him running after you. So instead, Shudo Todoroki turned the corner and began making his own way home, hoping he hadn't just ruined a relationship with someone he cared for deeply. Running away? Sure, it wasn't your best move, but it was all you could think to do at the moment. And so you ran. Really far. Past your school. Past your house. You just kept going. You stopped when you felt sand kick up into your mouth. What the ugh, gross. You sputtered as you tried to get the sand out of your mouth. After successfully clearing your mouth, you took in your surroundings and realized you were on a beach, 𝐇𝐢𝐭 Municipal Beach Park, to be exact, the same beach Midoriya had cleared himself all those months ago. Without thinking, you fell backward onto the soft sand, landing with a thump. Today has been crazy, you sighed, staring up at the star-filled night. To think if I had just stayed home, maybe even gone on a trip of my own, none of this would have happened. No confessions would have been made. And yet here I am with not one, not two, but 6 of them in one day. God, I really can't deal with this right now. Can't deal with what? You turned to your side and saw none other than Izuku Midoriya making his way over to you. For the sake of your back and overall health, I hope you mean sleeping in the sand. Hi, Izuku, you said solemnly, remaining on the ground. Midoriya gave you a sympathetic look before sitting down beside you in the sand. If you squint really hard in that direction, you can kind of see Sagittarius, he said, pointing up and to the left. You were definitely not in the mood for this conversation. Midoriya bit the inside of his cheek, thinking of ways to cheer you up. And if you look over to your right, you can see the star that can never take a joke. What? You asked, looking over at Midoriya with a questioning expression. Which one is that? Serious, he said with a goofy grin. It was a silly joke, a super silly joke. But it was just the kind of humor you needed, and so you laughed. Ha, very funny, Izuku, you chuckled as you sat up, Midoriya following suit. Thank you, I pride myself on corny jokes, he replied a bit too proudly. You gonna tell me what's up? You let out a long sigh, unsure if it was right to share the whole story with Midoriya. He's your best friend, so you knew you couldn't keep it from him forever. Either you would tell him, or he would find out eventually. Instead of wasting time, you decided to give him a less detailed explanation to respect everyone's privacy. Let's say you've recently discovered that a few of your friends have feelings for you. You think they're all really great people, but you're unsure if you can meet their expectations. The more you think about it, the more you worry because you don't know if you actually like any of them in that way, or if you feel pressured to because they like you. You don't want to feel guilty for not returning their feelings, but you also don't want to hurt them in the long run. You took a deep breath. What would you do? Midoriya stared at you, wide-eyed. 1 second, I need to process how you said all of that in one breath. Wow. He leaned back on his hands, contemplating your question. Well, I do whatever makes me happiest, I guess. I know it can hurt to reject someone, but at the end of the day, you're not responsible for anyone else's happiness. If they truly care about you, they'll understand and be happy with whatever decision you make, even if that decision isn't them. Why did you switch from saying me to you? You asked, drawing shapes in the sand. Because we're talking about you, right? Midoriya replied. Something like that would only happen to you. What do you mean by that? You muttered, pulling your legs up to your chest. It's kind of obvious, Midoriya said, chuckling lightly at your obliviousness. You may not see it, but everyone else does. How people stare at you in the hallways. How they get all flustered when you talk to them. Sometimes I even hear them whisper, "She's perfect," when they pass by. I'm not perfect, you started, but Midoriya interrupted. You are, he said firmly. It's funny that you don't see that either. The sound of crashing waves filled the silence between you two, accompanied by the calls of birds making their last flights of the evening. Do you like me too, Izuku? You asked, gazing out at the dark sea. He hummed. But I don't want to talk about that right now, and I'm sure you don't either. Would it be okay if we just stayed here for a little while? You stretched your legs back out and mimicked Midoriya's position, resting your hands behind you. Yeah, we can stay here. Thanks. Here's the deal, Aizawa said, turning to all of us on the bus. We had just started our trip to the training camp where we would be staying for the next week. We'll be on this bus for about an hour before our first stop. Make sure you all stay focused. No one was really listening. When Aizawa noticed that everyone was doing their own thing, he gave up and let us relax for a while, which I appreciated. Everyone had settled into different parts of the bus, pairing up with friends, except for me, who decided to take the back seat for myself and lay down. Hey, Finn, I opened my eyes to see Siro and Audrey looking back at me. You alright? You've been kind of off all morning. Propping myself up on my elbows, I gave them a reassuring nod. Yeah, I'm okay. Just didn't get a lot of sleep last night. That was true. I had spent the weekend pondering over the 7 confessions I received the previous Friday, but instead, I distracted myself from it. Do you want us to tell everyone to keep it down? Audrey offered. No, it's not that big a deal, I replied, waving my hand. Thank you though. Alrighty then. Holler if you need anything. With a final nod, the 2 boys turned back around, pointing at interesting things outside the window, leaving me to enjoy the limited peace a crowded bus could provide. FN wakey wakey, a cheerful voice exclaimed, waking me from my short nap. 𝐸𝐭? Oh, hey Uraraka. I was still surprised from the sudden awakening and the fact that this was the first time I had talked to her since she confessed. Are we at the camp? Uraraka shook her head and pointed toward the window. No, this is just a resting stop. Aizawa told us all to come outside to get some fresh air. Oh, all right, I said, sitting up and stretching my arms. Thanks for waking me up. No problem. We made our way out of the bus where the rest of our class was stretching their legs and taking in the strange scenery. Wait, where's Class B? I asked, looking around. I was just thinking the same thing, Kirishima said, turning to see if they were coming down the road. This doesn't seem like much of a rest area, does it? No, not at all. Just then, I noticed a black car parked nearby that seemed out of place. Aizawa, sir, what exactly are we doing here? Oh, you didn't think we'd just stop here to stretch your legs, did you? He turned towards the car as a door opened, revealing a voice from within. Hey there, Eraser, a cheerful feminine voice called out. Long time no see, Aizawa replied as two women jumped out of the car, followed by a little boy who stepped out soon after. You can call us the wild pussycats, the two exclaimed, leaving the rest of us momentarily speechless. These are the pro heroes you all will be working with at the training camp, Aizawa explained. They're a 4-person hero team that specializes in mountain rescues. Izuku cheered, stepping forward for a better look. The Pussycats were founded ages ago. This marks their. Before Izuku could finish, the blonde woman I recognized as Pixie Bob quickly covered his mouth with her hand, silencing him. After the introductions, Mandalay, the woman alongside Pixie Bob, began explaining our situation. We own this entire stretch of land, everything you can see. The summer camp you're staying at is at the base of the mountain, she explained, pointing into the distance. Wait, so do you mean we have to? I started, already dreading the answer. Okay, everyone back to the bus. Let's go. Ciro called out. It's currently 9:30, Mandalay said with a playful grin. If you hurry, you can make it there by noon. Kiddies who don't arrive by 12:30 won't get any lunch. Oh no, guys run. Save yourselves. Denki yelled, and we all turned back toward the bus, only to be stopped by Pixie Bob, who used her quirk to manipulate the ground, sending us tumbling into the forest below. Ow! I muttered as I sat up from the ground, which I had landed on rather ungracefully. You all right, FN? Shudo asked, extending a hand to me, though he seemed a bit hesitant. Yeah, thanks. Since this is private land, you all can use your quirks as much as you want. Mandalay called down from the platform above. You have 3 hours, you should be able to get there in time. That is, if you can get through the beast's forest. We looked around at the area we had fallen into, and with its towering trees and ominous atmosphere, the forest certainly lived up to its name. Well, I guess there's nothing we can do about it, I said, preparing to jump. What do you say, guys? Ready to go. Before I could finish, Mineta dashed past everyone and into the depths of the woods. Wow, he really had to go. Just as Mineta was about to turn a corner, a massive creature emerged from behind the trees and let out a fierce growl, causing many of us to step back in alarm. That's definitely one way to start a training camp. We all stared at the giant beast, wondering what it was and how we should respond. It's a dirt clod, I said, recognizing the earthy tones and textures of the creature. Must be Pixie Bob's quirk. Just before the beast could strike Mineta, Izuku rushed in and saved him from the blow. All right, let's take this thing down, he shouted, charging up his quirk. Shudo sent a wave of ice toward the beast's feet to immobilize it, while Katsuki and I jumped up, using our powers to strike its arms. Izuku delivered the final blow to its torso, sending the creature crashing to the ground. Wow, you guys took that thing down in seconds. Sato praised. You really showed that thing who's boss, Kirishima said, walking over to Katsuki and me. We're not done yet, Katsuki growled, staring into the distant forest. He's right, I agreed, crouching down to sense another presence. This is just the beginning. As if on cue, a second beast, this one with wings sprouting from its back, soared into the air and began to circle us. What do we do now? Run? Mina asked, looking up at the flying creature. No, Yaoyorozu stated. Our only choice is to cut through the woods. I'm liking the sound of this. I cheered, feeling adrenaline rush through me. Let's make sure to give these dirt clods a hard time. We all began using our quirks to scout for any more creatures. With the combined abilities of Shoji, Jairu, and myself, we counted 7 beasts in total. Ciro, Kirishima, and Sato took on the first one, restraining it and delivering powerful blows. The second was taken down by Audru's tail, with assistance from Aoyama's naval laser. A distressed Mineta tried his hand at the third, throwing sticky ball to trap it against the trees and ground. Denki, come help me with this one. I called, already running toward the beast. You've got it. Mineta, get out of the way. The two of us climbed up the beast's back, using our combined electricity to shock and ultimately defeat it. Now that's how you take down a dirt clod. I cheered, giving Denki a high five, only to realize he seemed a bit dazed. You're okay, right? I took his thumbs up as a yes. Hey everyone, we've got more incoming. Shoji shouted. Quickly jumping into action, I flew toward the approaching monster and punched it square in the face with a metal-coated arm, sending it flying. All yours, Izuku. Izuku jumped up, tailing the beast and sending it crashing back down to earth with a single hit. Nice work, Deku, I said, using his hero nickname for the first time. Oh, be quiet, he laughed, gently pushing my shoulder. Hey, I could use some firepower right now. Mina called out. On it. I ran in her direction and watched as Mina used her acid to melt part of the beast's legs, causing it to stumble. Get burnt. I unleashed a wave of flames over the creature, turning it to ash. I thought you were Bakugo for a second there, Mina chuckled, jogging over to me. Has he had that much of an effect on me? We've got more. And that went on for a long time. It took much longer than we had anticipated, but eventually we all emerged from the forest, dragging ourselves out. You said it would only take 3 hours, I huffed, pointing an accusing finger at Mandalay and Pixie Bob, who stood there with innocent smiles. Hoopsie. Mandalay laughed with a shrug. Guess we timed it based on how long it would take us. So sorry. Sighing, most of us collapsed to the ground, exhausted and trying to regain some energy. I thought it would take you kids even longer. You're seriously great. Especially the 5 of you. You must have lots of experience, Pixie Bob said, pointing at Ida, Izuku, Shudo, Katsuki and me. I call dibs on the boys, she exclaimed as she started running toward the 4 beside me. Before she could reach them, however, I quickly raised a dirt wall, which she almost ran into. No fair. Keeping these kittens all to yourself, I see? Pixie Bob teased, her tail wagging curiously. Not exactly. More like I'm just keeping them safe from whatever strange game you were about to play, I replied, lowering the wall. By the way, who's that kid back there? I had noticed him when the Pussycats first arrived, but they had never introduced him. Oh, him? Mandalay asked, turning toward the boy. This is Kota, my cousin's son who's recently started living with us. Go on, Kota, say hi to everyone. When the boy didn't respond, Izuku walked over to him. Hey there, my name's Midoriya. I'm from UA's hero course. It's nice to meet you. Which, Kota suddenly punched Izuku. Izuku, are you okay? He clearly was not. The last thing I want to do is hang around some wannabe heroes, Kota said as he walked off, glaring back at us. Wannabe? Ida exclaimed as he rushed over to help Izuku up. How old are you? The kid's got spunk, Katsuki remarked, a rare smile appearing on his face. He's like a mini version of you, Shudo added, making me laugh and Katsuki fume. What was that? He yelled, turning to us. You better watch your mouth before I send you straight to the ground. You do realize you're proving his point, right? I pointed out, covering my mouth to stifle my laughter. Katsuki whipped his head toward me. What? Well, it's whatever, he finished, stomping off, his cheeks slightly flushed. I was right, Shudo whispered, leaning closer to me. With a small chuckle, I mimicked his actions and replied, oh, definitely. Enough playing around, Aizawa called out. Get your stuff from the bus and put it in your rooms. Once that's done, we'll break for dinner. Then you're free to take a bath and head to bed. Training starts early tomorrow morning, so get a move on. With a collective groan, we all headed over to the bus that had abandoned us earlier, eager to get some food in our stomachs. There were 5 different cabins available at the camp, 3 for the boys and 2 for the girls. I would be rooming with Jairu and Yaoyorozu, while the other 4 would be in the room next door. I call top bunk. Jairu exclaimed as she dashed through the door and threw her bags on the bed she'd claimed. I really don't see how you can be so energized right now, I said, walking into the room with Yaoyorozu, who agreed as she placed her belongings on the bunk below Jairu's. Oh, believe me, I'm not. It's all a facade. The 3 of us finished setting up our things before meeting the rest of the class in front of the cafeteria for dinner. Whoa! I shouted when we were met with a huge buffet spread across the tables. Is this all for us? Sure is. Pixie Bob said as she set down a plate of what looked like dinner rolls. But no, this is the only time we're going to do this for you. So eat to your heart's content. And we did just that. This is amazing. Kirishima called out from beside me as he stuffed more food into his mouth. It's as good as Lunch Rush's food. Kirishima, slow down. You're going to choke, oh my god, Kiri. Just as I warned him, the redhead started choking on his food. I quickly patted his back until he managed to swallow, handing him a glass of water afterward. Dude, the food isn't going anywhere. Take your time. Sorry, it was just so good, he replied, wiping the water off his now red face. Thanks for that. Of course. Everyone continued enjoying their meals, making sure they were stuffed before heading off to the bathhouse to wash up for the night. Bath time went smoothly for the most part. However, there was a little incident with Mineta trying to climb the wall. Luckily, Koda was stationed up there, so he couldn't cause any trouble. Koda did fall down afterward, but I hoped he was alright. Soon enough, everyone had gone off to their respective cabins for bed. They fell asleep quickly, still tired from the day, leaving me as the last one awake. Quietly getting up from my bed, careful not to wake my 2 roommates, I tiptoed out the door onto the small porch outside the cabin. Today's been so hectic, I mumbled to myself, leaning against the wooden posts beside me. So hectic, in fact, I didn't even think once about the well thing. It was true. With all the running and training we had done all day, I hadn't thought about anything but reaching this point. And you know what? That was nice. I've made up my mind, I said to no one, a determined look on my face. I'm not going to let some silly confessions ruin my relationships with anyone. I'm going to continue treating them like I always have until I'm ready to make my decision. With that thought in mind, I walked back into the cabin and had a peaceful rest. Morning came too soon. I awoke to Jiru grumbling something unintelligible into her pillow and Yaoyorozu already stretching beside the window, sunlight catching on the strands of her long black hair like threads of silk. I blinked the sleep from my eyes and let out a soft sigh. My muscles ached from yesterday's training, my legs felt heavy, and my arms felt weak, but somehow, I felt good. Rise and shine, Yaoyorozu greeted, giving me a small but warm smile. Today's the real challenge. We should eat well before we start, I suggested. Jiru groaned into her pillow. Can't we just pretend we're too injured to move and skip today? You can't play sick when Aizawa's around. He'll probably just make you do extra squats while he drinks coffee like a sadistic owl, I replied, swinging my legs over the edge of the bed. After a quick change into our training gym uniforms and a light breakfast, meaning Kirishima devoured 3 bowls of rice and half the table's eggs, we were herded into the clearing near the edge of the woods. Aizawa stood before us with his usual exhausted glare and signature body bag vibes, arms crossed like we were all already disappointing him. This is remedial hell, he started, no warm-up, no sugarcoating. For those of you not failing, congrats. You get to train even harder. For the rest of you, get ready to sweat. I looked around at my classmates. Some looked nervous, some energized. Izuku stretched beside me, murmuring hero stats under his breath. Katsuki stood with arms folded, radiating silent fury. Shudo gazed into the woods like he could already see the enemies waiting for us. Then my eyes landed on Koda. He was sitting up on a rock near the cliffside, arms crossed, the same scowl as yesterday. Still glaring like we'd all run over his puppy. I stepped toward Aizawa. What kind of training are we doing today? You'll be pushed to your limits. Quirk strengthening exercises. Physical endurance. Real-time combat drills. You're not just here to survive, you're here to evolve. Be ready. Pixie Bob bounded up beside him with a beaming grin. And we're gonna help. I'll be making more beasties, so keep your wits sharp. She made a heart with her hands, specifically in the direction of the boys. I rolled my eyes and elbowed Izuku lightly. Better watch out. I might not be able to protect you next time from your biggest enemy, over-affectionate cat ladies. Izuku turned crimson. I wasn't asking for protection. Katsuki clicked his tongue. Teeth loser. You're just mad no one's hitting on you, I shot back. Excuse me? He snapped, glaring at me. But his face was just pink enough that I knew I'd landed a hit. The first exercise was grueling. We were split into groups and instructed to cycle through various stations designed to push our quirks to the next level. For me, it meant repeatedly flying from one side of the forest to the other, lifting increasingly heavier rocks using my metal-armored limbs, and testing how long I could sustain fire output without exhausting my energy core. I'd never sweat so much in my life. One more. Aizawa barked, eyes narrowing. Why are you like this? I yelled midair, hurling a boulder into the air before blasting it apart with flame. Denki came running up with a water bottle, electricity sparking randomly from his fingers. Staying hydrated over here? Quick, how many fingers am I holding up? He was holding up 3. 5, I said just to mess with him. He gasped. Huh. Yeah, no, you've got to sit down. I'm kidding, I'm fine, I laughed, taking the water and downing it. Thanks, though. I got you, he said with a lopsided grin before tripping over a tree root and landing face first in the dirt. After a short break, we were paired off for a mock battle. And guess who I got? You and Todoroki, Mandalay called out. I looked over at Shudo, who gave me his usual unreadable expression. We walked together to our designated area in the clearing. The match was simple: subdue your opponent. Use your quirks smartly, avoid serious blows. Ready? Aizawa called. I got into a defensive stance. Don't hold back, Shudo. He tilted his head. I never do. The battle began in a flash of frost and flame. Shudo struck first, sliding across the ground and sending a sheet of ice toward me. I launched myself into the air, using my fire to melt the advancing wave. I spun midair and aimed a punch at his side, metal arm extended. He blocked it with a wall of ice, but I was already in motion. "Your ice is slower today," I said, landing behind him and blasting his back with a burst of flame. He flipped around, steam rising from his suit. "I didn't want to hurt you." "Wrong move, what happened to not holding back?" I said with a grin. We went again. And again. Blow for blow, move for move. It was intense but not angry. Like we both needed to let something out, something we couldn't say with words. Eventually, the match was called off. "Draw," Aizawa declared. "You're both not fighting at your best. Fix it before tomorrow." We walked off together, pant. "You're strong," Shudo said, not meeting my eyes. "So are you," I said. "Can't let you catch up to me though." He finally looked at me then, eyes soft. "I don't want to be just strong. I want to be dependable." I raised an eyebrow. "Are you saying I can't depend on you?" "No," he said quietly. "I'm saying I want you to depend on me." My breath hitched. "Shudo." "Hey!" Katsuki's voice snapped from behind us. "Quit flirting and get your butts back to base camp. We're not here to play house." He was slightly red in the face, and not just from training. Shudo didn't say anything. He just smirked. I grinned too, then jogged back with him to avoid Aizawa's wrath. That night, things calmed down. Or so we thought. The bathhouse was mostly quiet except for the usual splashing and Denki humming something that suspiciously sounded like a boy band. And a small incident with Mineta that was swiftly dealt with thanks to Koda. When we regrouped in the girls' cabin, Jar was brushing her hair while Yaoyorozu reviewed notes from the day's training. I lay on my bed, staring at the ceiling. Tired, sore. But something was buzzing under my skin. There were moments. Little ones. Shuto with his quiet intensity. Izuku, always trying so hard, looking at me like I was more than just a classmate. Katsuki raging and chaotic but never mean to me. Denki, kind in his goofy way. Achiko, her frequent but non-overbearing check-ins. Mina and Kirishima with their heart-swelling encouragement. Each one meant something. And I hadn't realized just how much. Until tonight. "Hey," Yaoyorozu said, breaking my thoughts. "You okay?" "Yeah," I said slowly. "I'm just thinking." "About?" Jairu asked from across the room, eyeing me curiously. I sighed. "About people. Feelings. The usual disaster soup." Jairu snorted. "Welcome to the club." Before I could respond, an explosion rocked the forest. We all froze. "What was that?" Yaoyorozu asked, already getting up. Aizawa's voice rang out, amplified across the clearing. "Attention everyone. There's been an infiltration into camp, remain vigilant and calm." But I already knew. That wasn't part of training. And that voice, slightly faint but terrifyingly familiar, drifted in from the woods. "Let's start the party early, shall we?" I knew that voice. I'd heard it before. And he wasn't alone. Outside, the sky began to light with flames. The first explosion turned the sky orange. The second shook the earth beneath my feet, even inside the cabin. "Get up!" I shouted, launching myself off the bed. Yaoyorozu and Jair jumped to their feet, eyes wide with fear and adrenaline. "Outside, what was that?" Jairo asked, grabbing her equipment. "We're under attack." I reached for the metal cuffs I used for bending. My heart was pounding, my veins sparking with energy. My quirk, no, my power was screaming to be used. "Wait," Aizawa said, "stay calm," Yaoyorozu began, but I was already at the door. "Aizawa can handle a lot, but if that was who I think it was, we need to move. Now." Before either of them could stop me, I pushed open the door and stepped out into the cool night air. A wall of smoke was rising beyond the treeline. Flames flickered along the edges of the forest. And then a scream. I bolted. The woods were chaos. I flew over fallen branches, my feet barely touching the ground. My senses were sharpened, tuned to every shift in air and vibration in the earth. Somewhere to my left, a beast roared, one of Pixie Bob's maybe, or something worse. Then I saw him, Izuku, standing in front of a crouched Koda, shielding him from a shadowy figure with a clawed hand. "Izuku!" I shouted. He turned toward me, panting. "He's fast." I couldn't get Koda to move. "Move now," I said, slamming a foot into the dirt. A massive column of earth shot up between them and the villain, sending debris flying. The man hissed and jumped back into the shadows. "Thanks," Izuku said, placing a shaking hand on Koda's shoulder. "We need to get him to Mandalay. Go!" I interrupted. "I've got this." He hesitated. "I'll be fine," I said, softer now. "I always am, remember?" For a second he just stared at me. His green eyes searched mine, like he wanted to say something. Something big. But then he just nodded and scooped Koda into his arms. "I'll be back. Try not to get hurt this time." He groaned. Not funny. I grinned anyway, watching as the two ran off to safety. A tree exploded beside me. I whirled to find Dobby standing at the edge of the clearing, smoke curling from his fingertips. He stepped into the clearing, smoke curling off his arms, blue flames liking the edges of his coat like a devil's whisper. His patchwork skin pulled tight over jagged scars, and his icy blue eyes locked on mine with hungry interest. "Oh," he said, voice a gravelly drawl. "They didn't tell me you were here." I stared him down, already reaching for the power coiled deep in my chest. "You made a bold choice, coming here tonight. Want to yield now?" "I'd rather not." He lifted his hand, and fire crackled to life hotter than normal flame, unnatural in color. "You've got something I want." "Too bad," I said. "I've got a habit of breaking things people want." Then I struck. I slammed my foot into the ground and sent a wave of jagged metal spikes shooting from the earth toward him. Dobby leapt up, flipping in midair as flames exploded from his back, propelling him like a missile. He landed behind me, but I was already twisting, summoning a ring of fire to counter his. Our flames collided in a massive burst, heat searing the air around us. My fire was golden bright, clean, focused. His was chaotic, raw, blue like pain. He grinned through the heat. "You burn pretty. You talk too much." I launched forward, using wind to boost my speed, then swung a metal-coated fist into his ribs. He grunted, staggering, but retaliated fast with a sweeping blast of flame that brushed my side. I dropped low and slid under the fire, cooling the air around me with a pulse of ice that froze the trees behind us in an instant. Dobby laughed. "I like you," he said, liking blood off his lip. "You're like fire wrapped in metal wrapped in fury. I think I'll keep you." I surged up and summoned lightning, crackling and wild, sending a fork of it into his chest. He screamed as it hit, but he didn't fall. "You'll have to do better than that," he growled, flames already reigniting. "I plan to." I rose into the air, wind swirling around me, mixing with flame, crackling with electricity. A storm of elements, everything I had. He sent fire spiraling upward to meet me, but I unleashed a tornado of flame and ice, twisting around the bolt of lightning I hurled at him like a divine spear. It struck. He was thrown backward through a tree, body crumpling into the dirt. Smoke curled from his limbs, and the earth trembled from the impact. "Stay down," I warned. But he pushed himself to his feet, chest heaving. "Not done yet." Then they arrived. "Back off, patchwork." A flash of red as Kirishima burst onto the scene, hardened fists raised. "I told you not to go alone," he shouted, placing himself between Dobby and me. "Had it handled," I muttered, breathing heavily. "Yeah? Then why does your sleeve look like it's been burned?" I glanced down. "Okay, fair. Now this is a party," Dobby muttered, grinning again. "What is this? Some kind of romantic rescue squad?" A crackle of lightning answered. "Don't mind us," Denki said, sparks flying from his palms. "Just giving you a shocking welcome." Dobby dodged just in time as Kaminari let loose a full blast of electricity. He skidded back, chest rising and falling, but his grin stayed. "Guess I'll play with you all later," he muttered. "I've got other business." His body began to melt as if made of black wax, a puddle of him collecting on the ground, then vanishing into the dirt. But none of us were able to comprehend what had happened, nor celebrate our minor victory. Because a second later, Mandalay was in our heads. "The League is looking for a student named 𝐸𝐭. 𝐸𝐸, please get to safety." We were already running before I could fully process it. Up ahead, more explosions. I recognized Bakugo's power immediately, raw, brutal, loud. But then it started to sound wrong. Strained. Desperate. The trees parted, revealing a chilling scene. Bakugo was surrounded. Mr. Compress, Spinner, twice. Dobby, each of them circled like predators. Bakugo's arms bore the marks of battle, his breathing labored. A cut ran across his forehead. He had fought fiercely as he always did. "Stay back," he growled, energy crackling around his hands. But then, in an instant, a dark portal opened. "No!" I shouted, rushing forward. I slammed my palms into the ground, sending a wave of metal spikes to ensnare the villains, but Dobby swatted them away with a burst of flames. Spinner charged at me, and I barely had time to counter with a gust of wind and a flash of lightning. Bakugo's eyes met mine. There was something in them I had never seen before. Not anger. Not pride. "Get him out of there!" Izuku yelled, skidding into the clearing with Ida and Todoroki beside him. Kirishima and Kaminari joined them, all of us attacking simultaneously, but the villains were prepared. Mr. Compress flicked a marble in his hand, and Bakugo vanished in a flash of red light. I screamed, and the air erupted around me in a whirlwind of wind, fire, and lightning, pushing everyone nearby back. I surged toward the villains, heart racing, power surging. I had to get him back. But the portal was already closing. "Katsuki!" His eyes locked on mine for a heartbeat. Then he was gone. Silence fell like ash. We stood there, panting, bleeding, surrounded by shattered trees and scorched earth. I dropped to my knees, hands trembling. 𝐇𝐢𝐠𝐡𝐞𝐬𝐭 Bakugo, one of us was gone. Taken. I felt someone kneel beside me. A warm hand on my shoulder. Izuku. I saw it, he whispered, his voice breaking. I couldn't reach him. It's not your fault, I said hollowly. But it feels like it is. I looked up at the rest of them. Kaminari's shoulders shook. Kirishima's hands were clenched into fists. Todoroki was as still as stone, but his jaw was tight, like he was barely holding himself together. Uraraka's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. And me? The entire world felt like it was crumbling before my very eyes. That night, no one slept. The fire was low, the smoke thick, and the stars hidden behind a choking haze. We sat together near the edge of the camp. No one talked much. What was there to say? I couldn't stop replaying it. That look in Katsuki's eyes. That final moment. I should have done more, I said quietly, not even realizing I was speaking out loud. I could have done more. No, Todoroki said. You fought harder than anyone. You weren't the one who failed. But I was there, I whispered. Kirishima reached for my hand, gripping it tightly. And so are we. And we're going to get him back. I'll take down anyone who gets in our way, Kaminari added, his voice steadier than I expected. I'm serious. I'm going to be stronger, Midoriya said, fist clenched against his knee. Strong enough that no one ever gets taken from us again. Kirishima, next to me, just stared into the fire, jaw clenched. Kaminari lay on his back in the dirt, arms over his face. Shudo sat on a broken log, perfectly still except for the steam rising from his left arm where the ice hadn't fully melted. Uraraka was quiet, curled into herself. Everything hurt. Physically, yes, but not like this. Not this hollow, gut-deep kind of hurt. He's going to fight like hell, I said eventually, voice hoarse. Wherever they took him. He's not going down easily. No, Shudo agreed. He won't. We'll get him back, Kirishima said, his voice low but firm. We have to. That was it. That's all any of us could say. Not some heroic vow or battle cry. Just the quiet truth of it. We sat in the dark for a long time, letting the silence say the rest. Sleep didn't come easy. Even with the flames long dead, the camp still felt like it was burning. Those of us who hadn't passed out from exhaustion lingered around the fire. The shadows clung to us, thick with smoke and silence. I could feel the echoes of the night before in my chest, deep, restless tremors that wouldn't stop. None of us talked much. Jairu sat with her knees drawn to her chest, her earjacks limp at her sides. Achiko drew shapes in the dirt. Kirishima paced. Denki had gone quiet, too quiet. He was usually the one trying to crack a joke, even if it flopped. Now he just stared at his hands like he didn't recognize them. And me? I was burning from the inside out. Not just because of my quirk. Because I failed. Because we all did. We lost him. 𝐇𝐢𝐠𝐡𝐞𝐬𝐭 Bakugo, explosive, angry, unshakable Katsuki, was gone. Taken. And it didn't matter how many times I replayed the moment in my head or how fast I ran toward that portal. I couldn't change what happened. And that was killing me. When dawn broke, it did so in silence. No birds, no bugs, no morning breeze. Just the aching hush of aftermath. Aizawa found us like that, exhausted, hearts cracked open, barely holding it together. Pack your things, he said quietly. The camp's over. No one moved. Not at first. But we followed the command like we always did, dragging our feet back to the cabins to gather what little we had. Most of us hadn't even unpacked yet. I tied my hair back, grabbed my half-burnt duffel, and zipped it shut. It felt like a funeral. Maybe it was. As we loaded onto the bus, I caught sight of Kota standing near the remains of the front cabin, arms crossed. His cap was pulled low over his eyes, but I knew he was watching us. I walked over. You okay? I asked gently. He didn't answer right away. Then, with a stubborn shrug, you saved me. And him. Both of you. I nodded. That's what heroes do. He looked up at me then. Then go be one. Get him back. There was something in his eyes, fear, maybe, but also trust. Like he'd seen what we could really do. Like maybe, just maybe, he believed in heroes again. I squeezed his shoulder. We will. The ride back to UA was somber. No one spoke. The occasional sniffle from a few seats back. The hum of the engine. But otherwise, nothing. Even the usual Class 1A chaos was gone. We weren't just classmates anymore. We were soldiers walking off a battlefield. I sat with Kirishima, who stared out the window the entire time, jaw clenched so tight I was afraid he'd crack a tooth. Denki sat behind us, chewing his nails until his fingers were raw. Shudo leaned back in his seat, arms crossed, face unreadable, but his left arm was still red and blistered, and he hadn't iced it again. Izuku was near the front, head lowered, hands balled into fists. I could see the tension rolling off of him in waves. He hadn't said a single word since we left. I wasn't sure he could. He had refused to be taken to the hospital by helicopter. His fight with Muscular had left him nearly immobile. Yet, even in his condition, he would not allow anyone to take him away. He wanted to stay. We had all failed in different ways, each carrying the weight of our own broken silences. When we finally returned to UA, it was not the school we remembered. The entrance was barricaded with steel plates. Drones hovered above the gates, and sensors blinked red as we passed through. Cement barriers, security checkpoints, and watchtowers surrounded us. It looked more like a prison than a school. The press was everywhere, flashes from cameras bursting like lightning as we passed. Microphones were moved toward the bus, muffled voices shouting over one another. Do you think UA is responsible for the attack? How are the students holding up? What about Bakugo Katsuki? Has he been confirmed alive? I turned away from the window, anger curling in my gut. How dare they act as if he was already gone, as if they were just waiting to print his obituary. The bus doors hissed open, and we disembarked under the watchful eyes of our teachers. Midnight was trying to shield us from the media, her expression unusually serious. Cementos stood nearby with a clipboard, while Vlad King and Present Mike flanked the edges of the pathway like bodyguards. It didn't matter. The press still clamored for our attention, asking questions we didn't have the strength or the answers to give. All Might met us in the courtyard. He looked older, the weight on his shoulders seemingly doubled overnight. His eyes locked on mine and softened for just a moment. We're doing everything we can, he told us, his voice low but firm. We're working with the police and top pro heroes. We'll get him back. I wanted to believe him. I truly did. But all I could picture was Katsuki's eyes as he vanished, the fear, the anger, the unspoken words. If we didn't act quickly, we might not get a second chance. That night, everyone was restless. Those injured during the attack were rushed to the hospital, while the faculty moved the rest of us into reinforced, makeshift dorms for maximum protection. I felt more like a caged animal than someone being protected. I couldn't sleep. I didn't even try. Instead, I found myself in the common room with Izuku, who had been discharged from the hospital after much pestering. We sat on the couch in the dark, the soft hum of the fridge the only sound. Then we heard footsteps. Kirishima, his eyes shadowed with fatigue, joined us silently. You thinking what I'm thinking? He asked after a while. That we can't just wait? I replied. He nodded. I feel like my ribs are cracking just sitting here doing nothing. I hesitated, glancing at Izuku. I know it's reckless, but I want to go. But because I already talked to Momo. My head whipped toward him. You what? She has a plan. A device she made tracks Nomu signals. She can use it to find the hideout, and she's willing to help. And the others? Todoroki's in. Kaminari too. Jiru's still thinking about it. But we're gathering tonight. He leaned in, his voice softer. We want you there. Both of you. I can't. Izuku's voice cracked behind us. We turned to see him sitting there, wrapped in a hoodie, fresh bandages tight around his arms. His eyes were red, shoulders hunched. I can't protect anyone like this. I could barely keep Kota safe. Midoriya, Kirishima said, standing. Stop. Izuku blinked at him. But All Might would want you to do what's right. Izuku was shaking. I'm injured. I'm not at full strength. Neither are we, I said, stepping forward. But we're not asking for full strength. We're asking for your heart. He swallowed hard and then straightened. Okay, he said. I'm in. The next morning brought a plan and an argument. We're not doing this again. Ida's voice echoed through the common room. You saw what happened in Hosu. You saw what happened last night. We're not going to fight, Momo said, calm but firm. We're going to find him. That's it. You think they'll just hand him over? No. But we can locate him and get backup. Ida turned to me, his voice breaking. Please. Don't do this. You almost died last night. All of you. I know, I said softly. But Katsuki might not survive the next one. He clenched his fists. What if one of you gets hurt? What if you're captured too? We're not doing this for glory, Todoroki interjected. We're doing this because we care. Ida looked between us, breath shaking. Then, slowly he nodded. Then I'm coming too. To make sure none of you do something reckless. Kirishima laughed. That's fair. We took the train into Kanagawa, the only sound the metal against the tracks and the quiet whir of the tracker in Momo's hands. Disguises in place, we blended in with the flashiness of the district. But beneath the surface? We were steel, fire, lightning, resolve. Kamino Ward loomed ahead, dark and sprawling. Momo paused as we exited the station. The signal's stronger now. We're close. Kirishima cracked his knuckles. Let's bring him home. Todoroki stepped forward, scanning the skyline. We'll stay quiet. No fights unless we're cornered. Got it? We all nodded. As we moved through the streets, a broadcast flickered on a public screen. UA's public apology. Principal 𝐇𝐢𝐠𝐡𝐞𝐬𝐭 𝐓𝐵. Apologies. Promises. The crowd watching seemed unimpressed. Weak, someone muttered behind us. They're supposed to protect our kids. They can't even protect themselves, another said. I stared at the screen, fists clenched. That's why we were here, to prove we weren't just kids anymore. We were heroes. And we were going to save one of our own. Kamino was quiet. Too quiet for a place so close to Yokohama's core. No sirens, no footsteps, no laughter, just the hum of street lamps and the occasional flicker of a neon sign that hadn't been changed in years. We moved as a group, ducking low in our disguises. My hood was pulled tight, and I kept my head down as we reached the edge of the district Momo's device had led us to. There, Kirishima said, pointing to a looming structure. That warehouse. It was squat, wide, and rust-colored, choked in ivy, dusted in grime. Most of its windows were boarded, and the large front gate looked like it hadn't been used in decades. Izuku stepped forward, squinting at the structure. The front's overgrown on purpose. They're trying to make it look abandoned. I can't even tell if anyone's inside, Momo whispered. It's so still. We gathered near a low wall across the street. Shoto checked the scanner again, and Tenya ran a gloved hand along the concrete edge, scanning for tripwires or security. I crouched next to Izuku, who was biting his lip the way he did when he was overthinking everything. I gently nudged his arm. We're doing the right thing, I said softly. He nodded, then turned toward me. I know. I keep thinking if I mess this up again, someone else will get taken. You won't. I met his eyes. And even if something goes wrong, we're not doing this alone. He looked at me like he wanted to say something else, but then two voices echoed from down the road. Hey, what do we have here? A pair of drunk men staggered toward us, waving bottles and mumbling nonsense. Kids playing ninja or something. You know it's past curfew, right? Before anyone could panic, Tenya straightened up, clearing his throat with practiced elegance. There you are, uncle, he said, his voice suddenly too loud and fake. We've been looking all over for you. Izuku caught on instantly, stepping beside him. Yeah, we were told to pick up our elderly relatives. Sorry for the disguise, it was part of a school project. The two drunks blinked, clearly confused. Bunch of weirdos, one muttered. Don't get caught up in shady stuff, kids. This city eats the soft. They shuffled past, still grumbling. As soon as they were gone, I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding. Well done, Momo said, impressed. That was quick thinking. Izuku rubbed the back of his neck, looking sheepish. Wasn't much. It was, I said quietly. It was just enough. His ears turned pink. We skirted around the side of the warehouse and found a narrow alleyway choked with trash bags and rusted crates. The wall on this side was half-shaded, and one of the old windows was partially intact. Here, Shoto said, pointing to the frame. This should give us a view inside without drawing attention. Tenya knelt beneath the window, lacing his fingers together. Step on. Kirishima did the same beside him, and I watched as Shoto and Izuku climbed onto their backs to peek inside. Can you see anything? Momo asked, inching closer. It's too dark, Izuku murmured. I think there's something reflective. Before Momo could offer to create night vision lenses, Kirishima pulled out a black case from under his coat. Got it covered. You bought goggles? I asked. Online. Overnight shipping. He grinned proudly. Never know when you need to infiltrate a warehouse. Izuku climbed down, letting Kirishima take his spot. The redhead adjusted the goggles over his eyes, leaned forward and immediately jerked back. What is it? I asked, catching his sleeve before he tumbled off Tenya's back. No miss, Kirishima said grimly. 3. In tanks. The air went still. Izuku grabbed the goggles next and scaled back up, crouching low as he adjusted the lens. He was quiet for a long time. Then he climbed down, expression hard. This isn't the League's hideout, he said. It's a factory. A Nomo factory, Shoto echoed, voice clipped. They're not here, I whispered, horrified. Bakugo, he's somewhere else. They split the operations, Momo said. It's smart. Keeps their assets separate. Izuku paced in a tight circle. So, if this is just storage, then the real hideout's still out there, Ida said. We were about to discuss whether to leave and find a new lead when something stirred in the shadows. A sharp hum. Then a distant shout. I ducked behind the crates and pulled Izuku with me as floodlights flashed across the building. What was that? Kirishima hissed. Did someone trip a sensor? No, Momo said, her eyes wide. Look. From across the alley, the distant edge of the warehouse exploded. In a blur, the lady rose to her full height, her silhouette casting a monstrous shadow across the city. She slipped her feet into a truck like they were shoes and hurled it with pinpoint precision, smashing open the side of the building. Best Jeanist flew in next, binding Nomus in cables before they could even react. Gang Orca stormed through a back entrance, waves of sonic force knocking down equipment like dominoes. Tiger lunged past them, eyes fierce. "Ragdoll," he shouted. Inside, through the smoke and chaos, I saw him strapped to a chair, eyes wide. The heroes didn't hesitate. The factory was being stormed. And it was all happening without us. Was this planned? Ida asked, stunned. "A coordinated raid," Shoto said. "2 sites. Simultaneous takedowns." But I frowned. Why did Momo's tracker still pick this place up if the heroes were coming here too? "They probably used the UA apology to distract the League," Izuku murmured. "Make them drop their guard." "We just got lucky," Kirishima added. "I don't believe in luck," I said. "Not with this much strategy." I glanced back at the chaos, where MT Lady had just smashed open another wall. Ragdoll was being carried out in Tiger's arms. Kirishima fist pumped. "That's 1 win." I looked at Izuku. "But what about Katsuki?" He didn't answer right away. Then, if this was a decoy, then that means the League is exposed. Suddenly, as if summoned by fate, my comlink crackled. "Heroes have breached the main hideout," a voice said. "Engaging hostiles. All Might has entered the building." We all froze. And Izuku's face went pale. "Kaken." Meanwhile, at the main hideout, Katsuki braced himself as the door exploded inward. Wood splintered. Flames roared. And then he saw him. All Might. "Go plus ultra," the symbol of peace bellowed as he charged in, followed by Kamui Woods, who bound half the villains in seconds with his lacquered chain prison. Dabi snarled, ready to break free, but Gran Torino knocked him out with a single strike. "What the?" Shigaraki gaped, spinning toward Kurogyri. "Get us out of here." But Kurogyri couldn't respond. Edge shots slithered through the crack in the door and incapacitated him from within. The League collapsed under the weight of the ambush. Back outside, we were still pressed to the alley wall, breathless. Then, Izuku stood. "We have to move," he said. "They don't need us here." "Where are we going?" I asked. He met my eyes. "To the main hideout. To Kaken." "Should we?" Momo hesitated. "Should we even get involved?" Izuku nodded slowly. "Not to fight. Just to be there. In case he needs backup." Something in his voice cracked. I touched his arm again. He looked at me. There was something vulnerable in his eyes. Like he'd been holding back tears all day but couldn't let them fall. "You care about him a lot," I said quietly. "He's my friend," he replied, even if he'd never admit it. I took a step closer, quiet for a moment, before leaning in and pressing a quick, soft kiss to his cheek. "Okay," I said, voice barely above a whisper. "Then let's go save your friend." He turned red instantly, but a smile broke across his face, even through the exhaustion. Kirishima saw the whole thing and raised a brow. "Well, that was unexpected." "Later," I warned. He winked. We didn't arrive in time to assist in the fight, but we showed up just as the last Nomu portal vanished and Gran Torino began addressing the villains. Bakugo stood in the middle of the ruined room, covered in dust, scowling as if someone had just bruised his pride. All Might placed a hand on his shoulder. "I'm sorry," he said. "You shouldn't have had to go through that." Bakugo paused before responding. "I wasn't scared. I could have taken them all on." "I know," All Might replied. "But you don't have to face it alone." We watched from a rooftop across the way, hidden from view. "Looks like they didn't need us," Todoroki said. "No," Izuku replied. "But I'm glad we came anyway." So was I. Because seeing Bakugo alive? That meant everything. The night was thick with the scent of ozone and ash. Below us, Kamino was ablaze. But wasn't the fire that chilled my blood. It was the man standing at the center of it, all dark, imposing, silent. He somehow felt louder than any scream. My knees locked the moment I laid eyes on him. Something primal within me screamed to flee, to escape, to survive. I heard Momo inhale sharply. Kirishima whispered, "What is that?" The figure didn't need to utter a word to instill fear. The air around him seemed to ripple with pressure, as if even the atmosphere feared to approach him. Izuku was frozen beside me, his breath quickening. His eyes were wide, fixed on the villain below. "Izuku," I whispered. "That's him, isn't it?" He hesitated before responding. Then, as if shaking off a nightmare, he said, "Yeah, all for one." The name felt heavier than any villain I had encountered before. "It's him," Izuku murmured, almost to himself. "The origin of everything, one for all, was created to stop him." That's what All Might told me. Shoto's expression was unreadable, but I could see the tension in his shoulders. Tenya's hands were clenched so tightly that his arms trembled. Momo stood utterly still, as if even the slightest movement would draw attention. And Izuku? He looked terrified. No, not just terrified. He looked as if he were staring at his own demise. The battle below had halted. Even the League of Villains stood frozen, watching as All for One casually spoke to All Might. His voice was distorted, echoing through metal and smoke. All Might, you came. All Might dropped into the crater opposite him, muscles coiled tight. I'll take everything back. Your time ends now. Will you try to kill me again? All for One mused. Or are you just here to clean up the failures of your society? Izuku flinched. I stepped closer, close enough to feel the panic radiating from him. He was sweating, his fists trembling. I could save him, he said suddenly. What? Kaken, Izuku said, his voice cracking. He's right there. I could use full cowl, jump to him, and get him out. But one look at the battlefield told me all I needed to know. There was no way through. Shigaraki stood beside Katsuki, tense and ready. Dabi was regaining consciousness. Kurohige, though injured, still flickered with shadow. And in the middle of it all for one radiated malice like a dying star. Izuku, I said, gripping his wrist. You'll die. I don't care, he snapped, his voice raw. I let him get taken once. I won't do it again. Ida grabbed his other shoulder. Midoriya, you're not thinking clearly. This is suicide. Stop. Ida's voice cracked. You're not alone. Then All Might attacked. He launched from the shadows, fist first, roaring with the fury of a man who understood what was at stake. All for One turned just in time, raising an arm of pure energy to block the blow. The force of the impact shattered the air. For a moment, it seemed like the sky itself had fractured. Wind whipped around us. The pressure knocked Kirishima to his knees. Now, Izuku whispered. This is our only chance. He turned to us, eyes clearer now, determination burning behind the fear. We're not going to fight, he said. We're going to get Kaken out. But we need you too. He pointed to Kirishima and me. Me? Kirishima blinked. Why me? Effin' sure, but not me. Because Bakugo won't listen to anyone else. Not me. Not All Might. But the two of you? There's no one closer to him, Izuku said, looking between us. You're his friends. Kirishima went pale. I placed a hand on his shoulder, nodding in encouragement. Plan simple, Izuku continued. Ida and I will grab you, Kirishima. I know you'll be able to keep up with us. I'll use full cowl. He'll use reciprocal burst. We'll launch you through that wall. Todoroki will give us an ice ramp to launch from. We'll get airborne, over the battlefield. If we start to lose altitude, FN can always give us an extra boost. I nodded again, going over the logistics in my head. Then we call out to him? Izuku nodded. You just have to reach him. Ida looked at us all. This is a terrible plan. Yup, I said. Let's do it. We moved quickly. Momo and Shoto began preparing materials. Kirishima bounced on the ball of his feet, anxious. I stepped beside Shoto as he started freezing the air beneath us. You okay? I asked. His breath came out as mist. Not at all. He glanced sideways at me. But you being here helps. That surprised me more than it should have. Thanks, I said, and we shared a nod. Nearby, Izuku tightened his gloves. When he caught me watching him, he smiled a small, worn-out smile, but genuine. I returned it, my heart lurching somewhere deep in my chest. Then it was time. Izuku and Ida flanked Kirishima, each gripping one arm. I stood beside him, our arms looped together. Ready? Izuku asked. Kirishima nodded. Hard as ever. Pause. Good, Tenya said. Because this is going to hurt. They launched. Izuku's full cowl lit the air with green sparks. Ida's engines blazed blue as he unleashed reciprocal burst. The three of them smashed through the outer wall in a flash of force. Shoto raised the ramp of ice in perfect timing. The four of us rocketed up the incline and into the sky, soaring above the battlefield below. All for One turned toward us. No! I gasped. But Izuku had anticipated it. All Might intercepted the strike with another punch, forcing All for One to defend himself once more. Below, the League was in chaos. High above the crater, Kirishima hung in midair. Bakugo, he shouted. Bakugo turned, startled. Bakugo, grab my hand. I leaned forward, trying to make my voice as loud as possible while ensuring we stayed afloat. Katsuki, come on. Katsuki blinked, just once. Then his eyes narrowed. He grinned. Dumps, he muttered. He unleashed a massive explosion beneath his feet, launching himself upward. Flames roared as he surged into the sky. He grabbed one of each of our hands, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. You guys took long enough, he said, and we were already running. Momo pulled out smoke bombs to obscure their landing. Shoto created a slide of ice that sloped down into the side street. I raised a wall of earth to cover every possible opening the League could emerge from. We regrouped behind an abandoned building, our hearts pounding and lungs burning. Bakugo landed in a heap, coughing. We stared at him as he looked around at all of us Momo, Shoto, Ida, Kirishima, Izuku and then at me. For a moment, our eyes met. There was dirt on his face and ash on his hands, but his expression softened when he looked at me. You came too, he said. I wasn't going to let you face this alone. His jaw tensed, but then he nodded once. Thanks. It wasn't much, but it meant everything. As we ran into the night, I realized something. It wasn't just adrenaline that was making my chest feel so tight. It was all of them: Izuku, who still smiled through his pain and never gave up, even when his body faltered. Kirishima, who would throw himself into danger if it meant bringing someone back. Shoto, who remained calm when the world tilted. And Bakugo, who trusted us enough to take our hands even if he'd never admit it. I wondered how they were doing back home. Achiko, Mina, Denki. Did they know about our little adventure? Surely they would now. The cameras that had been surveying the fight would have caught us. Would they be angry with me? Probably. Each one lit a different fire in me, and I wasn't sure which one would burn brightest. Not yet. But I knew one thing for certain: each one meant the world, and I didn't want to lose any of them. We didn't speak. There was no need. We stood together: Kirishima, Momo, Shoto, Ida, Izuku, Bakugo, and me gathered in the dark alley beside the train station, our eyes locked on the massive screen mounted to the department store wall. The entire street had gone still, dozens of civilians frozen like statues as the live broadcast painted the night with fire and chaos. All Might was on the screen. So was he all for one? The monster, Bakugo muttered, fists clenched. All Might charged, but All for One was faster. With a flick of his wrist, he sent Gran Torino into the path of the punch. No! I gasped, a hand flying to my mouth. Gran Torino took the full brunt of the hit. The sound echoed through the city. On screen, All Might's expression shattered with horror as he caught his mentor's limp form. That villain used him as a shield, Izuku said, eyes wide, pupils trembling. And then reflected the power back, Shoto added. All Might recoiled as the force of his own punch slammed into him. On the screen, smoke and rubble filled the frame. He's not fighting to win, I whispered, my hands searching for something to hold onto. He's fighting to protect. All for One mocked him, claiming he only showed up to retrieve his disciple but stayed to bury the symbol of peace. He spewed venom hatred for how All Might rose to fame while he was cast in shadow. Then he lifted his hand again, power glowing. Another blast. But All Might wasn't done. He pulled Gran Torino away and threw a counterpunch with all he had. Detroit Smash versus Blast Wave. The screen shook. He's losing energy, Momo said quietly. I saw it too. He was moving slower, grunting harder. He was cracking. He's holding back, Ida said, because civilians are nearby. He doesn't want to risk anyone else, I said. Bakugo scoffed, but his voice was tight. Stupid old man. Always playing the martyr. On the screen, All Might hurled himself at All for One and grabbed his arm. Then he threw Gran Torino away for safety and punched his nemesis straight into the ground. The crowd watching on the street gasped. So did we. That was intense, Kirishima said. All Might staggered. His muscular form flickered, revealing part of his true self for the first time. I saw the horror rise in Izuku's eyes. No, they're all seeing it. The whole country, Momo breathed. A little girl nearby clutched her mother's leg. Mommy, what happened to All Might? The woman didn't answer, she didn't know how. All for One wasn't finished. He laughed and then spoke her name. Nana Shimura, he said. All Might froze. She died a failure. You know that, right? And her grandson is a villain. The worst of them. You didn't save him. You corrupted him just like she did. Izuku flinched. Bakugo growled. I stepped closer to Izuku. His breathing had grown rapid, his hands trembling. That's a lie, Izuku whispered. But All Might wasn't denying it. His shoulders slumped, and his glow dimmed. No, I said aloud. Don't listen to him. He's trying to break you. The civilians on the screen looked terrified. The symbol of peace, exposed and cracked. And then, don't give up, a voice called. It was the civilian All Might had saved. He stood up amid the chaos, fists raised. You can do it, All Might. Others joined in from the crowd on screen, from the one around us, from all over the country. Even Bakugo, under his breath, you idiot. Don't go dying now. Izuku took a step forward, fists clenched. Come on, All Might, please. One more. All Might stood tall. The last embers of One for All flared around his arm. He smiled. Oh, that smile, the best thing about my father. Never in my life have I felt as safe and cared for as I do under the gaze of that shining grin. My eyes began to water, and I tugged at my shirt. My voice was quiet, almost inaudible in the noisy surroundings. You can do it, Dad. You can't take away what I am, he told All for One. Being a symbol. It isn't about power. It's about hope. Gran Torino shouted. Wait, he's not done. From the sky, two figures appeared. Endeavor, Shoto said, voice taut. Edge shot too, Momo added. They attacked together, flame and blade, but all for one swatted them aside. 𝐇𝐢𝐠𝐴 arrived, helping evacuate the wounded. Tiger pulled the injured civilians to safety. The heroes rallied. The country watched. And all for one? He got angry. He activated his final move. Quirks stacked on quirks. His arms swelled, twisted, becoming something monstrous. That thing. I breathed. It's not an arm, Izuku said. It's a death sentence. All for one charged. All Might met him. Fist to fist. Light and darkness clashed. The impact shook the city. All Might was hit hard. His arm reverted. And then he tricked him. All Might shifted the power to his other arm. No way, Kirishima gasped. All for one realized the mistake too late. United States of Smash. The city shook. A whirlwind of wind and force ripped across the skyline. I felt the ground tremble beneath my feet. When the chaos cleared, All for one was down, trapped in a crater. All Might raised one arm, trembling. Izuku dropped to his knees, breath caught in his throat. Tears spilled from my eyes alongside his as I leaned against his back for support. Beside me, Bakugo whispered, "Old man. You actually did it." The screen cut to black. Then the world erupted in cheers. Civilians. Students. I looked at Izuku. Through his tears, he was smiling. My father had done it. He gave his last, his everything. And saved us all. The hospital room was too quiet. There was a rhythm to it, beeping monitors, the gentle buzz of overhead lights, the occasional shuffle of nurses beyond the door, but it all faded when I saw him. All Might, my father. He looked smaller. Bandages wrapped across his chest, one arm bound in tight gauze. His once imposing frame, the very image of strength, now sat sunken against the hospital pillows. The symbol of peace reduced to fragile flesh and aching lungs. And still, when he turned and saw me, he smiled. Not the performative grin the world was used to. This one was quieter. Kiddo, he rasped. That one word cracked everything in me. My throat tightened. I crossed the room in 4 quick steps and threw my arms around him. Dad. His arms wrapped around me, gently but with surprising strength. His chest heaved, and I felt him exhale against my shoulder. He buried his chin in my hair. I was so scared, I whispered. I know, he said. I was too. I pulled back just enough to look at him. His eyes were tired, rimmed red with exhaustion, but full of warmth. Relief. You did it, I said. You saved him. You saved us. I did what I had to, he replied. You know how it is. But you almost died. Not the first time, he said, managing a soft laugh. Probably won't be the last. I didn't laugh. He reached out and brushed my hair back behind my ear, just like when I was little. His hand lingered for a moment longer than it used to, like he was afraid this moment might slip away. I watched you, he said. With your friends. You were incredible. We only got Bakugo out because of everyone else. Izuku's plan. Shoto's ice ramp. Ida breaking rules for once. I smiled faintly. You should have seen him. I'll make sure to thank them, he said. But I'm thanking you first. Why? His fingers gently squeezed my hand. Because you've always been my reason. I blinked. Your reason? He nodded. I didn't become a hero just for justice or glory. I did it because I had to protect something. Someone. You're the only family I've got, kid. My breath caught. That warmth in my chest, it swelled and ached all at once. Even before you started school or wanting to be a hero, I wanted to build a world that would be safe enough for you to laugh freely in. I couldn't hold it in anymore. Tears spilled from my eyes as I leaned forward, resting my forehead against his shoulder. I'm so proud of you, he whispered. Not for being powerful, but for being kind. The dam broke. We didn't speak for several long moments. I just cried into his shoulder, and he held me. There was no symbol of peace here. No pro-hero. Just my dad. Just Toshinori Yagi. I stayed longer than I meant to. We talked for nearly an hour about little things. School, my friends, the mission. He was especially amused that Kirishima had bought night vision goggles online. Such a dork, I muttered, laughing. But the best kind. He chuckled. That's the kind of dork you want on your team. When the nurse came in and scolded him for sitting up too long, I gave his hand one last squeeze before standing up. I'll be back tomorrow, I said. You better be. As I turned to leave, he called after me. Kiddo. Yeah. Tell Bakugo I'm proud of him. I smiled. I will. The air outside the hospital was cooler than expected. The courtyard had a sort of tranquil hush to it, with garden lights casting gold halos across blooming flower beds. I found him there. Katsuki stood by the railing, back to me, arms folded tight across his chest. His shirt was rumpled, sleeves cut at the seams, and faint bruises shadowed his skin. His presence was like always sharp edges, coiled tension but quieter than usual. He didn't turn as I approached. You're okay, I said softly. Course I am, he muttered. I came to stand beside him. For a while we just looked out at the trees. He didn't speak. Neither did I. It wasn't awkward. He shifted his weight. I didn't need saving. I know. They keep saying I was rescued. That I was helpless or something. You weren't helpless. You were captured. You held your own the entire time. He made a low, frustrated sound. Still feels the same. I turned to look at him. You're not weak, Katsuki. His eyes flicked toward me. Just for a moment. You fought like hell. And even then, you didn't lose yourself. That strength. His shoulders tensed. Why did you come? I tilted my head. Because you were in danger. That's not what I meant. I hesitated. Then say what you mean. He clenched his jaw again, then exhaled hard through his nose. Why you? There was a question I didn't have a full answer to. I don't know, I admitted. But when I saw you disappear into that portal, I couldn't stop thinking about it. About you. About how I never said anything that mattered. He looked at me then. Fully. Eyes shadowed, jaw bruised, arms stiff, but his gaze was clear. You matter, he said. I blinked. What? You matter. You're not just some extra on the sidelines. You came for me. That means something. I wasn't the only one there, you know, I said, heart pounding. But you were the reason I didn't hesitate. Not this time. He ran a hand through his hair, muttering something that sounded like a curse under his breath. They told me I had the heart of a villain, he said. That I belonged with them. That I was already broken. My stomach dropped. But you didn't listen, I said. He barked out a short laugh. Of course I didn't. I'm too DMN stubborn. That's one of your better qualities. He smirked faintly. You've got weird taste. I'm learning that. We stood in silence again, but it felt different now. A shared quiet. I was scared, I admitted. When we pulled you out. I didn't know if you'd be the same. I'm not. I looked at him sharply. I'm not the same, he repeated. But I think that's okay. I nodded. Still angry? Always. But maybe angry for the right reasons now. His hand twitched at his side. Then he reached out, tentative, as if unsure of what he was doing. I met him halfway. Our fingers brushed, then slowly laced together. It was clumsy, hesitant, and everything in between. His voice came low, barely above a whisper. I don't know what this is yet. Neither do I. But I'm not letting go. I smiled. Then don't. He exhaled through his nose. You know, if you tell anyone I got sentimental in a hospital garden, I'll deny it forever. Oh please. You're still the guy who threatened to blow up my netta for stealing your fries. That's different. Fries are sacred. I laughed loud and genuine. It cracked a crooked grin. The tension between us softened, the weight of the past few days finally easing just a little. You're not alone anymore, Katsuki, I said. He squeezed my hand gently, leaning my head against his shoulder. Neither are you. When we walked back inside, our shoulders brushed. And I didn't pull away. The moving trucks arrived early. UA's campus was oddly peaceful under the bright morning sun, birds chirping overhead as if nothing had happened. Like our entire world hadn't tilted just days before. I stood at the edge of the sidewalk in front of Heights Alliance, the brand new dormitory built for us, suitcase in one hand and a small duffel over my shoulder. Behind me, the others trickled in. Ida was already ushering students to the correct side of the building with all the enthusiasm of a tour guide who'd skipped breakfast. Shoto walked beside Momo, his hands in his pockets, expression unreadable. Kirishima dragged a huge duffel with one hand and balanced a cardboard box full of protein powder on his shoulder. Katsuki. Well, Katsuki was silently glaring at his own suitcase as if it had insulted him. Looks kind of fancy for a punishment, huh? Kaminari said as he sidled up beside me, his yellow hair flopping messily over one eye. I mean, they are locking us inside for our safety, I replied. Pretty prison or not. He smirked. Still, it's nice of them to give us our own rooms. I call wall closest to the AC. You're not even on my floor. Yeah, but emotionally, we're sharing space. Try that line on Mina. Oh please, Mina's too cool for my emotional trauma, he said, tossing a grin toward her. Speak of the devil. Mina Ashido had arrived in full chaos mode, wearing glittery heart-shaped sunglasses and dragging a rolling suitcase that had been duct-taped in 3 different colors. This place better have decent closet space, she declared. Because I brought everything. Including my lava lamp. I thought lava lamps were banned, I said. Not if they're disguised as ambience-enhancing therapeutic devices. She winked. Kaminari gave her a thumbs up. Genius. Uraraka arrived next, humming to herself and carrying a bag nearly the size of her torso. She looked up at the dorm building with quiet awe. I've never had my own room before. The weight in her voice made me turn. It's yours now, I said. Make it something that's just for you. Her smile was small but genuine. Thanks. Inside, the dorm was even nicer than I expected, bright, airy, and full of potential. The living room on the first floor had wide windows, a full kitchen, and enough couch space to house at least 3 sleep-deprived group projects. Our rooms spiraled up across 5 floors, each person assigned their own private space. Remember, Aizawa said as he emerged from the side hallway, hair as chaotic as ever, we're doing this so you're under one roof and easier to protect. Don't treat this like a summer vacation. Yes, sensei, several of us chorused. Bakugo rolled his eyes and muttered something about babysitting. Aizawa glanced at him. And you especially. If you blow up a wall, you'll be sleeping in a tent on the sports field. Bakugo grunted. As the others started carrying their things inside, I lingered a moment in the doorway, watching the group fan out, laughing, lifting boxes, trying to remember whose room was where. This place was new. But the people? The people were home. My room was on the 4th floor, room 412, tucked in a corner beside Ochiko. The moment I stepped inside, I knew it was mine. Soft beige walls, a wide window that caught the sunlight just right, and a built-in desk that already had a little welcome packet from UA sitting neatly on top. I set my bags down and just took it in. It felt too clean, too untouched. So I got to work. I started with the basics: sheets, blankets, a couple of photos. One of Dad and I from when I was 7 that I would have to play off as a meet and greet if anyone asked. He was still in his hero prime, holding me on his shoulder while I waved a sparkler like it was a sword. The other was a group shot from the school project. Mina had photobombed with peace signs over both Kaminari and Zero's heads. Ida was mid-lecture. Uraraka was laughing. Shoto looked confused about why he was in the photo at all. And Izuku? He was off to the side, scribbling in his notebook, completely unaware we'd even taken the picture. I pinned both photos to the corkboard above my desk. Then I hung up my posters, one of a classic hero from Dad's time, another of my favorite animated show. On the windowsill, I set up a few small figurines and a jar of fairy lights that gave off a soft lavender glow. Last, I unpacked a folded blanket and draped it across the bed. Once everything was in place, I stood in the middle of the room and just breathed. It wasn't perfect, but it was mine. And that mattered more than anything. Okay, who wants the first room tour? Mina's voice echoed down the hallway. I poked my head out of my room in time to see her pop into the hallway wearing a feather boa and holding a toy microphone. I'll be your guide today. No photos, please, unless they catch my good side. Kaminari immediately tripped over his own feet trying to follow her. You had me at boa. I snorted. One door down, Uraraka leaned out of her own room, a small plant pot cradled in her hands. Is this going to be a regular thing? Only if we bribe her with strawberry mochi, I said. Mina struck a dramatic pose. My demands are non-negotiable. I'll chip in, Uraraka said, smiling. Mina turned to her, suddenly dropping the drama. Hey, how's your room? First time having your own space, right? Uraraka nodded slowly. Yeah, this. A little weird, honestly, but nice. I feel like I can breathe. Paint it pink, Mina said, as if that were the obvious solution. Pink walls fix everything. That sounds like a cry for help, I said. It is, she replied, smiling brightly. Later that evening, we all gathered in the shared living room. The coffee table was already littered with takeout wrappers and half-finished drinks. Kaminari was in the middle of telling a dramatic story about mistaking a teacher for a villain during a fire drill. He used way too much hand movement and somehow managed to knock over his soda twice. Look, I just saw a shadowy figure and panicked, he exclaimed. Yeah, Mina said. The shadowy figure was Aizawa in his sleeping bag. To be fair, I said, he does resemble a cryptid. Hey! Kaminari pointed at me. Don't help her. I'm just stating facts. He huffed and dramatically collapsed against the arm of the couch right next to me. You're lucky you're cute, he muttered under his breath, only half joking. Excuse me? I said, arching an eyebrow. Nothing, he squeaked. Mina burst out laughing. From the other side of the room, Uraraka leaned her head on my shoulder and sighed. Today was a lot, she said quietly. Too much. No, but enough to make it feel real, finally. I nodded, draping my arm over her. We're all still here, she added. That has to count for something. It does. Later that night, when the crowd thinned out, I stepped outside onto the small rooftop patio the dorms had. The air was cool, peaceful. I wasn't alone for long. Hey, Uraraka said, stepping up beside me. She held a blanket and 2 mugs. You looked like you needed a wind down. She handed me 1 mug hot cocoa, with a little marshmallow half dissolving on the top. Thanks. I think I'm going to decorate my room with stars, she said. The glow-in-the-dark kind. That's very you. She smiled. I want to wake up and feel like things are still possible. I looked over at her. You're not the only one. We sat together under the open sky, stars just starting to peek out. After a moment, she reached over and gently bumped my shoulder with hers. You make me feel like I can keep going, she said softly. You all of you. We're stronger because we're together. My throat tightened. I bumped her back. Always. It was quiet after curfew. Dorm lights flickered dimly behind closed doors. Outside, the breeze was cool and steady. Everything had settled since the Kamino fight. Since the rescue. Since Dad's secret had been revealed to the world. But inside me? Nothing was settled. I was caught in the current of something bigger. Not just responsibility or duty, but emotion. Connection. Love, maybe, though I wasn't sure yet if that word fit. All I knew was that something had been growing with each of them. Something I couldn't ignore. And I was running out of time to pretend it didn't matter. Ijiro Kirishima found me first. I was sitting under one of the trees behind Heights Alliance, legs tucked beneath me, fingers tangled in the grass. The night air was cool, and the stars blinked above like tiny sparks waiting to be lit. Yo, Kirishima said, plopping down beside me without asking. Yo, I echoed with a faint smile. Everything okay? Just thinking. Dangerous hobby, he said, his usual grin tugging at his mouth. I laughed just a little. Better than bottling it up. He leaned back, bracing his hands against the ground and staring up at the sky. You know, when we did the rescue mission, I kept wondering if I really belonged there. Everyone's got these epic quirks, right? I just get hard and punch things. But you're someone Katsuki trusts. That means everything. He glanced sideways at me, serious now. And I trust you. More than anyone. The words sat heavy between us. Not awkward, just meaningful. You always make things feel solid, I said. Like no matter what's falling apart, if you're standing next to me, I'll be okay. Then I'll keep standing there. As long as you want me to. You deserve that and so much more. I looked at him. Not the bright grin or the loud laugh. Just the boy with red hair and the softest heart. You really mean that? He nodded. I know I act tough, but you see me. Even the scared parts. The insecure parts. I like all of it, I said quietly. He blushed, rubbing the back of his neck. I don't want to be another guy just making your life harder. I know you've got choices. Hell, half the dorm's practically in love with you. I laughed again, genuine this time. I'm not trying to win a contest, he added, more serious. But I needed to say it. That I feel something for you. And I'd never take it lightly. He hesitated, then offered his hand. I took it. His grip was warm, steady. And suddenly I didn't feel quite so overwhelmed anymore. Izuku Midoriya caught me on the stairs later that night. He was walking back from the common room, a steaming mug in one hand, his other in the pocket of his hoodie. Bandages peeked from under his sleeves like silent reminders of everything he'd fought through. We froze when we saw each other, neither of us quite sure whether to speak or let the moment pass. He took the first step. I haven't had the chance to really check in with you, he said, voice quiet but earnest. Since everything. You don't have to check in, I said. I want to. I followed him back to the lounge. It was empty and dimly lit, the kind of stillness that makes you forget the world outside is still spinning. We sat on the couch close, but not touching. I've been thinking a lot lately, he started. About the future. About One for All. About All Might. About this. He glanced at me like he was afraid of what that last word might mean. There's so much I'm afraid of, he continued. Failing. Hurting people. Letting All Might down. Letting you down. You won't, I said. Not ever. He looked at me, eyes wide. How can you say that with so much certainty? Because I've seen the way you fight. The way you care. The way you never stop pushing forward, even when everything in you is breaking. That's not just strength, Izuku. That's what makes you a hero. His eyes shimmered. You always make me feel less alone. I leaned against his shoulder. He let me. No hesitation. He didn't speak again for a while. Just stared at the floor like the words were too much or not enough. Then, softly, I don't know what I'm allowed to want. It feels selfish with everything else going on. But I turned toward him. His face was flushed, but he met my gaze without looking away. I think about you. A lot, he said. When I'm planning, when I'm scared, when I'm trying to figure out how to keep going. It's your face I see. Your voice I hear. You ground me. I blinked, caught off guard by the quiet conviction in his voice. He set his mug down carefully on the floor and turned to face me fully. I want you to know that whatever choice you make, I'll support it. I'll be okay. But if there's even a part of you that feels what I feel, then I'd wait for you. His hand rested near mine, close but not quite touching. I closed the gap. We sat like that until the tea went cold. Katsuki Bakugo was waiting on the roof. I knew it before I even opened the access door. The air was sharp with tension, familiar like the stillness before a storm. He didn't turn around when I stepped onto the rooftop, he rarely did. He leaned forward on the railing, hands clenched, the wind pulling at his hair. "You following me now?" he muttered, not unkindly. "Just needed some air." He finally glanced at me, then back at the skyline. "You always say that when you're thinking too much. Comes with the territory," I said, stepping beside him. We stood in silence. It wasn't uncomfortable, just heavy. He let out a slow breath, the kind that sounded like it had been held in for too long. "I'm not good at this crap. Talking. Feeling. Whatever. I know. I'm better at exploding things. I know that too." He smirked faintly. "Figures." I turned to look at him, really look at him. His face was shadowed by the city lights, his expression unreadable but not as guarded as it used to be. "I think about you," he said suddenly, voice rough. "A lot more than I want to." I blinked. "You're in my head all the time, and it frustrates me because I don't know what to do with it." He turned to face me then, eyes blazing not with anger, but something else. Something raw. "You make me feel. Not weak, but like I don't have to pretend I'm invincible." My breath caught. "You don't." "I'm terrified I'll ruin everything," he admitted. "Like I always do. But you're the only person I'd try not to ruin it for." I stepped closer. "You're not a wrecking ball, Katsuki." He scoffed. "Sure feels like it sometimes. You're just trying. Like the rest of us." His voice lowered. "I'd protect you with everything I have. No second guesses. No holding back." I felt his hand hover near mine again, like earlier, and this time I didn't let it hover. I laced my fingers through his. He stared down at our hands for a long beat. "You make me want to be better." "You already are." "I'm still figuring out how to be this. Be with someone. But if I ever figure it out, I want you to be there." My heart was pounding. "I'll be here," I said. "As long as you want me to be." He didn't smile, but his thumb brushed across the back of my hand. And that said everything. Denki Kaminari surprised me. He found me in the kitchen around midnight when most of the dorm had gone quiet. I was making tea, bundled in an oversized hoodie and fuzzy socks, the glow from the electric kettle casting soft shadows on the counter. He walked in, rubbing one eye, his blonde hair flattened awkwardly on one side. "Late night crisis or just insomnia?" he asked, reaching automatically for a mug. "Bit of both." We sat on the counter in silence for a moment, steam rising between us. "I always think too much at night," he said finally, voice quieter than usual. "During the day, it's easier to laugh things off. Pretend everything's fine. But when it's dark, when it's just me, I remember every mistake." I looked at him. This wasn't the Kaminari people saw during the day, the goofball, the flirt, the class clown. This was someone honest. "But I know the feeling," I said. He glanced at me, his smile small but real. "You always seem like you've got it figured out. Even when everything's crashing down." "I don't," I admitted. "But I've learned to fake it when I have to." "Then I guess we're both good actors." We sat with that for a moment. Then he shifted, nudging my knee with his. "You ever think about the future?" he asked. "But really think about it?" "All the time." "Do you see me in it?" he asked, not quite looking at me. I didn't answer right away. I didn't have to. The way I looked at him must have said enough. He smiled again, more softly this time. "I don't need a yes. Not tonight. But if there's a version of that future where I'm holding your hand, I'll be happy." His hand brushed mine. "No pressure. Just presence." "I see it," I whispered. "And it doesn't feel so far away." Achiko Uraraka knocked on my door around 2 a.m. I opened it to find her wrapped in a blanket like a cloak, her eyes a little red around the edges, as if she'd been crying or laughing too hard. "I couldn't sleep," she said. "Mind if I come in?" I nodded and let her in. We sat together on my bed, the blanket spread over both our legs, knees touching. "You'd think after everything we've seen, we'd be used to fear," she said softly. "But sometimes I still wake up and forget where I am. Or who made it out. You're not alone in that." She looked at me. "You've always been there for everyone else. You make the rest of us feel like we can keep going." I swallowed. "I think I'm just trying to hold on like the rest of you." "Well, you're doing a good job of it." We sat in silence for a moment. The kind of silence that doesn't press down but wraps around you instead. She turned to me, hesitating. "I've been thinking a lot about what I want. What kind of life I'm fighting for. And you're in it." The words hit me like a quiet meteor, slow, glowing, impossible to ignore. "I didn't mean to fall for anyone," she said. "Especially not with all this chaos around us. But it happened. And I don't regret it." She reached out and gently laced her fingers through mine. "I know you've got decisions to make. I won't rush you. But if you ever choose me, I'll choose you back without hesitation." I squeezed her hand. That was the thing about Achiko. She never rushed anything, but when she finally moved, she was impossible not to follow. Mina Ishido was outside dancing. It wasn't unusual for her Mina lived like every moment could be a scene from a musical, but there was something different about the way she spun under the moonlight tonight. Barefoot on the grass, music pulsing from her earbuds, she twirled like she didn't need gravity. She caught sight of me and grinned, pulling me into the moment without asking. "Come on," she called. "Let's shake off the gloom." I laughed as she pulled me into a circle, our feet crunching on the dew-soaked grass. When we finally collapsed onto the lawn, dizzy and breathless, she lay back with a dramatic sigh. "Being alive is exhausting." "Agreed." She turned to me. "You've been in your head a lot lately." "I guess I'm just trying to figure out where I stand. With everything. With everyone." She didn't tease or push, she simply nodded. "Yeah, I get that." Silence stretched between us until she said, "You know, I joke around a lot. I flirt, I play, I laugh. It's kind of my whole thing. It suits you. But it's not all of me." Her voice softened. "When I really like someone, I want them to see all of me. Not just the fun." I turned toward her. "I see you," I said. She smiled, less bright, more sincere. "Good. Because you're a little bit of sunshine yourself. And I like that about you." Her pink fingers brushed against mine. Gently. "I don't know who you're going to choose," she whispered. "But I wanted you to know I'd be happy if it was me." My heart raced. It wasn't just the dance, it was her sparkling and real, waiting without pressure. Shoto Todoroki met me by the vending machines just before sunrise. I had wandered down the hall in search of water and found him already there, tea in hand, bathed in the pale blue light of early morning. He offered me a bottle wordlessly, and I accepted. "Trouble sleeping?" he asked. "Always." We sat together on the bench outside the dorm, the sky beginning to bloom in streaks of orange and pink. "You've been distant," I said gently. He looked away. I didn't know how to be close. "Not to you. Not to anyone." I waited for him to continue. "I've been afraid of wanting too much," he admitted, "and afraid of hurting people by not knowing how to show it." "You've never hurt me." He glanced at me. "I've wanted to say something for a while. But I didn't want to make things harder for you." My heart thudded. "What would you have said?" "That you make me feel warm in a way I didn't think I could. And when I'm around you, I'm not afraid of being my father. I'm just me." I took his hand. "Then be with me. For as long as you want to be." His fingers wrapped around mine like they belonged there. We sat until the sun fully crested the horizon, and in that quiet light, I felt something inside me shift. Back in my room, I sat on the bed and stared at the photos on my wall. I'd spent so long thinking about becoming stronger, braver, a hero. But no one warned me about how hard it would be to fall in love. Or how easy. I saw kindness in Izuku, fire in Katsuki, loyalty in Kirishima. I felt light with Denki, grounded with Achiko, alive with Mina, steady with Shoto. And I cared for all of them. But I couldn't keep dodging this forever. Soon I would have to choose. And someone's heart would break. Maybe even mine. The hallway to my dad's hospital room was brighter in the mornings. The sun streaming through the tall windows and the faint smell of antiseptic made the place feel less like a ward and more like a place where people healed. I knocked twice on the door before letting myself in. He was awake, sitting up with the bed tilted at an angle, poking at a tray of hospital food as if it had personally offended him. "That stuff won't surrender just because you glare at it," I said. He looked up and brightened instantly. "Kiddo, you look better. Better than the gelatin cube on this plate, that's for sure." He pushed the tray aside with exaggerated disgust. "What brings you here this early?" I hesitated. "I needed advice." His smile softened, and he patted the side of the bed. "Of course, so lay it on me." I sat down and looked at him. Really looked. Even tired and worn down, he had that same warmth in his eyes. The one that said he'd listen even if he didn't have all the answers. "It's about..." I swallowed. "Love." He blinked. Oh, yeah. As in? Yes. With multiple people." His eyes widened. I knew it. I knew Kaminari was flirting too much. Wait, multiple? I laughed despite myself. "Dad." He dragged a hand down his face. "I thought villains were scary. This is worse. You dated someone once, right? Once? Kiddo, I was a public figure. I got fan mail and perfume and packages with glitter bombs. But real dating? I was too busy running off to fight crime. I didn't have time to figure out what love really felt like." He tilted his head. "But I know this: if someone makes you feel seen, makes you laugh when you want to cry, makes you want to be better without demanding you change. That's love worth chasing." I nodded slowly. "They all do in their own ways. Then the trick is figuring out who you can build with. Who steadies you. Who challenges you in the right way. And who makes the world quieter just by standing next to you." He reached over and held my hand. "No pressure. But just know, whoever you choose, there'll be one lucky little punk." I laughed again, blinking back the sting in my eyes. "Thanks, Dad." He wagged his eyebrows. Just don't tell Bakugo I said that. He already walks around like he invented oxygen. After leaving the hospital, I headed straight back to the dorms. There was one more thing I had to do before making any decision. I needed my friends. 𝐇𝐢𝐭 was in her room, half asleep on a pile of lyric sheets and tangled earbud cords. Love advice? She asked, sitting up. From me. You're good at reading people. And not bullshitting. Fair. She scooted over to make room for me and plucked a cord out of her hoodie. Who's the lucky wait? Plural? Plural. She let out a long whistle. DMN. And I thought I had complicated feelings. You do. Touché. I told her everything about the rooftop with Bakugo, the stairs with Izuku, the field with Kirishima, the dance with Mina, the silence with Shoto, the tea with Denki, and the night with Uraraka. She stared at me. So basically, you've become the star of a romantic shoujo drama and forgot to invite me to watch? Sorry. No, I'm proud of you. Honestly though? Here's the thing. Being wanted by a bunch of incredible people is flattering, sure. But you have to ask yourself who makes you feel like you. I nodded. Pick the one who makes you feel like music. Leave it to 𝐇𝐢𝐭 to phrase it that way. Yaoyorozu was next. I found her in the study lounge, surrounded by color-coded notes and 3 reference books opened at once. Love dilemma? She asked as I approached. I nodded. She closed her book instantly. Then I shall give it my full attention. You don't have to stop studying. Love is a subject worth studying, she said seriously. I explained my situation. Her face didn't show shock, just calm, thoughtful processing. I think it's natural to feel conflicted, she said after a moment. Romantic affection is complex. More so when multiple people offer you different but equally meaningful versions of it. Exactly. I suggest you make a list of how each person makes you feel. Not pros and cons, but adjectives. Safety, excitement, joy, peace. See which emotions repeat. That was the most Yaoyorozu advice I could have received. And remember, she added, smiling gently, choose the person who inspires your best self, not your perfect self. Ida was in the common room, practicing a speech in front of a mirror. Hey, I said. Got a second? Always. I told him everything. He blinked. Twice. Then turned pink to his ears. That is quite the emotional conundrum, he declared. Romance is not my area of expertise, but I shall do my best. He paced twice, then stopped. You are a remarkable person. It is no wonder so many have found themselves drawn to your spirit. But what matters most is your happiness, mutual respect, and emotional growth. That was actually very wise. I read a book. Ciro was in the lounge, making a chain of tape flowers for no reason whatsoever. Romantic crisis? Count me in. I sat. He leaned forward like he was listening to the juiciest gossip. When I finished, he let out a low whistle. Wow. You've got options. That's not helpful. He laughed. Okay. Here's what I think. The right one will be the person who makes you feel like you can breathe. Not the one who makes your heart race, though that's nice too, but the one who makes you feel like you're already home. I blinked. What? I can be deep. That was beautiful. I contain multitudes. That night, I lay on my bed, staring at the ceiling. Everyone had given me a piece of the answer. Dad with his warmth. 𝐇𝐢𝐭 with her poetry. Momo with her logic. Ida with his sincerity. Ciro with his unexpected depth. And now it was my turn. I closed my eyes. And the answer came. Clear as the stars outside my window. The stars were brighter than they had any right to be, considering everything we'd been through. I sat on the roof of the dorms, legs pulled to my chest, the night's breeze cooling the sweat still lingering from late-night training. Even now, after the war, the dorm curfew, the security walls, and the silence that always followed a hard-fought peace, it still didn't feel real. Like any second now, it could all fall apart again. But tonight, the sky was quiet. I didn't expect him to find me. Not that I was hiding. FN, a familiar voice called softly. I looked back, and there he was, messy hair and a sleepy hoodie, his presence instantly making my chest feel lighter. Kirishima, I said, smiling before I could help it. You're up late. He rubbed the back of his neck, a little sheepish. Could say the same for you. Thought I saw someone come up here. Didn't want you to get cold or anything. I laughed quietly. You thought I'd freeze? He grinned. Hey, it's not impossible. Hero in training or not, we're still human. He walked over and sat beside me, close but not too close, that respectful distance he always kept unless invited otherwise. That was the thing about Kirishima, he never pushed. Not even when others did. You okay? He asked after a moment. His voice was gentle, a little husky from sleep, but serious. I hesitated, eyes drifting to the sky. I don't know. I think I've been pretending to be okay. Just to keep things moving. To be strong for everyone. Even now? He asked. With me? The question caught me off guard. I turned toward him, surprised at how earnest he looked. Like he already knew the answer and just wanted to hear me say it. My shoulders sagged. Yeah. Even now. Kirishima leaned forward, resting his arms on his knees. You don't have to be perfect, you know. I blinked. I know. I mean it. Not just as a hero. As a person. You've been through so much and you still put everyone before yourself. That's amazing. But it's okay to lean on someone sometimes. That struck deeper than I wanted it to. I'd spent so long trying to live up to the version of me that everyone expected, the girl all might raised, the classmate people looked to for leadership, the one with a quirk so powerful it scared even me. But Kirishima never treated me like a title or a symbol. He just treated me like, You always say stuff like that, I whispered. Things that make it hard to breathe. He looked startled. Wait, did I? I didn't mean to upset you. No, I interrupted, smiling sadly. You didn't upset me. You just made me realize something I've been trying to avoid. He fell silent, watching me with those warm, honest eyes. Not prying. Just listening. I drew in a breath. That night, during the League's attack. When we thought we'd lost Bakugo. I remember looking around at everyone, seeing how devastated they were. You, Ida, Shoto, Momo, Izuku. I thought about what it would feel like if any of you were gone. Kirishima nodded slowly. Yeah, that was rough. But when I thought about you, I said, voice softening, it was different. It wasn't just fear. It was panic. Like the world would stop turning. His eyes widened just slightly. I don't think I ever said it out loud, not even to myself, I continued, but I've always felt safer when you're around. Not because you're strong. Not because of your quirk. But because you show up. You always show up. You never run away. Even when it's hard, even when you're scared, you stay. He looked away for a second, maybe overwhelmed, maybe trying not to show how much that meant. And when I'm with you, I added, voice shaking now, I don't feel like I have to be perfect. Silence settled between us, but not the heavy kind. It was filled with something raw. I think I love you, I whispered. It was the first time I'd ever said it. And it was terrifying. But then Kirishima turned back to me, and he wasn't smiling like he always did. He was serious. Serious in a way I rarely saw. You mean that? He asked. I nodded. I do. He let out a breath, half a laugh, half a gasp, like he'd been holding it for years. Wow, he said. Is that a good wow? I asked, heart pounding. He looked at me then, eyes bright and full of something that nearly knocked the air out of my lungs. Yeah, he said. That's the best wow I've ever felt. And then he moved closer. Not too fast. Just enough. I've liked you for so long, I don't even remember when it started, he said. Maybe it was the first time you smiled at me like I wasn't just another loud guy. Or when you stood up for me when I doubted myself. Or maybe it was when you laughed at one of my terrible puns during lunch and made it sound like the funniest thing in the world. I laughed, tears brimming in my eyes. I wanted to tell you so many times, he admitted, but I didn't want to put pressure on you. You already had so much going on. I didn't want to be another thing you had to carry, and yet I let it slip anyway. Kirishima. But hearing you say that, he interrupted gently. That I make you feel like you don't have to be perfect? That's all I ever wanted. To be someone you could be real with. He leaned in, his forehead resting lightly against mine. I love you too, he whispered. And just like that, everything in me that had been knotted tight for months finally let go. We kissed soft, sure, like something we'd both been waiting to fall into for a long time. When we finally pulled back, his thumb brushed my cheek. I promise, he said, no matter what comes next, villains, exams, media scandals, whatever, I'm with you. Always. I smiled through my tears. You already were. He leaned back, pulling me into his side, his arm wrapped around my shoulder as I curled against him. We sat like that for a while, watching the stars. There was no music. No confetti. No epic battle. Just two people, sitting quietly on a rooftop after everything, finally figuring out how to be honest. And it felt more powerful than anything we'd fought for. Because the truth was, I didn't need fireworks. I didn't need perfection. I just needed him. Eijiro Kirishima. Unbreakable, loyal, gentle-hearted Kirishima. And he chose me back. The sound of the punching bag filled the gym long after lights out. I stood at the doorway, arms crossed, watching Katsuki's fists hammer into the reinforced leather like he wanted to punch the whole world into silence. His shirt clung to him with sweat, strands of blonde hair stuck to his forehead. Every hit was precise, controlled barely. You'll hurt yourself if you keep locking your elbow like that, I said, stepping inside. He didn't turn. I'm not a fool. I know what I'm doing. Just saying. I walked to the side and sat on the bench, watching him go at it again. He didn't ask why I was here. He didn't have to. This was the fourth night in a row I'd found him down here after curfew. Ever since the 𝐸𝐭 incident. Ever since that day. He wasn't sleeping. None of us were real. But he was pushing himself like if he stopped for even a second, everything would collapse. 𝐸𝐠𝐡𝐞𝐬𝐭, I said softly. His fist paused midair. That alone told me something was wrong. He always reacted strangely when I said his name like that. I'm fine, he said, but his voice had that crackly edge. The one he got when he was lying. I got up, walking toward him. You were kidnapped. Held hostage. Watched All Might fight a monster with your name in his mouth. You're not fine. He finally turned toward me. His expression was tight, unreadable. But his hands? They were shaking. He muttered, glancing down. You shouldn't be here. You don't actually believe that. He turned his back to me, pulling off the gloves and tossing them onto the bench. I froze up, he said. What? At 𝐸𝐭. I could have blasted that warp freak or fried shigaraki. But I didn't. I let them grab me. I stood there and let them. 𝐸𝐠𝐡𝐞𝐬𝐭. And then you all, his voice hitched. He didn't turn. You risked your lives to get me back. You could have been killed. You almost were. I stepped closer. We wanted to, I said. We wanted to bring you home. I didn't deserve it. The words hit harder than I expected. I stared at him at the back of the boy who never admitted weakness, never stopped fighting, never let anyone see just how much he cared. You think you deserve to stay with them? He didn't answer. You think you deserve to die? That made him turn, his eyes burning. I think it would have been easier, he snapped. If I didn't make it, then I wouldn't have to see the way everyone looks at me now. Like I'm broken. Like I'm a problem they have to fix. My chest twisted. I don't look at you that way. He faltered. You should. I shook my head, stepping closer until I was right in front of him. You're not broken, 𝐸𝐿𝐠𝐡𝐞𝐬𝐭. You're hurting. There's a difference. His jaw clenched. Don't. Don't what? Don't say my name like that. Why? Because it hurts, he said, almost shouting. Because every time you say it, I think about all the things I'll never get to tell you. And I hate that. I froze. What do you mean? He looked away. I mean, he said, quieter now, that I've wanted to say something since day one. Even that one time I messed up. I yell. I push you away. I say the wrong thing. I reached up, cupping his cheek before I even thought about it. He flinched at first but didn't move. 𝐸𝐿𝐠𝐡𝐞𝐬𝐭, I whispered again. Just say it. His eyes searched mine. And for the first time since 𝐸𝐭, they weren't angry. They were scared. I love you, he said. The silence that followed was louder than any explosion he'd ever made. I love you, he said again, like he didn't believe I'd heard him. I'm a mess, I'm loud, I suck at this, but I've loved you for so long, I don't even know what it's like not to. My breath hitched. Because the truth was I knew how I felt. Somewhere in the heat of our arguments, the way he always stood a little too close during training, the way he growled when I got hurt but never said anything more than fool, I knew. And I hadn't let myself feel it. Because loving 𝐸𝐿𝐠𝐡𝐞𝐬𝐭 Bakugo meant opening a part of myself I'd been afraid to look at. But now, I took his hand. I love you too, I said. His eyes widened. What? I love you, I repeated. Even when you yell. Even when you act like a total fool. Even when you call me names but then make sure I get the last meat bun at lunch. I stepped closer, pressing my forehead to his. You don't have to always be the best. You don't have to make up for what happened. You don't owe anyone anything but yourself. He was trembling now. Not from fear. I slid my arms around his shoulders, holding him close, knowing he would never ask me to. I'm still mad at you for calling me extra the first week of school, I murmured into his shoulder. I was scared you'd actually be better than me, he admitted, his voice muffled. I am better than you. He scoffed, a little choked. Shut up. Make me. And then he kissed me. It wasn't soft or slow. It was 𝐸𝐿𝐠𝐡𝐞𝐬𝐭, fiery, intense, and honest. It made my knees weak and my heart race. When we pulled apart, he rested his forehead against mine, still catching his breath. You're mine now, he muttered. I smiled. Wasn't I already? He growled low in his throat. Say it again. What? That you love me. I leaned in, brushing my lips against his. I love you. And for once, he didn't have a witty reply, just a soft, overwhelmed silence, the kind that comes when someone's world feels a little safer. UA at night was a different world. The quiet halls, the faint humming of distant electronics, and the way the moonlight filtered through the windows, painting pale silver across the dorm floor, it all felt still. After everything we had survived, that silence should have brought peace. But it didn't. Not for me. I stood in the common room, barefoot on the cold tile, staring out at the open campus. A late spring storm had rolled in earlier that day, raining unexpectedly like some leftover emotion that hadn't settled with the others. It reminded me of him, the boy who never smiled unless you really looked, the boy who stood in fire and ice yet still chose gentleness. I heard the door open behind me, light footsteps. You'll catch a cold, Todoroki said softly, his voice barely above the hum of the heater. I didn't look back. You and I both know that won't happen. The pause. Still not sleeping well? He asked. I turned slightly, catching a glimpse of him. He was in sweatpants and a hoodie, his hair a little messy, like he had run his hand through it too many times. He looked like the version of himself most people didn't get to see. I guess I was hoping the rain would help, I said, my voice softer than I expected. He stepped beside me, following my gaze to the window. It's strange, he said after a moment. I thought I hated the cold. I glanced at him. You don't. I did, he said. For a long time. It reminded me of things I didn't want to remember: my mother, my childhood, my left side. I watched his breath fog the window, his hands still in his pockets. But now, he continued, it doesn't feel so heavy. I nodded slowly. Maybe it's not the cold that changed. He looked at me then, brows slightly furrowed. You think I did? You're still changing. He blinked. That's a good thing, right? I smiled. It's the best thing. We stood in silence for a while. It wasn't awkward, it never was with him. It was just reflective, like we were both waiting for something neither of us wanted to say first. So, of course I said it. Shoto, I began, surprising even myself by using his first name, can I ask you something? He turned his full attention to me, and the room suddenly felt much smaller. Anything. Why me? I asked, my heart racing. You could have anyone. You're brilliant, powerful, thoughtful. And yet you confessed to me. Why? He looked at me for a long time, not analyzing or calculating, just seeing. When I'm with you, he said slowly, I feel like I'm allowed to want things. I frowned, confused. He continued. All my life, people told me what I should want, what I was made for, what my future needed to be. Even when I rebelled, it was always in response to that. Never for myself. He looked down, a faint flush on his cheeks. But you never expected me to be anything other than who I am. You saw me. Not my quirk. Not my family. Me. I swallowed hard. When I realized that, he said, his voice quiet but steady, I started to think maybe I could be more. That I could want things just for myself. Like peace. Like laughter. Like you. My breath caught. Shoto. I don't know how to say these things right, he admitted. I don't have the practice. But when I think about my future, when I picture the kind of life I want to fight for, you're always there. Tears came before I could stop them. Because I hadn't let myself want it. Not really. Not when so many others were still hurting. Not when we were still rebuilding our world. I thought if I chose someone, if I allowed myself that kind of softness, it would make me selfish. But he made it feel like survival. Like warmth after years of cold. I love you, I said, my voice breaking. He inhaled sharply. I didn't want to, I confessed. Not because I don't feel it. Because I do. So much it hurts. But I was scared. He stepped closer. Of what? Of needing someone, I said. Of needing you. Because if I lost you. He reached out, gently brushing my tears away. You won't, he said. You can't promise that. I can, he said, because I'm choosing to stay. With you. As long as you'll have me. I stepped forward before I could change my mind, wrapping my arms around him and pressing my face to his chest. He stiffened for a second, startled, but then melted into it, his arms winding around me with quiet reverence. His heartbeat was steady. His embrace was solid. He was real. We stood like that for a long time. When I finally pulled back, his hands slid to my cheeks. Is this okay? He asked, his voice barely a whisper. I nodded. And he kissed me. It was soft and warm, with no sign of clumsiness or greed, just right. When he pulled back, his forehead rested against mine. I've wanted to do that for a while, he murmured. I'm glad you waited, I whispered. He smiled, not the practiced, polite kind, but the real kind. The kind that started in his eyes and spread to every part of him, thawing something deep in his chest. We sat on the couch after that, my head on his shoulder, his fingers lightly laced with mine. Neither of us said much. We didn't have to. Because this was it. The beginning. Not of something perfect. Not of some dramatic, sweeping romance. Just two people who had been shaped by fire and ice, finding the quiet space between the storms. Finding each other. I couldn't sleep. It had become a routine lately, me, wandering the dorm halls at ungodly hours, hoping the silence would settle my thoughts. It never really did. I found myself in the common room, hugging my knees on the couch in the dark. The moonlight spilled through the windows, silver and quiet, but my mind was anything but calm. I didn't know when it started, these feelings, but I knew who they were about. Achiko Uraraka. And that scared me. Because it wasn't just a fleeting crush or half-hearted interest. It was deeper, like gravity pulling me in every time she laughed, every time she reached out without asking, every time she made me believe we were still allowed to feel something good even in the middle of a war zone. And the truth? I didn't want to fight it anymore. The sound of soft footsteps made me turn. FN. Her voice was sleep-soft, warm and confused. NN, what are you doing? I smiled faintly. Couldn't sleep. Me neither, she said, rubbing her eyes with the sleeve of her hoodie. She looked at me for a moment, then crossed the room and sat down beside me like it was the most natural thing in the world. To us. Is it weird I feel more tired now that things are? Kind of okay? She asked. No, I said. It's like all the weight we've been carrying finally hit at once. She nodded, thoughtful. I thought I'd feel relieved, but instead I just feel heavy. I looked over at her, illuminated by the glow of the window. Her face was calm, but I could see the exhaustion beneath it. Not just physical, emotional. Like she'd been holding too much inside for too long. Knew that feeling. I've been thinking about you, I said before I could stop myself. She blinked. About me? I nodded, my heart racing now that I'd actually said it. I've been thinking about us. What you said before. About how you liked me. About how you were scared to let yourself feel it because being a hero meant putting other people first. Her expression softened, and she looked down at her hands. I remember, she said quietly. I didn't say anything back then. I wasn't ready. I thought, if I focused on training, on the mission, on everything else, maybe I wouldn't have to make that choice. 𝐸𝐿 nodded, still silent. But that night, during the attack at camp, I realized something. She finally looked at me. I've always admired you, I said. For your bravery, your heart, your determination. You say you wanted to become a hero to help your parents, but you've never hesitated to risk your life for complete strangers. You're kind even when it's inconvenient. You lift people up literally and emotionally. She laughed softly at that and I smiled. I don't think I ever said this out loud because I was scared, I admitted. But I'm not scared anymore. I turned to her fully now, my heart in my throat. I like you, 𝐸𝐿. And not just as a friend just. I think I love you. She stared at me wide-eyed. I don't know when it started. Maybe it was the day you cheered me up after I messed up during training. Or maybe it was when you held my hand during that first rescue drill when we were both nervous. But I've felt it for a while now. And I'm tired of pretending I don't. She opened her mouth, then closed it again. I panicked for half a second, but then she leaned forward and placed her hand gently over mine. You mean that? She asked. I nodded. I love you too, she said, her voice just above a whisper. Liked you for so long it hurt sometimes. My heart nearly stopped. I didn't want to say anything after you didn't respond, she added. I thought maybe you didn't feel the same. Or that I'd made things awkward. You didn't, I said quickly. I was the awkward one. I just didn't know how to handle something good in the middle of everything falling apart. She smiled soft and a little sad. I get that, she said. Every time I thought about you, I felt selfish. Like wanting you meant I wasn't taking being a hero seriously enough. But that's not true, I said. We're still people. We're allowed to want something for ourselves. 𝐸𝐿 nodded. I needed to hear that. A beat passed. Then she reached up and tucked a strand of hair behind my ear, her fingers brushing my cheek. You make me feel like I can float even when I'm not using my quirk, she whispered. I let out a choked laugh, smiling through sudden tears. That's the cheesiest thing I've ever heard you say. She laughed too, teary-eyed. Yeah, she said. But it's true. We leaned in at the same time. The kiss was soft, gentle, like a secret finally shared. When we pulled apart, I rubbed my nose against hers, our breaths mingling. I've wanted to do that for so long, she admitted. Me too. Her fingers tangled with mine, and we sat like that for a long while, letting the silence hold us. Eventually, she spoke again, quieter this time. I know things won't always be easy. Being heroes. It's dangerous and complicated. But I think loving someone shouldn't feel like a liability. It should feel like something worth protecting. I nodded. It does. She leaned her head on my shoulder, and I rested mine against hers. Outside, the first hints of dawn crept into the sky, painting soft colors over the last of the stars. And for the first time in what felt like forever, I didn't feel like I was falling apart. I felt like I was floating. Because 𝐸𝐿 was beside me. And that was enough. Why are you awake? I asked, stepping into the kitchen at 2:11 a.m. Denki Kaminari was standing in front of the open fridge in pajama pants and a Pikachu hoodie, eating shredded cheese directly from the bag. He jumped. Oh no. I wasn't doing anything suspicious. I stared at him, then raised an eyebrow. Cheese? I'm stress eating. I crossed my arms. You're not even eating it on anything. He shrugged, sheepish. Shredded cheese is versatile. And comforting. I laughed despite myself, walking over to sit on one of the stools at the counter. Rough night. Not really, he said, shutting the fridge and flopping into the seat across from me. Just, my brain's zapping around too much. I rested my chin on my hand. Funny. You're the electric one, and I'm the one short-circuiting. He smiled, a little tired around the edges. You too, huh? I nodded. Ever since 𝐸𝐭. His expression dimmed slightly. I can't stop thinking about everything that happened, I admitted. Everything that could have gone wrong. How close we came to losing Katsuki. How close we came to losing each other. Denki's usual energy softened. He looked at me, serious for once. I know, he said. I still have dreams about it. Sometimes I'm back in that forest and you're the one who doesn't make it out. I went still. He cleared his throat, rubbing the back of his neck. I don't usually tell people that part. Why me? He blinked. What? Why do you tell me that? He smiled faintly. Because you never laugh when I'm scared. I looked closely at him, the boy who always played the clown, who shocked himself just to make the class laugh, who flirted with everyone but never meant it too seriously. Except with me. Maybe I should have seen it sooner. The way he always stood a little closer during group missions. How he'd dive between me and a villain without hesitation, even though he couldn't take a hit like Kirishima or blast like Todoroki. The way he looked at me when I wasn't paying attention. Like I was the only thing anchoring him to the ground. Can I ask you something? I said. He nodded quickly. Anything. Why did you tell me you liked me? His face turned red. Because I do. I raised an eyebrow. He groaned, dramatically letting his head fall to the counter. Okay, I know I joke around a lot, but that wasn't a bit. I meant it. I've always meant it. I smiled. You just don't usually sound serious. He peeked up. You want serious? I nodded. He sat up straighter, exhaled, and looked me dead in the eyes. I love you, he said. I froze. Not in a goofy, flirty way. Not because you're attractive though you are, don't get me wrong, Denki, let me finish or I'll lose my nerve. I shut my mouth. I love you, he said. Again quieter this time. Because you see me. Not just the surface me. Not just the Kaminari fried his brain again guy. You see the part of me that's scared. The part that doesn't always feel like a real hero. And you never make me feel like I have to prove I belong. You don't laugh at me. Something in my chest cracked. I watch you all the time, he admitted. You're so strong. You carry everyone. You fight fiercely and never ask for help. But you should. I looked down at my hands. I'm not good at that. I know, he said. But I want to be someone you can ask. He reached out, his hand warm against mine. I looked up. I want to be that person for you. Not just when we're joking around. Always. I stared at him, heart pounding. I was going to wait, I whispered. To figure things out. To make sure no one got hurt. But I realized something tonight. What? That when I'm hurting, I look for you first. He blinked. Wait. That when I feel like I'm falling apart, it's your silly jokes that glue me back together. His eyes were wide now. That when the world feels too heavy, your voice is the one that makes it light again. I leaned forward, my free hand sliding over his. And I love you too. Denki made a tiny sound, somewhere between a gasp and a static buzz. I'm not perfect despite it all, I said. I get scared. I bottle things up. I push people away. But when you look at me, I don't feel like a burden. I feel like I matter. You do, he said, voice breaking. You matter so much. He stood up, pulling me with him. Is it okay if I kiss you now? I nodded. He kissed me like he meant it. Like he'd been holding it in forever and finally got to exhale. His hand slid behind my neck, the other resting on my waist, grounding me like a live wire that had found its match. We broke apart only when we had to breathe. Wow, he whispered. That was... wow. I laughed. I think you shorted out my brain. Good, he said, grinning, eyes brighter than I'd ever seen. Now you know how it feels. I shoved him lightly. He caught my hand and twined our fingers together. Does this mean I get to call you my girlfriend now? He asked. You're lucky I like you, I teased. He smiled. Yeah, I am. We stayed there for a while, in the middle of the kitchen under the dim light of the stove vent, hands clasped, hearts racing. And when he pulled me in again, softer this time, I knew I'd made the right choice. Because loving Denki Kaminari wasn't about lightning bolts or dramatic declarations. It was about laughter in the dark. A hand held tight in yours when you're scared. And the kind of spark that doesn't just light up a room, it lights up a life. The dorm lights were off, but I heard music drifting from the common room, low, soft, lo-fi beats coming from someone's phone speaker. I followed the sound. And found Mina. She was dancing. Alone. Slowly, quietly. Barefoot in the dark, the moonlight painting silver streaks in her pink hair as she swayed side to side, eyes closed. The kind of dancing that wasn't for show, just for feeling. I stopped in the doorway, struck dumb. She looked peaceful. Like she wasn't carrying the same weight the rest of us were, like the trauma and stress of our hero training hadn't touched her. But I knew better. Mina smiled because she chose to. She laughed because she wanted us to feel safe. And I'd started to realize too late, maybe that the way she lit up a room wasn't just a quirk of personality. It was survival. And she'd done it for me more times than I could count. "Are you gonna stand there all night?" she called without turning. I blinked. "How'd you know it was me?" She grinned over her shoulder. "Your steps sound like you're thinking too hard." I walked in, kicking off my slippers and sinking into the couch. "I didn't know you danced like that." Mina shrugged, spinning in a lazy circle. "Helps me clear my head. Everything's so loud during the day, you know? Sometimes I need to just move it out." I watched her in silence, the music thrumming through the quiet. It wasn't flashy. It wasn't a performance. It was her. Raw, beautiful, unfiltered her. "I've been thinking about you," I said, surprised to hear the words aloud. She stopped, blinking. "But recently?" she asked carefully. "Like for a while now," I said. "And I think it's time I stop pretending I haven't." She stepped closer, her eyes wide now, not panicked, just listening. "You remember when we first met?" I asked. "You walked right up to me like we were already friends. Called me cutie, showed me a picture on your phone as if we'd known each other forever." Mina laughed softly. "Yeah. You looked a little overwhelmed. But you made it easy," I said. "To breathe. To laugh. To want to be here." I stood now, nervous, but I didn't let it stop me. "You're the one who made me feel like I was allowed to be human. That I didn't have to act strong all the time. And somewhere along the line, I started looking for you first. Every time I felt off. Every time I needed to laugh. Every time something good happened, I wanted to share it." Mina's hands were clasped in front of her, her mouth slightly open. "I don't know when I started falling for you," I whispered. "But I don't want to ignore it anymore." She stared at me for a long moment, stunned into silence. Then, "Holy crap." I laughed, my breath shaking. "Is that good?" "I thought I was imagining it," she said, stepping closer. "I told myself there was no way you could actually feel that way. That I was just crushing too hard and making it weird." "It's not weird," I said, my heart pounding. "It's you. You're smart and strong and the bravest person I know." "I'm brave," she said, her voice thick. "You literally ran headfirst into a no-mo for me." "I'd do it again," I said. 1,000 times. Mina laughed through tears now. "Wow. Okay, I need to sit down." She dropped onto the couch, covering her face. I sat beside her, giving her space. "I'm sorry I didn't say something sooner," I said. "I think I was scared of ruining what we had. But I realized I was already hurting myself by not saying it. And you." She peeked at me between her fingers. "I've had a crush on you since, like, week 3. My jaw dropped. "You have not." "I have. You helped me pick up my books in the hallway and smiled like I hadn't just spilled chili on my shoes. That was cute." "It was disgusting." "I still thought you were cute." She laughed, that bright, bubbly laugh that had pulled me out of so many dark days. And then suddenly she leaned over and kissed me. It was quick, just a gentle press of lips, but I felt it all the way to my toes. When she pulled back, she looked almost nervous. I kissed her again, slower this time. When we broke apart, our foreheads touched. "So, what now?" she asked. I smiled. "Now we figure it out. Together." "You sure you want this?" she asked quietly. "I'm kind of a lot." "I want all of you," I said. "Every ridiculous, beautiful, sparkly bit." She beamed, her eyes shimmering. "Well, guess I finally get to call you my girlfriend for real instead of just in my daydreams." I grinned. "You have daydreams?" "So many. I'll tell you everything. But only if you keep kissing me like that." "Deal." We curled up on the couch, the music still playing softly in the background. She wrapped her arms around my waist, her head on my chest, and for once, I didn't feel like the world was spinning too fast. I felt grounded. Mina Ishido wasn't just the life of the party. She was my light. And now finally I got to be hers too. The city was quiet in the way only cities can be, buzzing with life, but not speaking. The wind tugged at my sleeves as I sat at the edge of the 𝐸 rooftop, my feet dangling into the nothingness below. Life continued. Heroes patrolled. Civilians rebuilt. The world moved on, pretending it hadn't cracked a few weeks ago and let every terrible thing leak out. But I couldn't pretend. Not yet. My fingers dug into the concrete, the cold biting through my skin. I needed that bite. I needed to feel something solid. Something real. Because I'd been holding it in for too long. I didn't hear him until he was standing beside me. "Found you," Izuku said softly. I didn't turn. "How?" "You always come up here when you're overwhelmed." That made me glance up, eyebrow raised. He smiled just a little. "You think I don't keep track of my best friend's hiding spots?" There it was again. Best friend. The words settled somewhere uncomfortable in my chest. "You know," I said, "I'm starting to think you're secretly tracking me." He sat beside me, careful not to crowd me. He always did that, gave space, even when I wanted him closer. I just pay attention, he said. To you. Silence stretched between us. I thought I'd gotten used to it. But with Izuku, silence was always full. Full of all the things we never said. Full of all the things I almost told him over the years. He let out a breath. You're upset. I shrugged. Not upset. But tired. Yeah, he murmured. Me too. We sat for a while, the wind threading through our hair. Do you ever think about how we got here? I asked. He turned to me. You mean, the dorms? UA? Or something else? All of it, I said. Everything. Since the entrance exam. Since the sludge villain. Since the first time you smiled at me and asked if I was okay. He flushed a little, scratching the back of his neck. You remember that? I remember everything, I said. Because it was you. He didn't speak. I looked back out at the horizon. The sky was starting to turn from steel to blue. Dawn was creeping in. And I was running out of places to put my feelings. I've been thinking about something, I said slowly. For a long time. Izuku shifted slightly, still quiet. I've been thinking about you. I finally looked at him, and his eyes widened just a little. You've always been there, I said. When things were good. When they were unbearable. When I didn't even want to be seen. You stayed. He swallowed. You believed in me when I didn't believe in myself. You trusted me with everything, even the things you were terrified of. You let me see who you really are, not just the hero you're trying to become. FN. He started, his voice barely a whisper. I shook my head. Let me finish. He went still. I told myself that friendship was enough. That I didn't have time for anything else. That loving you would only make things harder. Izuku inhaled sharply. But it's already hard, I said. Every day. Fighting villains. Losing people. Holding on to this dream that sometimes feels like it's killing us. And I realized something. I reached for his hand, my fingers trembling. If I'm going to keep fighting, keep building something real out of this broken world, I want to do it with you. His hand closed around mine, tight and shaking. I love you, I said finally. Not just as a friend. Not as a teammate. I love you, Izuku. And I think I've known it for a long, long time. For a moment, he didn't move. Then he laughed soft, stunned, breathless. I'm sorry, he said quickly. I just didn't think I've loved you for years. I froze. Since before UA, he said. I think since our second year of middle school? When you helped me get my locker open when it jammed. You didn't laugh. You just helped. And I remember thinking, this is someone I want to stand beside forever. Tears stung at the corners of my eyes. But I couldn't tell you, he said. I was scared. I thought if I said anything, it would make things harder. I didn't want to distract you. I didn't want to lose you. I thought the same thing, I whispered. His forehead pressed to mine. I would have waited forever, he said. You didn't have to, I replied, my breath catching. You never did. And then finally he kissed me. It was soft and hesitant, as if he was still asking for permission. So I kissed him back, reassuring him that it was more than okay. Later, we sat curled up on the rooftop, hands intertwined, sharing warmth as the sun began to rise. His head rested against mine, and for once, neither of us spoke. Because there was nothing left to say. We were together. We'd always been in one way or another. Now, finally it was real. And it was enough. It didn't happen all at once. It came in fragments. In the quiet between breaths. In mornings where I didn't wake up braced for impact. In the silence between alarms, when no one was yelling, when no one needed saving. At first, I didn't trust it. How could I? For so long life had been chaos. Training. Attacks. Losses. Victories. And more loss. There was always something coming. Always something to brace for. We were always a heartbeat away from the next villain, the next fight, the next moment we might not walk away from. So when the world finally stopped, I didn't know what to do with myself. But time has a way of softening even the hardest things. It started with the quiet. I stopped checking my phone first thing in the morning. Stopped waiting for the sirens. I let myself sleep past sunrise. I let my muscles rest. I let myself stop running. There was no final battle. No announcement. No news flash that screamed, it's over. Just a slow unraveling of fear. And then, rebuilding. We rebuilt the city. Our school. Our hero system. But more importantly, we rebuilt ourselves. I watched my classmates grow into heroes who didn't just fight with power, but with compassion. I watched people who had once been broken find their way back to joy. I saw the cracks in our society filled not with force, but with kindness. I found something like happiness. It wasn't loud. It wasn't perfect, but it was real. I woke up to the sound of rain tapping gently on the window. The kind of rain that smelled clean. Like renewal. The kind of morning that made you want to pull the blanket over your head and fall back asleep. But I didn't. I sat up slowly, stretching beneath the soft comforter, my eyes adjusting to the dim morning light slipping through the curtains. The apartment was quiet. Familiar. My mug of tea sat beside the bed, still warm. Someone had made it for me. I smiled before I even looked at it. They always did that. The smell of something cooking drifted from the kitchen down the hall. Eggs, maybe toast. A soft humming wove through the air. Ofki. A little dorky. Comforting. I didn't get up right away. I just sat there, wrapped in the blankets, watching the steam rise from the mug and breathing in the moment. Because I could. Because I was safe. Because I was home. When I finally wandered down the hall barefoot, still drowsy, wrapped in one of their hoodies, the world felt like it had shrunk into something manageable. Not smaller. Not less meaningful. But quieter. More mine. The living room was scattered with familiar mess. Books on the coffee table, a half-solved puzzle, hero magazines stacked out of order. A throw blanket hung half off the couch where we'd collapsed last night after watching something we both pretended wasn't a tearjerker. The kitchen lights were on. The smell stronger now. They stood at the stove, humming. Still in their pajamas. Still a little disheveled from sleep. Perfectly human. Perfectly mine. I watched them for a minute, not saying anything. Just breathing it in. The normalcy. The peace. The presence. It hit me suddenly how far we'd come. I remembered a time when I used to look at them from across a battlefield, heart in my throat, terrified that they wouldn't make it. That we wouldn't make it. But we did. We're here. And we're okay. I walked over and wrapped my arms around them from behind, resting my chin on their shoulder. They didn't jump. They didn't flinch. They just leaned into me with a soft laugh and said, "You're up late." I was busy. Oh yeah. Yeah. I tightened my hold. Busy dreaming. They turned, a spatula still in one hand, the other lifting to brush a strand of hair away from my face. Their thumb lingered on my cheek. "You always get like this when it rains." "Like what?" "Soft." I laughed. "You say that like it's a bad thing." They smiled. "It's my favorite thing." And just like that, I melted into the moment. I never thought I'd have this. Not when we were still students, still charging into danger without knowing if we'd come back out. Not when the world kept taking things from us, one loss at a time. Not when we were barely holding ourselves together between mission briefings and emergency drills. Back then, it felt like the only thing I'd ever be good at was surviving. But now I've learned how to live. We finished breakfast on the couch, legs tangled, plates balanced awkwardly between us. They told me a story about their patrol last week, something ridiculous involving a cat rescue, a ladder, and an old man who insisted on tipping them in pickled radishes. I laughed so hard I nearly spilled my tea. Then we sat in comfortable silence, listening to the rain. They leaned against me. I leaned back. No pressure. No urgency. Just now. Just us. Sometimes I think about how different this could have been. If I had made a different choice. If I'd let fear dictate who I was. If I'd convinced myself that love and heroism couldn't coexist. I could have shut myself off. Almost did. But they didn't let me. They reminded me that being strong didn't mean being alone. They showed me that letting someone in didn't make me weaker. It made me real. The city outside still buzzed. There were still villains out there. Still problems to solve. Still things to protect. But I wasn't carrying the weight of the world alone anymore. I had a partner. Someone who saw every crack in me and never once flinched. Someone who stood by my side through every storm, every sleepless night, every terrifying mission. Someone who made space for joy. For softness. For love. And now we were building something real. A life not built in the shadow of war, but in the light that followed. There's a kind of strength in that too. That night, I curled into bed early. They were brushing their teeth, humming a familiar tune. I rolled onto my side, fingers brushing the edge of their pillow. There was a time I would have felt guilt for being this happy. But now I just feel lucky. Because after everything, after every battle, every scar, every moment when I thought I wouldn't make it, I'm still here. Still standing. Still me. And I'm not alone. Not anymore. We don't talk about the past all that often now. It's part of who we are. But we don't let it define us. We don't let fear win. Instead, we laugh. We eat too much cereal at 2 a.m. We rewatch the same silly movies. We hold hands while walking through the city, even in our hero gear. We let ourselves be happy. Because we earned this. Because we fought hard for it. And because after everything, this is the ending I never thought I'd get. Not flashy. Not tragic. Just soft. And real. And mine. And perfect. Exams 1 to 9 had officially ended. Everyone had passed except for Kirishima, Sato, Ishido, and Kaminari, with the exception of Siro, whose participation in the exam was still under review. Now, it was time for your own exam to begin. You've got this, FN. Ishido cheered as you made your way out of the spectating room where all the other students had gathered to watch. Yeah. Go show that mystery person what you're made of. Siro shouted, earning a playful smack to the head from Bakugo. Thank you guys, you laughed as you opened the door. I'll do my best. You walked down the hallway to the exam grounds, where you would finally meet your opponent. You had been kept completely in the dark about their identity, quirk, fighting style, age, everything had been a secret. As you approached the grounds, 𝐸𝐠𝐻 came into view, waiting just outside the boundaries alone. Where was this mystery opponent? 𝐸𝐻𝐻 said once you stood in front of him. Let me introduce you to your opponent. A shadow was cast across you and 𝐸𝐸𝐻 from above. The shadow appeared human enough, except for the large wings that adorned either side of the figure's torso. As the sound of wings beating against the open air filled your ears, you immediately thought of the number 3 hero, hawks, but your assumption was proven incorrect when the figure landed gracefully on the stone ground. For starters, the figure was a woman. Her hair was the color of burning embers, framing her almond-toned face in beautiful curls. Her eyes resembled an open fire, shifting colors from reds to oranges to blues. But all of these breathtaking features paled in comparison to the enormous, jet-black wings that were much larger than Hawks's, surrounding her figure. You stood wide-eyed at the female who had landed beside 𝐸𝐸𝐻. This is Phoenix, a top student from a hero school in Greece. She will be your opponent for your exam, 𝐸𝐸𝐻 explained. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Phoenix said in perfect Japanese, her accent only slightly noticeable. Yes. Thank you for coming all this way, you managed to stutter, bowing slightly. Phoenix laughed, waving her hand in front of her face as if to dismiss any formality. No problem at all. It's an honor for me to be here. After the introductions, Phoenix took off into the exam grounds, leaving only you and 𝐸𝐸𝐻 behind. Remember, kid, 𝐸𝐸𝐻 started. You wouldn't have designed your exam the way we did if we didn't believe you could handle it. You looked at your teacher and nodded. Yeah, thanks. With that, you dashed into the grounds as the exam began.